Madman of the Sword Chapter 3174 to Chapter 3258. The Tianfeng Pavilion was a subordinate of the Qi family, so there was a teleportation array inside. Soon, the two arrived at the Qi family. The elders of the Qi family were waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Xian and Qi Siyu, they surrounded them. "Siyu, you're back, young Master Lin, can we start now?" These people were excited. "Young Master Lin, how confident are you?" To be honest, they weren't 100% confident until now. Because Lin Xian was too young. He was so young that they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely calm. "Give me the spiritual medicine." Soon, someone brought them over. Lin Xian waved his hand and the spiritual herbs floated in the air. He scanned them with his soul and nodded slightly. "That's right, these are the spiritual herbs. Now, I'm going to refine the pills. I'll prepare a secret room for young Master Lin." Qi Siyu said. Lin Xian shook his head. "There's no need. It's fine here. I'll set up a few arrays. You guys stay far away. No matter what happens, don't disturb me." "He's going to refine pills in public?" a few people in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian turned around and saw Pill King He Tu, Pill King Black Feather, and Pill King Red Lotus. Other than them, there were many alchemists who came because of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, Lin Xian claimed that he could cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury. It had caused a stir in the alchemy world. Countless alchemists rushed over. They couldn't believe it. They had to see it with their own eyes. Pill King He Tu, Pill King Black Feather, and Pill King Red Lotus had arrived long ago. When they heard that Lin Xian was going to refine pills in public, they were very excited. This way, they would be able to see the depth of Lin Xian's alchemy skills. The other alchemists were also discussing. This kid was too young. How old was he? How could he cure the Qi family's patriarch? Could he be a liar? Who cares? If he's going to refine pills in public, we'll be able to see it soon. If he doesn't do it well, the Qi family will teach him a lesson. How could he do it well? This young man must be boasting. One had to know that even a half-step alchemy sage could not refine it well, let alone him. The elders of the Qi family frowned when they heard those words. To be honest, they were also very worried. After all, these spiritual herbs were very precious, and their Qi family had paid a high price for them. If they failed, then not only would their old ancestors' injuries not be healed, they would also have wasted so many precious spirit herbs. However, they had no other choice now. They could only place all their hopes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people were thinking. He ordered Qi Siyu to let the surrounding people quickly retreat and make an empty space. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed a formation that enveloped him. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a purple cauldron appeared in the air. "Purple Abyss Cauldron," the surrounding alchemists all cried out in surprise. Their eyes lit up. Was this a pill cauldron that had been used by a half-step saint? He had actually obtained it. For such a precious cauldron to be in his hands, it was truly a waste of God's gift. Some alchemists were extremely unwilling. However, there were also some top alchemy kings who said coldly, "Waste of God's gift?" That wasn't necessarily true. Don't forget that he too, Dan Yu, and Red Lotus, the three of them couldn't defeat him. One could imagine that he was definitely an expert. If you want to snatch the cauldron, think about your own fate first. When those words came out, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over everyone, and they all came to their senses. That's right. 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings couldn't do anything to him. They would be cannon fodder if they went up. Of course, there were also some who were unconvinced. Among them, a few Tier 9 Pill Kings snorted. So what if he's strong? We alchemists compete in alchemy skills. Let's see what qualifications this kid has to dare to say that he can cure the Qi family's old ancestor. When those words came out, everyone was puzzled. That's right, what kind of peerless elixir could he refine? At this moment, everyone was nervously watching. He too, He Yu, and Red Lotus, the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings, held their breaths. Inside the formation. After Lin Xian took out the Purple Abyss Cauldron, he raised his head and looked at the spirit herbs in the air. At the same time, he quickly recalled the refining method of the Suyang Golden Crow elixir. After going through it 10 times in his mind, Lin Xian felt that there was no problem. Then, he started. With a wave of his hand, stalks of spirit herbs entered the cauldron. Then, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fire danced in his body and enveloped the cauldron. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to refine the elixir. The people around him waited patiently. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A month had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't finished refining. After all, he was refining a sage-level elixir. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, it was about time for him to finish refining the elixir. Lin Xian opened his eyes and took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he threw a stalk of spirit herb into the cauldron. Buzz, at this moment, the cauldron trembled slightly. Not good. I'm afraid I'm going to fail. The Tier 9 pill kings outside gasped. The other alchemists also sneered. The people from the Qi family were extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He reached out his soul and tried his best to control the cauldron. However, in the end, all the spirit herbs turned into ashes with a loud bang. Did he fail? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He started to review the process. The people from the Qi family outside had ugly expressions. Failed. Damn it, how could it be like this? Qi Siyu's face was also pale. However, at this moment, the Qi family's patriarch said in a low voice. Even the best alchemists didn't have 100% success rate. Failing once wasn't a big deal. When the patriarch said that, the people from the Qi family heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, they knew that some elixirs were very difficult to refine. The elixir that cured the Qi family's patriarch was especially precious. It was impossible to have 100% success rate. It was estimated that a 10% success rate would be very high. Therefore, failing the first time didn't mean anything. However, they only collected 3 sets of spirit herbs. This meant that Lin Xian had 2 more chances. Could Lin Xian succeed in 2 tries? They didn't know. Their hearts were all in their mouths. The alchemists around them sneered. There was no way this kid could succeed, the elixirs he refined were too difficult. Moreover, they could tell that these were half-step saint-level elixirs. No matter how powerful this kid was, could he be a half-step pill saint? They all shook their heads and sneered. The 3 pill kings, He Tu, He Yu, and Red Lotus frowned. What do you think? Pill King He Yu asked in a low voice. Pill King He Tu frowned. We've never seen his alchemy technique before. It's not from Cloud Return Planet. Where did this kid learn alchemy from? Although we've never seen his technique, it's so complicated that even I can't handle it. Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He might really be refining half-step saint-level elixirs. Although he was a top-grade 9 pill king, he had no way of refining this kind of pill. Because his strength was not up to par. However, this young man in front of him, who was nearly 1,000 years younger than him, could actually start refining the half-saint pill. Although he failed in the end, he maintained it for nearly a month. This meant that the other party's alchemy skills had far surpassed his. Thinking of this, the 3 pill king's heart sank. He was really a rising star. No, he was a peerless genius. It turned out that this set of Roman flowers was put in too early. On the other side, Lin Xian finally found the reason for his failure. He took a deep breath again and started refining again. At his level, refining for a month was nothing. He even saw in the pill saint's notes that some pills took hundreds of years to refine. Those pills had spirituality and could fight on their own. For now, Lin Xian could only look at such a mythical pill. Right now, he only needed to refine this pill. The second time, the refining began, another month had passed, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because the last time, it failed at this time. They wondered if he would succeed this time. Many pill refiners were paying close attention. The Qi family members were also extremely nervous. Qi Siyu clenched her fists tightly. Suchen seemed very calm. After all, he had already found the reason for his failure. Therefore, after putting it in this time, there were no abnormalities. Next, it was almost time to wrap it up. After more than a month, the pill had basically taken shape. Lin Xian was going to do the final condensation. However, he could not let his guard down. After all, there were many pill refiners who failed at the last step. Lin Xian followed the experience provided by the pill saint's notes carefully. Finally, another 10 days passed. With a bang, a rumbling sound came from the pill furnace. Following that, countless rays of light spewed out, and a fragrance wafted over. Even through the array formation, everyone felt refreshed. Many people even felt the power in their bodies boiling. Could it be that he had succeeded? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The Qi family members were so excited that they almost fainted. Those pill refiners looked as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. A few top grade 9 pill kings screamed. How could he have succeeded? That was a sage-level pill. Indeed, these alchemists were about to faint from fright. The other party was able to refine a half-saint's pill. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, their bodies trembled. Hichu, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the 3 pill kings, had a change in expression as well. Half-step pill saints were like seniors in their alchemy world. They had to pay their respects when they saw him. Did he succeed? The old ancestor of the Qi clan held onto his walking stick, his body trembling. A smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Finally, his injuries could be healed. After 300 years, he was finally going to recover. Thinking of this, the Qi family patriarch smiled. Lin Xian waved his hand and a golden elixir appeared in the void. The golden pill had a mysterious pattern on it that resembled the texture of a tree. From afar, it looked like a golden crow lying on top of it. Success! Lin Xian grabbed the pill in his hand and removed the array formation. In the next moment, he looked at the people of the Qi clan. The other people's eyes were red. They were too excited. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. From the discussion of the surrounding pill kings, they already knew that Lin Xian had refined a sage-level pill. He knew how difficult it was to refine it. He estimated that none of the pill kings present could refine it successfully. However, Lin Xian had succeeded. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, the people of the Qi clan were shocked. Such a young half-step pill saint was helping them. It seemed that the heavens had opened their eyes. Qi Siyu was also very excited. Young Master Lin, you really succeeded? That's great. She looked at the Qi family patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch threw away his walking stick. His body trembled slightly, and his turbid eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Young Master Lin, are you really done? The Qi family patriarch seemed to be in disbelief. He wanted to confirm it again. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I'm done. He threw the pill in his hand to the patriarch. Swallow it. This pill can heal your injuries that have lasted for 300 years. The Qi family patriarch's hands trembled when he received it. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, I'm going into seclusion. Activate the array and don't let anyone disturb me. Whoosh, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Qi clan. The Qi family patriarch's elders moved quickly. One array after another lit up, especially the depths of the Qi clan, which was surrounded by dozens of large arrays. Obviously, they would not allow any accidents to happen to the Qi family patriarch. The area around Lin Xian and the others was also enveloped by the formation. The Qi family patriarch looked at Lin Xian excitedly. They hurried over. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your help. If the patriarch's injuries can really be healed, the Qi family will definitely thank you. Lin Xian nodded. There was a reason why he helped the Qi family patriarch. It was because he needed the Qi family to help him collect the remaining spiritual herbs. However, it was not the time yet. When the Qi family patriarch walked out again and recovered from his injuries, he would make another request. But now? He looked at the surrounding pill kings. The surrounding pill kings felt their scalps go numb. Previously, they were still mocking the other party, thinking that he was too young and would not succeed. However, they did not expect that the other party would really succeed. However, there were also some people who were stubborn. It was just that he had succeeded. He could not be sure that the Qi family patriarch's injuries could be healed. However, the surrounding people hurriedly left when they heard that, afraid that they would be implicated. Some people even sneered, "Idiot. That's a half-step pill saint. How dare you be so arrogant?" Sure enough, the people who mocked him broke out in cold sweat. That's right, that's a half-step pill saint. Even if he could not be healed, so what? Would they dare to offend him? Thinking of this, their intestines turned green with regret. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Most of the surrounding pill masters walked up respectfully and bowed to Lin Xian. "Greetings, senior." They had no choice. Although they had lived for 1 or 2,000 years, and some had even lived for close to 3,000 years, they were all old monsters. However, in terms of pill Dao, they were far behind Lin Xian. Therefore, even if Lin Xian was very young, they still had to address him as senior and bow to him. Lin Xian naturally knew these rules, so he gladly accepted them. Whether it was martial Dao, pill Dao, or other things, strength was the most important. Age was simply ignored. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surrounding pill masters and finally landed on the 3 people in the distance. Hearing this, he too, He Yu, and Hong Lian, the 3 ninth-grade pill kings, let out a wry smile and hurried over. They said respectfully. They were convinced, sincerely convinced. "Young master is far better than us in alchemy. We have already prepared the things that we promised you. Please accept them." As they spoke, the 3 of them took out the 3 spiritual herbs that they had prepared. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile when he saw the 3 spirit herbs. He kept them and nodded slightly. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of blaming them, he too and the other 2 pill kings heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had fought with the other party previously, they were not too arrogant. Instead, they had made an agreement today. If they had used their seniority to fight against the other party with their status and strength as pill kings, they would have died. They would have gone to hell. Next, they just had to wait patiently. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The others also waited quietly. Just like that, 15 days passed. In the depths of the Qi family, there was a sudden burst of energy, like a flash flood, sweeping in all directions. A long roar turned into a thunderclap, piercing through the void. Buzz, a figure rose into the sky, like a demon god, standing in the void. The aura that he exuded was filled with mysterious law runes, making it hard for people to breathe. This was a law fragment. Heavens, the Qi family's patriarch. The Qi family's patriarch's strength had recovered. The alchemists were shocked. The Qi family's elders were overjoyed. They knelt on the ground, cheering loudly. "Congratulations to the patriarch! Congratulations to the patriarch, ha 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 ha." The Qi family's patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed. He was too happy. It had been 300 years, and his vitality was almost depleted. In another 10 years, he would have died. But now, he had completely recovered. Not only that, he was confident that he could live for a few thousand years. To him, this was a huge surprise. Finally, he had regained control of that power. The Qi family's patriarch walked forward. He did not remove the law fragment on his body. Instead, he walked in front of everyone like a god. The supreme martial artists trembled, and the alchemists held their breaths. They felt like their scalps were about to explode. Qi Siyu was also kneeling on the ground. The only one left standing was Lin Xian. He clasped his hands behind his back, and a mysterious light flowed around his body, blocking the pressure of the nomological fragment. The Qi family ancestor was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to block the law fragment. "Old Master Qi, how do you feel? Has he fully recovered?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. Lin Xian did not care about the law fragments released by the other party. His fleshly body was already at the half-step saint level, so the law fragments were still unable to pose a threat to him. Unless it was a true law. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that the other party would go back on his word. If he could cure the other party, he could also take the other party's life. Seeing how calm Lin Xian was, the Qi family's ancestor was shocked. To be honest, from the beginning until now, he still couldn't see through the young man before him. This young man was too mysterious. Perhaps the other party had a shocking background. The old ancestor of the Qi clan kept the law fragment and smiled. He had completely recovered, thanks to Lin Fan's help. Lin Fan, if you have any requests, the Qi family will definitely be able to fulfill them. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out a jade slip to the Qi family's ancestor. The Qi family's ancestor looked at it and nodded. No problem. The Qi family can help you collect these spiritual herbs. Give me a month's time. With that, the Qi family's ancestor handed the jade slip to the elder beside him. Collect these spiritual herbs within a month's time. After the elder took the jade slip, he probed it with his soul spirit and gasped. Although there weren't many spiritual herbs, they were extremely precious. Its value was comparable to the Crimson Sun Golden Crow pill from before, however, they didn't have any objections. Firstly, the ancestors' orders were unquestionable. Secondly, Lin Xian had cured their ancestors' injuries. No matter what price they had to pay, they were willing to do it. You don't have to worry about the spiritual herbs. Lin Fan, why don't you have a drink with me? The Qi family's ancestor smiled. Alright, I'll do as you say. Lin Xian and the Qi family's ancestor walked into the distance side by side. The alchemists outside were extremely shocked. Some of the top pill kings looked at the figure in the distance with envy. At the same time, they decided to wait here. 5 days later, Lin Xian came out from the depths of the Qi family. Seeing that He Tu, He Yu, Red Lotus, and the other pill kings were still there, he was very confused. Is there anything else? Red Lotus, He Tu, and He Yu, the 3 pill kings, knelt on the ground respectfully. When the other elixir kings saw this scene, they also knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. They respectfully said, Senior, please advise us. They had no choice. They had been in the 9th grade pill king realm for a long time. Some had been in it for hundreds of years, while others had been in it for thousands of years. However, they still couldn't take that step. They couldn't even improve. If they couldn't improve, it would be worse than killing them. Therefore, these people were in despair. When they saw that Lin Xian had such attainments in alchemy at such a young age, they naturally looked forward to it. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Xian would be able to teach them a thing or two. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Alright, since I have nothing to do, I'll teach you for 2 days. You only have 2 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Senior. He Tu and the other top pill kings were overjoyed. They hurriedly asked all the questions that had been bothering them for hundreds and thousands of years. Lin Xian answered calmly. Originally, his alchemy attainments were very strong, not weaker than these 9th grade pill kings. In addition, he had studied the pill saint's notes, causing his alchemy attainments to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, he had already reached the half-step pill king realm, therefore, guiding these 9th grade pill kings was not difficult. 2 days passed very quickly. These 9th grade pill kings were reluctant to leave. In these 2 days, listening to Lin Xian's answers was equivalent to 500 years of hard work. Listening to a gentleman's words was better than reading 100 years of books. Then, these pill kings left. However, Qi Siyu came. She accompanied Lin Xian to the nearby mountains, rivers, and scenic spots to play. Just like that, a month passed. The spiritual herbs that Lin Xian needed were also all completed by the mobile phone. When Qi Siyu handed a storage ring to Lin Xian's calm heart also became excited. Until now, all the herbs he needed had been gathered. He could finally start refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. The Saint Breakthrough Pill was also a half-step Saint Pill. It was not easy to refine. He needed to go into seclusion for a while. However, after refining the Qiyang Golden Crow Pill, Lin Xian also had some experience in refining a half-step Saint Pill. After bidding farewell to Qi Siyu, Lin Xian left the Qi family. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. He wanted to find a place with rich spiritual veins to refine pills in seclusion. This wasn't the first time he felt this way. He had felt it when Qi Siyu accompanied him on a tour. However, he couldn't find it when he searched. Now, he felt it again. With a cold snort, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and scanned his surroundings. His powerful soul power covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't find anything. Buzz, Lin Xian flew again, this time at a faster speed. After 3 days, he stopped again. In these 3 days, he felt someone peeping at him twice. Especially on the 3rd day, the other party seemed to be more and more unscrupulous. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. Lin Xian roared and turned into 9 heavenly lightning, descending in all directions. Haha, little kid, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even found out. An old voice sounded. The void shattered and a figure walked out. This person was too strange. He was skinny like a mummy. His clothes were tattered and there were clods of dirt on it. It looked like he had crawled out from an ancient tomb. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw the other party. What a terrifying aura. This person's aura was much stronger than Gao Peng and the Nether King. It was similar to the aura of the Qi family patriarch. Half-step sage. This was a half-step sage. A half-step sage was hiding his head and showing his tail? You're a disgrace to the half-step sage. Lin Xian sneered. Little kid, you know I'm a half-step sage? Why aren't you kneeling and kowtowing to welcome me? The mummified old man revealed a sinister smile. Fragments of precepts rushed out from his body and surrounded him, making him look like a god. Just you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. You followed me a few times before, but you didn't dare to come out when I was in the Qi family. Even the Qi family patriarch was afraid of you. What right do you have to threaten me? Lin Xian's guess was right. This mummified old man had followed him before. However, he was in the Qi family's sphere of influence. On the other hand, the Qi family had the Qi family's patriarch, a half-step saint. Therefore, it was inconvenient for this mummy-like figure to make a move. Brat, at that time, I just didn't want to fight with that old ghost from the Qi clan. Do you really think that I'm afraid of him? As for you? You dare to insult a half-saint? You can die now. As he spoke, a huge palm descended from the sky with a terrifying aura. Wang, the palm fell and pierced through the void. Lin Xian dodged and went to another space. Old man, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian's sword qi became more and more piercingly cold. Tens of thousands of streams of sword qi were released, causing the entire sky to tremble. How dare a half-saint who is almost at the end of his life be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today. At this point, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The withered half-saint's face also darkened. Since you dared to behave atrociously at the Wan clan and even killed the experts of the Wan clan, I'll skin you alive today. You're from the Wan clan. This time, Lin Xian was stunned. He had just returned from the Wan clan. He didn't expect the Wan clan to have a half-saint expert. It seemed that the half-saint was in seclusion before this. Moreover, the half-saint didn't have much vitality left. It seemed that the half-saint was an ordinary existence. Did the remaining members of the Wan clan wake you up? Lin Xian frowned. He had spared some of the Wan clan's members. He didn't expect them to be so reckless. They even dared to awaken the half-saint of the Wan clan to kill him? It seemed that there was no need for the Wan clan to remain in this world. There's no need to go to the Wan clan to find them. I'm the only one left in the Wan clan. They've all been absorbed by me. The patriarch of the Wan clan was like a demon. His killing intent was monstrous. Indeed, the remaining members of the Wan clan had all turned into blood mist and were absorbed by him. With me here, I can find one Wan clan, 2 Wan clans, or even countless Wan clans. The patriarch of the Wan clan was very confident. He was a half-saint. With him around, it would be very easy to rebuild a clan. I can feel that your body has powerful blood qi and exuberant vitality. Now, it's mine. The patriarch of the Wan clan rushed out. Obviously, his target was Lin Xian. To be precise, it was Lin Xian's body. Boom, the patriarch of the Wan clan charged out like a god of death. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The starry sky trembled. Countless sword qi accompanied by flames descended from the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian activated the power of fire. It was useless. The patriarch of the Wan clan laughed loudly. The clouds in the sky churned, forming a cloud hand that carried the law fragments. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean. With a slap, all the sword chi in the sky were shattered. A mere power that was close to the Tao was nothing in front of him. Cloud Cave. The patriarch of the Wan clan snorted coldly. The cloud law fragment danced, forming an inexplicable killing intent that instantly blasted onto Lin Xian's body, sending Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, crashing into the mountains and rivers below. But soon, he flew up. His body shone brightly like the sun. A half-step sage? That's all there is to it. He's not injured? This time, the patriarch of the Wan clan was stunned. Your body has already reached the half-step sage realm, haha. I didn't misjudge you. I must obtain your body. He was too excited. He didn't expect the other party to have the body of a half-step sage. However, from the looks of it, the other party hadn't comprehended the law fragments yet. He could easily kill such a person. Little kid, I don't have time to waste with you, so you can die now. Cloud Fiend. Soul Destruction. The Cloud Law fragment descended and wrapped around Lin Xian. At the half-step sage realm, he could easily pass through the physical body and use the law to kill the other party's soul. The Cloud Law? It's just a fragment. It can't do anything to me. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it fused with the power of fire. Originally, Lin Xian's power of fire was very close to the law fragment. Now, with the power of the dragon sword soul, its power increased by several times. After all, the dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, at this moment, the power of fire rose infinitely and blocked the cloud law fragment. Boom, the two collided, producing tens of thousands of thunderous sounds. The entire sky was destroyed, turning into a zone of destruction. It's useless. You can't block it. The patriarch of the Wan clan walked forward. He wanted to collect Lin Xian's body, but when he got close, the half-step sage of the Wan clan was stunned. Because he realized that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Instead, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. Impossible. Damn it, how can you block the law fragment? You're clearly only close to the Tao. The patriarch of the Wan clan's expression changed for the first time. However, the other party had blocked it. How was that possible? What kind of treasure did he have? Was it a half-saint artifact or a saint artifact? No, a mere half-saint artifact couldn't do anything to a true half-saint unless it was a saint artifact. Kid, it seems like you have a secret in your body. The Wan family's patriarch could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Xian's body. It caused the surrounding power of fire to rise infinitely. Although it wasn't a law fragment, its power was no different from a law fragment. I've said it before, a half-saint at the end of his life is no threat to me. Lin Xian walked over like a god of war. His eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his finger, and countless sword chi interweaved with the power of fire. It quickly formed a flaming lotus and charged forward. Stupid ant, how dare you look down on me? The Wan family's patriarch was also angry. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His tattered Taoist robe also trembled rapidly. He was like a ghost, rushing forward quickly. The law of clouds brought with it a powerful force. He slapped out with his palm and collided with the flaming sword. The two exploded with shocking light. At that moment, Lin Xian used the Annihilation Sword Lotus. A black lotus flew out with the power of annihilation. Together with the dragon sword soul, its power doubled. Boom, this time, it directly hit the Wan family's patriarch and sent him flying. Damn it, two powers that were close to the Tao. The Wan family's patriarch flew back from hundreds of thousands of miles away. His body was trembling with anger. He was a half-saint, but he was sent flying by a junior. If word got out, how was he going to survive? Kid, you've completely angered me, the Wan family's patriarch roared. His originally withered body suddenly expanded. His withered cheeks and gray hair also rapidly changed. Soon, he turned into a middle-aged man with a heroic bearing. Cloud-pushing palm, with a loud shout, heaven and earth trembled. The clouds turned into a huge palm that covered a radius of millions of miles and descended from the sky. After transforming, not only did the Wan family's patriarch become younger, but his power was also more terrifying than before. The law fragment carried a shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his blood and qi almost froze. He moved quickly. However, this palm covered an area of several million miles. It was simply too vast, and he couldn't leave it in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only let out an angry roar and push his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the great dragon sword spirit combined with the power of fire to form the Nine Suns' divine fist and soared into the sky. Boom, the mountains and rivers below shattered the void, turning into a pitch-black space that devoured everything within a radius of a few million li. Moreover, it did not disappear for a long time. He should be dead this time, right? The patriarch of the Wan family slowly descended from the sky. However, he was stunned once again. A touch of coldness appeared on his face, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes. He wasn't dead. He saw a figure below. His qi and blood were like dragons. His body shone with boundless light, like a sun. He stood there, suppressing the heaven and earth. Old fellow, I've said it before. A half-saint like you is unable to do anything to me. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. The sword qi around him formed a powerful domain that enveloped him and blocked this astonishing attack. Buzz, with a roar, he waved his fist and struck out with the Nine Suns' divine fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hold back. The power of the Nine Suns' divine body, the power of the great dragon sword spirit, and the power of fire all combined. The Nine Suns' divine fist struck out consecutively. It was as if 18 suns were spinning in the sky. It was fighting against the opponent's ethereal cloud law fragments. Lin Xian's power was as strong as Yang, while the power of the Wan family's patriarch was incomparably ethereal. When the two collided, it was as if the world of yin and yang was torn apart in the sky. The great void of millions of li had just recovered when it collapsed again. It was too terrifying. Who was it? The kings of the distant cities all lay on the ground when they felt this astonishing power. This was the power of laws. Was it a saint? No, it should be a half-saint. Two half-saints were fighting. Heavens, who was it? Everyone was shocked. However, they could not resist this power at all, let alone investigate. Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch fought from the sky to the ground. Everywhere they went, everything turned into ashes. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no winner. Lin Xian's qi and blood were like dragons. Although he was not a true half-saint, his strength was not weaker than a half-saint. The Wan family's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. What was going on? He could not do anything to the other party. Could it be that his qi and blood were not enough? The Wan family's patriarch's face was cold. He was indeed at the end of his rope. He was able to revive this time because he had absorbed the blood of countless descendants of the Wan family. However, it seemed that the blood he had absorbed was not enough. Otherwise, how could he not defeat the other party? Therefore, they wanted to retreat. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar and became one with his sword. The great dragon sword spirit completely enveloped him and turned into a dragon shadow. It carried 2 types of power that were close to the Tao and kept burning. In an instant, he pierced through the void and directly crashed into the Wan family's patriarch. With a bang, the Wan family's patriarch was torn into pieces. Ah! The Wan family's patriarch screamed and retreated into the distance. His expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. His body was actually shattered by the other party. Ah! He could not accept it. He pulled out a long spear and charged out again. The long spear waved, carrying the nomological fragments. It was incomparably ethereal as it pierced through the 9 yang divine body. The divine body was extremely terrifying. Although it was pierced by the long spear, it did not shatter. Instead, it clamped the divine spear formed by the nomological fragments. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand, coupled with the 2 types of power that were close to the Tao, split the Wan family's patriarch in half. The Wan family's patriarch was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. After all, the other party's vitality was vigorous and his qi and blood were monstrous. Although he looked powerful, the qi and blood in his body had long withered. Whoosh, he was so frightened that he soared into the sky. Brat, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. The Wan family's patriarch escaped. He wanted to slaughter millions of living beings to recover his qi and blood. Then, he would kill the other party and seize Lin Xian's body. Seeing the Wan family's patriarch escape, Lin Xian did not stop him. Firstly, he was also injured now. Secondly, he had more important things to do, which was to refine the Breaking Saint pill. As long as he finished refining the Breaking Saint pill and entered the Half-Saint realm, killing the other party would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Fine, I'll let you live for another 2 days. Lin Xian turned around and left. After Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch left, countless figures descended from the distance. They looked at the ground that had been destroyed beyond recognition and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power of the nomological fragments. This was the blood of half a lifetime. They looked at the scene and their bodies trembled. Buzz. An old man descended from the sky with a beautiful woman beside him. It was Xianxia and the old man from the Qi family. The Qi family was not far from here, so the battle here finally caught the attention of the Qi family patriarch. Patriarch, are half-saints fighting? Xianxia, who was beside him, asked curiously. The Qi family patriarch sensed the power of the nomological fragments and the half-saint blood in the sky and nodded. Yes, it was indeed a half-saint. However, he did not know which half-saint it was. There was an aura that was familiar. He sensed the remaining sword qi in the sky and immediately narrowed his eyes. Could it be? A figure appeared in his mind. It was a young figure. It was because of this person that he was able to recover. But it should not be. He did not believe that this person had such strength. Could he really fight with a half-saint? When you go back, find out where young Master Lin went. Yes, Patriarch. Xianxia was very puzzled, but she still respectfully agreed. On the other side, Lin Xian left. He chose a very secluded place and sank into the ground below. Then, he set up countless arrays. With these arrays, even a half-saint would not be able to detect his tracks. In the next moment, he summoned the black earth and went inside. After all, he could not be disturbed when refining the Saint Breakthrough pill. Lin Xian spent a month to recover his body and reach the peak. Then, he began to recall the process of refining the Saint Breakthrough pill. Whoosh! He began to refine the pill. With the experience of refining the half-saint breakthrough pill, Lin Xian was much more proficient this time. But even so, he still failed twice and succeeded on the third try. Then, he swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, many things had happened. After the battle on Tianqiong Peak, Lin Wudi became famous. There was also a storm in the alchemy world. A young half-step alchemy saint cured the Qi family patriarch, shocking the continent. There were also changes in the Qi family. The Qi family patriarch recovered from his injuries 300 years ago and returned to the Jianghu. The Qi family's power increased greatly. They conquered the east and west and their territory expanded several times. For a time, they were in the limelight. But at the same time, Cloud Returning Planet had another matter that made people's hair stand on end. A remote city was destroyed in one night. The tens of millions of cultivators in the city were massacred. Not even their corpses remained. A total of 77 cities were turned into ghost cities. Countless experts were annihilated. The area where the 77 cities were located also became a ghost region, and no one dared to step into it. This was because anyone who entered would immediately turn into a bloody mist and be absorbed by the mysterious existence. For a moment, everyone was terrified. That place had also become a forbidden area. Even if someone at the consummate level of 9 stars entered, they would instantly shatter, unable to escape. Did you know? It was rumored that there was a demon living there, and its strength was extremely terrifying. King-level cultivators would definitely die if they entered. Damn it, how could such a demon appear? He had heard that the 77 cities were quite good and had countless resources. There were even a few top-grade spirit veins in them. They wouldn't be given away just like that, right? Just wait and see. Those people from the big families will definitely not let this matter rest. Sure enough, there were people who went to attack the areas where the 77 cities were located. But soon, the news came. The 6 big families had joined forces, but they were completely annihilated. No, there was still one person who came out alive. He was a Grand Elder who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. However, at this moment, his entire body was shattered, and he was on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He only said 2 words when he came out and fell to the ground dead. A half-step sage. Everyone's scalps went numb. A half-step sage. There was actually a demon-like half-step sage inside. Once the news spread, it swept through the entire continent. Those big families also fell silent. What a joke. They did not dare to provoke a half-step sage, however, they didn't dare to do so, but some of the top families and sects sent their experts. Next, ghosts wailed and wolves howled in that area. Gloomy winds blew, and light shot into the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone within tens of millions of kilometers saw it. Everyone knew that it was a battle between half-step sages. The light lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before finally disappearing. No one knew what the outcome was, but everyone only knew that they still could not enter that area. They would die if they entered. It's over. Even a half-step sage can't do anything to the demon inside. What should we do? However, following that, the situation also changed a little. It was just that the ghost realm formed by the 77 cities was no longer so terrifying. Some powerful people could enter. It was just that they did not dare to enter the innermost area. At the same time, some top geniuses from outside the realm came. They heard of this strange place, so they decided to investigate it. These top geniuses from Cloud Return Planet were naturally unwilling to fall behind and entered one after another. Firstly, they could not lose to the geniuses from outside the realm. Secondly, they also wanted to go in and train. After all, from the current intelligence, as long as they did not enter the innermost area, there should not be any danger to their lives. After all, many of those who hurried over were people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. For a time, this ghost realm became the focus of everyone's attention. There was a barren mountain endlessly far away from this ghost realm. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It could be said that there were not even many demonic beasts here. Martial artists would even less come here. However, at this moment, the barren mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Huge cracks began to spread in all directions. Eventually, the entire barren mountain was completely torn apart. Following that, a figure appeared. This was a handsome youth dressed in red robes, sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, there were mysterious runes flowing on his body like patches of flames. But that aura was much more terrifying than the flames. Above his head, a large crack opened, forming a black vortex. Endless energy surged into his body wildly. If a king saw this scene, he would definitely be scared silly. If a 9-star great perfection was poured in by this energy, he would probably directly explode and die. But the youth below did not feel anything. It was like an abyss black hole, mercilessly absorbing. This scene lasted for a month before it was completed. Buzz, the youth opened his eyes. 2 piercing beams of light pierced through the void. In the next instant, a surge of terrifying power surged out of his body. This power was much more terrifying than a king's, reaching an inconceivable level. Was this the cultivation of a half-sage? The red-robed youth was none other than Xianxia. He had successfully refined the Saint Breakthrough Pill and swallowed it. After endless cultivation, he finally completely absorbed the Saint Breakthrough Pill, causing the phenomenon just now. His cultivation had also reached the half-sage level. Whoosh, too powerful. Xianxia's current strength was much stronger than before. Sure enough, not long after, the black vortex in the sky disappeared. Endless thunder clouds condensed and formed. These thunder and lightning seemed to have descended from the starry sky beyond the sky, very terrifying. With a bang, a bolt of thunder and lightning descended from the sky. Lightning punishment, carrying the destructive aura of thunder and possessing the power of laws, it finally came. Xianxia took a deep breath. After making it through this lightning tribulation, he should be able to condense true law fragments. Buzz, he was not afraid, instead, he directly rushed up, bang, the entire place was drowned as if it was the end of the world. Fortunately, this place was deserted. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared silly. But even if there were few people, this destructive aura and power still attracted the attention of some martial artists. It was just that this thunder and lightning power was too terrifying. They did not dare to approach at all. A few bold ones were struck flying by the thunder before they even approached. Lightning tribulation, someone was transcending tribulation. Everyone was terrified. It wouldn't be some genius powerhouse, right? Many people looked at the space ahead enveloped by thunder and lightning, bewildered and uncertain. But no matter how they guessed, they could not guess who it was. Furthermore, this power was too terrifying, right? Even separated by tens of millions of miles, they still felt a chill run down their spines. So terrifying, it had already lasted for a month, and this lightning tribulation actually had not disappeared yet. Just who was transcending tribulation? Could he have already been struck into ashes? Those young martial artists were puzzled. However, those older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. Impossible, the person was going to die, and the lightning tribulation would have long disappeared. The current situation indicated that the person inside was still transcending tribulation. But just which major figure was it? This thunder and lightning's destructive aura exceeded this old man's several hundred years of cognition. Could it be an immortal manifesting? Many people exclaimed. There were rumors in this world that there were immortals. Perhaps an immortal had descended on Cloud Return Planet. The moment these words came out, many people directly knelt on the ground to worship. A month later, the signs of the lightning tribulation weakened. Another half a month later, it finally disappeared. It was just that everyone still did not dare to go forward. Because just that remnant aura was enough to kill them. Even those at the grand completion of 9 stars did not dare to go forward. However, the horror of this place did not deter these people. Instead, more and more martial artists gathered and knelt here. But on this day, they were all stunned. That was because they saw a figure walking out from the front. It was a young figure. Holy shit! Who is this kid? How dare he go in? Was he not afraid of being killed? Impossible. The residual power of the thunder was so terrifying, how could he be unscathed? These people were stunned. The older generation figures were bewildered. That wasn't right. They had never seen anyone enter before. Who was this person? Could it be that he had walked out from inside? Could it be that he was the one undergoing the tribulation? Impossible. How could such a terrifying lightning tribulation be caused by an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? How could it be caused by a young man? These older generation experts couldn't understand. The person who walked out was Lin Xian. After going through the thunder tribulation, he had finally transformed the power of fire into fragments of the law of fire. He was now a genuine sage to be. Before reaching the half-saint realm, he could already contend with a half-saint. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill the patriarch of the Wan family with one punch. How could there be so many people? After coming out, Lin Xian looked around at the warriors who were kneeling and bowing. He frowned slightly. Kid, how did you get in? Yes, why are you unscathed? Tell me your secret. Many people surrounded him with ferocious expressions. In their opinion, he must have a treasure on him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura surged out. He was now a half-step saint. The aura he released was naturally the aura of half a lifetime. Suddenly, all the warriors were pressed to the ground by the aura, trembling. The few people who had spoken arrogantly earlier were so scared that they fainted. Senior, please spare us. Everyone exclaimed. The older generation figures were also trembling. In their opinion, this was not a young man. He was definitely an extremely terrifying old monster. Lin Xian withdrew the aura of a half-step saint and asked indifferently. What happened recently, Senior? In the past 2 years, the Qi family had become very powerful. They were several times stronger than before. It was said that the Qi family's patriarch had recovered from his injuries. An old man hurriedly said. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he nodded. This matter was within his expectations. He asked, is there anything else? Also, recently, many geniuses from outside the domain have arrived on Guiyuan planet. Many of them have comprehended power that is close to the Tao. Oh, it seemed that more and more geniuses from outside the domain had arrived. The old man continued. These geniuses from outside the domain and the local geniuses of Guiyun planet have all entered the ghost realm. What is the ghost realm? Lin Xian asked. He had never heard of the ghost realm before. Senior, this ghost realm was formed in the past 2 years. A year or two ago, the warriors in the 77 cities mysteriously disappeared. The place where the 77 cities were locked formed the ghost realm. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Rumor had it that there was a half-step saint inside. Inside, there was a monstrous bloody light and an extremely strong bloody aura. Later, a half-step saint entered and fought. However, he had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, the demon half-step saints in the movies were not as arrogant as before. They could enter some places. However, they were still unable to enter the core area. Those geniuses from outside the domain had gone to this ghost realm. Ghost realm? Blood? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He thought of the half-step saint from the Wan family. Moreover, he guessed that it was most likely the doing of this half-step saint from the Wan family. What a reckless thing. He was about to die, yet he still caused so much slaughter, Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Where was the ghost realm? Fly west from here. The place where the bloody light covered thousands of miles was the ghost realm. The old man said. It seemed that it was time to understand. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Previously, when he fought with the Wan family's patriarch, both sides were injured. At that time, he did not chase after the other party in order to break through. He did not expect that the other party would use such cruel methods to recover his strength. Now that he had broken through to become a true half-step saint, he naturally could not let the other party go. Inside the ghost realm, the bloody light overflowed into the sky and the ghost chi was awe-inspiring. On the other hand, it was a peaceful scene outside. This huge contrast made people fearful. However, at the same time, it also attracted countless warriors to come and search for treasures. After all, there were countless experts in each of the 77 cities. After they died, they left behind a large number of cultivation techniques and treasures. It could be said that there were 77 treasure vaults, therefore, even though they knew the danger, their greed made these people move forward without caring about anything else. Of course, those who were weaker could only search outside. Even 9-star kings did not dare to get too close. They could only search in the outermost cities. Only those who had comprehended the Tao would dare to move forward. That should be the ghost realm, right? That figure was Lin Xian. He came to the vicinity of the ghost realm with flickering eyes. Sure enough, the surrounding blood chi was surging, and ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Obviously, countless creatures had been killed, and their resentment was monstrous. Not only that, but he also sensed a familiar aura from it. The Cloud Law Fragment. It was indeed the half-step sage of the Wan family. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family should be cultivating in seclusion. Buzz, Lin Xian walked directly inside. His speed was very fast. He turned into a long rainbow and flew quickly into the distance. The people on both sides of the road were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Who was that kid? How dare he fly so fast? Did he want to die? It seemed that he was a reckless guy. There was a monstrous murderous aura inside, as well as some vengeful spirits and blood demons. Even a perfected 9-star cultivator would not barge in like that. How dare a kid like him do that? Just wait and see, he would definitely die within 3 seconds. However, these people were soon dumbfounded and almost knelt on the ground. That was because they realized that the other party was completely fine. The surrounding blood demons and vengeful spirits were directly torn apart by the other party. Wherever the other party passed, nothing dared to approach. He turned out to be a super expert. A top-notch genius, he must be a top-notch genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. Oh God, did another top-notch genius enter? It was going to be lively inside. These people were no longer looking down on him. Instead, they were amazed. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that there were not many people wherever he passed. Generally, those who were weak would not be able to enter, but suddenly, he made a sound and realized that there were people in front of him. It seemed that those people should be the top geniuses or peerless powerhouses. There were many people in front of him, but they did not move. Instead, they were confronting something. Lin Xian's arrival also attracted the attention of these people. One by one, the figures turned around. When they saw Lin Xian, they were extremely surprised. What a young person, who was that person? They discussed. Lin Xian also looked over. His gaze stopped on those people for a second, then he no longer paid attention to them and looked ahead. No wonder those people stopped. It turned out that there were many blood demons and vengeful spirits in front of him. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family had not only killed countless powerhouses, but also turned them into blood demons to protect him. He could see that the 77 cities and the ghost realm had formed a 10,000 ghost formation. Another person who didn't know the difference between life and death had come. A blood demon in front of him. He was dressed in blood-red armor and was 5 meters tall. He looked like a demon king. When he spoke, the surrounding space trembled. There was a rune between his eyebrows that emitted a mysterious aura. This was a rune left behind by the Wan family's old ancestor. It caused the blood demon's aura to be no weaker than the peak experts around him. After Lin Xian landed, he frowned. Although the blood demons and vengeful spirits ahead were terrifying, with so many top-notch experts here, would they not be able to defeat them? So he asked, "Why? Are you afraid to make a move? Brat, what do you know? How dare you look down on us?" There was an extremely terrifying formation here, and it was set up by a half-step sage. It could be said that it was the laws of heaven and earth. Under the laws, they could not attack in groups. They could only fight one-on-one. "Do you think we won't attack you?" Those top prodigies rolled their eyes, as if mocking Lin Xian's ignorance. They did not know that Lin Xian had already seen through it. It was 1,000 ghost formation. Lin Xian continued. "One-on-one? So what? If you can't even defeat a mere blood demon, you'd better make way for me. This place is not suitable for you. It's too dangerous for you. Hurry up and go back." Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. "Damn kid, you're courting death. How dare you? Get lost." Those top prodigies were instantly enraged. Many of them were top prodigies who had rushed over from outside the realm. They had all comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Wherever they went, they were admired by tens of thousands of people. But now, they were being looked down upon? How could they endure this? Immediately, a terrifying power surged out and filled the sky. However, Lin Xian did not fear this. He crossed his hands behind his back, not caring at all. The several top prodigies in front coldly snorted. "Boy, if it weren't for the rules of this array formation, then you wouldn't have been able to withstand our pressure. You actually dare to tell me to get lost? I think you should screw off first." A man walked out. This man was tall and his body exuded a blood-infernal aura. He was also extremely tyrannical. There was a good show to watch. No one thought that Shui Man would actually attack. That boy was absolutely dead. Shui Man was extremely terrifying. He came from Blood Refining Planet and was said to have worshipped a half-step sage as his master. Moreover, what he cultivated was the blood infernal Tao. His aura matched the surrounding aura. Here. Not only would he not be suppressed, he could even increase his strength. That boy could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke a ruthless master like Shui Man. It was likely that he would die without a corpse remaining. The surrounding prodigies sneered, all of them looking on as if they were watching a play. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes flashing. He came from Blood Refining Planet? And he also worshipped a half-step sage as his master. This reminded him of not too long ago when he had casually killed a little ant. In the next moment, Lin Xian lightly asked, "What is your relationship with Lone Wolf?" "Lone Wolf? That is my junior apprentice brother." "How do you know him?" Shui Man frowned. Lone Wolf had already left Blood Refining Planet for a long time. He had said that he wanted to come to Cloud Planet to take revenge. However, several years had passed and there had been no news of Lone Wolf. This caused Shui Man to feel that something was wrong. Now that he heard this from Shui Man's mouth, he was immediately enraged. "It seems that you know something about my junior apprentice brother. Be a good boy and tell me." I can give you a quick and painless death. He was already killed by me because he provoked me. Just like you are now. So if you want to live, then kneel down, kowtow, and get the hell out of Cloud Planet. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his. Lin Xian was now a true half-step sage. How could he allow someone close to the Tao to provoke him? You are courting death. If you want to kill me, then go to hell first. Shui Man gave a loud shout and an endless blood-red light bloomed from his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into a monstrous demon king. A blood-red spear appeared in his hands. The Tao of Slaughter. As this spear thrust out, the entire space trembled. The surrounding sea of blood began to surge towards him. It was over. That boy had really died. Here, Shui Man's combat strength was far greater than in the outside world. Not only did he comprehend the Tao of Slaughter, but he had also comprehended the power of slaughter. Shui Man was absolutely a killing god. This was just a trivial power that bordered on the Tao. Lin Xian shook his head and punched out. With a bang, all of the blood-red light was completely shattered. Not only that, but the crimson spear was also shattered into pieces. What? How could this boy be so strong? The surrounding proud children of heaven's faces all paled. Shui Man's pupils shrank. This was bad. He had to hurry and retreat, but it was already too late. Lin Xian's palm stretched out. It was like a five-fingered mountain, firmly locking him in place. Stop. You cannot kill me. I am Ancestor Shui Pao's disciple. My master is a half-saint. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. Ancestor Shui Pao? A half-saint? Humph, if he dares to come find me, then I'll kill him too. Lin Xian didn't care. Damn. Shui Man screamed like a madman. He galvanized his strength that was close to the Tao to resist. But he discovered that he simply couldn't resist. Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. He couldn't even block a single move. He knew that he had offended someone that he couldn't afford to provoke. In the next moment, with a thud, he fell to his knees. I was wrong, please forgive me. The surrounding top proud children of heaven's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was Shui Man. Amongst them, he was an extremely powerful existence. But now, such a person was actually kneeling and begging for mercy. Now he knew how to kneel and beg for mercy? Too late. I gave you a chance, but now I won't. A half-saint had the dignity of a half-saint. Not just anyone could provoke them. As Lin Xian spoke, he didn't show any mercy. With a loud bang, Shui Man was turned into a bloody mist. Shui Man's body instantly exploded, but his soul managed to escape. Not just that, but his soul held a blood-red jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a monstrous aura of a half-saint. Then, a hazy figure appeared. It was an old man in a blood-red robe. His body emitted a monstrous slaughter aura, extremely terrifying. A half-saint phantom. Many proud children of heaven cried out in alarm. They felt their blood freeze. Obviously, this was a half-saint phantom that had been left in Shui Man's body to save his life in a moment of crisis. Wang, as this half-saint phantom appeared, it stared at Lin Xian. Who dares to harm my disciple? Kneel and accept your death. He stretched out a monstrous blood-red hand and viciously slapped towards Lin Xian. You want to fight me with a mere phantom of a half-saint? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a wisp of sharp flaming sword light appeared at the tip of his finger as he slashed forward. Pooh! The blood-red half-saint phantom was slashed into two, and then it was incinerated by monstrous flames and transformed into ash. Impossible! How could you possibly destroy my master's illusion? Shui Man's soul was stunned in the air. His final life-saving method had been destroyed, and it had been easily broken by this opponent. Who was this person? With a swoosh, his soul was destroyed by the sword. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Instantly, the surrounding geniuses began to tremble, and many of their faces turned pale. They were done for. They had provoked a god of death. This was a truly terrifying expert. So sorry, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, young master. A few of the older generation experts hurriedly apologized. They had lived for countless years and knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Now they naturally had to beg for mercy. As the geniuses from other realms heard this, their bodies shook. They quickly said, "Sorry, young master, please spare our lives." As they said this, they didn't dare to believe it. How proud were they? But now they had no choice but to bow their heads. "I'll spare your lives this time." Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, he looked ahead at the blood demons and resentful spirits. In the next moment, he walked forwards. The tall blood demon issued a fierce roar. "Boy, you're courting death," a saber slashed down. It was like a river of blood, causing the entire vault of heaven to split open. However, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. As the saber slashed down on his body, it emitted a heaven-shaking sound. Even so, he wasn't injured at all. Whoosh! He arrived in front of the blood demon, his aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Horrifying flames appeared on his body, as if they would burn the entire world. Ah! The blood demon in front of him emitted a miserable cry before it turned into a pool of blood. The surrounding resentful spirits were also affected. They screamed as if they had gone crazy. They had no choice. They were originally Yin creatures, and they were most afraid of the power of Yang. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was extremely terrifying. In addition, he now had a fragment of the law of fire. The power of Yang was definitely not something that the blood demons and resentful spirits could resist. "Who exactly are you?" The resentful spirits screamed as if they had gone crazy. They were the souls of the people who had died in the 77 cities. They had been refined by the Wan family's patriarch using a secret technique and retained their intelligence when they were alive. At this moment, they were screaming as if they had gone crazy. They had never seen such a terrifying person. "I'm Lin Wudi. Tell the Wan family's patriarch to come out." Lin Wudi. Hearing this, many of the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was actually Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. The geniuses from other realms were puzzled. Who exactly was he? He was an extremely terrifying top genius who had defeated the Nether King in the battle at Tianqiong Peak. The Nether King. The geniuses from other realms were shocked. The Nether King was also a top genius in the outer realms. He was even stronger than them. They did not expect him to be defeated by the other party. However, some people frowned. That was not right. Even if he defeated the Nether King, he could not fight against a half-sage. Where did he get his confidence from? The native powerhouses of Cloud Return Planet were also very puzzled. Could it be that the other party had called their master this time? In their opinion, for Lin Xian to possess such strength, there must be a terrifying family, clan, or holy land behind him. Perhaps this time, it was the Grand Elder or Patriarch of his family's sacred ground who had made a move. "You want to see my master? You'll have to get through me first. I don't care if you're Lin Wudi or Zhang Wudi. Go to hell today." A terrifying roar came from ahead. Then, the ground trembled and the void shattered. A terrifying figure walked out. This figure was extremely ferocious. His entire body was formed by resentful spirits. It seemed that he had used millions of resentful spirits. Every head was extremely ferocious and twisted. On the outside, there was a blood-red armor made from endless blood that firmly imprisoned these resentful spirits. On the armor, there were mysterious runes that flickered with a demonic power. The surrounding top geniuses swallowed their saliva. How terrifying. Fortunately, they did not act rashly just now. This new monster was too terrifying. He had far surpassed them and was close to a half-sage. Would this brat be able to withstand it? For a moment, their gazes turned to Lin Xian. Boom, the monster in front of them roared loudly. Endless resentment surged into the sky as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. He struck out with his palm, and monstrous waves of blood erupted with incomparable killing intent. "I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens." In the next moment, endless flames danced on his body, condensing into a flaming longsword in his hand, emitting a brilliant light. The expressions of the surrounding prodigies all changed. The pupils of those older generation figures also constricted abruptly. What a terrifying flame aura. Retreat quickly. They quickly retreated and watched from afar. The monsters and wraiths in front all trembled uneasily, letting out frenzied roars. The surrounding thousand ghost formation also seemed to be enraged, operating crazily. For a time, the front was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, like demons from hell. Kill, terrifying monsters, countless blood demons, and wraiths that filled the sky all charged over crazily. The flaming longsword in Lin Xian's hand also slashed down. At this moment, Lin Xian became incomparably terrifying, like a sword god. The longsword in his hand bloomed with resplendent light as it slashed down. The void shattered, and all the wraiths and monsters were reduced to ashes. The entire thousand ghost formation was split open by a sword. A crack appeared in the ground, spreading into the distance. This sword split the entire ghost domain apart. Behind, those outer realm prodigies were almost fainted from fright. Damn it, who the hell was this person? How could there be such a terrifying monster on Cloud Return Planet? If they knew, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Those powerhouses on Cloud Return Planet were also terrified. They racked their brains but could not figure out which family or sacred ground the other party was from. Outside, those martial artists who were still wandering around the ghost domain also screamed. They discovered that the ghost domain in front of them suddenly split into two halves from the middle. Endless flames shot into the sky. The ghost domain was split open, someone screamed, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Impossible, right? They had deeply experienced how terrifying the ghost domain was during this period of time. Even a half-sage could not do anything to it. But now, it was actually split open. Who the hell was it? Could it be that a saint made a move? Inside the ghost domain, Lin Xian split open the thousand ghost formation with a sword. Then, his gaze was like a magic lamp, looking ahead. Old ghost of the Wan family, still not coming out? Do you want me to personally drag you out? Damn it, who is it? How dare you disturb my cultivation? A terrifying sound rang out as the void continued to shatter. The surrounding elite skyprides were coughing up mouthfuls of blood as well. The might of a half-step saint, not good, retreat quickly. They retreated frantically as if they had seen a ghost. Although they were geniuses from outside the realm and local powerhouses, they had only comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Compared to a half-saint, he was still far from it. Therefore, they were completely unable to contend against a half-saint. No matter how many people there were, it was useless even if they attacked together. They could only keep retreating. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward. With every step he took, a flame would rise from his feet. In the end, the flames in the sky burned all of the ghost chi. What a pretentious prick, you were already at the end of your tether, but in order to increase your strength, you didn't hesitate to slaughter millions of living beings. You truly deserve to die. I let you escape last time, but I won't let you escape this time. Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing the last sentence, the surrounding skypride's eyes almost popped out. What? He escaped last time. Could it be that this kid had already fought with a half-step saint before? Heavens! They were about to faint from fright. In the depths of the ghost realm, the Wan family's patriarch screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. Damn kid, it's you. With a boom, he broke through countless voids and appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the Wan family's patriarch had turned into a middle-aged man. His muscles were bulging, and his blood was monstrous. It was obvious that the blood of millions of powerhouses had allowed him to recover. The Wan family's patriarch was surrounded by a sea of blood that turned into armor and enveloped him. A blood-red longsword appeared in his hand as he stepped into the air step by step. Kid, it's really you. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell. The current me is no longer at the end of my tether. I have recovered to my peak. As he roared, the void within millions of miles shattered, and the entire world turned into a blood-red sea. In the sky, blood-red clouds appeared and shrouded everyone. This is my world. I am the ruler of this entire world. A king could use a domain, while a saint could use a world. In this world, a saint's laws were the ruler. Although a half-step saint was unable to form their own world, they still far surpassed a domain. What the other party said was right. In this cloud-like space, the Wan family's patriarch was the ruler. The surrounding martial artists were so scared that they shivered. They knelt on the ground, shivering. Even the proud children of heaven from outside the realm were filled with despair. They could feel law fragments dancing between the heavens and earth. They simply couldn't resist. It was over. They might really die here, they were filled with incomparable regret. However, some people said, no, we still have a glimmer of hope. That is the person in front of us, Lin Wuti. Yes, he was Lin Wuti. He had defeated the Deep King and killed Shui Man. Perhaps he had a way to deal with the Wan family's patriarch. What a joke. He was only from the younger generation. At most, he had comprehended a strength that neared the Tao. How could he possibly contend with a half-step saint? Do you know what the power of a law fragment is? Some people shook their heads, their faces filled with despair. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. In front of them, Lin Xian looked up at the sky, at the blood. Energy that overflowed with blood. He sneered. Had he recovered to his peak? So what? His opponent's strength had risen, but so had he. Now, he had become a true half-step saint. He even had the confidence to contend with a saint. Much less his opponent, ha ha ha. Boy, you are too arrogant. I admit that you are strong. Although you are only a perfect king and have comprehended a strength that nears the Tao, you are still able to contend with me. But, that is only the weakest me. 2 years ago, I had just awakened and my strength was very weak. But now, I have already reached the peak. Compared to before, my strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. With a single hand, I can slap you to death. Don't worry. Once I grab your soul, I will let you experience 100 reincarnations. And your mortal body will be mine. The Wan family's patriarch had recovered to his peak. His killing intent soared to the heavens, unstoppable. It was as if he could control everything. With a boom, as his voice fell, an incomparably ethereal blood-red palm pressed down from the sky. On the palm, accompanied by the law of clouds fragment, it was as if the real heavens were descending, making it impossible to stop. Boom. Boom, boom. As soon as the palm landed, all the cultivators within 1,000,000 miles were sent flying. Regardless of whether it was the older generation experts or the geniuses from the outer realm, they were all sent flying. They couldn't withstand it at all. Their bodies were shattered, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Only after retreating a few million miles did they heave a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of a half-step saint? With just a casual strike, the storm was enough to seriously injure them. If they were hit head-on, they probably wouldn't survive even if they had 100 lives. It's over. That Lin Wuti is probably dead. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Interesting. Today, I'll use you as a test. Endless flames erupted from his body. Each one of them jumped around like a fire dragon, roaring non-stop. There was an extremely terrifying aura on it. With a boom, he punched out with the 9 Suns' divine fist. It was like a golden crow rampaging in the sky. The two collided in the sky, shattering the void for millions of miles. Everyone was sent flying again. There was chaos in front of them, as if the end of the world had happened. Amidst countless terrified screams, the blood-red hand quickly shattered. A golden fist shot into the sky, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. As for the Wan family's patriarch, he was sent flying like a kite. Blood splattered in the sky. This was the blood of a half-step sage. It easily pierced through everything, causing the ground to sink and endless black holes to appear. Lin Xian's body bloomed with flames. He was like a god of war. He charged forward forcefully, and his cold voice resounded throughout the world. Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Millions of miles away, countless geniuses raised their heads and stared at this scene, dumbfounded. This scene was deeply imprinted in their minds. Even after 1,000 years, they could still remember it clearly. Finally, someone broke the silence. A scream rang out. The half-step sage was sent flying. Heavens, how did he do it? What did he say? Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Could it be that he's also a half-step sage? No way. How could he be a half-step sage at such a young age? He's Lin Wuti. Wasn't he someone who was close to the Tao? How did he become a half-step sage now? Screams rang out crazily. They weren't familiar with Lin Xian. In fact, they might not even recognize him if they met him face to face. However, they had heard of Lin Wuti's name. Previously, Lin Wuti had defeated the Nether King and his name had shaken the entire cloud-returning planet. However, Lin Wudi was only a genius who was close to the Tao at that time. Now, he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his advancement was too fast. If news of this spread, it would probably scare a group of grand elders to death. Ah, damn brat. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, a figure soared into the sky, roaring madly. His body was covered in blood light, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was the Wan clan's ancestor. He was injured. He was actually injured by a young man's punch. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? 2 years ago, he had fought with the other party and was injured by the other party at that time. However, at that time, he had just woken up and was like a lamp without oil, so he couldn't use his strength at all. Now, he had already recovered to his peak. However, the outcome was still the same. In fact, the situation was even worse than back then. He was actually injured by a single punch. He couldn't believe that the other party's strength had increased even more than his. How was this possible? No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How could you possibly be a half-saint? It had only been 2 years since they last met, and he had already become a half-saint. Even the patriarch of the Wan clan had never seen such a cultivation speed before. He guessed that Su Chen must have swallowed some medicinal pills to forcefully increase his cultivation. Such a person couldn't be compared to a true half-saint. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. Whoosh, the cloud of mist continued to expand, enveloping the entire world. Countless figures of the Wan clan's patriarch appeared in all directions. Each of them was incomparably real. They carried the power of the precept fragments. The people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. What kind of divine ability was this? How could he create so many clones? Furthermore, each of them was carrying fragments. Which one was the real one? They couldn't see clearly at all. Haha, kid, go to hell now. Countless clones moved together in the sky and on the ground, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A golden light appeared in his eyes and swept in all directions. However, in the next moment, he was slightly stunned. He couldn't see through it for a while, so what? No matter how much the other party's secret technique was, it was useless. 9-yang divine sword, illuminate mountains and rivers. With a long roar, boundless flames formed a divine sword in Lin Xian's hand. The long sword swept across, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. At this moment, every space between heaven and earth was filled with flaming sword chi. Countless half-step sage clones were enveloped by all the sword chi. In the next moment, these clones were completely pierced through. None of them escaped. With a bang, a figure was sent flying. It was the Wan family's patriarch's true body. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how was this possible? His divine ability had been destroyed by the other party's sword chi again. This was too powerful. With a slash of the sword, there was no way to hide within 1,000,000 miles. Cloud Spear, the Wan family's patriarch roared. A cloud spear appeared in his hand and directly pierced out. Buzz, the cloud spear disappeared without a trace. Kid, the cloud is ethereal and traceless. Let's see how you block it. Indeed, the Wan family's patriarch's cloud law was so ethereal. Not only was his speed extremely fast and his movement technique was strange, but his attacks were also extremely strange. Buzz, on Lin Xian's left, the void shattered and a long spear pierced over. Bang, it sent Lin Xian flying. It hit, countless people exclaimed. The Wan family's patriarch's lips curled into a smile. Hee hee, kid, I knew it. You can't block my technique. Before he could finish his words, his body began to tremble because he realized that Lin Xian had returned once again without any injuries on his body. How was this possible? It couldn't pierce through. How could your physique be so strong? The Wan family's patriarch was stunned. So what if the other party had the body of a half-step sage? How could he not shatter the other party's attack? Lin Xian sneered. Sorry, you didn't hit at all. Indeed, the moment the long spear was about to pierce him, he directly sent it flying with his sword. Since I've taken so many of your attacks, then you should take one of mine. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He stared at the other party. In the next moment, he waved the light sword in his hand, and it turned into a golden river of flames that surged out. The terrifying heat wave could melt everything in the world. The sword was like a fire dragon, roaring incomparably. Everyone was shocked. That was because Lin Xian's sword strike was simply too terrifying. The Wan family's patriarch's body went numb. He felt that he couldn't resist. In the next moment, he used the Cloud Law fragment to the extreme and dodged quickly. The Cloud Law disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the Wan family's patriarch merged into the void and disappeared. It's over. That kid might not be able to catch me. Yes, the Cloud Law was too strange. Moreover, if a half-step sage wanted to escape, it was impossible to stop him. The people in the distance sighed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to escape? Do you think you can escape? The great dragon sword spirit roared, and the power of his sword chi erupted once again. With a loud boom, the sword slashed through the void. A figure flew out. The Wan family's ancestor was stunned in midair, unable to believe what had happened. His body slowly split into two halves. Then, his blood turned into a sea of blood, roaring in the air. What? The Wan family's ancestor was split in half. How was this possible? How did he do it? The Wan family's ancestor had already turned into a cloud of mist and could not be attacked at all. How did he kill him? Were these people crazy? To be honest, even the Wan family's ancestor did not know how he was injured. He did not know that Lin Xian's dragon sword soul could destroy everything. It could even cut through the void, let alone a cloud of mist. I told you, I won't let you go this time. So, you can go to hell. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. In the void, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Countless runes flashed, and together with the law of fire, it burned the ancestor's soul. Ah, the Wan family's ancestor was disdainful before, but now he let out a miserable cry. The other party had such a mysterious and terrifying eye technique. He had miscalculated. No, the Wan family's ancestor screamed crazily and spat out countless black mist surrounding him. The black mist was incomparably cold. Could it be formed by the souls of millions of powerhouses? He did not expect the Wan family's ancestor to be so vicious. Some of the older generation experts in the distance exclaimed, "Don't be enveloped by this dark cloud, it specializes in hurting souls." Indeed, after being enveloped by the dark cloud, the Wan family's ancestor's soul actually survived. Even Lin Xian was shocked by this. It seemed that a half-sage was indeed strong. If he did not have a special ability, it would be difficult to kill him. However, this could not do anything to Lin Xian. No matter how strong the other party was, no matter how many treasures he had, he could send him to hell. Buzz, in Lin Xian's eyes, the Tianji divine eye exploded again. At the same time, the dragon sword soul also entered this mysterious eye. With a boom, the power of the Tianji divine eye multiplied. Instantly, the dark cloud was mercilessly torn apart and burned fiercely, turning into nothingness. Ah! Impossible. How could you possibly break through my dark clouds? The Wan family's old ancestor screamed like a madman. He really couldn't understand how Lin Xian's battle prowess could still increase. This was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. The soul of the Wan family old ancestor wanted to escape. But in the end, it was burned to ashes. With a boom, his corpse fell from the sky, shattering the mountains and rivers within 1,000,000 miles. The void couldn't bear the body and blood of a half-saint. Dead, the surrounding people were all stunned. They realized that even after a long time, the Wan clan's old ancestor was still unable to revive. This meant that the other party had been completely killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A dignified sage-to-be had actually died? Oh heavens! How could this be? This was truly too shocking to them. After all, a half-saint was someone who had one foot in the saint realm. That kind of person was about to transcend heaven and earth. Even if he encountered a strong enemy and couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But now? A half-saint had died in front of them. Lin Xian took the Wan clan's old ancestor's storage ring, then turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The surrounding people's scalps went numb. They knew that a huge earthquake and a huge storm had occurred again. The death of a half-saint was definitely an endless storm. As expected, the news spread at the speed of light. Soon, the entire cloud-returning planet knew about it. A half-saint had fallen. Moreover, it was killed by a young genius. Lin Wudi? Did you say that Lin Wudi had already become a half-saint? How could this be? When they learned that it was Lin Wudi who had killed the half-saint, they all went crazy. Previously, when Lin Wudi and the Nether King fought on Heaven's Peak, he was only a young person who had comprehended the power of the Tao. Only 1 or 2 years had passed, and he had already become a half-saint. How was this possible? How did the Tao do it? These people were all crazy. The older generation figures were also stunned. One had to know that many of the older generation powerhouses had been stuck in the 9-star Grand Garden for 1 or 2,000 years. However, they had never been able to take that step. But now, there was a young man who could take that step in 1 or 2 years. They could not believe it at all. Even the most monstrous genius could not do it. There must be a secret. Damn it, that kid must have a secret. He might have a way to become a half-saint. In an instant, countless people were shocked. Countless large sects and large family clans were burning with passion as they searched for Lin Wudi. However, they had lost track of Lin Wudi. If a half-saint wanted to hide, they would not be able to find him at all. The Qi clan. The Qi clan's old ancestor was shocked. He did not personally go to the demonic realm. However, when he received the news, he personally went to the scene. When he returned, his mood was extremely solemn. That was because he sensed a familiar aura at the scene of the battle. He thought of that person again. However, he could not believe that the other party had already become a half-saint. The other party had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future achievements were limitless. He was a genius who had the potential to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, the Qi clan's old ancestor took a deep breath. At the same time, he asked, "Siyu, have you found any news about young Master Lin?" Qi Siyu shook her head. She could not find anything. Forget it, there was no need to investigate. The old ancestor shook his head. If the other party was really a half-saint, they would not be able to find anything. In an instant, everyone was talking about Lin Wudi. At the same time, a tsunami occurred on Blood Refining Planet. An endless sea of blood surged and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The martial artists on Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, had Patriarch Xuepao gone mad? What was going on? Wasn't he in seclusion? It was said that he would not wake up for 1 or 200 years. Why had he come out in just a few years? The crowd didn't know. They only saw a blood-red figure rushing into the clouds, arriving above the 9 heavens, letting out endless roars. Lin Wudi, how dare you kill 2 of my disciples and destroy my soul fragment? I will tear you to pieces. Patriarch Xuepao roared at the sky. He could not tolerate it, so he decided to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue cultivating in seclusion. Cloud returning planet, right? Alright, I'll go there personally and kill you. After Lin Xian killed the Wan family's old ancestor, he took his storage ring and left. He came to an uninhabited mountain range, set up an array, and entered. Then, Lin Xian began to search through the Wan family's old ancestor's storage ring. Let me see the collection of a half-saint. What do you think? Lin Xian's soul entered. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that the collection of a half-martial ancestor was too rich. Lin Xian took a look at those pills. They were all needed by the half-step sage realm. He could use them. He could also use those spirit herbs for cultivation. What about those martial arts cultivation methods? Lin Xian took a cursory glance. He did not care about these. What he cared about now was the comprehension of the Great Tao. Sure enough, the Wan family's patriarch had the comprehension of the Great Tao. There was a stone tablet with the comprehension of the law of clouds carved on it. Although it was not words and only an aura, Lin Xian could feel it. And he could clearly sense it. Next, Lin Xian sensed the law of clouds. Clouds were formless, shadowless, and traceless. They were very similar to wind, so Lin Xian's comprehension of the law of clouds increased his movement speed again. Not only that, but his comprehension of the law of fire and the power of annihilation also increased. Combined with the plenilune seed and the Great Tao comprehension scripture, Lin Xian's comprehension of the Great Tao deepened. 3 months later. After Lin Xian came out, He received news that Blood Refining Planet's patriarch Shui Pao was coming to Cloud Returning Planet to kill him. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly spread the word that he did not need to come. A month later, Blood Refining Planet would personally take the dog's head. Lin Xian's words were executed. Heaven and earth spiritual energy automatically condensed, forming a decree that did not dissipate for a long time in the clouds. All the warriors in all directions saw it. They looked up and saw the decree left in the sky. They were extremely shocked. Lin Wuди and Patriarch Shui Pao were going to fight. This was big news. In an instant, the news spread throughout the world. Soon, everyone on Cloud Return Planet knew about it. No one expected Lin Wudi to be so arrogant and take the initiative to kill his way to their door. This news spread to Blood Refining Planet through the ancient path of the stars. Patriarch Shui Pao was so angry that he vomited blood. This damn brat was too much. Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. A month later, on the Great Blood Plains, we will fight to the death. Patriarch Shui Pao replied domineeringly. The warriors on Cloud Returning Planet and Blood Refining Planet were all boiling with excitement. Two half-sages were going to fight to the death. This was definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Countless people were preparing to head to the Scarlet Plains to watch the battle. After all, they absolutely couldn't miss such a battle. One by one, the grand elders and sect leaders of the major clans and holy lands made their way to Xiaolong. Even the half-saints were alarmed by it. Ancestor Shui Pao had been famous for a long time, and he was extremely powerful. He was well known throughout the Blood Refining Planet, and he was an extremely terrifying existence. He wondered if this Lin Wudi would be able to defeat him. It was said that Lin Wudi had killed the old ancestor of the Wan clan. He would definitely be able to defeat old ancestor Shui Pao. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. That might not be the case. The Wan family's patriarch was already at the end of his rope. Although he had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his qi and blood, it was still too weak. However, Patriarch Shui Pao was different. He was at his peak and his strength was far from what Patriarch Wan could compare to. The supreme elders and sect leaders quickly analyzed the situation. Soon, a half-saint released the news that 500 years ago, Patriarch Shui Pao had made a name for himself. At that time, 2 half-saints had died in his hands, and he had suppressed the other 2 half-saints to the point that they didn't dare to come out of seclusion. One could only imagine how powerful Patriarch Shui Pao was. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Patriarch Shui Pao was actually so powerful. They were all half-saints, but the difference in strength between them was extremely huge. It was obvious that Patriarch Shui Pao was a very powerful half-saint. This time, Lin Wudi was really careless. The Blood Refining Planet was extremely lively at this moment. The battle between Lin Wudi and Patriarch Shui Pao had caused a huge commotion, causing the surrounding star realms and extraterritorial geniuses to rush over. In the sky, a stalwart man wearing a yellow robe embroidered with a giant dragon descended. He had the aura of a king. So terrifying. Who was that? That was the extraterritorial genius, Jun Wuya. He had comprehended the path of kings. Didn't they see that many of the geniuses around him had submitted to him? What? How could he be so terrifying? Jun Wuya's gaze was calm. There were many geniuses following him. Some of them were willing to submit to him. The other portion had been subdued by his powerful sovereign kings when he fought with them. In short, Jun Wuya's arrival caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked over in his direction. "You're really here," a voice sounded. Jun Wuya turned his head and looked over. His eyes were emitting a piercing light. "It's you." It was a gentle and beautiful woman. She was Yu Linglong from the Outstanding Scholar Residence. At this moment, Yu Linglong was even more beautiful than before. Moreover, there was a special aura around her that made the hearts of countless young geniuses flutter. "It seems like you're also here for the half-saint battle," Yu Linglong said softly. Jun Wuya nodded. "That's right. It was rare to see a half-life battle. Moreover, it was said that one of them was a very young genius. I can't imagine what kind of genius could enter the half-saint realm at such a young age. Yes, I'm afraid even the North Demon can't do it." "That's right. I don't think that Lin Xian can defeat the North Demon either." It seemed like there were many geniuses on the ancient path of the stars. While the two of them were talking, another figure appeared. Long time no see, the two of you. As soon as this person appeared, he brought with him a monstrous demonic aura. The surrounding people were so frightened that they quickly retreated. It's so scary. The Demon King is here, it's close to the power of Tao. The demonic aura was familiar. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong were stunned. Then, they turned their heads to look. Hey Mo, they recognized that the person was Hey Mo from the outstanding scholar residence. However, the current black demon was much stronger than he had been before. He was emitting a piercing aura. It was obvious that he had successfully comprehended the power of Tao. After Hey Mo arrived, he was in high spirits. He looked at Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong with a strong battle intent in his eyes. However, he didn't fight. Instead, he asked, "Are the two of you the only ones here? Where are the others? Is Lin Xian here?" When they were at the outstanding scholar residence, Hey Mo didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, in the final ranking battle, Lin Xian soared and defeated the North Demon, becoming the #1 in the outstanding scholar residence. At that time, Hey Mo didn't even comprehend the power of Tao. The gap between them was simply too great. This made Hey Mo feel despair. Later, Hey Mo left the outstanding scholar residence and went to the Fallen Abyss. He painstakingly cultivated there, risking his life in the face of death, and finally comprehended the power of the devil. Now, he was also one of the top experts who had comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, his Tao of Demon was absolutely terrifying. He was confident that he could fight Lin Xian. He might even be able to defeat him. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong frowned. How dare Hey Mo talk to them like that? One had to know that Hey Mo was very respectful in front of him. However, soon, the two of them snorted. Yu Linglong said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian hadn't come yet, and the North Demon hadn't come either. Who knew where Han Fei had gone? So far, it should be just the few of us. But don't worry. As long as they are in the nearby planets, they will come. After all, a battle between half-saints was rare. Okay, I will wait for him here. Hey Mo roared, his eyes filled with arrogance. After meeting Lin Xian, he would defeat him with his own hands. More and more people came to the Great Crimson Plains. Many geniuses and experts from the outer regions arrived. The local martial artists of the blood refining planet had arrived early. All of them were discussing intensely. Tell me, what kind of person is Lin Wudi? Yes, he is too bold. How dare he challenge Patriarch Xue Pao? Patriarch Xue Pao had been a half-saint for hundreds of years. He was a veteran half-saint and was very powerful. Lin Wudi is said to be a young man. I don't know what kind of luck he had to become a half-saint. He is very powerful among the younger generation, but compared to a veteran half-saint, he is nothing. I don't know. I heard that he is from the cloud-returning planet. I heard from the people of the cloud-returning planet that Lin Wudi is not simple. He defeated the Nether King and then killed a half-saint. It seems that he killed both of Patriarch Xue Pao's disciples. What? Lin Wudi is so powerful, he is too arrogant. He dares to touch Patriarch Xue Pao's people. At this moment, a genius from the cloud-returning planet walked over. He heard the discussion and said calmly, I don't think Lin Wudi will win. From what I know, the Wan family patriarch he killed was a half-saint at the end of his life. Although he used a secret technique to increase his qi and blood, he was not at his peak. Moreover, the patriarch of the Wan family was only at an ordinary level among the half-saints. That was why he was killed by Lin Wudi. However, Patriarch Xue Pao is different. As far as I know, Patriarch Xue Pao is at his peak and unfathomable. That Lin Wudi probably didn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. He did not expect that Return Cloud Planet's powerhouses would actually bring such news. In an instant, it engulfed the entire Great Scarlet Plains. Was there no chance of winning? Yu Linglong frowned slightly. Hey Mo, who was beside her, sneered. How could a young man defeat an older half-saint? The law's comprehensions that both sides grasped were different. Yes, I have stayed on the blood refining planet for a long time. Patriarch Xue Pao is infamous throughout the entire blood refining planet. A flirtatious voice sounded. They turned around and saw Shui Jiyu walking over. At this moment, Shui Jiyu had also comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. You're all here. On the other side, Han Fei also came over. Surprisingly, Huangfu Badian was with him. Looks like these people from our prodigy warrior manor are basically all gathered together. Only the northern monster and Lin Xian were left. I know a little about the northern monster. He seems to have completely left this star field and gone to another star world. I don't think he will come. Han Fei said in a deep voice. As for Lin Xian? I don't know. He seems to be the last to leave. I don't know where he is now. Humph, that kid is too arrogant. Perhaps he has died outside. Hey Mo sneered. Buzz, suddenly, there was a suppressive force between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding people to tremble and their blood to freeze. Damn it, what's going on? A half-saint is here, a half-saint is here. Where is he? When this news came out, everyone was shocked. It did not appear, so it should be hiding its aura. However, there was still a trace of half-saint's aura. It was likely that more than one half-saint had come to watch this battle. On the Great Scarlet Plains, a few figures descended. One of them was an old man with a red face and a majestic gait. Beside him was a beautiful woman. It was the Qi family's patriarch and Qi Siyu. Behind them were two elders of the Qi family and the top geniuses. The sect master of the Big Dipper sect and the Grand Elder had also come. At the same time, Gaopeng had also come. On the other side, a figure with a pitch-black body like a demon king descended forcefully, causing countless people to exclaim. His aura was very similar to He Mo's, but upon closer inspection, it was different. The Nether King was here, countless people exclaimed. The Nether King was very famous in the starry sky. Even on the blood-refining planet, he was somewhat famous. At this moment, his arrival immediately caused a commotion. In an instant, many people surrounded him. I heard that you fought with Lin Wudi and lost to him. Is that true? Was Lin Wudi really just a person who had comprehended something close to the Tao at that time? Then 2 years later, how did he become a half-saint? Exclamations of surprise and doubt sounded. Yu Ming shouted coldly, get lost. A pitch-black moon appeared on his body, crushing the entire void. Its powerful aura made everyone's scalp go numb. They quickly retreated, no longer daring to be arrogant. Previously, they had been too excited to the point that they had forgotten that this was a terrifying powerhouse. There were a few people beside the Nether King. One of them was wearing a black robe embroidered with a few shining stars. His name was Seven Lights, and he came from the same world as the Nether King. However, he was even stronger than the Nether King. At this moment, Seven Lights looked at the Nether King and frowned slightly. Are you sure that the Lin Wudi who fought with Patriarch Xue Pao is the young man who defeated you? The Nether King shook his head. I'm not sure, but it should be good. After all, there were not many people who dared to use such an arrogant name. Indeed, this Lin Wudi was really arrogant. The ancient path of the stars was so deep and there were so many geniuses in the universe. Who dared to call himself invincible? This Lin Wudi was too arrogant. Seven Lights shook his head slightly. Let's see. If it's that person, then I admit defeat. If it's not that person, then I'll accompany you to Cloud Planet. I'd like to see just how powerful the person who defeated you is. How dare he call himself invincible? At this point, Seven Lights' eyes exploded with a cold light. Forefather, is Lin Wudi really young Master Lin? On the other side, Qi Siyu asked in a low voice. Until now, she still didn't believe it. If I'm not wrong, it should be him. Because I felt young Master Lin's aura from the ghost realm. However, I'm only 70% sure. Qi Siyu was stunned. She didn't expect that young Master Lin who helped the Qi family was a half-saint. Forefather, does that young Master Lin have a chance of winning? Can he defeat Patriarch Xue Pao? It's very difficult. The Qi family's forefather sighed. Hearing this, Qi Siyu exclaimed. She really did not know about this. The patriarch of the Qi family continued. At that time I exchanged 900 blows with Xue Pao and lost. At that time I was at the peak of my power. What? Patriarch, you lost to Xue Pao? Qi Siyu was shocked. The patriarch of the Qi family was so powerful that he was like a god in her heart. However, such a person was defeated by Patriarch Xue Pao. She could imagine how terrifying Patriarch Xue Pao was. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, his chances of winning would be very slim. The patriarch of the Qi family sighed. It was normal for a young man to show off his abilities. He probably had to suffer a little before he could put away his pride. But don't worry. If he was really a sage to be, even if he was defeated, it should not be a problem for him to escape. Qi Siyu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that his life would not be in danger. The patriarch of the Qi family looked serious because he still could not believe that Lin Wudi was Lin Xian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Patriarch Xue Pao had arrived. Everyone raised their heads to look. The sky in the distance suddenly turned red, like a sea of blood that kept surging. In the sea of blood, a figure flew quickly and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Buzz, the monstrous smell of blood and boundless pressure surged in the sky like hundreds of thousands of bloody mountains. Everyone trembled under the pressure and felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, is this Patriarch Xue Pao? Many people exclaimed. It was too terrifying. His aura alone was enough to kill a group of geniuses. No one below the sage-to-be level could compare to him. Damn it, Patriarch Xue Pao's aura has become stronger. The patriarch of the Qi family frowned. He was afraid that Patriarch Xue Pao was much stronger than he was 300 years ago. He originally thought that Lin Xian would have a chance of winning, but now it seemed that he did not even have a chance of winning. Patriarch Xue Pao looked around in the sky, his powerful aura surging in the sky. Suddenly, he was stunned and stared in a direction. His gaze turned into two rivers of blood, surging and roaring. Immediately, the martial artists in that direction were all pressed to the ground, trembling. At the same time, they were terrified. Was Ancestor Xue Pao going to attack them? Qi Siyu, the Qi family's elders, and the Skyprites felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. Luckily, the figure of the progenitor beside them flickered, and the aura of a half-martial sacred encapsulated them. Blood Robe, long time no see. It's been more than 300 years. I didn't expect your aura to become so strong again. The ancestor of the Qi family said indifferently. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Heavens, from his tone, could it be that he's also a half-saint? Everyone's expression became incomparably interesting. In the sky, Ancestor Xue Pao narrowed his eyes. I was wondering who it was. So it was you, the old ghost from the Qi clan. I heard that you were injured when you fell into the abyss. Are you about to die? Why is it recovering now? I didn't expect that you would actually inquire about me. The old ancestor of the Qi clan laughed. Oh, recovered? Patriarch Xue Pao was stunned. He had heard of the Qi clan's patriarch's injuries. Even a half-step pill saint was helpless. In his opinion, there was no hope for the other party. But who would have thought that the other party would be able to restore it? From the looks of it, the other party must have had a special opportunity. The two half-saints were talking. Their powerful half-saint aura surrounded the area. The entire Scarlet Plain was silent. Was this the might of a semi-sage? Black Demon, Jun Wuya, and the others trembled and clenched their fists. They yearned for this power too much. In the sky, Ancestor Xue Pao retracted his gaze and asked coldly. Is Lin Wudi not here yet? His voice reverberated throughout the land, but no one responded. Seeing this, Ancestor Xue Pao snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged in the air. The blood sea surrounded him. Everyone else braced themselves and waited here. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't find any trace of Lin Wudi, which made everyone a little impatient. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the kid wasn't coming? Maybe he was boasting before, but after knowing how powerful Ancestor Xue Pao was, he was too scared to come. What's going on? We traveled thousands of miles across the starry sky to come here, but he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Some people were very dissatisfied. However, there were also some powerful elders who snorted coldly. Young man, don't you have any patience, let alone a day, even if you wait a year? So what? Yes, didn't you see that Ancestor Xue Pao didn't say anything? Everyone looked at the sky and found that Ancestor Xue Pao was motionless, as if he was asleep. Well, let's wait a little longer. Many people gritted their teeth. After all, they had put in a lot of effort to come here. They couldn't just leave like that. Young Master Lin, please don't come. Xianxia prayed in her heart. To be honest, she didn't want Lin Xian to come at all. However, the Qi clan's patriarch raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky in the distance. He's here. As soon as he said that, everyone around was shocked and spread the news in all directions. Everyone knew that the other party was here. In the next moment, countless people widened their eyes. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Is he here? Is that Lin Wuti really coming? Is he really from the younger generation? Could it be that he's an old monster who looks younger? Exclamations came one after another. What? He's here. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect her prayers to be useless. On the other side, Jun Wuya, Hamo, Yu Linglong, and the others also looked over. The Nether King and Seven Lights also looked up. In the sky, a figure descended. He was very fast and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. It was a handsome young man in a red robe. His black hair was like a waterfall that fluttered in the wind. He didn't emit a sharp aura like ancestor Xue Pao. In fact, no one could even sense his aura. Unfathomable, it's him, it's really him. The Qi clan's patriarch's eyes flickered. The Nether King's side was shocked. Although he already knew that it was Lin Wuti, he still couldn't accept it. The most surprised people were Jun Wuya, Hamo, Yu Linglong, and the others. They looked at the figure in the sky with their eyes wide open. Their minds were blank. Isn't that Lin Xian? Like I said, this kid won't not come. That's not right. He's not here to watch the battle, but to accept the challenge. What? That's impossible. Could it be that he's Lin Wuti? They were all dumbfounded. Impossible, Hamo was the first to scream. What a joke. How could that guy be Lin Wuti? Lin Wuti is a half-saint, Lin Xian is already a half-saint. How long has it been? Not only Hamo, but Yu Linglong, Jun Wuya, and Han Fei also couldn't believe it. After Lin Xian descended from the sky, he looked at the blood-red figure in the distance and said coldly. You are Patriarch Xue Pao. Buzz. Patriarch Xue Pao opened his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. He was also carefully observing Lin Xian and was extremely shocked. He was too young. He couldn't imagine that such a young person would be a half-step sage. But soon, he stopped thinking about it. So what if he was young and a genius? Today, he would kill him with his own hands. Kid, you killed my disciple and destroyed my soul fragment. You must die, kneel down now and I can leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will turn you into one of the 3,000 rivers of blood. You will never be reincarnated, just you? I'm afraid you can't do it. Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly burst out and turned into a shocking divine sword that shot into the sky. The terrifying flames lit up the entire sky. At this moment, Lin Xian was unstoppable. As soon as the aura was released, all the surrounding geniuses trembled again. The power of half a lifetime, the Qi family's patriarch's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Xianxia, who was next to him, was stunned. On the other side, the Nether King, 7 luminaries, Yu Linglong, Hamo, and the others were extremely shocked. The power of a half-step sage, impossible. He had the power of a half-step sage. He was a half-step sage, these people were going crazy. Lin Xian was a half-step sage. This was beyond their understanding. They remembered that when they left the House of Extraordinary Warriors, Lin Xian had only comprehended the power of Tao, but now, he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his improvement was too fast. They had never heard of any monster who could cultivate at such a speed. Hamo's body trembled and his face was extremely pale. This kind of irresistible fear once again shrouded him. Previously, during the ranking competition at the House of Extraordinary Warriors, Lin Xian had grasped the power of Tao. At that time, he had this kind of fear and despair. Since then, he had gone through countless life and death battles and finally comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, he could finally avenge his humiliation and even defeat his opponent. However, when they met again, he noticed that Yangming had already left him in the dust and became a half-saint. This was a kind of despair. From now on, Mo would live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. In the sky, Ancestor Schwephao's eyes shone brightly. I didn't expect you to really be a half-saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Patriarch Schwephao rose to his feet, and as he did, the 3,000 seas of blood behind him began to roar. However, you really don't know life from death, there are strong and weak half-saints as well. You have no chance of winning against me. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the world, causing everyone to tremble. Indeed, they were all semi-sage experts. However, there was a difference in strength between them. There was no doubt that Patriarch Schwephao was a very powerful half-saint. There's no point in talking anymore. Make your move. Let me see how strong you are, Patriarch Schwephao. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He could feel his blood boiling. Ever since he became a half-saint, he had not used his full strength. Previously, Patriarch Wan's blood had dried up. Although he had improved his secret technique, he could not reach the peak. Therefore, in that battle, Lin Xian did not use his full strength. Today's battle with Patriarch Schwephao was something that Lin Xian had been looking forward to for a long time. He wanted to properly test his strength and see just how strong he was now. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Tens of thousands of rays of blood-red light bloomed from Patriarch Schwephao's body, sweeping across the entire world. He was like a blood-red demon king, displaying his powerful strength at this moment. Between heaven and earth, the sea of blood roared and engulfed Lin Xian. It's too scary. Retreat quickly. The surrounding geniuses and experts who were watching the battle frantically retreated. They had no choice. They did not expect Patriarch Schwephao to display such a terrifying aura as soon as he appeared. The precept fragment could easily kill them. Good timing. Lin Xian roared. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes shone with a cold light. His fist was like a sun, dancing in the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sea of blood burned. Their precept fragments collided in the air. Every strike was like a clap of thunder. With a wave of his hand, everything within 1,000,000 miles turned into chaos. A terrifying black hole appeared, as if it was going to swallow everything. It's too scary. Other than the Qi family's patriarch and a few other hidden half-saints who could remain calm, everyone else was pushed 5,000,000 miles away. The entire Scarlet Plain was overturned in an instant. He was actually this powerful. Nether King was shocked. Beside him, Seven Radiance's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he had been dismissive of Lin Wudi, but now that he thought about it, he was so stupid that it was scary. A wisp of Patriarch Schwephao's aura could probably kill him easily. He's too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Jun Wuya smiled bitterly. Yu Linglong's mouth also twitched. Lin Xian had now become a mountain in front of them that they would never be able to cross in their lifetime. After one strike, Lin Xian and Patriarch Schwephao separated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Sword light surrounded him, making him look like a sword god. On the other side, Patriarch Schwephao's 3,000 blood seas surged. The terrifying precept of blood suppressed the world. However, his face was a little serious. Kid, you have some skills. You can actually block my strike. However, that was just my probing attack. I'm going to be serious now. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3,000 blood rivers behind him, together with the precept of blood, charged forward. They turned into 3,000 blood-colored long blades and exploded in front of him. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian's fist seemed to turn into a divine light. It had the power to split the world apart. The precept of fire burned. It could burn everything in the world. The precept of blood was monstrous. Wherever it passed, everything turned into blood. Even 5,000,000 miles away, the elites felt their blood boil. It was as if they were about to escape from their bodies. They were so frightened that they hurriedly used their power to firmly seal their blood. At the same time, they frantically retreated. On the other hand, the precept of fire was violent and destructive. It could burn everything. The entire world was covered in flames. It seemed that even the precept of blood was about to be burned. Lin Xian struck out with the blazing Qilin sword. dazzling light burst out from the long sword. It seemed to have turned into a huge blazing qilin in his hand. The 13 green lotus swords, a sword to the heavens, Lin Xian waved the blazing qilin sword. The precept of fire danced and turned into an eternal light. When the sword struck out, it could destroy the world. He struck out 13 streaks of sword qi in succession and collided with the 3,000 blood rivers. Between heaven and earth, terrifying energy surged and surged. It was too terrifying. Everyone closed their eyes. They did not dare to look. Some of the elites who had comprehended Tao wanted to force their eyes to look. As a result, their eyes bled and they screamed. Boom! Boom! After a fierce collision, the blood river was destroyed and the 13 swords slashed open a vacuum. Lin Xian struck out with his sword again, and a fire qilin charged towards Patriarch Xue Pao with blazing flames. Get lost, Ancestor Xue Pao roared in anger. He did not expect his blood saber to be broken by Lin Xian, which made him furious. In the next moment, his blood river covered the sky as if it could destroy the world. It wanted to refine the fire qilin alive. Roar! In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul roared and the fire qilin sword seemed to come alive and turned into a divine beast. Buzz! The great dragon sword soul exploded and shone with a cold light. Lin Xian's aura became terrifying again. With a roar, the long sword rushed out and smashed the blood palm, engulfing Ancestor Xue Pao. The sword became an eternal immortal light as if it had experienced endless years. There was a deafening sound and a figure flew out. Patriarch Xue Pao's body was smashed into smithereens. And his internal organs were all gone. The attack had injured him. With a boom, he flew out 3 million miles and smashed through the void. The blood of a half-saint fell and pierced through the blood plains. Between heaven and earth, there were cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was a scene of destruction. What? Ancestor Xue Pao was injured, the Qi family's patriarch and the others exclaimed. Hearing this, the others opened their eyes. Indeed, the terrifying light had disappeared and the huge crack between heaven and earth was shocking. Ancestor Xue Pao's body was smashed and he was terrified. When these people saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Xue Pao ancestor was actually injured, how was this possible? They were going crazy, they had heard too many legends about Ancestor Xue Pao. It was said that he had killed 2 half-saints 500 years ago. Moreover, he had forced the other 2 half-saints to stay put. What a powerful and terrifying existence. 500 years later, the other party's strength would definitely rise to another level, reaching an inconceivable level. Therefore, in their opinion, Lin Wudi was no match for Ancestor Xue Pao. But now? After exchanging a few blows, Patriarch Xue Pao was pierced through by the sword. Although this sword strike wasn't enough to kill a half-sage, the impact of this strike was simply too shocking. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. He was a young genius, who would have thought that he could injure Patriarch Xue Pao? What kind of divine ability law did he cultivate, the law of fire? Furthermore, his sword also appeared to be extraordinary. It was actually able to transform the fire qilin into something so realistic. That's not all. Why do I even hear a dragon's roar coming from his body? Exclamations rang out one after another. Even the patriarch of the Qi clan and the other half-saints were bewildered. There were simply too many secrets on Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect you to be able to injure me. Progenitor Xue Pao arrived from the rift 3 million li away. With every step Mei took, his body recovered a little. Very quickly, he recovered to his original state, without a trace of damage. Not only that, but his aura was even more terrifying. I've underestimated you. The law of fire, the dragon's roar, and the qilin sword. I didn't expect you to have so many Dharma treasures. You've achieved so much at such a young age. You're really amazing. However, it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Of all things, you shouldn't have challenged me. You shouldn't have challenged me on the blood refining planet. If this battle had taken place on the cloud returning planet, you might have been able to survive. But now, on the blood refining planet, you'll die without a doubt. Having said that, Patriarch Xue Pao roared into the sky. 3,000 li of blood suddenly rushed into the blood refining plains below. Strong power and endless crimson light filled the sky. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Why didn't Patriarch Xuepao attack Lin Wudi? Why did he attack the ground below? They couldn't understand. However, the other patriarchs and the other half-saints' expressions changed. Oh no, could the rumor be true? What rumor? Qi Siyu and the others were surprised. The Qi clan patriarch quickly retreated. It was rumored that the blood-refining plains were not simple. It was a pit of tens of thousands of people. In ancient times, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. Hundreds of millions of people had died here. Even half-saints had fallen here. Their blood had merged with the ground, causing it to be covered in the color of blood from beginning to end. It had never changed. It was said that the souls of hundreds of millions of people had been suppressed in the blood-refining plains. They had thought it was just a rumor. Now, looking at Patriarch Xuepao, it seemed that the rumor was true. He wanted to trigger the hundreds of millions of people suppressed in the blood-refining plains. As he spoke, the Qi clan patriarch led Qi Siyu and the others a few million miles away. The other half-saints also retreated. They didn't dare to be careless. After all, the rumor was very terrifying. Within 5 million miles, only Patriarch Xuepao and Lin Xian were left. Kid, it's time to taste the gift I prepared for you. Patriarch Xuepao laughed. Come out. 3,000 rivers of blood rushed into the sky, creating a black hole in the blood-refining plains. Countless roars came from below, making people's hair stand on end. Oh my God, what was that? Those who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. The sound of his laughter was simply too terrifying. Buzz, in the next moment, countless blood-red figures rushed out of the pitch-black hole. They all roared at the sky like demons. There were blood-red tubes on their bodies and blood-red runes between their eyebrows. Obviously, they were all controlled by Patriarch Xuepao. Ha ha ha, kid, did you think I didn't prepare for this when I chose to come to the blood-refining plains? Now, you can go to hell. Patriarch Xuepao formed a seal with his hands. Thousands of blood-red creatures rushed out crazily. These were vengeful spirits that had existed for countless years. They were really vicious. Even those who were close to the Tao would be torn to shreds in an instant. Even a half-saint would die if surrounded by so many vengeful spirits. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. The strong and cold aura wanted to tear him to pieces. How can mere vengeful spirits do anything to me? Lin Xian laughed. The flames on his body rushed to the sky and covered all the vengeful spirits. But it didn't work. The vengeful spirits had the law of blood on them. It shone and blocked the law of fire. In front, Patriarch Xuepao laughed. Kid, these are not ordinary vengeful spirits. Under my control, your law of fire can't hurt them. Whoosh, Patriarch Xuepao's small flame world started to burn. Not only that, cracks started to appear on it, and they were getting bigger and bigger. What? That Lin Wudi could still increase his strength? How did he do it? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength yet? The surrounding people went crazy when they saw this. Do you think that your world of blood still has the right to be arrogant in front of my sword of law? Lin Xian was like a sword emperor, walking in the air. Patriarch Xuepao's face turned pale. His body started to tremble slightly. How could this be? The blood world that he was so proud of was split apart by his opponent. Suddenly, Patriarch Xuepao let out a sigh. I didn't expect you to have such strength. It really surprises me. It seems that I've been in seclusion for so many years that I didn't know that a genius like you has appeared. Those who were watching from afar were shocked when they heard Patriarch Xuepao's words. Was Patriarch Xuepao praising his opponent? But what time was it? Why would Patriarch Xuepao say something like that? But soon, they understood. Patriarch Xuepao's words changed. You're strong, but it's impossible for you to defeat me. I didn't want to use some of my divine powers, but they're forbidden arts. Once I use them, I'll be able to kill my opponent, but I'll also be affected. It might even take a few hundred years for me to recover. But today, I have no choice but to use them against you. Kid, you can be proud that you've forced me to use my divine powers. Following Patriarch Xuepao's words, the 3,000 blood demons rushed over from all directions and entered Patriarch Xuepao's body. Buzz, Patriarch Xuepao's body suddenly grew taller, as if he had turned into a blood-red saint. His aura also increased rapidly, and it seemed to be suppressing Lin Xian. Blood demons as one. The 3,000 blood demons were refined by Patriarch Xuepao using the blood of countless experts and the blood law. 4,000s of years. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even Patriarch Xuepao didn't dare to absorb all 3,000 blood demons into his body. That was because even though he could obtain great power, he would still be devoured by the blood demon. However, he couldn't care less about that now. As long as he could kill his opponent, it wouldn't matter even if he had to go into seclusion to recover for 100 years. It was all worth it. Blood demon returns to origin. At this moment, Patriarch Xuepao stood tall in the sky like a peerless blood demon king. Waving his hands, countless blood-colored runes shone in all directions, gradually covering the entire sky. From tens of millions of miles away, one would find that this was a blood-red ball of light that directly enveloped Lin Xian and Patriarch Xuepao. The area within a radius of 3 million miles had turned into a sealed space. Not good. After Patriarch Xuepao absorbed the 3,000 blood demons, the blood world became so big. Was he trying to kill Lin Wudi by force? What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi has entered his world of blood? Several half-saints cried out in alarm. The Qi clan's patriarch's expression changed. The surrounding people were stunned. From the looks of it, Lin Wudi was once again in danger of being defeated, or even possibly killed. How could he still have a trump card? They had to admit that they had indeed underestimated him. But so what? It was time to end it now. Facing Patriarch Xuepao's trump card, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. A second force appeared in his body. It was the power of annihilation. The power of annihilation had not yet formed the Dharma fragments, but after Lin Xian used the Dragon Sword Soul, it was different. The power of annihilation was very close to the Dharma fragments. The power of annihilation was combined with the Dharma of fire. This made Lin Xian's sword of the Dharma more powerful. Buzz, after a loud dragon roar, Lin Xian waved his arms. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It's useless. Die, blood demon disc of annihilation. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to attack, Patriarch Xuepao roared. His blood world turned into a blood-colored disc, mercilessly crushing. He wanted to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. With a clang, Lin Xian's sword slashed on the blood-colored disc, making a shocking sound. The blood-colored disc trembled slightly, but soon, it fell again. Useless kid, you can't break it. Patriarch Xuepao was very confident. If he couldn't break it with one sword, what about 2 or 3? I don't believe that he won't break. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light, and his arms continued to wave. He slashed out 99 times in a row. Damn it, how is this possible? Patriarch Xuepao's eyeballs almost fell out. Isn't this a divine skill? His opponent had already run out of power with one sword. How could he slash out 99 times? Isn't his power exhausted? Can his body bear it? He didn't know about any of this. He was now facing the terrifying attack of 99 swords. The sword chi collided with the blood-colored disc, directly cutting it into pieces. 30 sword chi. Patriarch Xuepao's blood-colored world was shattered. Facing the remaining dozens of sword chi, Patriarch Xuepao's scalp tingled. No, he screamed, turned around, and fled. In the distance, the patriarch of the Qi family and others were also stunned. What a divine skill this was. How could he resist the 99 swords of the law in a row? Patriarch Xuepao might not be able to resist at all. The other half-saints were also trembling. Patriarch Xuepao tore the void crazily, but the remaining dozens of sword lights firmly locked onto him. Eventually, he was enveloped. No, Patriarch Xuepao roared, and his body suddenly turned into a bloody mist, spreading in all directions. As a half-saint, he had many means of escape. Turning into mist was one of the most powerful means of escape. After turning into mist, his body became invisible. Ordinary attacks would not be able to harm him. Even if some of it could be destroyed, so what? As long as a trace of mist escaped, Patriarch Xuepao could reform his body. This was the advantage of being a half-saint. A real saint could be reborn with a drop of blood. Therefore, it was very difficult to kill a saint. Although Patriarch Xuepao was not a real saint yet, as long as he had some bloody mist to escape, he could be reborn. Damn you, kid, I'll remember this. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. Patriarch Schwephao's vicious voice rang out. His escape this time had greatly damaged his vitality. He would not be able to recover for at least 100 years. But he swore that when he became stronger, he would kill Lin Fan with his own hands. How dare you threaten me now? Do you think you can escape today? Oh no, Lin Wudi is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was, he could not fight against Patriarch Schwephao. His law of fire could at most resist the law of blood, but what about the vengeful spirits? He definitely could not resist. If he was touched, he would be seriously injured and might be torn to pieces. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, it's over. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even a sage-to-be could not resist such an attack. That kid would definitely be torn to pieces. But soon, they were stunned. Because in the collision, the vengeful spirits screamed and came back. They were torn to pieces, but Lin Xian was like a god of war. His body shone brightly and he was injured. He was not injured? What kind of body was that? These people were all stunned, the Qi family patriarch and the others were also shocked. This physique was too strong. It was more terrifying than an ordinary sage-to-be body. Lin Xian roared and rushed forward. Suddenly, countless vengeful spirits were sent flying. He sneered. Is that all? How ridiculous. Do you think these vengeful spirits can tear my body to pieces? Lin Xian's divine body shone brightly. It was very terrifying. In a few moves, all the vengeful spirits were sent flying. Damn it, get lost, Patriarch Schwephao roared and the vengeful spirits screamed. Suddenly, everyone's souls trembled as if they were about to be pierced. Oh no, it was a soul attack. These people were so scared that their scalps went numb and they retreated again. Your body is strong, but what about your soul? I don't believe that your soul can withstand these attacks. Now, go to hell for me. Patriarch Schwephao smiled sinisterly again. Indeed, these vengeful spirits were very terrifying. His opponent seemed to be a body cultivator, but his soul should not be too strong. Patriarch Schwephao's soul attack could definitely kill him in one move. On the opposite side, Lin Xian felt the collision of the vengeful spirits and sneered. Soul attack, it seems that you are courting death. His palms formed a seal and a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. They were like the eyes of a deity, with the law of fire, looking down on the ground. Samsara, Lin Xian roared furiously. Golden light spun rapidly in his eyes, forming two golden vortexes that engulfed the countless vengeful spirits. Those resentful spirits cried out miserably as if they had gone mad. They were originally souls, but due to special reasons, they couldn't reincarnate and were suppressed beneath the great blood plains. Now, after being enveloped by the golden light, they were all swallowed up without any resistance. In an instant, all the vengeful spirits in the sky disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the pair of golden eyes blossomed with an even more mysterious light. Is this all you've got? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, this is impossible, how could it be so easily resolved? Patriarch Schwephao was stunned. Was the other party's soul also so terrifying? Furthermore, what kind of eyes were those? Why was his soul trembling? Those who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Ancestor Schwephao was actually being suppressed. Was Patriarch Schwephao going to lose? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. If that was really the case, it would be an earth-shattering event. He was actually strong to such an extent. Hey Mo, Jin Wuya, and the others were extremely shocked. The Qi family's patriarch and the other sage-to-be saints were also extremely solemn. This young man was really something. Schwephao, is this all you've got? Lin Xian's voice rang out from the front. Ancestor Schwephao's face was extremely ugly, and then he roared. Kid, don't be so arrogant, you underestimate me too much. You underestimate the Scarlet Plains too much. Do you think that's all you've got? Alright, I'll show you a true peerless superpower, 3000 blood demon technique. Ancestor Schwephao roared into the sky, and the law of blood swept out quickly. Behind him, 3000 blood rivers rolled in the sky and twisted, forming 3000 blood demon kings. Each of them could split the sky and earth, and the fragments of the law of blood in their bodies brought about monstrous power. Kill, Ancestor Shuepao roared, and the 3,000 blood demons behind him roared as well, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying murderous aura shattered the sky. Roar, on Lin Xian's side, a dragon's roar rang out, resisting the murderous aura in the sky. The 2 sound waves clashed in the sky. It was useless. Lin Xian snorted coldly. On the opposite side, Ancestor Shuepao's palms formed a seal again. Suck blood, 3,000 blood demons array. In the distance, the martial artists screamed, because many of them were instantly turned into dried corpses. Their blood gushed out crazily, gathering toward Ancestor Shuepao. Not good. The power of the law fragment. Run, these people's scalps went numb, and they were scared out of their wits. They quickly ran away. Those who were slow to run were all deprived of blood. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, He Mo, and the others also looked pale, and they quickly retreated. Under the power of the law fragment, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian also felt the blood in his body surging, as if it was about to burst out of his body. This was the power of laws. They were invisible and traceless, and their words were law. A saint could instantly kill billions of living beings. Even Lin Xian, who was at the same level as a half-saint, was affected. But soon, he shouted coldly, "Suppress it." The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, turned into a peerless sword light, and directly destroyed this power. He turned into a giant dragon, suppressing Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's blood completely calmed down. Competing with the law? Then have a taste of my law of fire. His eyes burst out with a piercing light. Ah, Ancestor Shuepao screamed, and his body suddenly burned. His blood boiled, as if it was about to evaporate. Damn it, Ancestor Shuepao roared, activating the law of blood. The 2 laws collided, and countless cracks appeared on Ancestor Shuepao's body. Damn it, the 3,000 blood demon formation, charge. Ancestor Shuepao retreated far away, suppressed by the power. At the same time, he activated the 3,000 blood demon formation. But he was too shocked. Why did his law not hurt the other party, but was hurt by the other party's law? Could it be that the other party's law power was stronger than his? Damn it, how was this possible? He didn't believe it. He had comprehended the law for thousands of years, but it wasn't as profound as the other parties. How would he know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul? That supreme power, coupled with the law of fire, was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, Lin Xian was facing the 3,000 blood demon formation. The flaming sword chi in his hand slashed in all directions. The law of fire danced, sweeping across heaven and earth. However, the 3,000 blood demon formation was extremely extraordinary. The 3,000 blood demons led the law of blood fragments to form a heaven and earth great formation. For a moment, it actually blocked Lin Xian's monstrous sword light. Not only that, it also charged towards Lin Xian quickly. The space where Lin Xian was completely enveloped by the blood-colored light. On the other side, Ancestor Shuepao extinguished the flames on his body and flew over again. He saw Lin Xian, who was surrounded by the 3,000 blood demons, and laughed loudly. "Kid, how is it? Do you know how powerful my formation is? Next, you will experience what despair is." Ancestor Shuepao once again shot out a few blood-colored law fragments into the blood demon formation. Buzz. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword chi and flames danced, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the light of the 3,000 blood demons was suppressed. The monstrous flames were even about to engulf the 3,000 blood demons. Seeing this, Ancestor Shuepao's face turned cold again. He took out a blood-red heart and bit into it. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. In front of him, 3,000 blood demons stretched out their arms and turned into rivers of blood, entangling the sword chi in the sky. The fiery light completely enveloped the sky. The sky was once again blood-red. Do you think my rule of blood is that simple? Only depriving you of your chi and blood? You're too naive. Since I can't absorb your blood, I'll let it go berserk. From now on, you'll become a madman. After the 3,000 blood demons suppressed the flames in the sky, Ancestor Shuepao charged toward Lin Xian again. This time, the rule of blood directly enveloped Lin Xian. he did not absorb Lin Xian's blood. Instead, he let Lin Xian's blood become berserk. In the end, he completely lost his mind. Oh no! That Lin Wudi is in danger. Yes, I've seen this move before. At that time Ancestor Xuepao fought against a half-saint. That half-saint was sealed for 3 years before he recovered. I'm afraid that Lin Wudi will not be able to stop it. Next, he will completely turn into a madman, even more berserk than a beast. Hearing the words of a half-saint, the spectators were shocked. Is Lin Wudi going to lose? Sure enough, he's still too young. As a veteran half-saint, Ancestor Xuepao's means were extremely powerful. He was even more proficient in the application of the rule of blood. Lin Wudi is probably going to be defeated this time. Lin Xian felt the berserk aura and his eyes immediately turned red. He seemed to have become murderous and wanted to destroy everything in the world. However, it was not that easy to make him completely crazy. After all, he was also a half-saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary half-saint. Dragon Sword Soul, destroy. The great dragon sword spirit within Lin Fan's body roared crazily as it destroyed the berserk aura. The red glow in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and turned back into golden runes. I have to say, you are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that you met me. Your nomological abilities are unable to affect me. Next, I will let you experience my true nomological mystical ability. Lin Xian sheathed his blazing Qilin sword. In the next moment, he shouted, "Sword, come." Immediately, a flaming longsword appeared in his hand. That flaming longsword was formed completely from fragments of the law of fire. The light shone brightly, exuding a peerlessly violent and destructive aura. Instantly, the entire sky within a radius of a few million miles was enveloped by torrential flames. Tens of millions of miles away, everyone's expressions changed. What a terrifying law fragment! Why did it feel like the nomological fragment Lin Wudi comprehended was even more terrifying than Patriarch Xuepao's? Impossible. Patriarch Xuepao's expression finally changed. What he was most proud of was his law of blood. In his opinion, so what if his opponent was a half-saint? His opponent's comprehension of the law was too shallow and could not be compared to him. But now, he realized that he was wrong. The aura emitted by his opponent's law of fire was even more terrifying than his law of blood. His opponent's comprehension of the law was actually higher than his. Impossible. Patriarch Xuepao could not believe it. He waved his blood-red palms and rushed over with the power of the law. He had to stop his opponent. Countless blood-red palms with the law of fire emitted a deafening sound. The law of fire sword trembled and countless sword lights surrounded it, destroying all the blood-red palms. There were even a few that pierced towards Patriarch Xuepao, forcing him to dodge quickly. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? Patriarch Xuepao's expression was extremely cold. At this moment, Lin Xian's law of fire sword had already formed and was held in his hand. Buzz, the great dragon sword soul roared and hundreds of millions of sword chi soared into the sky. This is my self-created law of fire god / now, have a taste of its might. Lin Xian waved the law of fire sword in his hand. As the sword fell, countless law fragments danced in the air and flames surged between heaven and earth. Other than that, no other scene could be seen. That trace of flame could easily kill a martial artist who was close to the Tao. Even a half-step sage would be turned into ashes. As expected, the eyelids of the Qi family patriarch and the other half-step sages twitched wildly. They felt a threat to their lives. This sword could not be resisted directly. Patriarch Xuepao roared. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the law of fire? His palm twitched in the void. As his palm moved, countless law of blood formed a blood-red saber that emitted the same aura. Slash, with a slash of the saber, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was also a saber of law. The saber and sword collided in the sky and turned into an eternal light. Heaven and earth split open and lightning fell as if a thunder tribulation had occurred. Looking at the vast and mighty lightning tribulation 8 million miles ahead, the spectating cultivators were all stunned. Was this the power of a half-step sage? It was too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be able to resist at all and would be turned into ashes in an instant. Had Lin Xian become so powerful? Even if he was defeated this time, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who could suppress him. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the others were extremely solemn. When they were still competing with the younger generation, Lin Xian was already able to contend with the older half-step sages. He had even made Patriarch Xue Pao extremely embarrassed. Especially now that he had created his own law of fire. All of this was like a myth that they could only look up to. While everyone was stunned, the situation in front of them also changed. The blood-red light that filled the sky suddenly shattered, and the flame aura suddenly surged. It immediately enveloped Patriarch Xue Pao. Damn it! Block it for me, Patriarch Xue Pao roared, and the illusion of a small world appeared on his body. The blood-red light inside was monstrous, as if it was the Azure world. This had already surpassed the King domain. It was a small world formed by Patriarch Xue Pao. At this moment, as soon as the small world appeared, it completely enveloped Patriarch Xue Pao, isolating him from all the flames outside. Kid, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think that I have cultivated for more than 1,000 years in vain? Now that my world has appeared, let's see how you can hurt me. Patriarch Xue Pao's voice echoed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. You are too ignorant. In this world, there are some people who you can't understand. Do you think your world is very powerful? Today, I will split it open for you, Lin Xian roared, and the dragon roar on his body soared into the sky. The great dragon sword's soul transformed into thousands of rays of light that supported the law of fire. Suddenly, Lin Xian's law of fire sword shone brightly again, turning into a giant flame dragon that was millions of miles long and crazily fell. Buzz, the dozens of sword lights of the laws blotted out the sky and earth, forming a sword screen that enveloped the entire world. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. To be honest, other half-saints might not be able to do anything to Patriarch Xue Pao's escape. After all, Patriarch Xue Pao had turned into too much blood mist. It was impossible to destroy it in a short time. If Patriarch Xue Pao managed to escape, he might be reborn. However, it was impossible for Lin Xian to do so. Lin Xian was the descendant of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword's soul could destroy everything in the world. A mere sky full of blood mist was nothing in his eyes. Sure enough, the sword chi turned into a sea of swords that shrouded the blood mist. The next moment, Patriarch Xue Pao's miserable cry was heard. Ah! He screamed crazily because he found that the blood mist he had turned into was being destroyed at an alarming speed. None of it could escape. How is this possible? Patriarch Xue Pao was going crazy. How could his opponent have such a sharp sword light? Am I going to die here today? No. Patriarch Xue Pao screamed crazily. 2/3 of his blood mist had been destroyed. Only 1/3 was left. He felt his skin crawl and said quickly, stop fighting. You've won this battle. I admit defeat. Also, we'll write off our grudges. How about that? Hearing this, the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. The ancestral patriarch of the Qi family and the other half-saints gasped. Patriarch Xue Pao is begging for mercy and admitting defeat. This is unbelievable. They knew that Patriarch Xue Pao was a terrifying existence. They were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, such a powerful half-saint had been defeated by a young man. Now, he was fleeing in all directions, and even had to beg for mercy. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. It's useless. I've said before that this battle will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Lin Xian's cold voice was heard. Let him go? How is that possible? Patriarch Xue Pao was a vengeful and ruthless person. If Lin Xian let him go, he would definitely take the opportunity to come back. He would not allow such a scourge to live. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hold back. No way, Lin Wudi really wanted to kill Patriarch Xue Pao. Heavens, is the semi-sage going to fall? The Qi family's ancestor and the others were shocked beyond words. Jun Wuya, Hei Mo, and the others were dumbfounded. The native warriors of Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. That was Ancestor Xue Pao, who was extremely famous in Blood Refining Planet. But now, they were actually facing the danger of being killed. It was really hard for them to imagine. Ancestor Xuepao roared as if he had gone mad. Damn brat, you dare to attack me? No one answered him. What answered him was only the merciless sword light. Immediately, the 1/3 of blood was reduced by half. Ah, I'll fight it out with you. Patriarch Xuepao knew that he couldn't escape. He let out a vicious voice, damn brat, I'll take you down with me. He was truly in despair. He didn't expect that he would be killed here when he was at his peak. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have fought with the other party even if he was beaten to death. But now, it was too late. He couldn't escape by himself. Even if he asked other semi-sages for help, they probably wouldn't. Firstly, their friendship was ordinary. Secondly, Lin Wude was so young and so strong. His future achievements were limitless. Who would dare offend such a peerless genius? Therefore, no one would help him. However, even if Ancestor Xuepao died, he wouldn't let the other party get what he wanted. He wanted to drag the other party down with him. Kid, I won't let you off. I'll let you be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts and have your mind destroyed. I'll let you suffer the most terrifying lightning technique. This voice reverberated between heaven and earth, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone was trembling in fear. The souls of the Qi family's ancestor and the others were also trembling. Lin Xian also frowned. In the next instant, he saw the remaining blood of Ancestor Xuepao start to burn rapidly. Within the red flames, Ancestor Xuepao's soul was rolling and twisting. At the same time, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. When it collided, 10,000 lightning bolts appeared. The terrifying aura of thunder made the Qi family's ancestor and the others shudder in fear. Oh no, it's a curse, Ancestor Xuepao had really gone mad. He was willing to give up on reincarnation and fall into eternal darkness to cast such a curse. It's over. That Lin Wude won't be able to survive either. Next, there would be an apocalyptic lightning tribulation. The Qi family's ancestor and the others quickly retreated. When the surrounding martial artists and geniuses heard this, their scalps went numb and they ran for their lives. They knew that Ancestor Xuepao would definitely die. As for Lin Xian, it was very likely that he would be killed by the cursed lightning tribulation. Curse? Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time he had seen such an attack. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he could see that Ancestor Xuepao's blood was burning. His soul seemed to be pulled into an unknown world. At the same time, he sensed that he was being watched by a mysterious and strange power. This power made the light on his body dim, and his qi and blood were about to wither. At the same time, his heart was pounding. Above his head, thunder flashed, and the light seemed to be able to destroy the world. This aura was no weaker than the lightning tribulation when he became a half-saint. It was even stronger. Boom! In the next moment, countless lightning tribulations fell, piercing through the void and completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian was also engulfed. 1 day, 2 days, the cursed lightning tribulation continued. The space within millions of miles was shattered and turned into a chaotic void. The Qi family's ancestor and the others had already retreated 30 million miles away. They looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them, and their hearts pounded. It's over. Lin Wude won't be able to escape. Yes, even a half-saint would be killed. Moreover, he was enveloped by the power of the curse. The lightning tribulation would never let him go. Several half-saints shook their heads. At the same time, some half-saints felt that it was a pity that such a peerless genius had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future was limitless. He was too young and impetuous. He shouldn't have pushed Ancestor Xuepao so hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died if he didn't kill Ancestor Xuepao. Young Master Lin, Qi Siyu's face was full of anxiety, and her eyes were filled with endless despair. In the distance, Jun Wuya, Ling Long, He Mo, and the others were also in disbelief. Lin Xian was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Was he dead? Why did it all seem like a dream? Soon, He Mo sneered. Humph, this is really surprising. I didn't expect that a half-saint would die. The other extraterritorial elites also said coldly. I admit that Lin Wude is powerful, but he has become history. Only a living genius is a genius. What was dead was nothing at all. They all breathed a sigh of relief. This was because a young half-saint was giving them too much pressure. Now, they were all dead. In this way, they had one less opponent to compete with. However, most of the older generation still looked regretful. After all, they had no chance to become great emperors. If they could see the rise of a young great emperor in their lifetime, they would be very happy. In today's battle, they had witnessed the rise of a young great emperor. However, they did not expect an accident to happen in the end. Patriarch Xuepao's soul fell into eternal darkness, and he released a half-saint curse, which attracted a peerless heavenly tribulation. Lin Wudi might not be able to deal with such power. Not necessarily, Lin Wudi was very strong. Especially when Yu Linglong and the others knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the Nine Sons. He had a strong physique and strong attacks, so he might be able to survive. However, 10 days passed, 20 days passed, and they were in despair. After a month, they were ready to leave. Because the heavenly tribulation ahead was still ongoing, and Lin Xian's figure still did not appear. Forget it, let's go. That kid can't be resurrected. Indeed, the power of the curse had not disappeared, and the heavenly tribulation had not dissipated. After it dissipated, everything would vanish. And that kid would probably be destroyed in body and soul. The half-saints shook their heads and left. The other experts, elders, big families, and sacred grounds all left one after another. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the others also left. Let's go. Seven Lights regained its coldness, and left with Nether King and the others. In the end, everyone left. In the vast heavenly tribulation, Lin Xian's fire law revolved around his body, resisting it. The great dragon sword soul roared in his body, and at the same time, there was a black rune jumping on his body. And the aura became more and more terrifying. This aura was the aura of annihilation. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, Lin Xian relied on various abhijnas and his strong body. These heavenly tribulation could not hurt him at all. Not only that, Lin Xian seemed to be still cultivating. However, from the looks of it, he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Tens of millions of miles of space was filled with lightning tribulations, so it was impossible for anyone to come in. It was impossible for anyone to know about Lin Xian's current situation. In the outside world, it had been a month since the final battle between the half-saints on the Scarlet Plain. In the past month, news about Lin Wudi and Patriarch Xuepao had spread across many star worlds. Everyone was amazed by Lin Xian's strength, but at the same time, they felt it was a pity. This was because Lin Xian had already died in the lightning tribulation. The curse of a half-step saint was extremely terrifying. It was likely that the other party would not be able to survive. Just as someone said, dead geniuses were nothing. Only living geniuses were true geniuses. Thus, the crowd only treated this battle as history. The commotion caused by this battle gradually died down. At the same time, another piece of news came, causing everyone to stop talking. The battle between half-sages had turned completely silent. Falling into the abyss, there was a problem. In the starry sky of the universe, there were many star worlds that were very famous. For example, the blood-refining star was a very terrifying training ground. Most of them were ferocious experts. There was also a star world called the Falling Star. There was a falling abyss inside, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that the demonic chi and ghost chi filled the air, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that it was also an ancient battlefield, where hundreds of millions of creatures had fought. Even peerless experts had fallen there. It was a very terrifying place, which could be said to be a place of great danger. However, there were still countless people who wanted to fall into the falling abyss. Even the patriarch of the Qi family 300 years ago was injured when he fell into the falling abyss. Because the falling abyss was filled with ghost Qi and demonic Qi, people who cultivated this kind of cultivation method liked to stay there. They could get twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, there were also people who liked to challenge themselves there to break through bottlenecks. There was even a rumor that there was a huge treasure trove in the falling abyss, where endless secrets were kept. As long as one could enter the treasure trove and obtain the treasures inside, one could become a saint and transcend heaven and earth. Becoming a saint was such a great temptation. One had to know that although many people hoped to become a great emperor, the great emperor was too illusory. Countless saints and super saints could not become a great emperor, so most people only dreamed about it. However, saints were different. To them, saints were closer to becoming a great emperor. Moreover, especially those who had comprehended the nearing path and were already half saints, as long as they took another step forward, they would immediately become saints. Their strength would undergo a tremendous change, and their lifespan would also increase exponentially. That was the most attractive thing to them. Therefore, countless experts rushed to the falling abyss like ducks. The changes in the falling abyss directly attracted the attention of these people. In an instant, news spread everywhere. Quite a few star realms had received the news. Those nearing path martial artists and half-saints were all eager to make a move. The Qi family. Their territory and influence had expanded a lot compared to before, and it was all thanks to the Qi family's patriarch. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch was sitting high in the main hall. When he received the news from the outer realm, he suddenly stood up. Really? There was a change, patriarch? What was going on? Below him, the Qi family's elders and powerhouses were also puzzled. It was rare for them to see their patriarch so agitated. There was a new change in the falling abyss. There was a chaotic aura and multicolored light in the falling abyss. That was a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. What? The elders and powerhouses below were shocked when they heard that. They knew that the falling abyss was filled with demonic qi, ghost qi, and all kinds of cold aura. But now, there was a chaotic aura and multicolored light in the falling abyss. Under normal circumstances, such things would not appear in the falling abyss. Could it be that the rumors were true? There was really a huge treasure trove in the falling abyss. At this moment, the treasure trove had opened. Was that why the multicolored light and chaotic aura had appeared? Everyone discussed animatedly. The Qi family's patriarch laughed. That's right. It seemed that there was indeed a secret in the falling abyss. Patriarch, what should we do? Should we go? The Qi family's elder raised his head and asked. Qi Siyu, who was beside him, also looked nervous. After all, 300 years ago, their patriarch was injured because he went to the falling abyss. From then on, he could not recover from the setback and even almost died. If it were not for Lin Xian, their patriarch would have died by now. Of course I have to go. Don't worry, I didn't spend the past 300 years in vain. I've already found a way to resist the Yin demons. The Qi family patriarch's eyes flickered. He had been a half-saint for a long time and had been stuck in the half-saint realm for a long time. Although he had recovered, he could only live for another 1,000 years. However, could he break through and become a true saint in the next 1,000 years? To be honest, the Qi family patriarch was not confident at all. He had estimated that even if there was a chance, the chances of success were less than 10%. A half-saint and a saint seemed similar, but the difference between them was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. A saint was an existence that transcended heaven and earth and could no longer be called a human. Becoming a saint was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that he had fallen into the abyss and there were abnormal changes, the Qi family patriarch had to make a trip no matter what. When the others heard this, they hurriedly made preparations to provide the patriarch with all the resources they could. On the cloud-returning planet, all the major families and top sacred grounds were making preparations. Even the elites and half-saints in the blood-refining planet, the hero planet, the Sirius planet, and the surrounding planets were making preparations. On the blood-refining planet, the Crimson Plains. At this moment, millions of miles of space was still enveloped by an endless sea of lightning. The violent aura made it so that there was no one in the surrounding 30 million miles. It could be said that this place had become a forbidden area and no one would come here. However, on this day, in the endless sea of lightning, a young figure stood up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Terrifying fragments of the law of fire appeared from his body and danced in the air. In addition, there were some mysterious black runes that were also law fragments. He had succeeded. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. When he had killed Patriarch Xue Pao, he had received a curse from Patriarch Xue Pao and attracted a lightning tribulation. However, Lin Xian had not died in the lightning tribulation. Instead, he had withstood it. At the same time, he had also used the lightning tribulation to cultivate the power of annihilation. Finally, he had cultivated the power of annihilation into a law of annihilation fragment. Now that Lin Xian had comprehended two types of nomological law fragments, his strength had increased exponentially once again. If he were to fight Patriarch Xue Pao now, he would probably be able to kill him in less than 50 moves. Moreover, he would not give Patriarch Xue Pao a chance to curse him. It should be about time for the lightning tribulation to disappear, right? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he frowned. No, what was going on? Could it be that the power of the curse still hadn't disappeared? Lin Xian discovered that not only did the surrounding lightning tribulation not weaken, but it was also becoming more and more violent, as if it was going to engulf the entire world. That's impossible. After such a long time, even if it's a half-saint level curse, it should have disappeared. What was going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a red figure suddenly rushed out of the black earth. Following that, roars filled the sky. Ah! Ha 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 ha, this emperor is going to succeed, ruffian dragon. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Had the dark red divine dragon come out of seclusion? Haha, brat, get a little further away. I'm about to undergo tribulation. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared loudly. But in the next moment, he was also stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? Had the lightning tribulation already arrived? The dark red divine dragon looked around. There was a vast sea of lightning between heaven and earth. But that wasn't right. He had just triggered the heavenly tribulation, so it would probably take a while for it to arrive. Why did the lightning tribulation seem to have appeared for a long time? The dark red dragon was puzzled, but Lin Xian instantly understood. It turned out that the aura of lightning that had suddenly become stronger was not the power of the curse, but the heavenly tribulation that had been triggered by the dark red dragon's breakthrough. Don't think too much, ruffian dragon. I was the one who triggered the lightning tribulation. But now, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand with a smile and flew into the distance. F***ck, brat, don't trick me. There was already a lightning tribulation, and now there's a lightning tribulation. Do you want me to survive? The dark rainbow divine dragon kept roaring. He was extremely depressed. However, in the next moment, endless lightning fell from the sky again and enveloped the dark red dragon. 2 months later, the lightning tribulation finally disappeared. The dark red dragon's body was charred black, and black smoke was rising from it. He flew over shakily. F***ck, it hurts. It seemed that he had survived the lightning tribulation. Lin Xian flew over. You've become a half-saint. You're not slow either. He was very surprised because he found that the dark red dragon was also a half-saint. Hee, of course. Brat, let's exchange blows. The dark red dragon's body swayed, and the black smoke on its body instantly disappeared. It waved its claws, and endless fragments of the law of lightning rushed over, forming bolts of lightning that surged out. Haha, good. Lin Xian controlled the fragments of the law of fire and rushed up to fight with it. The two of them exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. Fortunately, there was no one within a radius of 30 million miles. Otherwise, they would have wet their pants. 10 days later, the dark red dragon muttered in dissatisfaction, F***ck, I don't want to fight anymore. You've actually mastered 2 fragments of the law of fire. Also, how can your physique be so strong? Your dragon sword soul has also improved, right? The dark red dragon was very depressed because he found that he could not defeat his opponent. To be more precise, the two of them were tied. That was unbelievable. This time, he used the great inheritance of the dragons to directly break through to the half-saint realm, and his strength increased greatly. In his opinion, he should have surpassed Lin Xian. Initially, he had planned to teach this kid a lesson. However, he realized that he couldn't do it. His opponent's growth speed was beyond his expectations. He was not slower than him at all, and even surpassed him by a little. On the other side, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and he was also very shocked. The dark red dragon's cultivation had reached the half-saint realm, and he had also comprehended 2 fragments of the law of fire. The laws of lightning and the laws of water. In addition, the other party was of the divine dragon race, and his physique was not weaker than his divine body. It could be said that the dark red dragon's strength was on par with his. This made Lin Xian shocked and happy at the same time. With such a powerful companion by her side, not many people would dare to provoke her in the future. The little white monkey also jumped out and looked at the dark red dragon, waving its little claws. "Why, little one, you want to fight me too? Forget it, you'd better go treasure hunting." The dark red dragon shook his head, and did not fight with the little white monkey. This caused Xiaobai to puff up in anger. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and rubbed it in his arms. Then, he asked, "Your talent is too strong. You should be equivalent to the Dragon Crown Prince among the dragons, right?" He was probably the only one who could keep up with this speed of improvement. The other geniuses might not be able to keep up. However, the dark red dragon shook his head. "No, I'm not at the Dragon Crown Prince level. Kid, you're underestimating the dragons. As far as I know, the real Dragon Crown Prince, who is the son of the Great Emperor, should be at the sage level when he is born." "What? The Dragon Prince was a saint the moment he was born." Lin Xian was extremely shocked, and his expression turned grave. This was the first time he had heard such news. Previously, when the true spirit world was in chaos, countless primordial kings and saints had appeared. However, the Dragon Prince, the Qilin Prince, and the Princess of the Phoenix race had not appeared. However, it was rumored that all three of them had been revived. Didn't this mean that they were already saints the moment they lost repeatedly? In that case, what level had the three of them reached? Among the sages, he should be very powerful. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seems that my cultivation path is still very long. Lin Xian felt a trace of pressure. He had to become a saint as soon as possible, or at least have the strength to contend with a saint. "Kid, don't be discouraged. After all, the son of a great emperor has inherited the great emperor's bloodline, and it is the purest great emperor's bloodline. Their strength is naturally very strong. Your current speed is already very heaven-defying. At this rate, your future achievements will not be weaker than theirs," the dark red dragon said from the side. Lin Xian nodded. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. After all, the reason he took the title Lin Wudi was that he was determined to be invincible in the world. "Let's go." Waving his hand, Lin Xian, the Snow White Marquis, and the dark red dragon set off again. After flying for a few days, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that there were several powerful auras on the blood-refining planet, quickly flying into the sky and towards the outer realm. What's going on? Those people should be half-saints, right? The dark red dragon was also puzzled. Logically speaking, half-saints should not appear in such a group. Something must have happened. Could there be a war in the outer realm? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was possible. After all, when he and Patriarch Xuepao fought before, many saints had come to watch the battle. Now that these saints had gone to the outer realm, perhaps there really were some geniuses fighting. The two of them soared into the sky. The snow-white little monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, yawning in boredom and squinting its big eyes. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the outer realm. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon brandished their nomological fragments, blocking the extraterrestrial aura. They stood in the starry sky, looking into the distance. Then, they frowned. There was no great battle. The half-saints boarded a special spirit boat and flew into the distance. What's going on? The two of them frowned and looked at each other. Let's continue to follow them. Lin Xian also took out his spirit boat. It wasn't the Black Earth, but the spirit boat that the mountain-gazing peak lord had given him. Let's go. The group boarded the spirit boat and flew over quickly. In the silent and cold universe, several rays of light streaked across one after another. Among them, there was a red spirit boat. It was very majestic, like a running lion. It was surrounded by flowing light and looked extraordinarily mighty. At this moment, in the spirit vessel, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and frowned. "Humph. How dare you follow us? Master, let your disciple do it." At this moment, a figure walked over and said respectfully. This scene was very strange because the person who called himself his disciple was a white-haired old man. Sitting there was a young and mighty middle-aged man. However, this was normal in the cultivation world. This was because the middle-aged man was a half-saint, And this white-haired old man was only a warrior who had comprehended something close to Tao. "Master, let me go too." At this moment, another young man walked out. "All right, the two of you go out and see who dares to follow me." The old man and the young man left the spirit boat in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in the endless cold universe. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. Its aura hung down and shrouded the two of them. It was a half-saint artifact. The half-saint runes on it flickered, allowing them to float in the cold universe. The corners of the black-robed youth's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the spirit boat that was flying towards him from behind. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword radiance shot up into the sky and slashed forward. It was like a rainbow that lit up the surroundings. With a boom, the sword slashed the spirit boat behind them. Immediately, a shocking storm was set off. The spirit boat behind them trembled violently. In the spirit boat, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There was a biting cold light in his eyes. The dark red divine dragon beside him jumped up. "Damn it! Who dares to attack us?" The little white monkey waved its little paws in protest. It was very displeased. "Let this emperor take a look at which reckless person actually dares to attack us." The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and controlled the array. The scene outside appeared on the light screen in front of them. In the cold darkness of the universe, two figures stood there. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. They were like gods of war, blocking their way. The young man among the two was holding a long sword that was emitting a biting cold light. It was obvious that he was the one who had attacked. There was a spirit boat floating in the distance. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was enraged. "Damn it! It's the spirit boat that we're following. It seems that they've discovered us." "So what if they've discovered us? How dare they attack us? Let's go out and take a look." Lin Xian left the spirit boat in a flash. The dark red divine dragon snorted and came out with a swing of its tail. In the next moment, the two of them walked out. In front, the white-haired old man and the black-robed young man sneered when they saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. "Whose disciples are you two? How dare you follow us? You really don't know what's good for you." The white-haired old man snorted. The black-robed young man beside him said, "Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with them. They're just two people who don't know what's good for them. How dare they secretly follow us? Just kill them. Their spirit boat is not bad. After killing them, I'll report to Master and ask him to reward me with this spirit boat." His words made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces darken. This kid isn't young anymore, but he's quite arrogant. He's so ruthless at such a young age. He'll be a scourge in the future. Why don't I help your master get rid of him today? The dark red divine dragon walked out. Lin Xian stood at the side with his hands behind his back. He could tell at a glance that the two people in front of him were only martial artists who had comprehended close to the Tao. They were far inferior compared to them. The dark red divine dragon could easily get rid of them. "Damn it, where did the snake come from? You're courting death." The black-robed young man was enraged and threw out another sword. The sword chi and murderous intent surged and shattered the void. However, the dark red divine dragon was disdainful. "So you've only grasped power close to the Tao. How dare you be arrogant in front of me?" The crimson dragon didn't dodge when faced with the shocking sword. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked the sword chi into its stomach. Then, it pouted. "Is this all you've got?" That sword contained a power that was close to the Tao. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to block it, but the snake in front of them had swallowed it. Moreover, it was completely fine. What kind of person was that? The white-haired old man's eyelids were also twitching wildly. "Junior brother, come back quickly. This snake is not simple, snake my ass. I'm a dragon." And a divine dragon, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail and instantly appeared in front of the two. With a slap, a claw struck out, and the two of them were slapped. Half of their faces and half of their bodies turned into a bloody mist. Their broken bodies flew into the distance. Boom, ah, the young man in black screamed as if he had gone crazy. "Damn snake, how dare you kill me? I'm going to kill you, I'll definitely kill you." boom, his body was shattered again. On the other side, the white-haired old man's pupils constricted. Oh no, this power had completely surpassed theirs. Could it be that this was a demonic beast at the half-step saint level? Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. They could not fight against such a figure. In fact, there was no need for them to send a voice transmission. A middle-aged man walked out of the spirit boat in the distance. He took a step forward and instantly arrived beside the two. With a wave of his sleeve, the two's bodies returned to normal. Thank you, Master. The white-haired old man stood up and stood respectfully behind the middle-aged man. The young man in black next to him gritted his teeth and said, Master, avenge me. You must kill them. Tear them into pieces. Which force are you from? The middle-aged man in front frowned and asked. He was a half-step saint, so he could naturally feel that the dark red divine dragon carried a shocking power. That was a fragment of the law of thunder. You're their master? Your two disciples are too reckless. How dare they provoke me? Old thing, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The dark red divine dragon said coldly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was furious. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? He was also a half-step saint. You're a demonic beast that's wreaking havoc in the human world. Today, I'll kill you. Buzz, the middle-aged man stretched out his palm. His large palm seemed to have turned into a long saber that cut through the void. On his palm, the fragments of the law danced, and the terrifying power of the law swept through the world. Humph. Do you think I'm scared of you? The dark red divine dragon rushed up and used the law of thunder to fight. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle, and neither of them was able to determine the victor. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this demonic dragon be so powerful? In the distance, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth watched with trepidation. Their master was a half-saint who had been famous for hundreds of years. How could he not be able to do anything to the other party? This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Lin Xian was extremely calm because he knew that the dark red divine dragon would definitely win this battle. This was because the dark red divine dragon had another type of law fragment. Sure enough, the dark red divine dragon used the law of water fragment and instantly sent the middle-aged half-saint flying. The middle-aged half-step saint coughed up blood and flew backward. His body was shattered, and his face was extremely ugly. Two types of law powers. Who are you? Who am I? Hee hee, you can call me Lord Dragon Emperor. The dark red dragon sneered. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me now? The middle-aged man hurriedly swallowed a pill and mobilized the power of laws to repair his body. In the next moment, he waved his hand and directly grabbed his two disciples in the distance. Then, with a kick, he broke their legs. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. How dare you offend a half-saint? Quickly kowtow and apologize. The white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth's faces immediately became extremely distorted. However, they did not dare to resist at all. They hurriedly knelt in the void and kept kowtowing. Lord Dragon Emperor, we were wrong. Lord Dragon Emperor, please spare our lives. At the same time, the middle-aged half-step saint took out a white jade bottle and said, there are 10 demon cores of demon kings that are close to the Tao inside. Please don't refuse. The dark red divine dragon raised his eyebrows and directly waved his dragon claw. Then, he said casually, all right. I'll spare your lives this time. Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth who were kneeling on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over from afar. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked coldly. Let me ask you, where are you going with so many half-saints? Who is this person? When the middle-aged man saw a young man walking over, he immediately frowned. He admired the dark red divine dragon in front of him, but it did not mean that anyone could ask him questions. However, when he saw that the dark red divine dragon and the young man in front of him were friends, the middle-aged man was stunned. Could it be that he was also a half-saint? Heavens, he's too young, no. Maybe he's an old monster who deliberately disguised himself as a young man. He also knew that some old monsters at the half-saint level always liked to disguise themselves as young people. This person might be one of them. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, You two don't know, Lin Xian shook his head. We just came out of seclusion and don't know what happened. It was like this. Something happened when they fell into the abyss, which attracted countless geniuses and half-step saints to go there. Oh, fell into the abyss? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This was a very famous place. He had heard of it more than once. It was not inferior to the blood-refining planet. Moreover, it seemed that the Qi family patriarch's injuries were caused when he fell into the abyss. I will tell you the details later. Why don't the two of you take a seat in my spirit boat? What do you think? That's good. Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand to put away his spirit boat. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon flew forward together. Soon, everyone gathered in the middle-aged man's spirit boat. The spirit boat flew quickly again. Inside, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the middle-aged man sat facing each other. The snow-white young marquis hugged a large wine gourd and drank non-stop. The white-haired old man and the black-robed young man respectfully stood at the side and poured tea for Lin Xian and the other two from time to time. The middle-aged man was called Xianxia, and he was a half-saint. At this moment, he had already told them about the fall into the abyss. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. There was such a rumor about the fall into the abyss, and such a scene had appeared. No wonder these half-saints wanted to go. It turned out that there was the secret to becoming a saint. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. Kid, this is a great opportunity for us. We must not miss it. Lin Xian nodded. He had the same idea. After all, he knew that the Dragon Crown Prince and the Qilin Crown Prince were born saints. If he wanted to compete on the path of the great emperor, he had to reach the saint realm as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'm going to the fall into the abyss this time. However, there's still some time before I fall into the abyss, about a month or so. During this time, why don't we exchange pointers? That's good too. Next, the three of them exchanged their own nomological fragments and discussed together. For these cultivators, a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, the three of them stopped discussing and stood up. Xianxia looked outside and said with a smile. We've arrived at the falling star. Below them was a gray star world with a huge crack that occupied half of the entire star world, as if it was going to split the whole world in half. Lin Xian had seen such a scene before on the dark star. At that time, there was also a huge canyon on the dark star. It was said that it was split open by a sage. How did the falling abyss form? Was it formed naturally or was it split open by someone? However, the falling star was much bigger than the dark star that Lin Xian had been to before. The huge crack in the falling abyss was also much bigger. At this moment, it looked like a black dragon was entrenched in the void. It was very terrifying. Buzz, the spirit boat rushed down quickly, rushing through countless astral winds and finally arrived at the falling star. The falling star was completely different from the returning star and the true spirit world. The whole world was gray. It was gray and gloomy, and there was a gloomy aura everywhere, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. It was not only for the body, but also for the soul. Sure enough, it was a dangerous place. Lin Xian frowned when he felt the aura. It seemed that this place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Let's go and set off towards the falling abyss. Xianxia waved his hand, and the spirit boat quickly streaked across the void. Below them, some warriors frowned when they saw this. It was another spirit boat. It was another person from the outer realm. How many people had there been? Why were there so many people here? The skin of these warriors was gray, and the aura on their bodies was extremely gloomy, as if they were devils. However, they were not devils, but native warriors of the falling star. They had been absorbing the gloomy demonic aura of the falling star all year round, which was why their aura was so gloomy. Another person said. It was caused by the falling abyss. Even ghosts would know that there were treasures in there. However, our cultivations are too weak. Yes, without a half-step sage leading the way, it was impossible to enter. The last person snorted coldly. These hateful extraterrestrial warriors, just wait, they will all fall here. Do you think that the falling abyss is so easy to enter? They estimated that after entering, they would die 9 times out of 10. In the sky, the spirit boat continued to fly and finally arrived at the edge of the falling abyss. The evil Qi and ghost Qi here were very strong, so Gold Yuanzi had to stop. He looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and said, "You too, the falling abyss is just up ahead. I still have some old friends to meet, so I can't accompany you too. Don't worry, we just happen to want to look for it alone." Lin Xian bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi and left Lin Zhou with the dark red dragon. As soon as they came out, they felt a cold and gloomy aura sweeping toward them. However, these two people were both experts. With a cold snort, a powerful force shook off the aura. Then, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Although the surrounding aura was dangerous, he could still see that under the gray sky, there were many figures flashing about. Every one of them was very strong. Even the weakest of them was a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. However, he had yet to see a half-saint. It should be in the deepest part. "Come on, let's go to the front and have a look." Lin Xian's figure swayed as he headed forward with the dark red divine dragon. After half a day, the two of them stopped. There were many people in front of them. They were all young men and women, and they emitted a powerful aura. It was a power close to the Tao. This was a group of young geniuses, and there were many of them. It should be the geniuses of the nearby stellar worlds and the extraterritorial realm who had gathered here. Buzz, when Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed, they found that there were not only humans, but also other 10,000 ancient races. They wondered if they were from the quintessential world, or other stellar worlds. The arrival of the two of them naturally attracted the attention of the people in front of them. However, those people glanced at them and did not pay much attention. First of all, Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They did not recognize him. Moreover, they did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. However, in their opinion, since the two of them were able to come here, they either had some strength or some status. However, that was all. Who here wasn't a young prodigy? Who was not a person of status? Therefore, the people in front of them did not pay much attention to them at all. They were still discussing among themselves. In front of them, there was a huge open space with an array formation that formed an arena. There was a battle going on in the arena at the moment. One was a puppet that was completely black like a machine, while the other was a young genius. Even though that young genius had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, he was still suppressed by the black puppet and eventually lost. This scene caused Lin Xian to be astonished. This puppet was not ordinary. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Indeed, I can feel a powerful force and a special array formation inside. This should be a puppet passed down from the ancient times. It was very likely that this puppet was the one that fell into the abyss. This puppet was very strong. It was close to the half-sage level. Even a genius close to the Tao could not defeat it. Lin Xian was shocked. A half-sage level puppet was definitely very precious. If he had two more puppets by his side, he could do whatever he wanted in the half-sage circle. In front of them, the young genius was defeated. At this moment, another man walked up. He was wearing a Taoist robe and his body was shining brightly as he said with a smile. "Who else wants to give it a try? You only need to give me 100 magnificent heaven pills. You will have a chance to fight with this puppet. You have to know that this puppet is not ordinary. It is very close to the half-sage level. If you can fight with it, you will definitely benefit a lot." 100 magnificent heaven pills. Lin Xian also knew about the magnificent heaven pills. In the past, he had also consumed them. It was a kind of spiritual medicine used for cultivation. It was better than a 9th grade king level pill, but it had not reached the level of a half-step holy pill. However, for these martial artists who were close to the Tao, cultivation was very useful. Some of them had even consumed magnificent heaven pills for half their lives. It could be said that magnificent heaven pills were not ordinary pills. They were more precious. Taking out 100 pills at once could be said to be an astonishing price. However, it was just a chance to fight. One had to say that the young man in the Taoist robe in front of them really knew how to do business. However, it was very rare to be able to fight with such a powerful puppet without any danger to one's life. Therefore, very soon, another genius came up. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked over. The dark red divine dragon said with a frown. This puppet should have fallen into the abyss. How could it be controlled by that person? The person in front of him was Prince Luo, a genius of the Luo family. That puppet had been subdued by the Luo family patriarch and controlled by an array formation. The Luo family had sent 2 half-sages this time. At this point, the surrounding geniuses were extremely envious. 2 half-sages, Prince Luo's status could be said to be extremely noble. It was no wonder that 2 half-sages had subdued the black puppet and placed a restriction on it. That was why Prince Luo was able to wantonly collect elixirs here. However, Lin Xian was also rather interested, so he was prepared to give it a try. He didn't want to gain any combat experience. He was just interested in the puppet and wanted to see if he could study its mysteries. Therefore, when the genius on the stage left the stage, Lin Xian handed over 100 magnificent sky pills and walked up. Previously, no one had paid attention to him. After all, there were too many geniuses like him. However, Lin Xian's actions after he went up caused an uproar. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Instead, a mysterious rune shot out from his eyes and surged forward. Immediately, the black puppet in front of him became uneasy. In fact, even the radiance on it had dimmed. A ferocious and terrifying cold aura surged out and swept through the 9 heavens. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying aura? The surrounding geniuses were all stunned. They couldn't imagine it, especially those who had been taught by Luo Yunyang. They were even more shocked. Previously, when they had fought with the puppet, although it was powerful, it hadn't emitted such a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family members changed. This was bad. Could the restriction set up by the patriarch have been broken? They knew that the black puppet was extremely violent. It was the guardian of the abyss. However, their patriarch had set up an array formation to seal its terrifying aura. Otherwise, these geniuses who were close to the Tao wouldn't have dared to exchange blows with it. However, they had never imagined that the young man in red would actually make the puppet explode when he went up. The array formation was about to disappear. This made Prince Luo extremely anxious. In the next instant, he shouted coldly, "Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him continue fighting." Although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that Lin Xian's strange eyes were very likely the reason the black puppet had lost control. Prince Luo wasn't the only one in the Luo family. There were also some other young people and white-haired elders. Therefore, when they heard Prince Luo's words, all the elders and geniuses took action. For elders controlled the array formation, the black puppet's array formation. The array formation's array formation, suppressing the overflowing cold aura. At the same time, Prince Luo Yunyang Xian, Prince Luo Yunyang, the black puppet. Seeing that the black puppet had calmed down, the people of the Luo clan heaved a sigh of relief. Luo. Luo young master Luo harumphed coldly. This damned brat actually dared to destroy the formation left behind by the Luo family's old ancestor. Luos. Break his legs and chop him into pieces. When they heard Prince Luo's order, the 3 young geniuses strode towards Lin Xian. Terrifying energy surged from their bodies, forming a cage that locked Lin Xian in place. The surrounding geniuses' faces changed. Soon, someone sneered. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. What he used just now should be an eye technique. It seems like he wants to find out the secret of the black puppet. But who does he think he is? How dare he do something in front of the Luo family? He's dead meat this time. Who asked him to be so reckless? Numerous discussions resounded. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. The dark red divine dragon sneered when he saw this. What a reckless kid. In front of him, Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, he hadn't expected the black puppet's aura to be so cold and violent. However, when he heard Prince Luo's words and saw the surrounding people's actions, his face darkened. What's going on? How dare these people attack me? They want to kill me? He was a sage-to-be. He was on the same level as the patriarch of these people. How dare these people attack me? Even if he took the black puppet away on the spot, who would dare to say anything, let alone find out the secret of the black puppet, looking at the three young geniuses, Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He snorted coldly, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Like two golden swords, he slashed forward. Boom, wherever his gaze passed, everything was shattered. The attacks of the three geniuses were shattered. Not only that, but the three of them were also sent flying. This person is so powerful. Who is he? He's probably also a genius. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Prince Luo's face was hideous. Damn it, how dare he hit someone from the Luo family? This is unforgivable. He said coldly. Kill him. Don't hold back. Destroy his heart and soul. Hearing this, the four Luo family elders in front turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They didn't hesitate at all. An ancient lamp bloomed with white light in the sky and slashed down from the sky. A purple bead burst out with lightning bolts that filled the sky as it rushed over. The ground cracked open. Two grayish-white claws grabbed at Lin Xian's body, trying to tear him apart. The last elder uttered a roar and lashed out with his fiery red palm, which covered the entire place. The four elders were very powerful. When they attacked together, the surrounding geniuses' faces changed. They were afraid that even an elite who was close to the Tao would be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Previously, he had sent all of them flying on account of the patriarch of the Luo clan and did not kill them. However, you don't know what's good for you. You want to destroy my heart and soul? If that's the case, you can all go to hell. He stomped his foot and the ground cracked open. Four flaming sword lights rushed out from the ground and instantly shattered the four elders' attacks. Not only that, the four long swords also split the four Luo family elders in half. Their broken bodies were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. The four Luo family elders did not even have time to let out a scream before they were beheaded. What? How can this person be so powerful? This time, the surrounding geniuses were all stunned. If Lin Xian's ability to repel the three Skyprides had shocked them before, they were now shocked. Now, they were already terrified. Many of them were so scared that they almost wet their pants. The four elders were not weaker than them. Moreover, they were extremely experienced in combat. When the four of them joined forces, they could instantly kill any one of them. However, the end result of those four elders was that their bodies and souls were destroyed. They were burned to ashes. The people of the Luo family were also stunned. Prince Luo's face turned pale. However, it soon turned into a monstrous viciousness. Damn it, how dare he kill the people of the Luo family? Men, kill him. Crazy roars were heard as the Luo family's powerhouses moved out one after another. Some of them even controlled the black puppet to attack quickly. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Luo Gongzi, grabbing his head with one hand. Damn it, get lost. Luo Gongzi's pupils constricted. Su Chen was a ruthless person who had killed four elders in an instant. He did not dare to fight against him. Therefore, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a black flying dagger. The black flying dagger was a sage-level weapon. It was very terrifying when it was used. Haha, kid, go to hell. Luo Gongzi was very ferocious. At such a close distance, coupled with his full strength, Su Chen would definitely die. Bang, the sage-level flying dagger was slapped away by Lin Xian. Crack, in the next moment, Su Chen grabbed Luo Gongzi's head. Ah! Luo Gongzi let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with fear. How was this possible? Su Chen had easily slapped away his attack, and he had subdued him in an instant. Luo Gongzi felt as if his body was firmly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. He could not exert any strength at all. Damn it, let go of our young master. The people of the Luo family also roared crazily. The geniuses and warriors of the other families were stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Isn't he too powerful? Damn kid, let go of me. Do you believe that our patriarch won't slap you to death when he comes? If you dare to touch me, you're definitely dead. Slap me to death? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Gongzi away. He stood with his hands behind his back. Then call the patriarch of the Luo family here. Let's see if he dares to slap me to death. Are you all right, young master? The elders of the Luo family hurriedly caught Luo Gongzi and heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Gongzi was trembling with anger. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No one has ever dared to provoke the Luo family like this. Just you wait. Luo Gongzi took out a voice transmission talisman and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his patriarch. During this period, the surrounding elites were stunned. Heavens, no way? This kid is not running? Is he really going against the patriarch? What a joke, no matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for the Luo family's patriarch? That was a half-saint, yes, I've only heard that among the younger generation, there's a Lin Wudi who can contend against a half-saint. Unfortunately, he had already died to the blood curse of the Great Scarlet Plains. Lin Wudi, could it be this kid's nickname? This was too arrogant. The dark red divine dragon rolled its eyes when it heard that. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Most of these people had heard of his reputation, but not many had actually seen him. Therefore, these people did not recognize him at all. Otherwise, this young Master Luo would not have dared to be so arrogant. Boom, the sky shattered, and a wisp of the sage-to-be's power came down, crushing half of the void. Ancestor, when young Master Luo saw this scene, he immediately cheered. The Luo family warriors also heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the Luo clan had arrived. Indeed, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared in the sky. He was holding a walking stick. He descended in an incomparably domineering manner like a god. Boom. Boom, boom. Several figures appeared in the surroundings, and each of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, all the supreme talents were out of breath. Their eyes widened in shock. Sage-to-be. There was more than one sage-to-be. Several sage-to-be had descended. Heavens, that kid is dead meat. Su Chen also narrowed his eyes. More than one, but soon, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that he had met a few acquaintances. He did not attack. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon quickly came to Lin Xian's side as if it was facing a formidable enemy. After all, the other party had sent 4 sage-to-be this time. Kid, the situation is not good. The dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian waved his hand. It was fine. He did not believe that the other party would dare to touch him. After the patriarch of the Luo clan landed, he asked coldly. What's going on, ancestor? Kill him quickly. This kid dares to threaten me and kill the 4 elders of the Luo clan. What? Who is it? The patriarch of the Luo clan was instantly enraged. His aura was like the roar of a real dragon. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, the other 3 people beside him also looked at him. The next moment, the 2 of them exclaimed. It's you, young Master Lin. When the 2 of them exclaimed, the patriarch of the Luo clan was stunned. The surrounding Luo clan martial artists and the skyprides were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the 2 sage-to-be knew this kid in front of them? It seemed that this kid's identity was not ordinary. He must be a genius disciple of some clan, right? As expected, the patriarch of the Luo clan frowned and asked coldly. What's going on? Do the 2 of you know him? Is he a disciple of the Qi clan, or is he Jin Yuanzi's disciple? If that was the case, perhaps it would not be good for him to interfere. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. In fact, he could not believe his eyes. Jin Yuanzi said. Fellow cultivator, we meet again. Fellow cultivator, Jin Yuanzi actually called the other party a fellow cultivator. Heavens, what's going on? This is not how a senior should treat a junior. Could it be that the young man in front of him has such a high status that a sage-to-be would treat him with respect? Could it be that he's one of those terrifying clans? The patriarch of the Luo clan took a deep breath. He recalled that there were a few terrifying clans on the ancient path of stars. At this moment, the patriarch of the Qi clan walked out and looked in front of him. He was extremely excited. Young Master Lin, it's you. It's really you. You're not dead. He was too shocked. After all, He knew that Lin Xian's real identity was Lin Wudi. He had reached the sage-to-be level at such a young age and had even killed Patriarch Xue Pao. However, wasn't he killed by Patriarch Xue Pao's curse? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had withstood the curse of a sage-to-be level? At this thought, the patriarch of the Qi clan felt his scalp go numb. "Oh, old Master Qi. I didn't expect to meet you here again," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he looked at Jin Yuanzi and nodded slightly. The surrounding skyprides were in an uproar. Did they see wrongly? Lin Xian's attitude was so arrogant, he was a sage-to-be. They had to bow to him when they saw him. However, Lin Xian only nodded as if he did not care. The people of the Luo clan were also stunned. Young Master Luo looked at the patriarch of the Luo clan. The patriarch of the Luo clan took a deep breath and asked, "Fellow cultivator Qi, fellow cultivator Jin, may I know who this young man is? He's a fellow cultivator I met on the way here." Jin Yuanzi said. This was a young sage-to-be. What? A sage-to-be? He was a sage-to-be. The patriarch of the Luo clan gasped when he heard that. The martial artists of the Luo clan were dumbfounded. A half-step sage? Such a young half-step sage. How could this be? Could it be that the golden age had arrived? Those peerless geniuses had all been resurrected. Such a young half-step sage had completely surpassed them. The geniuses were all dumbfounded by what they saw. They were usually so proud. They were all geniuses who had stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky. They had grasped the power of Tao and stood at the peak of the younger generation. But now, they were trampled under the feet of a person. Someone had surpassed them and comprehended the law fragment. This made them feel hopeless. This person was too terrifying. Damn it, we've been left far behind. First, there was Lin Wudi, and now there was a half-step sage. There would probably be more and more young half-step sages appearing in the future. Luo family was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to be a half-step sage. Their Luo family had provoked a half-step sage. This matter was not going to be easy to deal with. Perhaps, he had to give some face. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath and said. Everyone was familiar with the name of Lin Xian. It could be said that it was a well-known name. When these words came out, many people were stunned. Was this young man in front of them very famous? But why had they not heard of him? Wait, Lin Xian. Could it be? Someone was shocked and seemed to have guessed something. The Qi family's patriarch said loudly. I think some of you have guessed it. That's right, Lin Xian is Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi. He is Lin Wudi, the one who killed Patriarch Xue Pao. Lin Wudi. Everyone screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, Luo family's patriarch also screamed. Lin Wudi had been killed by the half-step sage's curse. How could he be Lin Wudi if he died in the Great Scarlet Plain? He was really shocked. Was this a joke? Not only did he provoke a half-step sage, but he was also a terrifying killing god. The others were also confused. Yes, the half-step sage's curse had attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. How did he escape? A mere half-saint's curse can't kill me, Lin Xian said proudly with his hands behind his back. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. He was too powerful. The person in front of them was simply a legend. That was a curse that Patriarch Xue Pao had cast at the cost of his soul falling into eternal darkness. Even such a powerful attack had failed to kill the other party. There were probably very few half-sages who could kill him. At the side, the dark red dragon was extremely shocked. It did not expect Lin Xian to be so famous already. As soon as the name Lin Wudi was mentioned, the faces of the surrounding half-saints all changed. Sure enough, other than the Qi family patriarch, the other three half-saints were all stunned. Among them, Gold Origin was also extremely shocked. So he was Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a trace of hope. The reason for that was because his disciples had clashed with Lin Xian. Fortunately, he had punished his two disciples at that time. Otherwise, if he had recklessly sparred with Lin Xian, he would probably have been killed by now. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a lingering fear. The patriarch of the Luo family's face also turned extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and said hurriedly, I didn't expect it to be Lin Wudi. Young Master Lin has arrived. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Young Master Luo, who was standing at the side, was trembling. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Heavens, he had actually provoked an invincible demon king. Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Luo family naturally knew that there was a conflict between the two parties. He quickly said, the younger generation of the Luo family did not know what was good for them and offended young Master Lin. I'll ask them to apologize to young Master Lin now. Speaking of this, the patriarch of the Luo family's face darkened. He looked at young Master Luo and the people around the Luo family and shouted coldly, apologize to young Master Lin now. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Young Master Luo hurriedly bowed when he heard the apology. Young Master Lin, I failed to recognize you and offended you. I hope you can forgive me. Speaking of this, his eyes were filled with resentment. This was because until now, he still could not imagine that the person in front of him was a terrifying half-saint. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. That's it? A half-saint is not to be humiliated. Don't you know the rules? You wanted to kill me before this. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family's martial artists changed. Young Master Luo raised his head abruptly. He shouted coldly, damned brat, what do you want? Don't go overboard. Although you're a half-saint, the patriarch of the Luo family is also a half-saint. This time, the Luo family has sent 2 half-saints. Do you think we're afraid of you? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family's expression changed. Shut up. He let out a loud shout. However, it was too late. Young Master Luo had already roared. His voice echoed in the surroundings. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Does this mean that you want to attack me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly disappeared. No. The patriarch of the Luo family roared and waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Countless fragments of the Dharma quickly rose into the air and covered the sky. However, he was still a step too late. Lin Xian appeared in front of young Master Luo in an instant. With a wave of his hand, young Master Luo's body was instantly torn into pieces. He grabbed young Master Luo's head. Ah! Young Master Luo screamed crazily, but he could not resist at all. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. The disparity was too great. There was no way he could resist at all. He couldn't even block the slightest bit. He was someone who had comprehended the Tao. Is this the power of a half-saint? Young Master Luo screamed, Patriarch, save me. Kill him. Kill him for me. Humph. How dare you say that you're going to kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Young Master Luo's head split open, and his soul tried to escape. However, Lin Xian directly enveloped him and fixed him in the void. Young Master Lin, no. The patriarch of the Luo family hurriedly said. Luo Tian was one of the most talented among the younger generation of the Luo family. He had already comprehended the power of the Tao. He estimated that in a few hundred years, he would very likely become another half-saint. Therefore, he was the future hope of the Luo family. How could he allow such a person to fall? What? You dare to stop me? Lin Xian looked at him disdainfully. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Rays of sword chi rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, he was like a sword emperor. His powerful aura suppressed the surrounding geniuses, causing them to prostrate on the ground. The patriarch of the Qi family also changed his expression. Damn it, he's too strong. Why is his aura even stronger than before? The patriarch of the Luo family also narrowed his eyes. Brother Luo, don't act rashly. The patriarch of the Qi family advised from the side. He did not want the two to fight. Old ancestor Luo's face darkened. To be honest, even though the other party was Lin Wudi, wasn't he too much of a bully? How dare he kill a genius of the Luo family right in front of him? Humph. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Lin Wudi. The Luo family's patriarch took a step forward, and his aura exploded. The surrounding nomological fragments danced and pierced through the void. Beside him, the Qi family's patriarch sighed. He knew that the Luo family's patriarch was angry. He couldn't persuade him to change his mind. At this moment, Xianxia said, "No, brother Luo, the one beside him is the dragons, who are also half-sages." What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. The skyprides were scared out of their wits. The Luo family's patriarch was also stunned. The dragon beside Luo family was also a half-sage? Oh my god, 2 half-sages. The Luo family's patriarch's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, a touch of darkness appeared in his eyes, and then the nomological fragments that filled the sky disappeared. His opponents were 2 half-sages. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. After all, he didn't have full confidence in facing Lin Xian. With the addition of the dragons, there was a 90% chance that he would be defeated. Although the few half-sages beside him were his friends, it was still uncertain whether they would help him if a fight broke out. However, in the void, Luo Tian acted recklessly. So what if you have 2 half-sages? Do you think the Luo family doesn't have any? Patriarch, hurry up and call him great ancestor. Both of you, attack together and suppress this kid. Why? Does the Luo family want to fight? If you really want to fight, I don't mind uprooting the Luo family. When Lin Xian said that, the 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. The dark red divine dragon beside him roared and soared into the 9 heavens. Many people fainted because of this roar. Damn it, the Luo family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. The Luo family did have 2 half-sages this time, but the other half-sages wasn't here. He wouldn't be here anytime soon. If they really fought, he would probably be the first to die. Looking at the other party, not only him, but the entire Luo family would suffer if they really fought. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Why would I fight young Master Lin? The Luo family's patriarch shook his head. Luo Tian offended young Master Lin, and he deserved to die. I hope young Master Lin won't implicate the Luo family. As soon as he said that, the skyprides were shocked and lowered their heads. The Luo family's patriarch actually lowered his head. That was unbelievable, was that Lin Xian? These 3 words were like a huge mountain, pressing down on them until they could not catch their breath. No. Patriarch, you can't give up on me. Luo Tian was scared. Previously, he thought that the Luo clan had 2 patriarchs, so he didn't put anyone in his eyes. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? Their Luo clan wasn't afraid even if it was 2 half-saints, but how could he have known that Lin Wudi was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Even the Luo clan's old ancestor did not dare to make a move and could only give up. Regret, Luo Tian was filled with regret. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would never dare to offend the other party. The next moment, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. That soul let out a thumping sound in the void. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare my dog life. Young Master Lin, please let me go. From now on, you are my master. Luo Tian's body trembled. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Tian's soul to the Luo family's patriarch. You should know what to do. The Luo family's patriarch took a deep breath. Bastard. He offended a sage-to-be and implicated the Luo family. Now, he had humiliated the Luo family. He deserved to die. The Luo family's patriarch smashed Luo Tian's soul with his palm. Luo Tian's soul let out a miserable shriek before disappearing into thin air. The Luo family's martial artists were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The other skyprides were pale. Luo Tian was dead. Luo Tian was killed by the Luo family's patriarch. The scene was too shocking. Are you satisfied, young Master Lin? The Luo family's patriarch asked after killing Luo Tian. I'll spare the Luo family this time. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. Lin Xian snorted and looked at the Qi family's patriarch and Xianxia. How much do the 2 of you know about falling into the abyss? We don't know much, but Brother Qi came here 300 years ago, so he knows more than us. We're here to ask for Brother Qi's advice. Xianxia said. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Qi family's patriarch was injured when he fell into the abyss 300 years ago. Therefore, the Qi family's patriarch should know more. Young Master Lin, why don't you join us? We need some experts. The Qi family's patriarch smiled. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked over with the dark red divine dragon. The Luo family's patriarch frowned. But soon, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. The current him was no match for Lin Xian at all. He would wait for the other sage-to-be of the Luo family to come back. He could only bear with it now. Lin Xian's attention was on the Qi family's patriarch because the Qi family's patriarch knew more than him. He said, "Everyone, let me say this first. It's very dangerous to fall into the abyss. Although I came here 300 years ago, I only walked a certain distance. I don't know how deep it is. However, there are many puppets in the distance that I walked. Those puppets are very strong, second only to a sage-to-be. Moreover, they move in groups. When they work together, their strength is very terrifying. That's why I've gathered all of you to fight them together. Also, the cold aura is very scary. It not only affects the body, but also the soul. Therefore, you must protect yourselves well. Don't let the Yin ghosts and Yin demons invade you. Last time, I was invaded by a Yin ghost. That's why I've been dying for 300 years. If it wasn't for young Master Lin, I would have gone to hell." What? The Qi family's patriarch's injury was healed by young Master Lin. Jing Yuanzi and the others were shocked. Luo family gasped. His eyes were full of shock. This young man was too scary. He was indebted to the Qi family's patriarch. At the thought of this, he quickly suppressed the thought of revenge. As the group of people spoke, they quickly flew forward. There had been 4 sage-to-be. With Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, there were now 6 sage-to-be. The 6 of them turned into 6 rays of light and flew quickly in the sky. Everyone, pay attention. We've completely entered the falling abyss. From now on, there will be dark puppets appearing. Everyone must be careful. Don't let them discover you. Otherwise, you'll be trapped by them. The Qi family's patriarch quickly formed a seal. Immediately, the nomological fragment danced and his aura was completely hidden. The other sage-to-be moved quickly as well. Above Gold Origin's head was a golden ball of light that enveloped him. The Luo family's patriarch put on a fiery red robe. The other sage-to-be was called the martial Cultivation half-sage. Mysterious runes appeared on his body and covered his aura as well. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon used their special abilities. The aura of the 6 people completely disappeared in the void. The sage-to-be's methods were exquisite. However, after half a day, the Qi family's patriarch's face turned ugly. Lin Xian also frowned. They felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from the void, which sent chills down their spines. Impossible. We've already concealed our aura. How can they still detect us? Gold Origin frowned. I'm afraid it's a formation. We must have been caught by the formation. The dark red divine dragon spoke. He was an expert in formations, so he could naturally sense that there was an invisible formation between heaven and earth that had enveloped them. How could it be like this? Everyone frowned. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of them. Then, heaven and earth boiled and the void shattered. Someone was fighting. The Qi family patriarch and the others exclaimed. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and instantly formed a formation that reflected the scene in front of them. What a brilliant formation! The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be an expert in formations. But now, they could not care less. Their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. There was a team of 4 in front of them. 2 of them were sage-to-be, and 2 of them were skyprides who were close to the Tao. Black figures appeared around them. There were 20 of them densely packed together. The 20 black puppets attacked together, causing the heavens and earth to explode. Strong winds blew between heaven and earth, and a terrifying force shrouded the 4 of them. The 4 of them fought back crazily, but each of the black puppets was far stronger than the martial artists who were close to the Tao. The 20 black puppets attacked together, and the 2 skyprides who were close to the Tao could not resist at all. They were instantly defeated. Even the 2 sage-to-be were suppressed. In the end, the 4 of them were completely annihilated. This scene left the Qi clan's patriarch and the others dumbfounded. Those were sage-to-be. They were the same as them, but they were killed? And there were two of them. This made their hair stand on end. Damn it. Why are there so many black puppets? Gold Origin sucked in a breath of cold air. The combined strength of 20 black puppets was simply too powerful. Even they would find it difficult to deal with them. Let's be careful, the Luo family patriarch said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. What a powerful black puppet, and there were too many of them. If there were only one of them, they would not be afraid at all. But there were dozens of them at the same time. This formed a terrifying force. Moreover, the black puppets were not the only ones who fell into the abyss. There were probably other dangers. At this moment, another scream was heard from their right. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the scream. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Another half-saint had fallen. The Qi family patriarch and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this. Following that, 3 more screams were heard. Clearly, more half-saints had fallen. Among them, there were even more martial artists who were close to the Tao who had perished. Damn it, how did this happen? The patriarch of the Luo clan and the others clenched their fists tightly. This place was actually so terrifying. Now, they were somewhat regretful. After all, 6 half-saints had fallen in a short while. If this happened outside, it would definitely shock the world. But here, he had died without a sound. Fellow Daoist Qi, are you confident? Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's ancestor, and Xiao Wu all looked at the Qi clan's ancestor. The Qi family's patriarch took in a deep breath. Initially, he was brimming with confidence. However, after witnessing this scene, his heart was beating like a drum. To be honest, I'm not 100% confident either. However, I'm at least 50% confident. Hearing this, the Luo clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Since that was the case, let's begin. Since we're already here, we have to give it a try. Indeed, although a half-saint had fallen, it couldn't stop Lin Xian's footsteps. He had to see him fall into the abyss. Even if these people didn't go, he would go. However, with the Qi family's ancestor around, it would be more convenient. After all, he had been here 300 years ago. Since young Master Lin has said so, I'll give it a try. The Qi family's ancestor took a deep breath and looked around. Although I've been here 300 years ago, the scene now is different from 300 years ago. 300 years ago, it wasn't so dangerous. Moreover, there's chaotic Qi and light in the abyss today. It's obvious that something has changed. As the Qi family's ancestor spoke, he formed a seal with his palms. Stars lit up on his body one after another. There were a total of 7 stars shining in the sky. Star deduction. Seeing this, the Luo clan's ancestor and the others were filled with anticipation. Let's go this way. The Qi family's ancestor waved his hand and led the others to fly to the left. After an incense stick's time, they were attacked. Not good. The Qi family's ancestor exclaimed. What's going on? Have we been discovered? The half-saints were surprised. There were no black puppets around. The dark red dragon god Fist said. They had encountered an array formation. He pointed at the void below. Indeed, there were a few runes shining there. Damn it. The Qi family's ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb. The half-saints' faces changed and they quickly fled. Buzz, there was a violent fluctuation between heaven and earth. Black figures appeared one after another. Then, a series of terrifying attacks rushed over. Not good. Hurry up and defend. The Qi family's ancestor roared. The stars on his body connected and formed a starry sky chart that shrouded everyone. With a clang, the attacks in the sky hit the starry sky chart, causing the starry sky chart to shake violently. However, the starry sky chart withstood the attacks. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Qi family's ancestor waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and leave." As soon as he said that, the starry sky chart above his head broke and a black light split him in half. Ah, the Qi family's ancestor screamed. The stars in the sky flickered and 7 stars shrouded him. His body quickly healed. The people around him were scared out of their wits. At the same time, Xianxia took out a large golden umbrella and covered everyone. The Luo family's ancestor took out a large cauldron and kept enlarging it to cover everyone. With 2 layers of defense, the half-saints heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense shook violently. It was as if they would break at any time. Not good. Xianxia and the Luo family's ancestors' faces changed. They quickly formed a seal. The Dharma fragments kept flying. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense were broken again. Their Dharma treasures flew out. At the same time, 20 black puppets appeared around them. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Individually, they were not as strong as them. However, when 20 of them joined forces, the aura they formed was too strong. It's okay. We can still fight against 20 of them. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints on their side. However, in the next moment, their faces changed and they even became frightened. A total of 40 black puppets surrounded them. There was no way for them to escape. Damn it, why are there so many of them? The Qi family patriarch and the others turned pale. If there were 20 of them, they could still fight. But how could they fight 40 of them? They would most likely die. Boom, the black puppets were on the move. Their auras were so terrifying that they resonated with the entire abyss. Suddenly, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered, and the light shrouded the Qi family patriarch and the others. Fight back. Don't hold back. The Qi family patriarch and the others roared crazily. The few half-saints attacked crazily. They weren't young geniuses. They were all veteran powerhouses who had experienced countless battles. Their experiences were plentiful. They had many trump cards. So when they attacked, they sent a dozen black puppets flying. Boom, the 7 stars around the Qi family patriarch were like a starry sky dragon, shattering the void. As it roared, it forced the black puppets to retreat. Xianxia called back the golden umbrella in the sky. The golden umbrella whistled, bringing about a powerful storm. Countless golden lights turned into shooting stars, piercing through the 9 heavens. The cauldron above the Luo family patriarch's head waved its hands, bringing with it thousands of rays of light and countless law fragments. Xiaowu roared, clenched his fist, and punched. He was a body-refining half-saint. The law fragments on his body trembled, and the power was strong enough to shatter the world. The 4 half-saints attacked together, and the power was terrifying. But this time, there were 40 black puppets. These black puppets could combine with each other to form a large array. Together with the aura of the abyss, the power was equally terrifying. So in an instant, the Qi family patriarch and the others were in danger. The 40 puppets attacked crazily. They were not afraid of death, and they did not feel pain. Boom, the 4 puppets stacked on top of each other, and the monstrous aura formed a giant sword, which cut the starry sky dragon into pieces. The Qi family patriarch was also sent flying, and one of his arms was cut off. Among them, 20 of the puppets had black spears in their hands. They attacked together, forming a black light beam, and sent the cauldron beside the Luo family patriarch flying. At the same time, the black spears pierced through the Luo family patriarch's body. Then, the Luo family patriarch was torn apart. Wang, the black puppets went berserk. Next, Xianxia and Xiaowu were seriously injured. Their bodies were instantly destroyed. These were all half-sages. They quickly reassembled, but soon, they were shattered again. Damn it, he's too strong. These 40 puppets together were simply too powerful. Separate, I must separate these puppets. The Qi family patriarch roared like a madman. However, just as he finished speaking, 40 black fists once again smashed into his body. Not only that, this time, a terrifying aura appeared on the bodies of the 40 cultivators, which formed into a grey claw that grabbed at the Qi clan patriarch's shattered body. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush his soul. No, the Qi clan's ancestor screamed like a madman. Could it be that he was going to die here? Fellow Daoist Qi, Xianxia and the other 2 roared furiously as well. However, their bodies had just been reassembled, so they couldn't help in time. At the most critical moment, a sword light descended from the sky. It was incomparably vast and carried with it a fiery red radiance as it slashed over. With a slash, the great claw was destroyed. Not only that, but the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles completely collapsed, forming a huge crack. Phew, the Qi clan's ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. The Luo family patriarch and the others were shocked. Who was this? This sword strike was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. This was definitely a top expert. Are you all right? A faint voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the Luo family patriarch and the others quickly turned their heads and looked over. They saw fragments of the Law of Fire dancing on Lin Xian's arm. It was obvious that he was the one who had struck out with the sword. This brat was actually so strong. Everyone was shocked, especially the Luo family patriarch. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't fight with Lin Xian before. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping. The Qi clan's ancestor's face was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, his soul would have been destroyed. Jing Yuanzi and Xiao Wu were also shocked. Was this Lin Wudi? He was indeed strong. No wonder he could kill Patriarch Xue Hao. Young Master Lin, what do you think we should do? The Qi clan's ancestor looked at Lin Xian. The Luo family patriarch and the others also looked over. Although Lin Xian was a few thousand years younger than them, at this moment, they had to follow Lin Xian's lead. These 40 puppets knew how to attack together. They were very powerful when they worked together, but if they were scattered, they wouldn't be a threat. They understood the principle, but they couldn't do it. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others sighed. No worries, leave it to me. Lin Xian stood out. Ruffian dragon, get ready. The dark red dragon flew over. No problem, we can start at any time. Good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The flame aura on his body instantly erupted like a volcano. It made the 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble. The fragment of the Law of Fire accompanied his fist and blasted out. This punch was like a god descending, shattering the sky. Buzz, the 40 black puppets attacked together, forming a black spear that stabbed out. The two collided in the sky. The golden fist was pierced through, which was unbelievable. One had to know how terrifying Lin Xian's punch was, but it was pierced through. One could imagine how terrifying the 40 black puppets were when they worked together. It was no wonder that so many half-sages had fallen. But so what? Lin Xian's punch was just a test. In the sky, the black spear pierced through the golden fist and then stabbed toward Lin Xian. Not good, the Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Could it be that even Lin Xian couldn't resist? If that was the case, they were afraid that they would be doomed. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a cold light. In the face of such a powerful spear, he advanced instead of retreating. His body swayed, turned into a golden stream of light, and instantly rushed out. Then, he stretched out his big hand. This time, his big hand was covered with golden runes, but it didn't transform into a palm of light. Instead, it grabbed with his bare hand. No way, what is young Master Lin trying to do? Is he trying to fight with his bare hands? The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces twitched when they saw this. That was impossible, the 4 half-saints were all stupefied. They knew how terrifying the spear was. Their half-sage artifacts were instantly sent flying. Now, someone was trying to fight with the power of his physical body. How was that possible? However, the 4 half-saints were stunned in an instant. In the next moment, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Lin Xian's hand shone brightly as he grabbed the black spear. The black spear could knock a half-saint weapon away and pierce through a half-saint, but it was caught by Lin Xian's hands. It could not move. In the sky. What? He really blocked it. How is this possible? The Luo family's patriarch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jing Yuanzi and the others also gasped. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Ha! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he exerted strength in his hands. His hands were like real dragons as they shone with unparalleled light. Then, he forcefully swung the black spear and broke it into two halves. The 40 puppets took 3 steps back and broke through the void. Ah! Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he roared at the sky. He stood there, preventing the 40 black puppets from moving forward. He's a god of war. The Qi family's patriarch and the others looked up at the young figure in the sky in shock. Could it be that they were really old? Is this the world of young people? However, they had never seen a young man who was so terrifying. Is he really a half-saint? They were doubtful at this moment. Their bodies weren't as strong as his. Ruffian dragon. In the sky, Lin Xian pushed back the 40 black puppets and then roared. The dark red dragon said. Don't worry, it's ready. It turned out that when Lin Xian was fighting with the 40 puppets, the dark red dragon had already started to set up a formation. He wanted to break the formation with the formation. Rise! The dark red dragon roared as the endless fragments of the law of thunder on its body surged into the formation. Suddenly, a thunder formation rose into the sky, and a huge force covered the sky. Attack! With a long roar, the thunder formation burst out with unparalleled light and began to attack the surrounding void. A series of flickering formations appeared in the originally dark and gloomy void. Sure enough, there was a formation. The Qi family's patriarch and the others exclaimed. They had not noticed it before. If it was not for the dark red divine dragon, they would have never found it. This dragon was too terrifying. It was actually an array master, they were too shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's companions to be so terrifying. In front of them, the 40 black puppets roared crazily because they wouldn't allow the formation to break. They turned into phantoms of fiend gods and rushed over at high speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a stomp of his foot, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. You want to go there? You have to get past me first. His 9-yang divine body was unleashed to the extreme by him. The next moment, he rushed over. A great battle erupted, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Between heaven and earth, huge cracks flickered for millions of miles. At this moment, the entire falling abyss was boiling. Heavens, who was fighting? A half-saint was fighting against a black puppet. There were other half-saints in the surroundings as well. At this moment, they sensed a shocking force coming from afar, and they were instantly extremely shocked. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Not good, retreat quickly. They ran away crazily. That was because a violent force swept across heaven and earth. How terrifying. How many half-saints were attacking again? Damn it, there were a lot of people coming. The other half-saints swallowed their saliva, and some of their eyes lit up. This was great. Such a violent force would definitely attract more black puppets, and the guards in other places would be weaker. They could use this opportunity to attack. At the thought of this, they turned into streams of light and rushed into the distance. In front of them, Lin Xian was fighting the 40 puppets head-on. It was an earth-shattering battle. Are you done? Hooligan, Lin Xian roared. His physique was strong, but at this moment, his blood was boiling, and his body was trembling. He had no choice. The 40 puppets were so powerful that they were equivalent to a few half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian could resist, but the Luo family's patriarch and the others were scared silly. Hurry up, hold on for a while longer. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, controlling the formation with all its might. Roar, Lin Xian roared, and the great dragon sword spirit in his body roared. Endless precept fragments condensed above his head, forming a precept sword. He held it in his hand. With a slash of the sword, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void within 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped by the flaming sword. Buzz, the 40 black puppets condensed again, forming a black blade that slashed in all directions. It collided with the precept sword. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Are you done? If not, Lin Xian roared again. If not, he would have to use more trump cards. All right. The dark red divine dragon responded. Suddenly, in the void, countless shattering sounds were heard, and the formation hidden in the void was broken. Good, Lin Xian laughed loudly. 9 suns opened the sky. With a slash of the sword, it could destroy the sun and the moon. This slash directly sent the 40 puppets flying. Among them, 7 or 8 puppets were destroyed by the slash. The remaining 30 puppets were also scattered. They could not gather again. Hurry up and attack! Lin Xian roared and rushed over. Behind him, the Qi family patriarch and the others came back to their senses. They also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and rushed over. The 40 puppets could no longer attack together, and now they were scattered in all directions. Although in groups of 3 to 5, they could still fight against a half-sage, but they were still unable to threaten them. Therefore, it did not take long for these puppets to be destroyed. Phew, the Luo family patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xian took back the precept fragment, and he was incomparably calm. To be honest, even if he did not break the formation, with his strength, he could kill them. However, he would have to use some of his trump cards. Lin Xian did not want to do that. Otherwise, the puppets could not do anything to him. Next, everyone went on their way again. During this time, they encountered 2 more groups of puppets and attacked them. However, they used this method to forcefully break the formation. Lin Xian and the others were extremely powerful all the way to the depths of the falling abyss. Haha, will we be the only ones to enter? The Luo family patriarch was a little excited. After all, there were not many teams as strong as them. The Qi family patriarch shook his head. It was not that simple. As far as I know, before we came, there were already some powerful experts who went in. Moreover, even if they were in the same group, some of them were very terrifying. Therefore, we can't be the only ones to enter. After all, this time it was not just 1 or 2 stellar worlds, but many half-sage geniuses from many worlds. It could be said that this was a fierce battle. Were there other geniuses from the stellar Silk world? It was a good opportunity to see them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had seen some of them before, but now, those geniuses from outside the domain were no longer a threat to him. However, he knew that those who could step on the ancient path of the stars were definitely powerful. There would definitely be half-sage geniuses and powerful experts waiting for him ahead. However, he was fearless. Great, we can land now. The Qi family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Then, everyone descended. Hee, I didn't expect a small fry to come. A cold voice came from the front. There's someone. The Qi family patriarch and the others stopped in their tracks. Their gazes shifted to the front. There was indeed someone. A young man in white walked over with a pair of white wings on his back. It wasn't a pair of wings formed by superpowers, but real wings. Obviously, he wasn't a human. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The young man in white walked over and said coldly, "Scram, this isn't a place you can come." What did you say? The Qi family patriarch and the others' faces darkened. The other party was just a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. How dare he ask them to scram? They had 6 half-step saints on their side. Sure enough, the Qi family patriarch snorted and a ray of light rushed forward. He could easily kill a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. Clang, the ray of light arrived in front of the young man in white. Countless runes appeared on the young man in white, forming a light screen. He blocked it. Is a half-step saint that great? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? The young man in white sneered. A mysterious light flickered on his body. Damn it, who is this guy? He actually has 3 half-step saint artifacts. The dark red dragon beside him was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's a young master of some family. And this family must be extremely powerful. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the Qi family patriarch was also stunned. A young man with 3 half-step saint artifacts? That's really surprising. He asked in a deep voice. Who are you? I'm from the White Crane race. The young man in white said proudly. The pair of white wings on his back spread out and emitted a pure white light. What, the White Crane race? You're from the White Crane race? The Qi family patriarch was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family and the other 2 sucked in a breath of cold air. 10,000 Archean race? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. the dark red dragon snorted. Its meat should be delicious. Is the white crane race that powerful? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. The white crane race should also be one of the 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races were not only present in the true spirit world, but also in the entire universe. That's right, the White Crane clan was extremely powerful. They occupied a planet and named it the White Crane Planet. In that world of stars, they reigned supreme. Although there were other races, they all had to submit to their White Crane race. Gold Origin said in a deep voice. It was very obvious that they definitely knew how terrifying the White Crane clan was. When the white-robed young man heard this, he laughed loudly. Looks like you know how powerful my White Crane clan is. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Occupying a world of stars. Lin Xian was startled. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were very strong. F***ck, this guy is too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death, then roast him into meat skewers to eat. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth. At this moment, the Luo family's ancestor also walked out. He said, so it's the young master of the White Crane clan. How have we offended the young master? Why are you asking us to leave for no reason? The Qi family's ancestor and the others were also very confused. They had come here with great difficulty, but now they were being chased away. How could they be willing to accept this, offend us? The white-robed young man was stunned, then he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to offend my White Crane clan? I'm here to clean up the trash. You don't have to go forward. What? You're here to clean up ants? Hearing this, the Luo family's ancestor and the others' faces turned extremely ugly. It seemed that regardless of whether they had offended the White Crane clan or not, the other party would not let them leave. The other party was planning to clear the place and take the treasures inside for himself. Damn it, your White Crane clan is too arrogant. The Qi family's ancestor gritted his teeth. He had waited for 300 years, and he could finally come again. How could he leave just because of a sentence from someone else? Yes, I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? You're the one who attacked me just now, right? Chop off one of his arms. Chop off the arm that attacked me. The Luo family's ancestor and the others were stunned, but Lin Xian's pupils shrank. In the next moment, the Qi family's ancestor's arm flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the Qi family's ancestor's scream was heard. Yes, master. A figure appeared beside the Qi family's ancestor, holding a long saber in his hand that flashed with saber light. Damn it, there's someone here. So fast. The Luo family's ancestor, Jin Yuan, and Xiao Wu's pupils shrank. Even Lin Xian was shocked. It seems that there's an expert hiding here. The Qi family's ancestor screamed and quickly sealed his qi in blood. His face was extremely pale, and he retreated to the side. 7 stars revolved around his body, forming the 7 stars armor. Then, the severed arm grew out again. Sage to be. The Black Bat clan. The Qi family's ancestor's face was extremely ugly. The other party's speed was too fast, and he only reacted when the other party chopped off his arm. If the other party was aiming for his head, would he be able to dodge it? The white-robed youth in front of him shouted coldly. This is a lesson for you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll destroy your bodies and souls. He did not expect that there would be a half-step saint from the Black Bat clan, and he was so fast. However, do you think a half-step saint can stop us? We have 6 half-step saints. The Qi family's ancestor looked up and said coldly. Are 6 half-step saints that powerful? Do it, and let them know the consequences of disobeying my orders. Buzz, the half-step saint from the Black Bat clan moved, and he instantly disappeared into the void. Oh no! The Qi family's ancestor and the others narrowed their eyes. Buzz, the 7 stars armor on the Qi family's ancestor shone brightly. He shouted loudly, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. In the next moment, his body was sent flying, and he was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Every single one of them crashed into the same place, causing one of his arms to be chopped off once again. Ah! The Qi family's ancestor screamed. At the same time, Jin Yuan's head was sent flying. He was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Not only him, but the Luo family's ancestor and Xiao Wu were also hit. All four of them retreated, and they were injured. In the next moment, they looked in front of them in horror. Damn it, who the hell are you? The fragment of the law of speed. He has comprehended the law of speed. These people were stunned. It was too fast, so fast that they could not keep up with it even though they were half-step saints. Moreover, the other party had attacked too many times in an instant. Although one attack was not enough to break their defense, it was still too fast. However, with so many attacks landing on the same spot, even they would find it difficult to withstand. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful I am. The white-robed youth in front of them laughed loudly. Damn it, we have so many half-saints. I don't believe we can't beat him. The Qi family patriarch gritted his teeth. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints and Lin Xian. How could they not beat him? Even if this half-saint from the Black Bat clan had comprehended the law of speed, they still had a way. Was that so? The youth in white sneered and clapped his hands lightly. A roar came from the darkness behind him. Then, a few huge creatures walked out. These 2 huge creatures were as big as mountains. Each of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was terrifying. Hellhounds. Lin Xian was shocked. There were 2 half-saint hellhounds. He had seen a hell dog before. Back in the true spirit world, in the central continent, he had seen a hell dog corpse. But that one hadn't reached the half-saint level. Now, there were 2 of them alive. Sure enough, the Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked when they saw the 2 hellhounds. Hellhounds. They were strange beasts of heaven and earth. They were terrifying. The 3 heads represented 3 different attributes between heaven and earth. Moreover, they were half-saints, and there were 2 of them. In terms of teamwork, the half-saints from the Black Bat clan were terrifying. Damn it. The White Crane clan had brought so many experts this time. Moreover, merely a young man from the White Crane clan had brought 3 half-saints with him, not to mention the other half-saints from the White Crane clan. Thinking of this, the Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Did they really have the strength to fight against such a person? Forget it. Jing Yuanzi smiled bitterly. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against the White Crane clan. Even if they could fight their way in now, they might still be killed if they encountered a half-saint from the White Crane clan. Therefore, Jing Yuanzi shook his head and didn't plan to fight. Xiao Wu did the same. The Qi family patriarch and the Luo family patriarch exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. Jing Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already given up. They couldn't beat the other party even if they worked together, so they were ready to give up. Seeing the ugly expressions of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others, the young man in white sneered coldly. They didn't know what was good for them. They should have retreated earlier. Why did they have to wait for me to display my strength? Do you think you can contend against me? Get out of here. The Qi family's ancestor and the others shook their heads and turned around, preparing to retreat. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they realized that Lin Xian had no intention of leaving. He even walked forward. The dark red divine dragon followed suit. Young Master Lin. The Qi family patriarch and the others were stunned for a moment before they asked. Since they were already here, how could they not go and take a look? Lin Xian said faintly without the slightest fear. Up ahead, the white-robed youth had originally wanted to leave. However, he suddenly realized that someone was walking towards him. You don't know the difference between life and death, do you want to die? However, he soon discovered that it was not the Qi family's patriarch, but a young man. From the looks of it, this person was even younger than him. Who was this? Were they the juniors of those half-saints? He was so reckless. Brat, your elders have already scrammed back, and you still dare to advance? If that's the case, go to hell, Elder He, cut off his legs and bring him to me. I want to torture him to death. The white-robed youth was furious. Since someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wanted to make him suffer. Buzz, hearing this, the half-saints of the Black Bat clan disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a sharp blade light slashed towards Lin Xian's legs. Clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade landed on Lin Xian's legs, emitting countless streaks of lightning. However, it did not shatter. Half-Step Saint Heibat was stunned. Then, he used the law of speed fragment and instantly, tens of thousands of attacks were formed in an instant. It looked like a single blade, but it contained tens of thousands of forces. Scram, Lin Xian shouted coldly and kicked out. This time, he was like a real dragon, bringing with him a powerful force that collided with the tens of thousands of attacks. Boom, the entire world turned blurry and shattered. Half-Step Saint Heibat was sent flying. His arm was numb and he looked shocked. You're not a junior? You're a half-saint. The white-robed youth in front of him was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should only be a junior of the Qi clan's patriarch. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Lin Xian was a half-saint, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, how could he have forced Half-Step Saint Heibat to retreat? Black Bat, kill him. Don't hold back. The white-robed youth, who was riding on a three-headed hellhound, said coldly. Yes. Half-Step Saint Heibat nodded. His body shone with an unparalleled light. Streaks of black runes covered his entire body. The black long blade in his hand shone with black runes. The law of speed fragment circled between heaven and earth. He disappeared instantly. In an instant, he appeared around Lin Xian. He waved his long blade and attacked with tens of thousands of attacks. Boom, boom. Boom, all of the attacks landed on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's speed was not slow either. Hence, the attacks could not hit the same spot. Clanging sounds were heard when the attacks hit. Lin Xian used his physical strength to resist them. All of this happened in an instant. Half-Step Saint Heibat retreated in shock. Damn it, what kind of physique was this? He was too shocked. Previously, he had used tens of thousands of attacks to injure the Qi family patriarch. Now, he could not even hurt the young man in front of him. What a strong physique. This was a body-refining half-saint. Half-Step Saint Heibat roared. Millions of attacks, this time, his speed was even faster. He was so fast that even the Qi family patriarch and the others could not catch him. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. Had his speed increased by 10 times? He roared and pushed his divine body to the extreme. The law of fire on his body spewed out and burned fiercely, completely enveloping him. Buzz, this time, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he attacked. The two law of fire swung in the air. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-Step Saint Heibat's cold voice rang out. In an instant, he passed through the flames and came in front of Lin Xian. The long saber in his hand slashed down wildly. There were millions of saber lights in the saber. That was a million attacks. Humph, Lin Xian was furious. Golden light bloomed from his body, making him look like an indestructible god of war. He waved his fist and attacked like the sun. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-Step Saint Heibat sneered again. Sure enough, he was very fast. Lin Xian's fist had only reached halfway when Half-Step Saint Heibat's saber slashed down with millions of saber lights. You're dead meat now, aren't you? Half-Step Saint Heibat's lips curled into a cold smile. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. It's over. Young Master Lin is in danger. Yes, the law of speed was too difficult to break. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. It was impossible to resist. At this critical moment, a black pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body. It looked like a Taoist pattern. When the millions of attacks hit the black light, they seemed to have stepped into a quagmire and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Half-Saint Black Bat was stunned. His attack had actually failed. He hadn't hit his opponent? How is that possible? What is that black light? Boom, while he was in a daze, a fist as bright as the sun hit him and sent him flying. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened extremely quickly. In merely an instant, it had happened. Thus, by the time the crowd reacted, they saw Half-Sage Black Bat vomiting blood and being sent flying. He's injured. Black Bat King is injured. The young man in white was stunned. The Qi family patriarch and the others screamed. This was too unbelievable. They were worried about Lin Xian before, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had gained the upper hand again. Ruffian dragon, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and turned to stare at the young man in white in front of him. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll turn him into a dead bat. The dark red dragon chuckled and flew over. Ah! Black Bat rushed out and roared at the sky with a murderous aura. Thousands of afterimages appeared in the sky. He was so fast that no one could tell which one was real. Countless pairs of cold eyes stared down. Damn you, snake. How dare you stop me? Get lost. Thousands of afterimages shot toward the dark red dragon. The dark red dragon snorted disdainfully, and a dragon's roar echoed in the sky. All of a sudden, the afterimages in the sky began to tremble and shatter. Dragon's roar. Damn it. You're a dragon. Black Bat's expression was extremely ugly. The young man in white also had a cold expression. He did not expect Black Bat to be a dragon. Damn brat. Who are you? He asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he stared at Black Bat. Lin Xian did not answer. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, anyone who stands in my way will die. Do you really think you can get past me just because you've got Black Bat pinned down? How naive. Go, kill him. The young man said to a Cerberus beside him. Roar, the Cerberus charged forward, its 3 heads roaring at the same time. Its murderous aura shook the 9 heavens and tore the void apart. Behind him, the Qi family's ancestor and the others trembled as fear filled their eyes. The Qi and blood in their bodies churned. Heavens, this Cerberus of hell is really too terrifying. Lin Xian was fearless. He charged forward like a god of war. In the blink of an eye, it clashed with the Cerberus. The two of them clashed. Every strike was like a clap of thunder, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. He was actually able to fight to a draw with the infernal realm. The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. The Hellhound was a legendary magical beast. It was said that it suppressed the underworld and was incomparably terrifying. But now, he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The next moment, they screamed even louder. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had unleashed tens of thousands of sword auras and beheaded both of the Hellhound's heads. Roar, the Cerberus roared crazily at the sky, and its broken heads reassembled. It charged over again. However, Lin Xian grabbed the 2 reassembled heads with both hands and tore the Cerberus' huge body in half. Along with it was an incomparably large pitch-black crack that extended across the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it, go and help. When the young man in white saw this scene, he immediately shouted in a low voice. The other Cerberus under his feet also charged over. The 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out lightning, fire, and ice. The terrifying energy shook the void, causing the entire world to distort. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Brilliant light shone from him as he pushed his divine body to its limits. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he shuttled through the energy in the sky. The 2 Dharma fragments in his hands formed 2 Dharma swords. As he waved them, they destroyed everything. Boom, the 13th sword cut the Cerberus in half again. The other Cerberus' 3 heads were sent flying. Roar, black chi surged from the 2 Cerberus bodies as they roared crazily. Their bodies reassembled again. With a roar, the black thunder in the sky pierced through the sky, shattered the void, and directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, ice covered the entire space. A layer of ice appeared on the Qi family patriarch's body. They could only use their Dharma fragments to resist and keep retreating. It was too powerful. Was this Lin Wudi? The Luo family patriarch and the others were completely stunned. He had fought against 2 semi-sage level hellhounds by himself. Moreover, he had managed to suppress them. This was simply too shocking. One should know that they were no match for the Cerberus in a one-on-one fight. Unless the 4 of them attacked together, they might not be able to fight against the 2 Cerberus. But now, Lin Xian had done it alone. On the other side, Half-Saint Black Bat was even more shocked. How could his opponent be so terrifying, and what made him despair was that the dragon in front of him was equally terrifying. His opponent had 2 Dharma fragments. Even if he had the Dharma of speed, he could not do anything to his opponent. His life was even in danger. Roar! Lin Xian threw out a punch, and it shone like the sun. At the same time, a dragon's roar rang out from his body, resounding through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Buzz, the 2 infernal hounds trembled as well. 3 heads appeared, filled with fear. They did not expect that Lin Xian could let out a dragon's roar to intimidate them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great dragon sword soul exploded with power, covering the 2 Dharma swords. Lin Xian slashed forward. The 2 sword chi split the Cerberus bodies. The great dragon sword soul that he had learned made it impossible for the 2 Cerberus to heal completely. There was a large crack in their bodies from the beginning to the end. The 2 Cerberus roared crazily, looking ferocious. But they could not erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the youth in white in front of him. The youth in white trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground in fear. Although he was arrogant and had 3 half-saints by his side, his true strength was only that of a martial artist who was close to the Tao. How could he be a match for Lin Xian? So in Lin Xian's eyes, the youth in white was about to explode. In the next moment, he snorted, and the belt on his waist bloomed with unparalleled light. The dense runes on it rushed out and shrouded his body. Only then did he block the half-saint's power. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had several half-saint artifacts on him. He was too rich. Was the White Crane clan that terrifying? But Lin Xian was not afraid. He said coldly, "I've said it before. Those who block me will die." "Damn it, you dare to kill me?" The young man in white screamed like a madman. He was from the White Crane clan. The White Crane clan was so powerful. Who would dare to attack him? Just him, such a young prodigy, had 3 half-saints protecting him. Just how many experts of the White Crane clan were there? As expected, the Luo clan's patriarch, Qi clan's patriarch, and the others also exclaimed. "Young master, you can't do that." They wouldn't stop Lin Xian from attacking the White Crane clan. However, if he killed this young man, things would get out of hand. He would completely offend the White Crane clan. With the White Crane clan's strength, if they attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to leave alive. Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at the Luo clan's patriarch and the others. "I've made up my mind." Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "No," the young man in white screamed like a madman. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue light. It turned into stars one after another and enveloped him like a river of stars. It blocked the shocking sword chi. Boom, the 2 supernatural powers collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The world was pierced by this light. The river of stars in the sky shattered. The young man in white was sent flying and vomited blood. His body was about to split open. However, it reassembled in an instant. "He's fine?" Lin Xian was astonished. Someone who was close to the Great Path was actually able to take a sword from him. No one would believe it if he told others. 2 more half-saint artifacts. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The pendant on the young man's neck, the belt on his waist, and the river of stars. Above his head, the 3 layers of defense protected the young man. However, the river of stars shattered and the light of the pendant and belt dimmed. "Damn it, I want you to die." The young man in white screamed like a madman. He raised his hand and shot out a red light. It quickly flew towards Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, we just need to subdue him. There's no need to take his life," the Qi clan's patriarch quickly advised. "The White Crane clan is very powerful. Young master, please don't be impulsive." While speaking, Lin Xian had already slashed apart the red light with his sword. He could see that it was a red box with an ancient design. It carried a mysterious aura. But what was it? Lin Xian didn't know. He didn't care, so he slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the blood-red box was split open, and globs of dark black blood appeared from within, directly enveloping him. "Not good, kid, that's the saint's blood poison. Get out of my way." The dark red dragon roared. The moment the dark red box broke and blood flowed out, he sensed it and immediately warned the others. However, he was still a step too late. Behind them, the Qi family ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Saint blood poison, heavens, how could he have such a thing? Oh no, young Master Lin is in danger. Aya, I told you long ago not to offend the White Crane clan, ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. This is the blood poison of a saint. It was refined from a saint's body. If a half-saint came into contact with it, he would definitely die. Moreover, both his body and soul had been destroyed. This is your fate if you dare to offend me. Lin Xian also heard the dark red dragon's warning, but it was already too late. The saint blood poison had already wrapped around him. In an instant, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. The light of the nine-yang divine body dimmed. Oh no, what a terrifying poison, what a terrifying blood! Lin Xian felt an extremely powerful saint aura. It was obvious that this was related to the saints. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be the blood poison formed from the saint's blood after being refined. Indeed, the other party was right. Once this blood poison was released, a half-saint would not be able to resist at all. It could even kill a half-saint in groups. Danger, and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Xian did not dare to hold back. He roared angrily and used the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. Together with the nomological fragments of annihilation, he quickly attacked. His body was enveloped, and in an instant, he shot out countless sword qi to resist the blood poison. Alright, this brat is dead. Next, only this dragon is left. Catch him, I haven't eaten dragon meat yet. The young man in white laughed. The two hellhounds and half-saint black bat stared at the dark red divine dragon. Damn it, the dark red divine dragon spat out rain and monstrous thunder that filled the sky, attacked in all directions. At the same time, he looked anxiously at Lin Xian. He did not know if the brat could resist the saint blood poison. Boom, a large crack was torn open in the saint blood poison. Then, a figure walked out. Lin Xian's clothes were torn, and countless cracks appeared on his nine-yang divine body. Blood dyed his body red, and he looked abnormally ferocious. It was as if he had crawled out of hell. His eyes shone with a golden light, and his body was filled with murderous intent. What other tricks do you have, what? Nothing. Impossible. How could you escape from the saint blood poison? The young man in white was stunned. His face was filled with fear, and his body was trembling. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. How was this possible? Once the saint blood poison was released, it would not be a problem to kill 6 half-saints in front of him, let alone one person. Even if that brat had 100 lives, it would not be enough. However, the current situation was that Lin Xian was not dead at all. His body was only broken and slightly injured. Stop him. The young man in white commanded the two hellhounds. At the same time, he quickly retreated and flew into the depths of the abyss. He had no choice. His opponent was too terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly. Scram, the two hellhounds rushed over. Lin Xian roared like a god of war, and the cracks on his body quickly healed. Rays of golden aura shot into the sky. 2 fists punched out, blasting the two hellhounds into pieces. At the same time, he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. It's over. Something big has happened. This time, he will not rest until he dies. The Qi family's patriarch's face was extremely pale. He knew that with Lin Xian's personality, he would not spare the young man in white. And behind the white-clothed young man stood the White Crane clan. What should we do? Jing Yuanzi asked anxiously. The Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath. Let's go and see if we can persuade young Master Lin. The Luo family's patriarch snorted coldly. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, but he did not say anything. The group of people quickly flew forward. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail because its opponent, half-saint black bat, had already turned into a ray of light and was chasing after it at extreme speed. Deep in the abyss, there was a grey aura everywhere, and there were shadows of ghosts circling the area. It was hair-raising. The entire land was grayish-white in color and carried an extremely terrifying aura. In front of them, there were grey mountains of different heights. They were densely packed together, forming a mountain range. Some people gathered on the mountain range. Some figures were sitting cross-legged on the most majestic gray-white mountain peak. They were so powerful that the surrounding people did not dare to look at them. The atmosphere in the entire mountain range was very quiet. It was as if everyone was cultivating and waiting for something. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in and broke the tranquil atmosphere. "Ancestor, save me," a terrified voice was heard, spreading throughout the mountain range. In an instant, the mysterious figures on the mountain peaks opened their eyes. Countless rays of light looked down. Isn't this a member of the White Crane clan? Why is he so terrified? Could it be that someone is fighting their way in? Just as they were puzzled, a figure instantly appeared in the middle of the three clans. Could he run away if he wanted to? Then, a ray of sword chi flew over like a rainbow. It brought with it an unparalleled radiance, illuminating the gray-white sky. "Damn it, how dare you!" At this critical moment, a long black saber flew through the air and slashed at Lin Xian, trying to kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without turning his head, he slashed his sword at Half-Saint Black Bat. This sword was a sword of laws. It directly split Half-Saint Black Bat in half. At the same time, the sword Light of Laws in front of him also pierced through the defense of the Half-Saint weapon. It pierced through the body of the white-robed youth and nailed him to the ground. The white-robed youth was nailed to the ground. He screamed crazily. His body was trembling, but he could not break free at all. On the mountain peaks in the distance, the experts gasped. "Who is this? Who dares to attack a member of the White Crane clan?" In an instant, countless voices looked toward the most majestic mountain peak. On that mountain peak, there were many powerful figures sitting cross-legged. They all had a pair of white crane wings on their backs. They were the experts of the White Crane clan. From the moment the white-robed youth entered to the moment he was nailed to the ground, it happened in an instant. Therefore, they did not have time to react. Moreover, they had never thought that someone would dare to attack a member of the White Crane clan. Moreover, it was in front of them. "Stop!" A cold shout reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the space within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything. With a shake of his hand, the sword light in front of him exploded once again, shattering the white-clothed youth's body into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed in an instant. Dead, the pupils of the experts and half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks shrank. They couldn't believe that the other party had really attacked. He had killed the people of the White Crane clan. Moreover, he had destroyed their bodies and souls. This guy is dead for sure. This was what all of them were thinking. Courting death. The people of the White Crane clan roared as if they had gone mad. Endless killing intent soared into the sky. Boom, heaven and earth trembled as a massive palm descended from the sky, bringing with it countless law fragments as it exploded with shocking energy. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered and retreated far away, dodging the attack. However, the giant palm of law followed him like a shadow, once again enveloping Lin Xian. From the looks of it, the other party would not give up until they killed Lin Xian. Lin Xian moved his hand, and immediately, the black magic staff fragments gathered. The power of annihilation quickly condensed into a sword of law, which he slashed out. The two collided in the sky. The collision of the sword of law and the giant palm of law brought about endless light. The power of annihilation destroyed everything. It caused the palm to rapidly shrink until it was about to disappear. However, the giant palm of law was also extremely terrifying. It had endless power, as if it was the law of earth. In the end, the powerful force also shattered the sword chi of the sword of law. The two dissipated into the void at the same time. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an endless aura shattered all the energy. Then, he raised his head and looked forward. The half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks discussed animatedly. He blocked it. The other party actually blocked it. Who was this person? Could it be that he was an old monster? On the huge mountain peak, the people of the White Crane clan also frowned. Several of their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian, wanting to penetrate him. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The sword chi on his body tumbled and destroyed everything, blocking their gazes. Young Master Lin, don't attack. At this moment, a few exclamations were heard from behind. Then, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others barged in. They wanted to persuade Lin Xian. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. This was because they realized that Lin Xian seemed to have already attacked. Moreover, there were too many people here. It was not just the White Crane clan. On the surrounding mountain peaks, there were many figures of powerhouses. It was the Ting clan's patriarch, the Tiger Dragon clan, the Silver Armor clan, the Golden Rock clan. One by one, powerful clans appeared in front of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. The Qi clan's patriarch and the others were extremely pale. Beside them, Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's patriarch and the others also looked extremely solemn. They were facing a great enemy. This was because the powerhouses of the clans in front were too famous. They dominated the nearby Star Realm. One of them could defeat a whole group of people. For example, the Qi clan's patriarch was not strong enough. A few more people came. These people also looked at the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. Instantly, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others felt as if they had been pierced through by thousands of swords. They felt uncomfortable and their souls were about to tremble. After all, the people in front of them were all top powerhouses. However, they were most curious about Lin Xian. Who is he? How dare he go against the White Crane clan? Brat, how dare you kill the people of the White Crane clan? Kneel down and accept your death. In front of them, on the majestic mountain peak, a figure stood out. It was also a young man. He shouted sternly. Lin Xian looked up and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You're not even a half-saint. How dare you show off in front of me?" Two golden swords burst out from his eyes and slashed forward with a monstrous flame aura. In an instant, they arrived near the young man. Damn it! The young man was scared out of his wits. Although he was arrogant, he was only a genius who had comprehended something. How could he withstand the attack of a half-saint? Fortunately, he had countless powerhouses of the White Crane clan by his side. Buzz, a middle-aged man, attacked fiercely and caught the two swords in an instant. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. A mere half-saint dares to behave atrociously in front of the White Crane clan? Today, you're dead. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the two golden swords split open. Endless flames of the law shrouded the area. Ah! A scream was heard. The young man who had shouted coldly was burned to ashes. Even his soul did not escape. Do you think my swords are so easy to catch? Lin Xian stood proudly with his hands behind his back. In the next moment, the flames disappeared. The faces of the White Crane tribe's elites were terrifyingly dark. Their killing intent surged, and millions of miles of the void were completely covered. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch and the others trembled. The elites on the surrounding mountains also changed their expressions. Another young elite had died, and this time, he was killed in front of the elites of the White Crane tribe. This was too overbearing. This was a public slap to the White Crane tribe. The middle-aged man who had attacked previously was also furious. The white wings on his back spread out, and he turned into thousands of streams of light, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. A fist, carrying endless rays of light, rushed straight up. Boom, the blue fragments of the staff danced in the air, as if thousands of waves were roaring. In an instant, the surroundings were completely surrounded by the sea, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The law of water, kid, aren't you the law of fire? Watch how I'll drown you. The White Crane tribe's half-saint revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Buzz, golden runes spun rapidly in Lin Xian's eyes, and a fiery red light surged out. In an instant, he charged forward. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were devoured. Monstrous flames burned silently, and the seawater in the sky surged. This was an earth-shattering battle. Even the elites and half-saints around were tense. Because these two forces were simply too powerful. These half-saints and the young elites around them were trembling. If it weren't for their patriarchs, just the aftermath of this energy would have been enough to kill them. This scene was simply too terrifying. Water and fire intersected, and the void was constantly shattered. The terrifying force drowned the area. The surrounding mountain peaks were also collapsing. Boom, finally, a surge of energy shot up into the sky, tearing apart countless gray auras. The entire abyss seemed to be illuminated. Water spreading to the 9 heavens. Die for me. In the violent energy, the voice of the White Crane tribe's elite could be heard. Buzz, on the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Streaks of terrifying sword chi surged out, turning into fire dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom, it was another shocking strike. The void was completely torn apart, and the two figures retreated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an immortal. On the other side, the powerhouse of the White Crane clan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Damn it, he was actually helpless against the other party. On his arm, there was a sword mark. The aura it carried was something he could not erase in a short period of time. Damn it, who the hell are you? I am Lin Woody. The White Crane clan doesn't know what's good for them. Blocking my path, they deserve death, a cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Too arrogant. He actually dared to say such words to the White Crane clan. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. The other half-saints all turned pale. The experts of the White Crane clan also frowned. Lin Woody? What an arrogant name, I think I've heard of him before. Is he the young genius who killed Patriarch Xue Pao? It's actually him. Wasn't he already killed by Patriarch Xue Pao's curse and perished together with him? How is he still alive? This was a true young genius. His strength was so strong that it made people tremble. A few exclamations were heard. Clearly, they had also heard of the scene that happened on the blood refinement planet previously. A young genius? Many people's eyes widened. The young martial artists beside the half-saints were also shocked. The other party was actually the same as them. They were all of the younger generation, however, the other party had already left them in the dust and became a half-saint powerhouse. This made them unable to believe it. After the White Crane clan heard that, their faces also darkened. Who was I then? So I was just a young man. What Lin Woody? He only killed a half-saint and he thinks he's invincible? He really doesn't know what's good for him. How would an ant like you know how vast the world is and how many powerhouses there are? My White Crane clan is not something you can provoke. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Xian said proudly. He was still not afraid. White Crane clan? So what? Back then, when he wasn't a half-saint, he had already fought against the 10,000 ancient races. He had even killed people from the 1,000 Dragons Court and Fire Qilin Cave, let alone the White Crane clan. His path was to press forward with indomitable will. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed. The faces of the White Crane clan darkened. In front of them, the middle-aged half-saint was also trembling. It was obvious that he was going to attack again. At the same time, another old figure walked over from the mountain peak. Another half-saint. Everyone's pupils constricted. Was the White Crane clan going to kill him? No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if there were 2 half-saints? It wasn't like he hadn't killed them before. The dragon soul in his body circulated, and the sword chi on his body was about to erupt. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from afar. It turned into thunder and rolled over. Young Master Yan was here. The moment this was said, everyone's expression changed, and they all stood up. The half-saints of the White Crane clan were also stunned. Their expressions were strange, and in the next moment, they retracted their murderous aura. Kid, you're very lucky. We'll let you live for a while longer. Let's go welcome young Master Yan. The half-saints didn't attack again. Instead, they all soared into the sky and welcomed him. It seemed that they were waiting for someone important. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that a saint-level being had arrived? To be able to move the half-saints so much, why do I feel a familiar aura? The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. Lin Xian looked at the Qi clan's ancestor and the others. The Qi clan's ancestor smiled bitterly. I've just recovered my strength, so I don't know what's going on outside. However, at this moment, the half-saint said, I've heard a little about this young Master Yan. He's extremely powerful. He's the same as you, young master. However, it's said that he's the successor of a great emperor. He's extremely powerful. Even among the half-saints, he's extremely terrifying. Moreover, he's the one who has the highest chance of entering the saint realm. Moreover, this young Master Yan is walking the path of the great emperor. It's very likely that he'll become a great emperor in the future. Therefore, many large clans and sects have placed their hopes on him, trying their best to curry favor with him. Young Master Yan is the successor of the great emperor. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of someone, and it was a familiar person. The dark red dragon also whispered, "It's probably that kid. The successor of the great emperor. His influence is too terrifying. It's definitely enough to move the half-saints. Aren't you going to welcome him?" At this moment, the Luo clan's ancestor spoke. The Qi clan's ancestor was stunned. The Luo clan's ancestor said, "I'll be leaving first." He soared into the sky and walked forward. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Don't worry, you guys can go ahead." After hearing Lin Xian's words, the Qi family's patriarch, Jin Yuanzi, and Xiao Wu stood up. In an instant, everyone went forward to welcome the newcomer. Only Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stood there in a daze. Welcome that person? What a joke, the dark red divine dragon wouldn't, and neither would Lin Xian. In front of them, endless light shone, and the grey world was lit up again. Under the respectful and expectant gazes of countless people, a young figure flew over. His body shone brightly, and he had a handsome face and a majestic aura, like a heavenly emperor. Under his feet, there were 4 shadows of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. They formed a path of light, carrying him as he flew over. For divine beasts accompanying him, heavens, this young Master Yan is really impressive, he's definitely a future great emperor. Exclamations rang out one after another. The young martial artists looked at each other with envy. Some of the female geniuses even wanted to jump into his arms. Welcome young Master Yan. The half-saints cupped their fists. An old man from the White Crane race walked over with a chuckle. Young Master Yan had arrived. Brother White Crane, you don't have to be so polite. Young Master Yan smiled. He looked at the old man and ignored the others. Young Master Yan, please. The White Crane family's patriarch smiled. Instantly, wherever he pointed, everyone retreated. The half-saints didn't dare to block his path. Yan Nantian took a step forward, and the shadows of the 4 divine beasts circled around his feet, carrying him as he walked forward quickly. The White Crane family's patriarch followed beside him, followed by the elites of the White Crane family, and then the half-saints from the other families and sections. Everyone followed behind him. It was a spectacular scene, as if they were welcoming a heavenly emperor. Humph, what a grand scene. A cold snort was heard from below. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. This guy is too pretentious, and I really want to beat him up. His cold snort was very ear-piercing among the many compliments. In an instant, the half-saints were stunned. Heavens, who is this? How dare he provoke young Master Yan at this time? They looked down. When they saw Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, they were stunned. This kid again. Earlier on, this kid was already acting recklessly by provoking the White Crane tribe. Was he trying to provoke young Master Yan now? This was the successor of a great emperor. Didn't you see that even the White Crane clan had to treat them with care? The White Crane clan naturally saw this as well. Immediately, they began to laugh coldly. This reckless kid dared to offend young Master Yan. Very well, let's see how he dies. Up ahead, young Master Yan stopped and frowned as he looked down. The next moment, he was surprised. Originally, he thought that it was some reckless person who dared to provoke him. However, when he saw the other party, he was stunned. It's you. He revealed a hint of surprise. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. The other half-saints in the surroundings were also stunned. Heavens, could it be that young Master Yan knew him? This was especially true for the people of the White Crane clan. Their hearts were beating wildly. That brat below couldn't be young Master Yan's friend, right? If that was the case, things would be difficult to handle. They had wanted to kill him before. They didn't expect to see him here. Lin Xian also felt a little strange because he knew the person who was being welcomed by the crowd. It was Yan Nantian. At that time, he knew that Yan Nantian had already left the House of Outstanding Scholars in advance. He didn't expect him to appear here. Could it be that there was something in the fallen abyss? Even the other party was attracted here. This made Lin Xian even more curious. They really knew each other. The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. It turned out that he knew Yan Nantian. Could it be that the two of them were friends? The eyelids of the people of the White Crane clan twitched wildly. Old Ancestor White Crane also asked carefully. Young Master Yan, is this your friend? He couldn't be considered a friend. Yan Nantian shook his head slightly with a trace of cold light in his eyes. The White Crane clan's old ancestor was extremely experienced. In an instant, he caught sight of the light. Immediately, he was shocked. It seemed that young Master Yan didn't like the brat below. Perhaps, the two of them were sworn enemies. Thinking of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Nantian looked down with a cold light in his eyes. Did you also come here to enter the abyss? However, I advise you to go back. You can't possibly catch up to me. Yan Nantian's voice was loud and clear. Below his feet, the phantoms of the four divine beasts danced. Back in the true spirit world, he and Lin Xian had been named as one of the 5 great geniuses. He was the South Emperor, while his opponent was the Central Emperor. However, he had kept a very low profile back then. Although he was very famous, he hadn't really fought in public many times. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different. Lin Xian rose to power and slaughtered his way through the world. Especially during the Dark Age, he single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire human race. It could be said that after the Dark Age turmoil, Lin Xian's reputation had completely overshadowed the other 4 great geniuses. In fact, not even Leaf Dao Denier could compare to him. And Yan Nantian was even more inferior. At that time, people often compared Lin Xian and thought that he was the one most likely to become a great emperor. How could Yan Nantian accept this? He was the successor of a great emperor, but fortunately, everything changed when he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. With the great emperor's inheritance, he had obtained countless mysterious methods. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had finally reached the half-step sage realm among the younger generation. Moreover, he had comprehended many laws. Now, he had comprehended 4 law fragments. It could be said that he had surpassed everything. He was confident that he could shake off the other geniuses and become a great emperor. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Follow in your footsteps? Who do you think you are to need me to follow you? Lin Xian stood proudly. Yan Nantian? It wasn't like he hadn't fought before. Although the other party had a great emperor's inheritance, so what? Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Heavens, this brat is provoking Yan Nantian again. It was really hard to believe. The White Crane clan was stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Someone came out and coldly shouted, "Shut up! Lin Wudi, are you courting death? How dare you provoke young Master Yan? What did you call him?" Yan Nantian frowned. Lin Wudi? This name made him very unhappy. Reporting to young Master Yan, this person calls himself Lin Wudi. We originally thought that he was young Master's friend, but we didn't expect him to be so reckless. Young Master, do you need us to take action? The White Crane clan members quickly asked. Calling himself Lin Wudi? Yan Nantian was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Lin Xian, aren't you too arrogant? There are so many powerhouses on the ancient starry sky path. Even I don't dare to call myself invincible, and you dare to call yourself Lin Wudi? Without an invincible heart, how could one walk the path of the future? How reckless! Yan Nantian shook his head slightly and ignored him. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. Invincible. Only after becoming a great emperor would he dare to say that. Before that, who would dare to call themselves invincible? If he did not dare, the half-sages would not dare either. The sages would not dare either. Even the princes and princesses would not dare to do so. How could he call himself invincible? Why, such an arrogant person would die on the ancient path of the stars sooner or later. Therefore, Yan Nantian did not need to pay attention to him. Hee, kid, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Yen? Young Master Yen is the successor of a great emperor. Until now, he has comprehended 4 types of laws. Can you compare? That's right. How dare you call yourself invincible? Who do you think you are? The elites of the White Crane tribe sneered and followed Yan Nantian into the distance. As soon as he said that, the Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. 4 types of laws? What a surprise. Indeed, to this extent, Yan Nantian had indeed surpassed him. But so what? Yan Nantian was only a half-sage now. He had comprehended 4 types of laws at most. Although he had 2 more than him, Lin Xian was confident that even if they fought, he would not fear Yan Nantian. In fact, he could even suppress Yan Nantian. After all, although he only had 2 types of laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. The power of these 2 types of laws was terrifying. He was confident that he could fight a sage. Where were they going? The dark red divine dragon was also very surprised. These people seemed to have some purpose. Come, let's follow and see. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon stepped into the air and headed forward. Behind them, the Qi family patriarch and the others thought for a while, then gritted their teeth and followed. Yan Nantian walked forward, surrounded by a group of people. Soon, he stopped in the void and looked down. Below, there was an endless abyss that seemed to connect to hell. The half-sages felt their scalps go numb. Yan Nantian's eyes flashed. Calculating the time, it should be about to open. As soon as he said this, the other half-saints became excited. Have you all gathered the invitation letters to the abyss? Although it's not much, it's enough for me to go in this time. This time, I can bring a few disciples with me to give it a try. Those half-saints began to talk in low voices. Lin Xian was puzzled. An invitation to the abyss? What invitation? Could it be that someone wanted to send out an invitation? As soon as he said this, the people in front of him were all stunned. They turned their heads to look at Lin Xian with a stunned expression. You don't know about the invitation, what an idiot. The people from the White Crane clan sneered. You don't even have an invitation, and you dare to come here? Hurry up and go back. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Truly the White Crane clan that did not know the meaning of death. At that moment, a young man from the White Crane clan waved his arm. In his hand was a gray-white invitation card. The front was a ghost face, while the back was a bottomless abyss. Do you see that? This is an invitation letter. You don't even have one, and you want to enter the abyss? What a joke. Wang, a sword light flashed and split the young man apart. In the next moment, a flaming hand enveloped the invitation letter and delivered it to Lin Xian. Now, he had one. Lin Xian killed the young man with a sword and then clamped the gray-white invitation letter. He narrowed his eyes. Was this an invitation to the abyss? With this, he could enter the abyss. Damn brat, you're courting death. The people from the White Crane clan had gone crazy. Damn brat, he's too despicable. He killed another one of their prodigies. Lin Xian ignored the roars of the White Crane clan. He looked at the dark red dragon. Ruffian dragon, you should think of a way to get one too. I reckon that the White Crane clan should have many more invitation letters. I'm also planning to do that. The dark red dragon's eyes moved. Suddenly, he attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged half-saint who attacked Lin Xian previously could no longer hold back and attacked like a madman. The battle between the 2 half-saints was earth-shattering. In an instant, the surrounding people retreated again. Yan Nantian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This dragon and Lin Xian were too arrogant. However, he had not made a move yet. Because it was inconvenient for him to make a move now. His target was the abyss below. The dark red dragon and the half-saint fought fiercely. In the end, the half-saint of the White Crane clan screamed and his body exploded. Wang, the dark red dragon's claws directly reached into the half-saint's body and grabbed an invitation letter. Then, it roared. Haha, I have one too, damn it. Damn it, the half-saint of the White Crane clan roared angrily. However, they did not dare to make a move rashly. They realized that the dragon's death was too terrifying. They were not confident unless they attacked together. However, they also had to prepare to enter the abyss. If they attacked now, they would be very passive in the abyss. Damn it, let's not care about those two. Our main mission is to enter the abyss. This time, we must get a good ranking in the abyss. The half-saint of the White Crane clan gritted his teeth. The chief family's patriarch and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They did not prepare any invitation letters. Moreover, they did not know about it at all. Could it be that there was no hope of entering this time? The invitation letters were obtained by killing the Ing ghosts that fell into the abyss. If you want, you can kill some Ing ghosts. You might have a chance to get one. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Jin Yuanzi. It was one of Jin Yuanzi's friends. Hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's eyes lit up. He quickly told the chief family's patriarch and the others. At the same time, he also sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. They were ready to give it a try. Lin Xian was even more curious. What was in the abyss? Why did it attract so many half-saints? Even Yan Nantian was attracted to it. Also, what was the use of the invitation letter? However, he soon understood. The ground below cracked again, and the entrance to the abyss appeared as if it was going to swallow them. Boom. Boom, boom. On the other side of the big crack, a grayish-white stone tablet slowly stretched out. The stone tablet was very tall, and it was densely covered with names. If one took a closer look, they would find that the names were of different colors. The names at the top were purple. They exuded an extremely noble aura. Imperial Mausoleum. Long Tianzhao. Yan Ruyu. Zhao Wuliang. Northern Yao. Those were the names of the people at the front. Their names were all purple. Lin Xian saw two familiar faces. Yan Ruyu and Northern Yao. It seemed that the two of them had entered and obtained good results. Lin Xian was shocked. The other half-saints in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, these are indeed the top geniuses and experts. A half-saint ancestor took a deep breath and explained to his juniors. The names on the stone tablet all had great backgrounds, and some were not weaker than young Master Yen. Some were even stronger than young Master Yen. What? Stronger than young Master Yen? The young geniuses were shocked when they heard this. Some of them had just stepped onto the ancient path of the stars, while others had not and were preparing. The most powerful expert they knew was the successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. He had comprehended 4 law fragments. Such a person was so powerful. Don't you see that even their patriarchs respect the other party? But now, they knew that there was someone even stronger than Yan Nantian on the stone tablet. Just how terrifying was the heavens? You underestimated the universe. There was more than one successor of a great emperor on the ancient path of the stars. Other successors of great emperors would appear as well. Moreover, they might awaken earlier than young Master Yen. Other descendants of great emperors would appear as well. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. It seemed that the first-ranked imperial mausoleum was extremely unusual. He was getting more and more interested in the abyss. Buzz. Someone moved in front. The first to enter was not Yan Nantian, but a powerhouse of the White Crane race. The half-saint raised the invitation letter in his hand and wrote his name on it with blood. Then, he let go of the invitation letter, and it sank into the stone tablet. The abyss below shone brightly and enveloped him. In the next moment, the half-saint completely disappeared into the abyss. The White Crane clan and the surrounding half-sages waited anxiously. Their eyes were fixed on the tall stone tablet in front of them, as if they wanted to see the other party's name. Should they go up? After waiting for half an hour, the space in front of them rippled, and the half-saint who had entered before walked out. His face was gloomy. He came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The half-saint of the White Crane race exclaimed. Damn it, how could there be no name? How was this possible? Which level did you enter? They hurriedly asked. The half-saint's face was ugly, and he sighed. I only entered the 4th level. I was still a bit away from the 5th level. Only the 4th level? Many half-saints were stunned. They also knew that this half-saint of the White Crane clan was very powerful. Among them, he was considered to be above average. However, such a person was only able to reach the 4th floor. He did not even manage to reach the 5th floor. In fact, he was not even qualified to leave his name on the stele. This really shocked them. Could it be that the abyss was really that terrifying? On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 4th floor didn't have the right to carve their names, so it seemed like the next floor was some sort of challenge. He guessed in his heart, "I'll go." At this moment, a young-looking expert from the White Crane clan walked out. He looked to be in his 30s and had a powerful aura. However, his actual age was already more than 1,500 years old. It was just that he had a way to retain his youthful looks. He also used his blood to write his name on the abyss invitation letter. Then, he placed the invitation letter on the stone stele. Then, his body also entered the abyss below. This time, it took a longer time. When he came out, countless people cried out in surprise. His name finally appeared. Sure enough, Lin Xian also noticed that there was one more white name at the bottom of the stone stele. It seemed that it was the person who had just entered. The expert from the White Crane clan who came out also looked a little upset when he saw this scene. Although his name was on the stone stele, it seemed to be at the lowest level. How could he, who had always been proud, tolerate this? Which floor did you enter? The White Crane clan's ancestor asked hurriedly. The 7th floor. Next, some other half-saints entered. In addition to the White Crane clan, there were half-saints from other clans and sects who entered one after another. Even some young martial artists entered. For example, there were 2 young martial artists from the White Crane clan who entered. However, the speed at which they came out was very fast. The 2 of them looked very upset. One of them did not even pass the 1st floor, while the other only passed the 1st floor and was defeated on the 2nd floor. Seeing this scene, the other martial artists who had comprehended something close to Dao shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that there was no hope. Perhaps only half-saints could write their names on the stone stele. After looking at it for so long, Lin Xian also understood that this should be an extremely important trial ground on the ancient path of stars. Those who entered the 5th floor and below were not qualified to have their names engraved. Those who entered the 5th floor and above were qualified. However, the 5th floor to the 10th floor should be the lowest level, and belong to the category of white names. Above the 10th floor, there were other colors. According to his observation, he found that every 5th floor should be considered a level. He found that some people who passed the 10th floor and above had a happy expression when they returned. It was obvious that they had received some benefits. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. The dark red dragon at the side was also eager to give it a try. At this moment, everyone exclaimed because they found that a person's name had appeared on the stone stele. And that name was Orange. Among all the names, Orange was considered the best because there were a total of 5 colors on the stone stele. Purple was the best of all. Then there was Orange. The middle was blue, green, and the last was white. Orange could be said to be second only to purple. This scene stunned the half-saints. Heavens, that must be the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe. That's right, it's him. I know him. He's very powerful, and he also took the ancient path of stars this time. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seemed that he had reached the 15th floor. As for which floor he had reached, they didn't know yet. After the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe came out, he looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really too excited. Although he couldn't compare to the top, he could already be said to be very powerful. Other than Yan Nantian, Lin Xian, and the others, everyone else was envious. That was because this was the highest one so far. Most people's names were white, green, and blue. There were very few names. Not to mention, it was orange. Buzz, at this moment, Yan Nantian made his move. His movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, young Master Yan was about to make his move. Young Master Yan was definitely purple. That was for sure. They just didn't know where his name would be ranked. Although they were all purple names, there was a hierarchy. For example, Di Ling was ranked first. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was not afraid of Yan Nantian, he had to admit that Yan Nantian was indeed an expert. Moreover, the successor of a great emperor was definitely not to be underestimated. Buzz, Yan Nantian entered under everyone's expectant gazes. The others began to discuss. Buzz, at this moment, there was another fluctuation in the distance. Figures flew over quickly from afar, bringing with them a powerful aura. As soon as they arrived, they let out a long whistle. Has it already begun? It doesn't matter. Even if it has begun, we can continue. The arrival of these people attracted the attention of the half-saints in front. In the next moment, they all turned their heads. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chen. Ji Bai, Yu Heng and his brothers. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, these were all very famous experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They were all here. This time, there were not many people, only a few dozen. However, without exception, every one of them was an expert. Every one of them shocked the half-saints here. This was because these people were experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They had set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky a long time ago and made a name for themselves on the ancient path of the starry sky. They did not expect that they would also come here this time. Wang Chen had an orange name and was ranked 26th. His strength could be said to be very powerful. Ji Bai was very terrifying and was ranked 19th in orange. Yu Heng and his brothers were also very terrifying. These people were all experts with orange names. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, while the others were shocked. These people's names were all on the stone tablet. It was obvious that they had been here before and had achieved good results. This time, he should be breaking in again, right? In other words, they could come here more than once. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Would there be any other rewards if they came again? There should be. Otherwise, these people would not have come. He looked at the black stone tablet. On the black stone tablet, there were a total of 11 people with purple names and 49 people with orange names. Although the ranking changed, the color of the name would not change. For example, before Yan Nantian, there were 10 people with purple names. After Yan Nantian, there were 11 people with purple names. As for the names below orange, he did not pay attention to them. There were a lot of people there. Although they were all top-notch experts in the outside world, they were still nothing in his eyes. In fact, he didn't even care about the people in front of him. Who was the one who went in? A burly man said coldly. His name was Dong Fengyi, and he was also a genius with an orange name. The half-saint who was being questioned shivered and forced himself to answer. It was young Master Yan. Young Master Yan? Which young Master Yan? Dong Fengyi had a dissatisfied expression. It was Yan Nantian, young Master Yan. The half-saint at the front braced himself and said. When he said that, Dong Fengyi was stunned. The newcomers were also stunned. Yan Nantian, the successor of the legendary great emperor, who would have thought that he would come as well? Behind him, Ji Bai, Yu Heng, and the others had solemn expressions as well. They could disregard the others, but they had no choice but to be careful when dealing with this successor of a great emperor. All of a sudden, the expressions of these people turned incomparably grave. They were also waiting quietly, wondering what rank Yan Nantian would achieve. Yan Nantian had been in there for a very long time, longer than all the others combined. Evidently, the other party's ranking would also be very high. Now, these experts already knew that Yan Nantian should be able to obtain a purple name. But what rank would he be in among the purple names? That was still uncertain. Kid, that northern demon is also very impressive. He was able to rank 5th not long after leaving the outstanding warrior mansion. Obviously, he had a fortuitous encounter. He should have entered the half-saint realm long ago. The dark red divine dragon said softly. Lin Xian nodded his head after hearing that. That was indeed the case. Previously at the outstanding warrior mansion, he had even defeated the North Demon. At that time, he and Northern Demon were both martial artists who were close to Dao. Unexpectedly, not only had he become a half-saint in such a short time, but Northern Demon had also become a half-saint. It seemed that these geniuses all had their own fortuitous encounters. However, Lin Xian was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. No matter if it was Northern Demon or Yan Nantian hadn't come out yet. At this moment, another voice came from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. The surrounding half-saints trembled. What a terrifying aura. Ji Bai, Wang Hao, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lu Mu, it's you, you're here too. These people's voices were trembling. What? Lu Mu, hearing this, the surrounding half-saints' faces changed. They all turned their heads to look at the huge stone tablet in front of them. In the next moment, they saw a purple name. The person ranked 9th was Lu Mu. Oh my god, a top genius with a purple name is here too? No way, is Lu Mu going to be ranked again? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Mu's eyes flickered. I don't plan to enter again. This time, I brought someone to take the test. Junior sister, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman walked out from behind Lu Mu. She was very beautiful. Her aura was also terrifying. She had also reached the half-saint realm. Obviously, she was also a young genius and Lu Mu's junior sister. Yu, when Yan Nantian comes out later, you can take the test. Lu Mu said in a deep voice. Yes, senior brother. Yu, who was beside him, smiled in response. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around curiously. However, it was merely a fight. She did not discover anyone capable of surpassing the senior brother beside her. Therefore, she snorted softly and looked away. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound from the abyss below. A figure rushed up quickly like a celestial emperor. At the same time, the names on the stone tablet changed. Another purple name appeared on the screen. Not only that. The top 3 names didn't change. Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 4th, dropped 1 place. The new 4th place was Yan Nantian. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The surrounding half-saints were shocked. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The pupils of Yu Heng and his brothers shrank. Another purple name appeared. Moreover, someone had made it into the top 5 and was ranked 4th. This Yan Nantian was too terrifying. Yes, as expected of the successor of the great emperor, he was still very young and had unlimited potential. In a few years, his ranking might go even further. Yu exclaimed and covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He was ranked 4th. He had surpassed her senior brother. The other half-saints were also silent. It was indeed so. Lu Mu was very terrifying, but he was only ranked 9th in the purple name. Now, Yan Nantian was ranked 4th in the purple name. However, Lu Mu was extremely calm and didn't seem to be surprised. He said coldly. This is my ranking from nearly 60 years ago. In the past 60 years, I've been improving every day. What? That was the ranking 60 years ago. The others were even more shocked. A top heaven's pride like Lu Mu was really improving every day. The change in 1 year was already very big, let alone 60 years, no wonder he was so calm. His strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Oh, really? Then why don't you re-enter the abyss and re-rank? Don't you dare? Yan Nantian flew up and sneered when he heard Lu Mu's voice. In his opinion, Lu Mu was just jealous of him. You're Yan Nantian? Lu Mu turned and stared at Yan Nantian. His eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Nantian was surrounded by the 4 divine beasts, shining brightly. The next moment, an earth-shattering energy burst out. Invisible cracks spread in all directions. For a moment, the surrounding half-saints felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. Just the collision of their eyes could shatter the world. If the 2 of them fought, they would all be in trouble. Are you the successor of the great emperor? Although you're talented, you're too young. Lu Mu said proudly with his hands behind his back. I have my reasons for not re-ranking. I'm afraid of being targeted. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The moment Xiaochen said that, the many half-sages were confused. Who was he afraid of being targeted by someone else? Is there anyone Lu Mu is afraid of? They were puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. It seems that the higher the ranking, the better. Yan Nantian snorted. It's useless to say more. In my opinion, you're just quibbling. Do you dare to fight with me? The four divine beasts around him became more and more terrifying. He really looked like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. The powerful aura made the surrounding half-saints step back. Fight with you? Very well, let me see what kind of ability you, the successor of a great emperor, have. Lumu laughed loudly as he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Xianxia paused. The four divine beasts carried him and flew out. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. Firmament? Are these two top geniuses going to fight? It's really shocking. Let's go and see. Many half-saints were excited. Such a top-notch battle was not something that could be seen normally. However, in the next moment, these half-saints flew back. An extremely terrifying energy came from the front and sent these people flying. They knew that it was impossible to forcibly watch the battle between the two of them. Unless there was a sage or a genius expert of similar strength, only then would they be able to watch the battle. This made them feel extremely regretful. Even Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others turned pale. That surge of power made their hearts tremble. However, there were a few people among them who soared into the sky. They used powerful semi-sage tools, formations, and magical treasures to force their way through. There was still a portion of people who stayed behind to prepare for the upcoming test. Lin Xian's gaze was like a rainbow as he looked into the distance. However, he soon withdrew his gaze. He did not go to watch the battle. This was because he was also extremely curious about the abyss below. Now that he had an invitation to the abyss in his hand, he naturally wanted to go in and experience it. Since they couldn't watch the battle between Xianxia and Lu Mu, they could only give up. He began to deal with it with all his might, and the following tests would be carried out. After the people who had fallen into the abyss walked out, all eyes were on Yu Yu. This was because Lu Mu had said that he would let Yu Yu take the test after the people inside came out. Although there were others who wanted to go in, they did not dare to do so when Yu Yu did not move. Fairy Yu Yu, it's your turn. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others said. Yu Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked into the distance. There's no hurry. I want to wait a little longer. Wang Chen and the others were moved. They found that Yu Yu was looking into the distance where Xianxia and Ji Bai were fighting. She must be worried about her senior brother. After all, his opponent was the successor of a great emperor. If that's the case, I won't hold back. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers laughed and wanted to enter the abyss below. At the same time, Wang Chen and Ji Bai's eyes were sharp. The three of them moved, wanting to seize the opportunity. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they found that there was a figure who was even faster than them. He had already entered the abyss below. Damn it, what's going on? How can this person be so fast? Wang Chen frowned. Next to him, a half-saint exclaimed. No, that kid seemed to have moved a long time ago before Fairy Yu Yu spoke. What? This kid dares to fight with Fairy Yu Yu for a spot? He doesn't know what's good for him. Indeed, to fight with Fairy Yu Yu for a spot is to go against Lu Mu. Does this kid want to die? The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers immediately shouted, Fairy Yu Yu, I'll take this person down for you. He was the one who wanted to kill the other party, but he said that he was standing up for Fairy Yu Yu. This was obviously to curry favor with Lu Mu. Buzz, the eldest of the three Yuheng brothers attacked. Endless law fragments appeared on his body, turning into a long saber that slashed down. This saber was like the Milky Way descending, carrying a strong killing intent. It wanted to split the figure below in half. Oh no, the departing river saber! Many people exclaimed. This was the ultimate move of the three Yuheng brothers. Their first move was a killing move. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the person below. However, was the person below so easy to kill? The three Yuheng brothers did not know who he was, but the half-saints around them knew who he was. Previously, he had dared to challenge the White Crane clan and killed 3 of their top prodigies in public. Such a ruthless person was definitely not to be trifled with. As expected, below, Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Since he had already received the invitation, he naturally had to go down and test himself. As for Lu Mu's words, he did not take them to heart. Who was Lu Mu? Who would dare to stop him on the path he wanted to take? However, there was someone who did not know what was good for him and dared to stop him. Lin Xian turned his head and waved his hand. Endless law fragments danced in front of him, forming a large spatial rift that directly swallowed the terrifying saber light. You dare to stop me? Lin Xian said coldly. It was swallowed. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers frowned. He did not expect the other party to be able to resolve his move so easily. After all, he was a half-saint. Moreover, he was ranked 24th among the orange names. His strength was extremely powerful. Not many people present were capable of contending against him. However, the other party had done it so easily. Who is this person? Kid, who are you? Didn't you hear me? This spot is for Fairy Yu. Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch it? Although he could not guess the other party's strength, so what? He did not believe that the other party dared to fight Lu Mu. Buzz, Lin Xian didn't respond to that at all. His response was to attack. You're courting death. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers was enraged. He did not expect that the other party would not answer him at all and directly attack him. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you can contend against me just because you managed to block one of my attacks? You overestimate yourself. Today, I'll let you see my power. With a furious roar, light flickered on his body, and a large saber appeared in his hand, releasing a terrifying light. The terrifying killing intent on his body was like a storm that swept out in all directions. I don't care who you are. How dare you provoke me? I'll destroy you with one strike. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers waved the long saber in his hand, and wind and thunder immediately erupted. Like a lightning tribulation, the surroundings were accompanied by terrifying phantoms of laws. The law of lightning, it was violent and could destroy everything. With a slash of the saber, terrifying thunder exploded in the void like a heavenly tribulation, incomparably mighty. The hearts of the surrounding half-sages beat wildly. They knew that the eldest of the three Yuheng brothers was angry. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers did not hold back with this strike. He wanted to kill Lin Xian in a domineering manner to raise his reputation. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the experts of the White Crane race also had grave expressions when they saw this scene. One had to admit that this saber was really too fierce, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his face was gloomy. Facing this saber, he did not dodge at all. Instead, a terrifying sword intent rose from his body. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Buzz, countless flames jumped on his body, forming a sea of fire. The saber slashed into the sea of fire and was burned fiercely. Its speed slowed down as if it was about to melt. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking like a god of fire. He watched the scene with cold eyes. Is this your attack? You can't even withstand a single blow. Have a taste of my sword technique. He condensed a law sword in his hand and slashed out. The eldest of the three Yuheng brothers originally had a disdainful expression, but when he felt the sharpness of this sword, his expression changed. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? Scram, he roared like a madman and did not hold back. The law of lightning fragments wildly danced, forming a lightning saber that was tens of thousands of miles long that descended from the sky. The surrounding void split open, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts that descended together. Boom, unparalleled light exploded in the void. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword of law. This sword directly pierced through the thunder that filled the sky and shattered the terrifying saber light. Moreover, he slashed the eldest of the three brothers into two with a single sword strike. Puff, ah, the eldest of the three Yuheng brothers screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with deep terror. His broken body wanted to reassemble itself. However, a terrifying dragon roar sounded from within the sword aura. The sword soul erupted, forming a terrifying sword ripple that once again slashed the broken body into pieces. Even his soul was seriously injured. Ah, I was wrong. Stay your hand. Boss Yuheng screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. He wasn't a match for his opponent at all. His opponent was actually a peak half-saint. Hold back? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I'll hold back just because you say so? Just now, when you killed me with a single saber strike, did you think of holding back? Lin Xian was unmoved. The fragments of the law of fire gathered a monstrous fire. This fire was too terrifying. It was as if it wanted to burn the other party to ashes. Amidst the raging fire, Ba Shuheng was incomparably miserable. He hurriedly knelt in the flames. Young master, please spare me, I was wrong for attacking you rashly. I'm here to apologize to you. At the same time, I'll offer you a Dharma treasure. This is the lightning strike wood. It's formed in the lightning tribulation and is abnormally precious. It has the aura of the great Tao. I'll give it to you now in exchange for my life. Big brother, the second and third brothers of the Yuheng family were also enraged. They rushed over as if they had gone mad. Big brother, let's join forces. I don't believe we can't kill him. The two of them roared like they had gone mad. But Ba Shuheng quickly transmitted his voice. Stop, don't be rash. The three of us can indeed kill him if we join forces. But when the two of you attack, I'll probably be killed by him. So wait for me to come out first. Then we'll deal with this kid. Hearing Boss's voice transmission, Ba Shuheng and Ba Shuheng stopped in their tracks. Their eyes burned with monstrous fury as they stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The lightning strike wood. He waved his hand and grabbed the piece of lightning strike wood. Then, he looked at Ba Shuheng, who was kneeling in midair, and said coldly. This time, I'll spare your life. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll directly destroy your body and soul. Ruffian dragon, this thing should be useful to you. Lin Xian turned around and handed the lightning strike wood to the dark red divine dragon. After receiving it, the dark red divine dragon grinned. Haha, as expected, it contains the power of lightning. Great, kid, I'll accept this thing without hesitation. The dark red divine dragon cultivated the law of lightning. This lightning strike wood was very useful to him. Lin Xian's figure changed, and he quickly descended into the abyss below. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Boss, are you all right? The second and third Alioth brothers rushed over. The eldest Alioth brother's face was extremely pale. He quickly recovered his body and swallowed a pill. On the other side, after Lin Xian fell into the abyss, he was enveloped by a grayish-white aura. At the same time, the grayish-white aura in front of him formed a jade token and stuck it between his eyebrows. Lin Xian was stunned, but he did not resist. This was because he felt that the jade token did not pose a threat to him. Instead, it seemed to be protecting him. Soon, Lin Xian stopped descending. He looked around him. His surroundings were gray. There was a grayish-white staircase in front of him that led to a mysterious door. However, he did not know what was inside. Since he was already here, Lin Xian did not think too much about it. He strode in. There was a large hall inside. It was very large and empty. The surroundings were simple and unadorned, and it had a mysterious aura. Buzz, suddenly, a figure appeared in the palace. It was a figure in a gray robe. The Taoist robe reached the ground, and he was wearing a cloak. It was impossible to see his face clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes that seemed to be flickering with a cold light, like will-o'-the-wisps. Lin Xian did not feel any mysterious aura from the other party. This made him suspect that the other party was not human. Or a puppet. Trial taker, welcome to the falling abyss. A hoarse and low voice sounded, echoing in the hall. Now, the first stage began. As the voice fell, the void in front of him tumbled. Countless grayish-white aura, carrying a mysterious power, condensed into a figure. Suchen was stunned. He felt the power of laws from the mysterious power. It seemed that the falling abyss was not simple. He wondered what his opponent was. Soon, he saw it. It was a black monster with a human body and a leopard's head. It had a total of 4 arms, and a huge head that was extremely ferocious. There was a terrifying aura on its body, and there were terrifying fragments of law surrounding it. Lin Xian could clearly sense that it was the fire precept. The first stage was a half-saint with a fragment of laws? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. If the first stage was already so terrifying, how powerful would the next few stages be? However, Bian Xian didn't care. The law of fire? He was also good at it. The law fragments danced and condensed into a law sword, which was held in Lin Xian's hand. On the other side, the black leopard also took the form of a large black bow. Countless fragments of the law of fire danced at his fingertips, forming a black flame that danced and took the shape of an arrow. Then, the leopard knocked the black arrow on the bow, and the aura on his body burst out. With a buzzing sound, the arrow flew out. Lin Xian roared, his divine body bloomed, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. He took a step forward, turned into a fiend godlike shadow, and rushed over. The law sword flickered in the air, cutting open the void. After a strike, a sonorous sound rang out, and the two flame fragments in the void kept colliding, erupting into a phenomenon of heaven and earth. As for Lin Xian, he sheathed his sword. Puff, the black leopard was split in half, and its body couldn't be reassembled at all. His voice turned into black flames, burning fiercely. Then, it formed a black door. Congratulations, you've passed the first stage. Next, it was the second stage of the assessment. The gray-robed man next to him said coldly. Lin Xian walked into the black door and then disappeared. The next moment, he appeared again. He was still surrounded by an empty hall, ancient and mysterious, very similar to the first level. There was even someone next to him. Lin Xian suspected that he didn't leave at all. But at this time, his opponent changed. It was no longer a gray leopard, but an even more terrifying existence. The opponent's aura was much more terrifying than the black leopard on the first level. Kill, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and resolutely used all his strength to kill. In this trial, Lin Xian used his strongest state to deal with it. He was curious to see how far he could go, the second stage, the third stage, and the fourth stage. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Within 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent. Of course, Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. The great dragon sword soul, 2 law fragments, and a powerful physique made his strength incomparably powerful. Just like that, Lin Xian made his way through with great momentum. Outside, Boss Yuheng opened his eyes. He was barely able to stop his injuries. However, his expression was incomparably ugly. After such a battle, it would be very difficult for him to reach his peak in a short period of time. If that was the case, the results of his test in the abyss wouldn't be obvious at all. Perhaps, his ranking might even drop. This was unbearable for him. Damn it! Damn it! Eldest brother Yuheng was so angry that he vomited blood. Beside him, second brother and third brother said, "Big brother, that brat is too hateful. When he comes out, we must join hands and kill him, that's right. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to injure big brother, no matter how powerful he is not a match for us 3 brothers." Yuheng and his brothers gnashed their teeth. The surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. This was because Lin Xian was simply too domineering. He defeated Boss Yuheng so easily. They were all guessing what level this brat could reach. They didn't know that Boss Yuheng was ranked 24th in the orange rank. That brat could defeat him so easily. They estimated that he could at least rush to the top 10 in the orange rank. That's right. It wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the top 5 in the orange rank. However, as for whether he could reach the purple rank, they didn't know. It was hard to say. Those who reached the purple rank were all earth-shattering peerless experts without exception. They were either the successors of great emperors, possessed mysterious and powerful bloodlines, or had terrifying magic treasures. Didn't they see that the successor of great emperors only reached 4th that day? No matter how powerful that brat was, it would be difficult for him to reach the purple rank. That was indeed the case. This was what everyone thought. The people of the White Crane clan had gloomy expressions. That was because the other party's limelight was too strong. They had to think of a way to suppress him. "Boss, should we ask for the lightning strike would back first?" Third brother asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Boss Yuheng's eyes shone with a piercing light. He stared at the dark red divine dragon in the distance. If he wasn't wrong, Lin Xian had given the lightning strike wood to that dragon previously. "Alright, let's snatch it back first." Boss Yuheng gritted his teeth. How could he give something as precious as the lightning strike would to the other party? If it wasn't for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't have taken it out even if he was beaten to death. That was the key treasure for him to comprehend the laws. Buzz, he stood up. Next to him, second brother and third brother also stood up. The three of them had a powerful aura. They were like gods and demons as they quickly walked toward the dark red divine dragon. Oh my, what? You're not convinced? You want to fight your grandpa dragon? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon sneered. How could he not know what the three of them were thinking? Damn it, hand over the lightning strike wood. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning you into meat skewers, haha, how dare you threaten me? The dark red divine dragon also used the extremely terrifying law of lightning. The surrounding half-sages all turned their heads. The heavens wanted to watch another battle. From the looks of it, the three Yuheng brothers had joined forces this time. Could this dragon stop them? Damn it. You want to bully me with numbers? The dark red divine dragon's gaze turned. It could see that the abyss below was not ordinary. To achieve good results, one had to be in peak condition. If it fought with the other party now, it would probably be at a disadvantage when it entered the trial later. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon did not plan to make a move. It roared, and the dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, you dare to touch me? I, dragons, will not let you off. The dark red divine dragon was indeed a dragon. As for the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was casually made up. The purpose was to intimidate the other party. Sure enough, Yuheng and his brothers stopped when they heard this. The surrounding half-sages also exclaimed. Nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons was the holy land of dragons? It was said that a great emperor had appeared there. Did this dragon really come from the nest of 10,000 dragons? No wonder. No wonder it was so powerful and could still walk together with that kid. Thinking about it, that kid should also be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The three Yuheng brothers' expressions were even more uncertain. They had naturally heard of the nest of 10,000 dragons. That was a very huge force in the myriad worlds. If the other party really came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they really did not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, the second and third brothers asked, Boss, what should we do? Yuheng's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, let's spare it this time. We'll wait for that kid to come out and attack him. The three of us will kill that kid. They did not dare to make a move against this dragon, but they did not have any scruples about Lin Xian. It was actually scared away? The dark red divine dragon was also surprised. He had just casually mentioned the nest of 10,000 dragons. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was only in the true spirit world. He wondered if the people of the myriad worlds had heard of it. But now it seemed that the other party had heard of it. Moreover, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be a very terrifying existence in the eyes of these people. The dark red dragon couldn't figure it out for the time being, but it made sense. As dragons, they had heaven-defying bloodlines and terrifying inheritances. No matter where they were absolute powerhouses. There was no doubt about that. That was why the other party was so terrifying. Without the threat next to him, the dark red dragon was completely relieved. He looked down at the falling abyss, wondering how far Lin Fan could go. Falling abyss, 5th level. His opponent this time was a dragon. It was a flying pterosaur. It spread its wings with terrifying power. This pterosaur had mastered the law of wind. As it flapped its wings, illusions filled the sky. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. It could almost instantly reach Lin Xian's side and attack Lin Xian more than 100,000 times. It was so fast. Lin Xian relied on his 9 sons' body to withstand these attacks. The void trembled and thunder rumbled. The blood in his body boiled, then turned into a dragon's shadow and rushed into the sky. What a terrifying speed. It was even faster than the half-saint black bat from before. However, Lin Xian was fearless. His physique was super strong, so he wasn't afraid of this speed at all. He could take it head-on. At the same time, 2 types of law power surged out and slashed forward. The law of fire was monstrous and shrouded the entire space. On the other side, the law of annihilation turned all the power to ashes. Under the pincer attack of the two forces, Lin Xian killed the pterosaur. Buzz, Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the law fragments that filled the sky returned to his body. At this moment, the gray-robed man beside him gently raised his hand and clapped. "Congratulations, you've passed the first stage." Accompanied by his clapping, another gray door appeared in front of him. Lin Xian walked in without hesitation. The next moment, he was teleported again. This time, he came to the main hall. There was a change. In front of him was a statue, a flame statue. This flaming statue was extremely huge. It was at least 100 feet tall. Terrifying flames danced around it. She was like a fire god. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the fire god statue in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He realized that there were 8 fire dragons coiling around the fire god's body. They were terrifying as if they were real dragons. What is this? He sensed a strange power from the fire god statue. This power caused his law of fire fragment to jump up and down. The law of fire, the true law of fire. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the reward? He could comprehend the laws of fire, he was too shocked. Soon, he activated his heavenly fate god eyes. The plenilun seed in his left eye was pulsating. At the same time, he quickly recalled the Great Tao Insight Sutra. Soon, Lin Xian fell into a state of comprehension. This time, Lin Xian did not know how much time had passed. It was as if hundreds of years had passed. This made him extremely shocked. How could such a long time have passed? Previously, when Yan Nantian took the test, it didn't take long for him to come out. Yan Nantian had obtained a purple name, so the reward would definitely be substantial. But why did he come out so quickly, and he had been comprehending for such a long time? Could it be that the flow of time inside and outside was different? Thinking up to here, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Since that was the case, then he had no more worries. However, the comprehension this time was already over. It seemed that falling into the abyss only gave him one chance to comprehend. However, this time was already enough. He had the plenilun seed and Great Tao Insight, so comprehending was twice the result with half the effort. This time, it made his law of fire fragment become powerful again. This made him extremely shocked, and at the same time wild with joy. Lin Xian could feel that his strength had improved compared to before. Great, he was too excited. Turning around and entering the mysterious door behind him, Lin Xian left the fire god Great Hall. The next moment, he appeared again. This time, it was the 6th level. Originally, each level was much more difficult than the previous one. The 6th level was naturally more difficult than the 5th level. However, Lin Xian's speed of breaking through was faster than the previous 5 levels. Because his strength had improved. Once the law of fire appeared, the opponent could not withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian's speed of breaking through to the 10th level was even faster than the previous 5 levels. After breaking through the 4th level, Lin Xian received the second reward again. It was also a great hall. But this time, it was not a fire god statue, but a tree. An incomparably mysterious ancient tree was rooted there. Powerful life force, like an undying tree. Could it be the law of wood? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was great. Lin Xian had always wanted to comprehend the law of wood. Because after comprehending the law of wood, one could possess powerful life force and terrifying recovery ability. Like the northern demon previously, it was the law of wood. It was easy for him to defeat the northern demon, but it would probably not be easy for him to completely kill the other party. After all, the law of wood, that life force, was seriously too powerful. This time, he must condense and form a law of wood fragment. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. He pushed the plenilun seed to the limit. This time, Lin Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be honest, Lin Xian comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth much faster than other half-sages and geniuses. Because he had 2 magic treasures. The Great Tao Insight Scripture was the experience of a saint to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second was the plenilun seed. This was an even more precious treasure, One had to know that the plenilune seed was condensed from the plenilune wordless steel. The plenilune wordless steel was a divine steel of the prodigy manner. It had an extremely powerful auxiliary effect in comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret God eyes together. The effect was really surprisingly good. Finally, Lin Xian comprehended the law of wood fragment this time. He felt that the longevity art in his body seemed to have been sublimated once. When it was activated, it brought him powerful life force. So powerful. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He felt that he seemed to have endless life force now. Great, I wonder what law will be next. Lin Xian was too excited. Soon, Lin Xian killed his way to the 15th level and killed the powerful enemies on the 15th level. This time, it was the law of water. Should he comprehend it? This was Lin Xian's question. Lin Xian also knew that the cultivation of a sage was roughly divided into two types. One was to comprehend the law of heaven and earth as much as possible. Such a sage would comprehend many laws and be very powerful. However, there was another type of sage. That was, they would only cultivate one law in their entire life. Although this type of sage comprehended few laws, this one law was extremely powerful and had reached an unfathomable realm. Therefore, this type of sage could be said to be very terrifying. Some could even cultivate a move to break all laws. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and prepared to comprehend the law of water without hesitation. Because according to his speculation, this should be a law of the 5 elements. After comprehending it, he should be able to condense the law of the 5 elements. This way, he could condense a law of the 5 elements. Moreover, as long as he had any law of the 5 elements, he could break through and reach the true law of the 5 elements. In that way, his strength would increase exponentially. Moreover, Lin Xian had the plenilune seed and the Grand Tao comprehension scripture. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. Therefore, Lin Xian once again tried to comprehend the law of water. After an unknown number of years, Lin Xian condensed the law of water fragment. After the law of water fragment was formed, Lin Xian had already grasped 4 law of the 5 elements. While his attack power was fierce, there was also a kind of softness. It could be said that the combination of hardness and softness increased his attack power once again. There was also the law of earth and the law of metal to be comprehended together. Lin Xian clenched his fists, a trace of determination emerged in his eyes. He must comprehend the law of the 5 elements. Next, Lin Xian continued. Those people outside. While waiting, they discussed animatedly. This kid had gone in for so long, but he still hadn't come out. He wouldn't have entered the 20th floor, right? Someone guessed. It can't be, right? He could actually enter the 20th floor, that's impossible. Could it be that he also has the qualifications to enter the purple name list? When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. There were a total of 11 purple names on the stone tablet, and every one of them was an earth-shattering peerless genius. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Now, there was going to be a new one, Wan Chen, Ji Bai, and the rest had solemn expressions. Yu Heng and his brothers were extremely nervous. If the other party really entered the purple name list, then what revenge could they take? They had to run away quickly. However, the 3 of them did not leave. Because they were betting. They did not believe that Lin Xian could enter the purple name list. Maybe the other party took a longer time to pass the test. They could only comfort themselves like this. Falling into the abyss. Lin Xian still passed the 20th floor. This time, he used an unknown amount of time to comprehend the law of the 5 elements. The law of earth fragment. This falling into the abyss is really too mysterious. It definitely has the law of time. And I actually can't feel the changes in my body. After Lin Xian came out of the Earth God Hall, he was extremely amazed. This kind of method, probably only the law of time. Moreover, it must be an extremely profound law of time. Looks to behind the abyss to falling into the abyss. Who was the one who built this place? After the 20th floor, the first to Lin Xianyu from now on, to the purple name of the 5 purple, right? To the to Lin. To you, time to you to of course. In the 21st stage, his opponent was very strange. It was a saber, a long golden saber. The long saber carried a biting cold-killing intent. Like a divine saber, it caused the entire void to tremble. As soon as he appeared, huge cracks appeared all over the sky. The terrifying saber light enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian unleashed a fragment of the laws of earth to create an extremely powerful defense around him. The sword of law flew out. The two collided in the air, producing a sonorous sound. It was not damaged. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the golden long blade was sent flying, but it did not crack. This was too shocking for him. One must know how powerful he was right now. Even an ordinary half-saint would be sliced in half by his attack. But now, the long blade was fine. I can feel a trace of the law of metal. No wonder it's so hard. The law of metal mainly attacks and is incomparably hard. The long blade must be formed from the law of metal fragments. That's great. Let me experience just how powerful the law of metal is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He waved the law element and quickly rushed up. The 21st floor, 22nd floor, 23rd floor, finally, Lin Xian arrived at the 25th floor. The 25th floor was a man in a golden robe. His entire body seemed to be made of pure gold. He had a golden long sword in his hand. On the long sword, countless law runes gathered. The sword chi was like a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a great sense of danger. The 25th floor was so powerful. He was surprised. Buzz, a sword chi slashed towards him like a heaven-shaking divine thunder, splitting open the void. Even the law of earth fragment in front of Lin Xian was split apart. This surprised Lin Xian. This sword was really too powerful. Kill. Lin Xian condensed the law element and rushed over. The battle between the two was very intense. The entire space was completely shattered, filled with terrifying law of metal. Fortunately, this was the falling abyss, which was extremely mysterious. Otherwise, if it was outside, it would probably be shattered for tens of millions of miles. Buzz, Lin Xian blocked the opponent's attack with a sword. He stretched out his palm. On the tip of his finger, there was a terrifying law of water, rotating and flowing. It looked like a monstrous wave, covering the sky and the earth as it surged forward. Those golden sword chi slashed into the waves, but it did not break. Instead, it sank deeper and deeper. The monstrous sea was traceless and incomparably soft. The sea water directly swallowed all the sword chi. Buzz, however, at this moment, a piercing light burst out from the eyes of the brocade-robed man. Those golden sword chi suddenly shone brightly. The sword chi that was originally swept into the sea water also erupted, rushing out of the water like a golden dragon. The sea water was split apart, and a few sword chi crashed into Lin Xian's body. Clang, these sword chi crashed into Lin Xian's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian's chi and blood churned, and a few cracks appeared on his body. He roared, and the 9-yang divine body showed its power. At the same time, the law of wood fragment provided a powerful vitality. The cracks on his body instantly healed. Annihilation, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the law of annihilation fragment surged up, cooperating with the law of water fragment. The two began to destroy the golden light in the sky. The golden-robed man opposite him began to counterattack. As if there was endless power in his body, those golden sword chi transformed into golden dragons, roaring. This caused Lin Xian's body to sway again. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the great dragon sword spirit roared. He knew that this was a powerful enemy. He did not dare to hold back. All kinds of law attacks, combined with great divine abilities, surged forward, wanting to suppress the other party. Buzz, finally, Lin Xian broke through the golden sword chi that filled the sky and arrived in front of the other party. He slashed out with his sword, stabbing towards the other party's body. With a clang, another thunderous sound was heard. His law of sword chi did not pierce in. This shocked him greatly. This body was so strong, the other party's body was comparable to his current divine body. Metal physique. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This body was completely condensed from the law of metal fragment. This was a law of body. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a terrifying physique. If I can comprehend the law of metal, I can definitely raise my 9-yang divine body to another level. He was extremely excited. He must comprehend the law of metal. However, to comprehend the law of metal, he must first kill the golden-robed man in front of him. Buzz, at this moment, the golden sword in the golden-robed man's hand bloomed with incomparable light, slashing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian gave a cold snort and did not dodge. He unleashed all of his divine abilities to contend with it. The two people shook heaven and earth, fighting until 300 moves. Finally, Lin Xian killed the golden-robed person with one sword. And a terrifying large crack also appeared on his body. However, this was not a problem at all to Lin Xian. The longevity art plus the wood law fragment allowed his body to recover rapidly. Great, the 25th stage, finally passed. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The golden-robed person was seriously too powerful. If not for his powerful physique and great dragon sword soul, wanting to hit the other party would also be very difficult. Next, it was to comprehend the metal law. Sure enough, a golden door appeared in front of him. Lin Xian walked in and started comprehending the metal law. In the outside world, everyone was already waiting impatiently. This time was also too long. It was even longer than Yan Nantian. But could the other party surpass Yan Nantian? What a joke, they felt that the kid had already died inside. Perhaps he had really perished in there. The people of the White Crane clan laughed coldly. Yu Heng and his brothers also all heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like the other party was not much of a threat. Perhaps the other party could not come out at all. The dark red divine dragon frowned slightly. After all, the falling abyss below was very mysterious. He could not see through it either. But he guessed that Lin Xian should not have any problems. Just as everyone was discussing, finally, someone cried out in surprise. Quickly look, the stone steel in front has changed. What? Everyone raised their heads and looked forward. Could it be that the kid was coming out? That kid didn't die? I want to see what ranking that kid can obtain. The people of the White Crane clan snorted coldly. Yu Heng and his brothers also clenched their fists tightly. Did not know if the other party could enter the top 10 of the orange names. If that was really the case, they would probably be in danger. Orange names, no. Everyone's first attention was naturally the orange name region. But they discovered that the other party was not there at all. Could it be that the other party did not enter the orange names at all? Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others frowned. That should not be. The other party could easily defeat Yu Heng, which meant that the other party was not weak. In fact, he might even be stronger than them. But why was the other party not in the orange names? Could it be that the other party entered the purple names? As soon as this idea came out, the faces of Wang Chen and the others changed. They hurriedly looked up at the stone steel. In the next moment, they were stunned, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. What? What's with your expressions? The other half-saints in the area were also perplexed by Xianxia's words. Ah, they screamed, and a few half-saints fainted from fright. The other people were also trembling. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The dark red dragon raised his head and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name. Another person had appeared. Lin Xian's name appeared in the purple area. And appear first, it was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. First, heavens. That kid was actually. How is this possible? The people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. They could not. The others were dumbfounded. Yu Heng knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. They still wanted to take revenge on the other party. The other party was first. That was someone on par with Di Ling. He even surpassed Yan Nantian. Would they dare to take revenge on such a person? If the other party wanted to kill them, it should be effortless. Thinking of this, the three turned and fled. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others were even more stunned. They originally thought that the other party was stronger than them, but not by much. But who would have thought that they were so wrong? The other party was a true dragon. He soared into the sky, far surpassing them. Even Yan Nantian could not suppress him. The people of the White Crane clan were even more stunned. Because they had a grudge with the other party, they naturally did not want to see the other party soar into the sky. But now, the other party had directly become first. Everyone from the White Crane clan had been trampled under their feet. They could not believe it. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the stone steel. How could this kid be first in purple, among the White Crane clan? A half-saint roared crazily. His strength was very strong. Among the orange names, he was ranked third, very close to purple. But now? The other party had far surpassed him. This made him unable to believe it at all. The dark red divine dragon was extremely surprised. Oh my, this kid is really too heaven-defying. But there were still many half-saints who did not believe it. They felt that there should be something wrong with the stone steel. Otherwise, how could the other party be first? When that brat comes out, I must personally test his strength and see just how strong he is. Some powerful half-saints gritted their teeth. They were all waiting for Lin Xian's return. But they waited for a long time and found that Lin Xian did not come out. What was going on? Under normal circumstances, the other party should come out very quickly when the ranking appeared. But now, it was beyond their expectations. This strengthened their confidence. There was something wrong with the stone steel. In fact, they did not know that there was nothing wrong with the stone steel. Because Lin Xian was now comprehending the laws of metal. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, a golden pattern appeared on his body, carrying a sharp aura. The next moment, the other 4 Dao patterns began to flicker, accompanying his body, forming a 5-element light. 5-element laws. Lin Xian comprehended all of them into law fragments, which made him wild with joy. If he could unify the 5 elements, the power of these law fragments would increase again. But he knew that unifying the 5 elements was not easy, and it needed to be well practiced. Now, in addition to the 5-element laws, Lin Xian also comprehended the annihilation law. It could be said that he had comprehended 6 laws, more than Yan Nantian. He was full of confidence. What would be next on the 26th level? Originally, he still wanted to continue, but the next moment, a grayish-white aura wrapped around him and sent him out of the falling abyss. This made Lin Xian sigh. It seemed that there should be some rules in the falling abyss that he did not understand. However, the harvest this time was very huge. He comprehended an additional 4 laws. The falling abyss was definitely a treasure land. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian accelerated his flight, flying out of the falling abyss. Those people outside were all waiting. Suddenly, their brows twitched. Someone came out. Sure enough, the next moment, they saw a figure rushing up from below. It was that kid. However, they did not sense any powerful aura from him. This kid's aura is not much stronger. He probably did not gain any benefits. There was indeed a problem with the stone tablet. The White Crane race snorted coldly. The orange-ranked 3rd half-saint walked out. Kid, I want to see how powerful you are to be able to achieve such a result. This half-saint exuded a terrifying aura. It was a fragment of the law of wind. It was so sharp that it caused the entire world to boil. Lin Xian first turned to look at the towering stone tablet. When he saw that his name was tied with Di Ling for first place, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. He had surpassed Yan Nantian. However, what surprised him was that Di Ling was tied with him. Could it be that he had reached the 25th floor? And he had successfully passed. That surprised him. It seemed that Di Ling was not simple. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at the half-saint of the White Crane race in front of him. He snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to fight with me? You are courting death. The half-saint of the White Crane race was enraged. The fragments of the law of wind on his body soared into the sky. He turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. At such a close distance, he could kill Lin Xian before he could react. With a wave of his hand, countless fragments of the law of wind gathered in front of him. Accompanied by a gust of wind, they formed a spear of the law of wind. The spear stabbed out directly towards Lin Xian's head. The void was pierced through in an instant, and the half-saints below began to tremble. This spear was simply too terrifying. It could easily shatter them into pieces. This guy was too powerful. Yes, as expected of the orange-ranked 3rd. It was already very close to the purple name. I want to see how this kid will fight against it. He won't be able to block it. He is ranked first. There must be something wrong with the stone tablet. Just wait and see. He will be killed in an instant. Looking at such a sharp spear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was indeed not bad, but it could not do anything to him. He could deal with it calmly before, let alone now that he had comprehended 4 new fragments of the law of wind. This kind of attack could not withstand a single blow from him. Wang, with a wave of his sleeve, endless blue law fragments danced, forming a monstrous sea that enveloped the spear. Not good, the expression of the half-step sage of the white crane race changed instantly. He felt as if his spear had sunk into a quagmire. That powerful force wanted to engulf him. Wang, at the same time, Lin Xian's other hand moved. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. The fragments of the law of metal gathered to form a golden sword that slashed forward. With a bang, the half-saint of the White Crane clan was pierced through. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard as the blood of a half-saint was spilled. The body of the half-saint fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. The surrounding people were all stunned. No, the people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. To think that one of the top half-saints of their tribe would be severely injured by a single finger from the other party, this was simply too unbelievable. Was the other party already so terrifying? The other half-saints were so scared that they wet their pants. Number 1, the other party definitely had the strength to be number 1. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian. Who else wants to fight with me? Lin Xian asked coldly as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding half-saints all lowered their heads. No one dared to look him in the eye. Wang Qing, Ji Bai, and the others also lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. Previously, when they came here, they were arrogant and thought that no one was a match for them except for Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. But now? Another person had appeared, suppressing them to the point that they could not raise their heads. The people of the White Crane clan also lowered their heads. Although they were furious, they did not dare to attack. The other party was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Ruffian Long, go in. There are many benefits inside. Lin Xian looked at the dark red dragon. That's good. The dark red dragon swayed its tail and rushed down to test it. After the dark red divine dragon left, Lin Xian turned his gaze to the distance. There was an earth-shattering scene there. Terrifying laws were dancing in the air. Are these 2 guys not done yet? He naturally knew that it was Yan Nantian and Lu Mu who were fighting in the distance. Well, I'll use those 2 to test my strength. Let's see how strong I am now. Lin Xian was filled with lofty sentiments. The surrounding half-saints were no longer a match for him. In fact, he was not even interested in fighting. However, Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were different. They were very powerful. Buzz, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body shone brightly. Like a god of war, he tore through the void and rushed into the distance. Heavens, what is he trying to do? That's where Yan Nantian and Lu Mu are fighting. Is he going to watch the battle? The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. Some of them had already begun to gather in front. Lin Xian did go to the place where the 2 were fighting. However, he did not want to watch the battle. He wanted to fight. In front of him, Yan Nantian looked solemn. He originally thought that he could easily suppress Lu Mu since he was ranked 4th and Lu Mu was ranked 9th. He even thought that he could defeat Lu Mu. However, it seemed that he had been too careless. Lu Mu was very strong. Lu Mu was ranked 9th 60 years ago. Now, he was unfathomable. Yan Nantian could not defeat Lu Mu in a short time. Of course, Yan Nantian only looked solemn. He was not afraid. As the successor of the great emperor, he had many trump cards. That could save his life. Therefore, he did not intend to use them now. Yan Nantian, are you such a successor of the great emperor? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. You don't deserve to be the successor of the great emperor. Why don't you give me your great emperor's inheritance? I can make it shine. Lu Mu held a long green spear. Like a god, he emitted a powerful aura. Humph, do you really think that I can't defeat you? Yan Nantian snorted and formed a seal with his palm again. The precept fragments rushed forward together with the theurgy. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Countless precept fragments danced in the air and the entire sky exploded. The surrounding half-saints did not dare to get closer. They could only watch from afar using secret techniques. However, at this moment, the half-saints in the distance were all stunned. Their eyes almost popped out. Heavens, what was he trying to see? Was he going to join the battle? They saw a figure descend from the sky and land in the middle of Yan Nantian and Lu Mu's battle. Lin Xian descended from the sky and laughed. You too, are you not done yet? In that case, I'll spar with you. His powerful sword chi slashed in all directions and directly enveloped Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were stunned. Then, they were completely enraged. You're courting death, Yan Nantian waved his hand. Suddenly, an ancient imperial rune appeared in the sky like a dazzling star. Lu Mu held the green spear in his hand and thrust it out. The terrifying spear light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The two peerless geniuses attacked together to fight against Lin Xian. This scene made the half-saints in the distance almost faint when they saw it. God, this Lin Wuti was too arrogant. He actually wanted to fight against 2 of them. If it was an ordinary half-saint, it would be fine if it was 1 against 2. But who was the opponent? It could be Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Any one of them would be able to suppress an entire region and make them tremble in fear. Now, Lin Xian actually wanted to fight against 2 top experts at the same time. Was he not courting death? This kid was too arrogant. Yes, did he really think that he could fight against these 2 just because he got first place? Not to mention Yan Nantian, who was the successor of the great emperor. Just Lu Mu was already very terrifying. If Lu Mu participated in the Abyss trial again, he would definitely be able to get into the top 3, or even first place. In the distance, the half-saints discussed animatedly. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a hearty laugh. A dragon roar came from his body. He clenched his left hand into a fist. The law of fire accompanied his fist and turned into a fire dragon, shattering the void. It collided with the ancient emperor runes. An earth-shattering explosion filled the sky. The void shattered as if it was the end of the world. At the same time, his right hand formed a law sword and slashed out. The law of metal combined with the power of the dragon sword soul was unstoppable. Clang! This attack caused the half-saints who were watching the battle from afar to continuously retreat. Some even vomited blood and trembled. It was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make them shudder. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. Could this kid really fight against 2 top geniuses at the same time? Who exactly was he? Damn it! Yan Nantian roared. His gaze was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, staring at the figure above. It was him. What was going on? How was it possible? How could he become so strong? He could not believe it. On the other side, Lu Mu's body emitted a monstrous aura. He also stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Wuti. Lin Xian's voice was filled with confidence. Lu Mu frowned. How dare he call himself invincible? That was too arrogant. At the same time, he received a message from his junior sister. Senior brother, this guy just took first place in the purple ranking, you must be careful. What? This time, Lu Mu was completely stunned. He stared at the young man in front of him again. Purple ranked first. What about the Imperial Mausoleum? Di Ling and that Lin Wuti were both ranked first. Lu Mu was completely stunned. He had experienced how powerful Di Ling was. It was hard to believe that the other party could stand side by side with Di Ling at the same time. But very soon, he snorted coldly. So what? The Imperial Mausoleum's ranking was also from over 100 years ago. Furthermore, the current me is no longer the same me from 60 years ago. So what if he was number 1? Lu Mu's eyes emitted a sharp and dazzling light. Kid, let me see what kind of strength you have in the purple ranking first. Lu Mu made his move. He stabbed out with his spear as if it was going to destroy the world. A shocking phenomenon accompanied his long spear. Buzz. Lin Xian held the sword of the laws tightly in his hand and fought with his opponent. Every strike caused a huge crack that stretched for millions of miles. The entire sky was completely shattered. Yan Nantian was also shocked. Purple ranked first, one should know that he was only ranked fourth. This kid actually took first place. That was really surprising. However, do you think you can suppress me just because you took first place? You're too naive. I didn't use all my means in the previous test. Yan Nantian's eyes were piercingly cold. As the successor of a great emperor, he had many means that he would not use unless he had no other choice. Although his opponent took first place, it did not matter. Yan Nantian was not afraid of his opponent. In the next moment, he let out a long roar and 9 terrifying emperor runes rushed out of his body and circled around him. Beneath his feet were the shadows of the 4 divine beasts. They carried him and soared into the sky like a celestial emperor. He quickly charged forward. He formed a seal with his palms as if he was going to shatter the entire starry sky. Good, Lin Xian laughed and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he turned around and threw out a punch. The monster's flaming fist burned fiercely and the entire sky was covered in flames. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian and Yan Nantian collided 5 times in a row and destroyed the void within a million miles. In the next moment, Lin Xian turned around again and fought with Lu Mu. The battle between the 3 was earth-shattering. The half-saints who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. This time, they directly witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Now, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian's name anymore. Yan Nantian and Lu Mu also looked serious. The 2 of them joined forces but could not defeat their opponent. Damn it, are you forcing me to use my trump card? Yan Nantian roared and a shadow rushed out of his body. It turned into a black light and charged directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and he felt a touch of fear. He waved his hand and cast out the fragments of the law of earth to form a shield around him. However, in the next moment, the law shield he unleashed was actually cleaved apart. The black light blasted on his body and sent him flying. He retreated hundreds of thousands of miles in a row before he stopped and a crack appeared on his body. But soon, it healed. His eyes became sharp. This is interesting. This is the successor of a great emperor. Lin Xian stood up and all kinds of law fragments jumped on his body. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. The dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring. He charged over again and fought with Yan Nantian. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 exchanged more than 3,000 blows. Yan Nantian was sent flying and the black light was also sent into the sky. Yan Nantian vomited blood and his body was broken. He was almost cut in half. His black hair fluttered and he roared crazily. On the other side, Lu Mu also looked serious, but he did not make a move. Lin Wudi, very good, I will remember you. You are very strong, but I am afraid you can't determine the winner in a short time. But don't worry, we will have a chance to fight sooner or later. When the time comes, it will not be like today. I will definitely determine the winner. Lu Mu's voice was sonorous. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and turned to leave. With a wave of his hand, he took his junior sister away. The 2 turned into flowing light and completely disappeared into the sky. He left. Lu Mu left. The half-saints in the distance were stunned. That was Lu Mu, a famous figure on the starry sky ancient path, but now, he was forced to lead by a newcomer. It was unbelievable. Kid, I really underestimated you. I will remember today's grudge. One day, I will return it. Yan Nantian also soared into the sky. He did not continue to fight. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was too domineering. No way, Yan Nantian also left. This Lin Wudi actually forced Yan Nantian and Lu Mu away by himself. Those half-saints in the distance almost fainted from fright. I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his voice sonorous. Through this battle, Lin Xian had a clear understanding of his strength. He was indeed very strong, he was much stronger than before. Previously, he could fight against Yan Nantian alone. However, it was impossible to add another Lu Mu to the list. But now, he was not at a disadvantage at all in a 1-on-2 battle. And the more he fought, the braver he became. Buzz, he took a step forward and instantly arrived above the falling abyss. He sat down cross-legged and began to organize and consolidate his realm. The surrounding half-saints all retreated far away, not daring to breathe. The people of the White Crane clan were facing a great enemy. Even many half-saints retreated. They really did not dare to stay here any longer. If Lin Xian attacked, they would probably end up very badly. Lin Xian ignored the White Crane clan. He closed his eyes and cultivated, waiting for the dark red divine dragon. After a few days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was here. He stood up. As expected, a roar came from below. Ha 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 ha, I am back. The dark red divine dragon appeared, and the name on the abyss stone tablet also appeared again. One more person was added to the purple ranking. The dark red divine dragon was ranked 8th, once again pushing Lumu down. Kid, I need to comprehend again. The dark red divine dragon entered the black earth. Lin Xian nodded. The next moment, he looked into the distance. It was time to leave the falling abyss. Buzz, he turned into a wisp of sword light, cut open the sky, and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left the falling abyss, but they did not immediately leave the falling star. Descending upon a city near the fallen abyss, Lin Xian entered. Lingdong Pavilion. It was a very famous place in the city. The people who came and went here were all top experts. There were even half-saints. This was because the spirit tea here was very famous. It was a type of tea taken from the fallen abyss, called the fallen spirit tea. It was said that after drinking it, one would experience the feeling of one's soul falling. It could strengthen one's soul. It could be said that it was very precious. At this moment, 3 silhouettes sat within the spirit tea. Their powerful auras caused the hearts of the surrounding people to pound. Boss, what should we do? Should I go back and take the test? If you want to die, I won't stop you. Boss Yu Heng snorted coldly. These 3 people were precisely Yu Heng and his 2 brothers. When they saw Lin Xian obtain first place in the purple ranking, they immediately fled. What kind of joke was this? They didn't dare to go against such an expert. So at this moment, when he heard Yu Heng's 3rd brother's words, he instantly denied it. If these people wanted to throw their lives away, he would not go. Thump. Thump, thump. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a figure walked up. Boss Yu Heng's eyes almost popped out when he saw the figure. Beside him, 2nd and 3rd brothers trembled and almost peed in their pants. It's him, damn it, why is he here? Could it be that he's here to kill us? Yu Heng and his 2 brothers felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Xian had just left the fallen abyss. The news of him falling into the abyss hadn't spread yet. So the experts in the Lingdong Pavilion didn't recognize him. However, Yu Heng and his 2 brothers knew him. This was an extremely terrifying existence. So Yu Heng and his 2 brothers instantly stood up, trembling. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback and glanced at them. He didn't expect to meet these 3 guys here. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yu Heng's 2nd and 3rd brothers almost fainted from fright. Boss Yu Heng tried his best to control himself. He decisively walked up and bowed. Greetings, young Master Lin. We were reckless and offended young Master Lin. Please punish us. We definitely won't fight back. Yu Heng's 2nd and 3rd brothers also walked over and stood respectfully to the side. How could they fight back? Even if the 3 of them worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the other party. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. What was going on? Who was this young man? They were very curious about Lin Xian's identity. The powerful aura emitted by Yu Heng and his 2 brothers shocked these people. Obviously, these 3 were experts. But at this moment, they were so respectful to this young man. Could it be that this young man was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? Alright, I'll let you off this time. Lin Xian said lightly. These 3 Yu Heng brothers were really unable to arouse his interest. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Heng and his 2 brothers let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Yu Heng's eldest brother raised his head and put on a smile. Young Master Lin came to the Lingdong Pavilion to taste the spirit tea, right? I know the Lingdong Pavilion very well. Let me introduce you. The 3 hurriedly invited Lin Xian to the seat of honor. The three brothers sat in the best position on the third floor. As soon as they sat down, the surrounding formation formed a light screen, enveloping them. The people outside couldn't see at all. They could only feel a trace of terrifying aura coming from inside. At the same time, a group of people walked into the hall on the first floor of the Lingdong Pavilion. This group of people was outstanding, and the aura of a few young people was even more powerful. As soon as they appeared, the cultivators in the hall exclaimed, "Half-saints!" Half-saints had arrived, although most of these people had unfamiliar faces and they didn't know them. But there was one person that they were very familiar with. Emoli, the prince of the Abyss Kingdom. The Abyss Kingdom was a very powerful kingdom in the Fallen Star. Therefore, as an outstanding prince of the Abyss Kingdom, Emoli was very famous in the Fallen Star. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire Lingdong Pavilion. The master of the Lingdong Pavilion even came to greet him personally. Greetings to Prince Emoli. The people around were even more shocked. They knew Prince Emoli, but who were these people around Prince Emoli? It seemed that their aura was no weaker than Prince Emoli's. Even Prince Emoli had to curry favor with these people. But they had never seen these people before. Could it be that they were geniuses from outside the domain? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. Recently, a large number of geniuses from outside the domain had come to the Fallen Star to go to the Fallen Abyss. This was no longer a secret. It seemed that these people were also preparing to go to the Fallen Abyss. As expected, Emoli said in a deep voice, "These are my distinguished guests. Quickly prepare the best seats for me." What? The master of the Lingdong Pavilion was stunned. What, you don't want to? No. The leader of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion quickly shook his head. Although he had a powerful force behind him, he did not want to go against Prince Emoli. He quickly explained. It was not that he did not want to, but someone had already taken the best seat. These three people are of noble status, so I can't do anything to them. I hope Prince Emoli can forgive me. Humph, Prince Emoli snorted. Who dares to take the seat in front of me? I want to see. He ignored the leader of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion and turned around to speak to the young people behind him. Everyone, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. But don't worry, I'll go up and take care of them. Prince Emoli waved his hand and took a few experts with him as he walked forward. The young people also showed a joking expression. Oh, there's a good show to watch. Well, let's go and see. They also walked up. In an instant, these people gathered on the third floor of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion. With the arrival of Prince Emoli and the others, everyone on the third floor of the Spiritual Movement Pavilion raised their heads. In the next moment, their faces changed. Who were these people? What a strong aura! There were several half-saints in heaven, that was Prince Emoli. Many people exclaimed. They all knew about Prince Emoli. Why was he here? And he looked aggressive. Who dared to provoke Prince Emoli? After Prince Emoli brought his people up, he stared at the best seat in the distance. In the next moment, his voice turned into terrifying energy and drilled into the array in front of him. Get out of there! This scene caused the surrounding martial artists to be extremely shocked. They knew that the three people who had entered the seats of honor earlier were all half-saints. It seemed that something big was going to happen. As expected, in the array, Lin Xian frowned. The three brothers were stunned and then their faces darkened. Damn it, who dared to disturb them? Who dared to ask them to get out? Young Master Lin, please wait. I'll go and see who it is. The third brother of Yuheng stood up. Who was it? Did he want to die? The third brother of Yuheng came out and shouted coldly. But soon, he was stunned. Because he saw a group of people standing in front of him. A group of extremely powerful people. He was very familiar with the leader. The next moment, he exclaimed, Prince Emoli. Big brother, this is bad. Prince Emoli has brought people here. Yuheng's third brother hurriedly transmitted his voice. After Boss Yuheng heard this, his expression also changed. With a wave of his hand, the formation was removed, and the first and second Yuheng walked out. They looked ahead with solemn expressions. It was indeed Prince Emoli. The atmosphere on the third floor was extremely tense. Only Lin Xian was still sitting there quietly, calmly sipping his tea. It turned out to be Prince Emoli. What business does your highness have with us? Boss Yuheng cupped his fists and said. Who are you people? Prince demonically frowned. He could also feel that the three people before him were half-saints. From the looks of it, the other party's background should not be small. We are the three Yuheng brothers. What? The three Yuheng brothers. As soon as he said this, many people around him exclaimed in surprise. Yuheng and his brothers, could it be the three of them? Heaven, they were extremely powerful. On the Abyss Stone tablet, they were ranked in the top 20. When the three of them joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. Obviously, everyone had heard of the three Yuheng brothers. This made the three Yuheng brothers very proud. In their opinion, so what if the other party was Prince Emoli? They would definitely give them face. Prince Emoli squinted his eyes. The three Yuheng brothers? But soon, he snorted coldly. If it was just him, he would definitely rope in the three Yuheng brothers. But now, he did not need to do so. Because the people he brought this time were even more powerful than the three Yuheng brothers. Behind Prince Emoli, a disdainful voice sounded. I was wondering who it was. So it's just the three Yuheng brothers. You three trash dare to be arrogant in front of me. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Someone dared to not give face to the three Yuheng brothers. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that Prince Emoli would try his best to rope in the three Yuheng brothers. One could imagine how terrifying the three Yuheng brothers were. Moreover, when the three brothers joined forces, they would definitely be terrifying. Ordinary people would not be enemies with the three brothers. Hearing this, the three Yuheng brothers were immediately enraged. Who dared to call the three of them trash? The third Yuheng brother roared. Beside him, a snow rain blew. The snow rain drifted, and the temperature of the entire third floor dropped rapidly. The law of ice fragment. Everyone was horrified. They all retreated to the side. If I say you're trash, you're trash. What, you're not convinced? On Prince Emoli's side, a figure walked out. Heavenly Water Ant, it's actually you. The third Yuheng brother screamed as if he had seen a ghost. The first and second Yuheng brother's expression also changed. Since you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and get lost? The man who walked out was wearing a blue robe. On his cheeks, there were silver-white scales flashing. The expressions of the surrounding experts also changed. Heavenly Water Ant, could it be that he was the first on the Abyss leaderboard? These people were all stunned. One should know that although the Yuheng brothers were powerful, the three of them could fight the top 10 on the orange list. However, they were only around the 10th place. But now, the person who walked out was the first on the orange list. The opponent's strength was much stronger than the three Yuheng brothers. He was very close to the purple list. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the Yuheng brothers were completely defeated this time. Humph. The people on Prince Emoli's side also sneered, looking like they were watching a show. Heavenly Water Ant stood up and said proudly. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of 1,000 poisons biting your heart. As expected of Heavenly Water Ant, he was domineering. Yes, the three Yuheng brothers were definitely dead. Who asked them to be so reckless as to offend Prince Emoli? He had not expected Prince Emoli to bring the Sky Water Ant this time. He guessed that the people around him were all top talents. To be honest, the three Yuheng brothers were also very nervous. They did not expect Prince Emoli to invite Heavenly Water Ant. They had really kicked a metal plate. But this time? The three of them were not too afraid. They even sneered. There were people on the other side. Behind them, there was also a terrifying existence, and this existence would probably make Heavenly Water Ant kneel on the ground. Yuheng's boss walked out and said coldly as he looked ahead. So you belong to the biased one. What business do you have here? If there's nothing, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our young Master Lin's tea. Heavens, they could not believe their ears. What was Boss Yuheng doing? Boss Yuheng dared to challenge Sky Water Ant. Did he still want to live? As expected, Sky Water Ant's face darkened, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, countless fragments of the Law of Water appeared. Have you three brothers lost your minds recently? You actually dare to challenge me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Skywater Ant took a step forward, and the entire space turned into a sea. Skywater Ant, don't be arrogant. Yuhing and his brothers froze. They quickly activated their law fragments to resist. At the same time, Boss Yuhing roared. Do you think you're arrogant? Let me give you a word of advice. Leave quickly. Young Master Lin is standing behind me. He's not someone you can offend. Leave quickly and you can live. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. Yuhing's second and third brothers roared as well. You want me to leave? I'll end up in a terrible state? When Skywater Ant heard that, he roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. If it were Long Tianzhao or Di Ling who said that, I'd turn and leave. I'd even apologize. But who do you think you are? Someone like him dares to say such words to me? Skywater Ant was disdainful. When he entered, he had already observed Lin Xian. He did not know Lin Xian. Moreover, he did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. He was already number one with an orange name. As long as someone with a purple name did not appear, he would not be afraid. He would not be afraid of a powerful martial artist like the demonic Li Prince. Who did he think he was? How dare he show off in front of him? Boss Yuhing sneered. Skywater Ant, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Listen carefully. At this point, his voice suddenly became loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Young Master Lin behind me is number one with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard. Skywater Ant, hurry up and kneel, kowtow, and admit your mistake. His voice rumbled like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned. What? Number one with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard? Heavens, how was that possible? When the Skywater Ant heard this, he laughed heartily. I say, you three trash's heads are really stuck in a door. The purple one is ranked first, but it's an imperial mausoleum. Who is this kid? Why have I never heard of him? He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Initially, he thought that the other party was a formidable genius. Who would have thought that the other party was actually a swindler? These three Yuhing brothers are really idiots. The first place on the Abyss rankings had been maintained for over 100 years, and it had always been Di Ling. When had it ever changed? Are we idiots? I think you're the idiot, Yuhing's second brother also sneered. How many years ago was that information of yours? Our young Master Lin just obtained first place. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. I advise you to apologize quickly. What? First place? It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. Someone like him dares to claim to be number one? The Skywater Ant sneered. He took a step forward, and the endless sea turned into huge waves that surged forward. The terrifying fragments of the law of water rushed over. The faces of the Yuhing brothers changed as they roared madly. However, in the next moment, they were sent flying. So valiant, this heavenly water ant was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Was this the orange name number one? It was really too powerful. The Yuhing brothers were shocked. The surrounding people were even more horrified. It seemed that this time, the person who offended the sky water ant was really dead. The Yuhing brothers' faces were ugly. They could not beat the sky water ant at all. They could only look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. The terrifying wave attack just now did not cause any harm to him at all. He slowly put down the glass teacup. Then, he raised his head and looked to the front left. The Law of Water fragment? Skywater Ant, orange name number one. Lin Xian said 3 titles in a row. The power was not bad, but that was all. I have no interest in fighting with you. Leave quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand. You're really courting death. Do you really think you're number one on the purple name? How dare you say such words to me? A piercing light burst out from the Skywater Ant's eyes. The surrounding Skybrides and Prince Emoli also sneered. Those who dared to offend the Skywater Ant would definitely end up in a miserable state. The Skywater Ant was enraged. His palm pushed out horizontally. Suddenly, the terrifying law of water fragments intertwined, dyeing the entire void blue. The monstrous ocean and violent waves shattered the void, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Die for me, ocean bind. This attack was very terrifying. Even if a half-saint was enveloped by it, he would be ground into a bloody mist by the strangling power of the ocean. Lin Xian felt the terrifying law of water fragments forming a strangling power, trying to crush his body. However, his body wasn't so easily broken. The law of water fragments hit his body, making clanging sounds. It was like a million bolts of lightning. However, Lin Xian sat there, letting the other party hit him like this. He did not move at all. When the ocean disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. The sky water ant's pupils also shrank. How could he not be injured? He felt like he was dreaming. His opponent should have been turned into a bloody mist. Why was he not injured at all? What kind of body did that damn kid have? Was he still human? Prince Emoli and the others also changed their expressions. If his opponent was not wearing any top-tier armor, then his body was too terrifying. Good kid, you do have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and go against me. However, do you think that your body is strong enough to withstand my law of water? You are too naive. Water demon pressure, explode. As the sky water ant roared, the void above Lin Xian kept shattering, forming a terrifying black hole. Endless fragments of the law of water formed 9,999 waves that came crashing down from the sky. The pressure was too strong. The surrounding people all vomited blood and flew backward, their faces full of fear. Even the bodies of Yu Heng and his brothers trembled as they retreated to the side. Under the water pressure, they could not resist at all. Even their souls would be crushed. Ha ha ha, let's see how you die this time. The sky water ant's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand it. Facing the 9,999 terrifying waves, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine body blossomed with an unparalleled radiance to contend against them. In the next moment, he looked up. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, turning into golden law fragments, forming a golden sword light that shot upward. The sword rippled, and the surrounding void was completely golden. Everyone trembled as if they had been pierced by the sword. 9,999 terrifying waves were split open by the sword. A terrifying crack appeared in the middle and could not be healed at all. What? It was split open. Prince Emoli and the others were shocked. Skywater Ant's pupils shrank. This was impossible. He screamed like a madman. On the other side, Lin Xian stood up. As he stood up, the golden sword light on his body filled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the waves in the void were pierced through and obliterated by the sword chi. You want to fight me? Are you sure? Lin Xian asked coldly. His words transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword lights that pressed down on the void, causing Prince Emoli and the others to tremble. The Skywater Ant's face turned pale. Just the terrifying power in the voice caused the blood in his body to churn. Damn it. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a terrifying young expert? Who the hell are you? Skywater Ant asked in a low voice. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. I am Lin Wudi. Yu Heng and his brothers shouted excitedly from afar. Haha, Skywater Ant, I told you that Mr. Lin is the new #1 on the abyss. Bored, how dare you challenge me? You are overestimating yourself, Lin Wudi. The new #1 on the abyss board, everyone was shocked. They did not believe it before and thought it was a joke. But now, they had to believe it. Skywater Ant was terrifying. He was the #1 on the orange rank, but now, he was suppressed by Lin Xian's aura and could not fight back. Only the #1 on the purple rank could do such a thing. So it's Mr. Lin. Please forgive me for my mistake. Skywater Ant clenched his fist and said. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to fight again. The aura that Lin Xian gave off was too strong. Lin Xian nodded slightly and put away the golden sword light that filled the sky. He sat down again and poured himself a cup. Yu Heng and his brothers heaved a sigh of relief and walked over. They looked around with pride in their eyes. Prince Emoli also walked out. So it's Mr. Lin. Sorry for the disrespect. I wonder if young Master Lin would do me the honor of entertaining you. Prince Emoli wanted to rope Lin Xian in. After all, Lin Xian was the first on the purple ranking. They were very strong, far surpassing the heavenly water ant and the others. If he could win over the fallen kingdom, then he would undoubtedly become the crown prince of the fallen kingdom. Furthermore, he would become the next emperor. Not interested. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, Prince Emoli frowned. At this moment, a man in a black robe beside him snorted. Brat, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The imperial prince gave you face, and you actually dared to refuse. Did he really think that he could strut around just because he was number one on the leaderboard? He was really courting death. Don't forget, this is the place where you feel most at ease. This man was a general under Prince Emoli. He had reached the half-saint level and was very powerful. Moreover, he cultivated the law of darkness. Although he did not take part in the Abyss test, he was very confident in himself. Previously, he was somewhat disdainful of the heavenly water ant and the others. In his opinion, as long as the imperial prince was willing, these people would all come over. They would submit to the imperial prince, but now, the imperial prince had extended an invitation, and the other party dared to refuse. This made him feel incomparably furious. Not good. Hearing this, the heavenly water ant's expression changed. Prince Emoli raised his eyebrows and was about to stop him. In the next moment, they were stunned. Because Lin Xian snorted. Noisy, with a wave of his hand, a flaming palm surged over and instantly hit the black-robed man, sending him flying. Smack, a clear sound was heard. The black-robed man's face was smashed. Get lost. Lin Xian said coldly. This scene was too sudden. The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the Yuhingshan brothers were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive, daring to hit the people around Prince Emoli. Roar, I'm going to kill you. The black-robed man flew over. Black law fragments appeared on his body and a terrifying aura surged out. The surrounding light dimmed as if it was going to turn into night. Blackwater. Prince Emoli reached out and stopped the other party. He then turned around and stared at Lin Xian. You dared to hit my people. That's a little too overbearing. It seemed that Prince Emoli was also angry. The people around him were trembling in fear. Lin Xian shook the teacup in his hand and said indifferently. Your people? Then control them well. Don't let them shout in front of me. Because you are not qualified, arrogant, everyone's scalp went numb. They already thought that Prince Emoli was arrogant enough, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more arrogant than them. Not qualified? He dared to say that Prince Emoli and the others were not qualified. How arrogant was that? Good, good, good. Hearing such arrogant words, Prince Emoli was so angry that he laughed. I'm not qualified? How many years has it been since someone dared to talk to me like that? Previously, I respected you as a prodigy and thought that you were a promising talent. That was why I invited you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Blackwater, you can do it now. Roar, the black-robed man roared and rushed over. In the next moment, the entire third floor was plunged into complete darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Everyone seemed to have been robbed of their vision and soul senses. Law of darkness. Countless people screamed in horror and hid in the corner, not daring to show their faces. Yu Heng and his brothers were also shocked. They quickly defended and at the same time, they quickly retreated. They couldn't withstand this energy at all. Lin Xian snorted. Law of darkness? Did they really think that they could rob all light? Today, I'll tell you that there are strong and weak laws too. Lin Xian's voice sounded. In the next moment, fragments of law of fire appeared on the surface of his body and burned fiercely. Nine Yang divine body exploded with unparalleled light. Suddenly, like a flame in the darkness, it appeared instantly. At this moment, everyone saw it, and they were incomparably shocked. Heaven could actually soar with flames. This person's law of fire was so powerful. Extinguish. In the void, a cold voice sounded. The law of darkness quickly swallowed the flames. However, he could not do it at all. The flames, from the beginning, became stronger and stronger. Finally, like a sea of fire, it began to spread in all directions. The darkness faded. A figure appeared in midair. He stopped there with an awkward expression and his eyes were filled with shock. He was the black-robed man. At this moment, the black-robed man had already flown behind Lin Xian and was ready to attack. However, before he could make a move, his law of darkness had already been broken. Sneak attack me? Lin Xian turned his head, his eyes bursting with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched out. With a whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian became the god of fire. The violent fist turned into a fire dragon that spread out and pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom! Ah! He screamed and ran back to Prince Emoli's side to reassemble his body. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. Get lost. Lin Xian said again. Kid, you're too arrogant. Prince Emoli was trembling with anger. Yi Futian was in his territory and he asked him to get lost. If this got out, how could he survive in the future? How could he fight for the position of crown prince? Everyone, please lend me a helping hand. Prince Emoli turned around and bowed to the young geniuses behind him. What? The geniuses behind him were stunned. They were here to help Prince Emoli, but they did not expect Prince Emoli to ask them to fight against the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard. They hesitated. Don't worry, I have experts on my side. As he spoke, 2 elders walked out from beside him. At the same time, he continued, although this person is strong, I'm sure he can't be number 1 on the leaderboard. Perhaps he's just a purple name and came out to show off his power. Can't we take him down if we work together? Don't worry, as long as we take him down, I'll double the conditions I promised you before. Really? The genius's pupils shrank. Double the amount, this was simply too generous. They did not agree to help Prince Emoli unconditionally. They must have agreed on the conditions. However, if the conditions were doubled, even they would not be able to refuse. All right. Skywater Ant gritted his teeth and nodded. The other geniuses around him nodded as well. All right, let's work together. I'd like to see how strong this kid is. Several geniuses stood out. At the same time, 2 other elders also stood out. There were 7 of them. 7 half-saints facing Lin Xian together. The people around them were going crazy. Oh my god, this lineup is too strong. Can he really take it? Even the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard might not be able to take it. After all, there are 7 half-saints. Every one of them is terrifying. Now that they're working together, they're definitely strong. Master, be careful. Yu Heng and his brothers also walked up. They looked very nervous. 7 half-saints. Every one of them is stronger than them. Even if one of them attacked, the 3 brothers would have to fight with all their might. Such a lineup was simply too terrifying. Therefore, they began to worry about Lin Xian. Young master, if the 3 of us work together, we can hold back one of them. No, at most, we can fight against 2. As for the remaining 5. Before boss could finish speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand. No need, you guys can just stand aside and watch. What? After a while, the boss was stunned. The 2 brothers beside him were also stunned. What was the meaning of this? From the looks of it, he seemed to want to take on 7 half-saints alone. Thinking of this possibility, the 3 brothers sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Lin Xian walked out, looked to the front, and said coldly, do the 7 of you really want to fight me? Kid, if you apologize obediently now, we can still give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, an elder said coldly. He was also one of Emoli's men. Bow his head and apologize? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so, right? Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. Show me what you've got. This kid, does he really want to fight? Those were 7 half-saints, after all. The surrounding people were all stunned. The half-saints on the opposite side were also angry, and then their faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with monstrous anger. How dare he look down on them? Good kid, you're really arrogant. However, I wonder if you have the ability to be arrogant. He Yuan sneered. He first used the law of darkness. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. At the same time, the 7 half-saints on the opposite side quickly rushed over. It's over. That kid is really dead this time. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Monstrous light rushed out of his body, and he instantly broke the law of darkness. At this time, the 7 half-saints were still in front of him, and firmly surrounded him. Sword of Darkness, in He Yuan's hand, the law of darkness condensed into a pitch-black demonic sword, emitting a cold aura. The sword pierced toward Lin Xian's head. Buzz, on the other side, a blue rod pressed down from the sky like a mountain. The void was instantly blasted apart. Terrifying law fragments danced in the air. The one who attacked was the Skywater ant. At this moment, he no longer had a handsome appearance, but was incomparably ferocious. His body was much larger than before. Countless silver-white scales appeared on his body. He was one of the 10,000 ancient races, the descendant of the ancient heavenly horned ant. The ancient heavenly horned ant had great strength and boundless strength. The Skywater ant inherited this bloodline, so its strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, what he comprehended was the law of water. With a monstrous aura, he instantly destroyed everything. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to collapse. The other 5 half-saints also attacked crazily. Each of them was extremely terrifying. It's over. The Yuheng brothers and the others trembled. If they faced such an attack, they would probably be instantly turned into ashes. Lin Xian faced the 7 half-saints' terrifying attacks and shouted angrily. Immediately, his palm danced, and the power of annihilation formed a vortex around him. Immediately, all of the attacks rapidly collapsed under the law of annihilation. To actually be able to neutralize our attacks, we really underestimated you. But so what, this time, the 7 of us joined hands. Can you neutralize it? An old man sneered. It was indeed so. Although the 7 people's attacks were dim, it was impossible to shatter them. Especially the Skywater ant's attack, it was not affected much. Lin Xian snorted coldly and urged the law of annihilation again, finally destroying 2 people's attacks. However, although the other 5 people's attacks were dim, they still shattered the law of annihilation fragments. Haha, kid, let's see what ability you have this time. Go to hell for me. These people were ferocious. Lin Xian was not afraid. With a wave of his palm, the boundless waves surged out again. The boundless sea instantly formed a soft power, making these people's attacks seem to have entered a swamp, being blocked again. The law of water, the Skywater ant's pupils constricted. The other party actually also knew the law of water. This kid actually grasped 2 types of laws. This really surprised them. The Skywater ant's expression was solemn. He remembered that the other party should also know a type of golden law. Previously, it was that golden law that split his attack apart with a sword. Heavens, could it be that he knows 3 types of laws? Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Today, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this guy. The power of Lin Xian's law was beyond their imagination. Therefore, the law of water fragment broke the 3 people's attacks again. In the end, there were only 3 people left. They were He Yuan, the Skywater ant, and the old man. The 3 of them rushed through the sea and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was extremely calm as he looked at the 3 people charging at him. Did he not have any more supernatural powers? What a joke. A beam of golden sword chi shot out from his left hand and slashed at Skywater ant. His right hand turned into a sun and blasted at He Yuan. As for the black-robed elder, he did not care at all. Boom, the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The sword of golden rule tore Skywater ant's attack apart. Not only that, Skywater ant's arms were cut apart again. He spat out blood and flew backward. He Yuan did not have it easy either. The golden fist bloomed with unparalleled flames like a real sun. He was still bleeding, and the precepts in his body were almost ignited. He let out a miserable cry and flew out as well. Seeing this, the people in the distance were shocked. Prince Emoli held his breath. Because they still had one more person. That was indeed the case. The last black-robed old man smiled coldly. Great, he was too careless. Although he had defeated 2 half-saints, he still had him. His attack could definitely cause serious injuries to him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him in one move. Clang, the supernatural power in his hand blasted at Lin Xian, and an unparalleled light burst out. The surrounding space began to shatter rapidly. Huge cracks began to appear one after another. Hee hee, you're dead now. The black-robed elder laughed maliciously. But soon, his smile froze. How could this be? You're not dead? He was stunned. In the sky full of energy, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at him with cold eyes. Oh no, he was not injured. His physique was way too strong. What kind of body was this? The black-robed elder was scared out of his wits. He turned and tried to escape. Ah, he screamed as his body was split in half. A sort of golden rule descended from the sky and cut through the void. At the same time, it split the black-robed elder. Ah, the black-robed patriarch screamed in agony. The law fragments on his body flashed rapidly as he tried to reassemble his body. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. With a swing of his golden sword, the fragments of the rules of metal transformed into a golden lotus encapsulating the old man's figure once again. He executed the heavenly secret divine eyes, and his golden pupils combined with the law of fire fragment to execute the soul-burning secret technique. It ignited the soul of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man screamed like a madman as he was instantly killed. What? Dead, a half-saint was mercilessly slaughtered just like that? Those people were all stunned. They did not dare to believe what was happening before their eyes. Especially Prince Emoli and the others. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt on the ground. That was way too powerful. The 7 half-saints attacked, but they were unable to do anything to him. Instead, they were injured by him. He had even killed a half-saint. This kind of battle record was really unimaginable. After killing the black-robed old man, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Instantly, the 6 half-saints trembled. Sky Water Ant and He Yuan's scalps were about to explode. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Too powerful, damn it, could it be that he was really ranked first? At this moment, they no longer dared to have any doubts. That kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Now, they should think about how to save their own lives. Seeing Lin Xian's aura getting stronger and stronger, as if he had no intention of stopping, he quickly screamed. Stop, stop fighting, boom, Lin Xian ignored him. He took a step forward and his palm, accompanied by a terrifying law, blasted out. This punch was extremely heavy. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down from the sky. The fragment of the law of earth rushed over with a terrifying fist. Stop fighting? What a joke, these people wanted to kill him. Now that they could not defeat him, they stopped fighting, there was no such logic in the world. Boom, Lin Xian's punch was extremely powerful. Opposite him, He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others felt their scalps tingle. They quickly dodged, but the area covered by the fist was simply too wide. They could not dodge it. Not to mention them, even Prince Emoli was within the attack range of this punch. See God's shield, Sky Water Ant roared crazily. Endless law of water formed a dense light shield around him. It was as if 100,000 waves were supporting him. He Yuan also blended into the darkness, as if he had turned into a black cloud. The other half-saints also quickly defended. Even Prince Emoli huffed coldly. Grey demonic runes appeared on his body. Boom, after this attack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The void cracked. The entire spiritual movement pavilion was shaking non-stop. The formation in the surroundings flickered as if it was about to break apart. It was too terrifying. If not for the protection of the spiritual movement pavilion's top array, this attack would have turned it into ashes. After this attack, the half-saints' blood boiled. Their faces paled. His expression was grave. This attack was too powerful. It was as if a star was pressing down on them. Even their bones were split open. Boom, after one punch, another. Lin Xian used the law of earth. It became heavier and heavier. It was as if it really carried the world of stars to fight against his opponent. Hazy mountains appeared in the sky. One after another, they were tens of thousands of feet tall. This divine ability scared these people so much that they couldn't stop screaming. Stop. We admit defeat. Stop fighting. Sky Water Ant also screamed. Many of his bones had been broken. Prince Emoli roared. Hurry up and attack. I'm the prince of Fallen Country. If you kill me, I won't let you leave Fallen Star. As soon as Prince Amoli finished speaking, a blue thunder fell from the sky among the countless mountain shadows. It turned into a sword shadow and split open Prince Amoli's body. Prince Amoli's soul screamed. He regrouped with his body and quickly retreated. The surrounding half-saints surrounded Prince Amoli to protect him. At the same time, they were terrified. How could Lin Xian split the prince with one move under the protection of so many half-saints? This was too powerful. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Sky Water Ant didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He quickly apologized. Beside him, He Yuan still wanted to resist, but the next moment, he was punched again. He also quickly begged for mercy. Lord Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. The surrounding half-saints all apologized. For a moment, no one dared to fight against Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his fist, but the law of earth fragments were still circling in the sky. Thousands of mountains pressed down on the sky, making it hard for everyone to breathe. He looked ahead and said coldly. Is an apology enough? I can take your lives, but you have to break your own arms and pierce your own hearts with a martial sword. This was a punishment usually used by the large sects of the sacred lands to punish disciples who broke the rules. Now, Lin Xian wanted to use this punishment on Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Hearing this, Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others' expressions turned ugly. If they did that, wouldn't they admit that they were juniors to Lin Xian? You don't want to? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the law of earth pressed down from the sky. Fragments of the law of fire circled around him, and a light sword of the law of gold flowed between his palms. Lin Xian's actions made Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others feel their scalps tingle. They knew that if they did not act, they would end up in a miserable state. So in the next moment, these people gritted their teeth and roared. The light of the law cut off their arms. Then it formed a light sword and pierced their hearts. Poof, half-saint snow fell, and the scene was shocking. The experts who were watching the battle were all stunned. Heavens, did these people really bow their heads? Several half-saints were stunned. Such a cruel punishment, yet they bowed their heads to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked away from these people, and then at Prince Amoli and the others. He said coldly, "What about you?" "What?" Prince Amoli's face darkened. Damn it, did Yi Futian want him to use the same punishment? How could he bow his head to others? After all, he was the prince of the fallen country. Kid, you're too arrogant. You want me to bow my head to you? You're overestimating yourself. I had some trump cards that I didn't want to use. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Elder Huayu, come out. As Prince Amoli's voice fell, the void behind him shattered, and a figure walked out. It was an elder with a pair of gray wings on his back. He emitted a terrible and overwhelming aura. He took a step forward, and the entire world began to shake. Everyone was shocked. He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others' pupils shrank. A half-saint, and an extremely powerful one at that, was this a protector? They were stunned. They did not expect Prince Amoli to have a protector. Elder Huayu walked out. He looked at Lin Xian with a grave expression. The reason for that was because he was able to sense a terrifying power from Lin Xian. He was an expert. We can't fight here. Why don't we fight outside? Elder Huayu said coldly. Okay. Lin Xian walked out. The two walked out of the spiritual movement pavilion. Elder Huayu laughed and informed the city lord to open the ancient battle platform. His voice reverberated throughout the city. Instantly, everyone was stunned. What? The ancient battle platform. Someone's going to open the ancient battle platform? Heavens, who wants to fight to the death? The ancient battle platform, he said. Are they crazy? He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others were also extremely shocked. The Yuheng brothers were extremely nervous. Prince Amoli smirked coldly. He was confident in his protector. Within the city, the ground trembled and the array formation rumbled. An ancient battle platform slowly appeared. This battle platform was extremely simple and unadorned. Furthermore, it was extremely large, and was covered with Dao runes. This was a place where experts teetered at it. It was accompanied by a monstrous aura. Come on. Elder Heiyu landed on the ancient battle platform and stared at Lin Xian. Let me see what ability you have to say such words to the Prince of Emoli ancient battle platform. Dao Protector. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said. How could someone like him deserve a protector? He probably wouldn't even be able to reach the Dao, right? Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. A guardian was a configuration that only the top geniuses had. But in Lin Xian's eyes, was Prince Emoli an elite? He was probably just an ordinary warrior. In fact, they were not even comparable to ordinary martial artists. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Prince Emoli's face was frighteningly dark. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Elder Black Feather, kill him for me. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. There was no point in talking. Let's do it. Elder Black Feather snorted coldly. Suddenly, he let out a long howl. The gray law spiraled in the sky, forming a gray pagoda. It was floating up and down. Falling law. When He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others saw this, their scalps went numb. He had actually comprehended the falling law. Heavens, Lin Xian was probably in danger. Yes, the falling law. But the law in the falling star would definitely be more powerful if used here. That kid would probably be difficult to deal with. The half-saints in the surroundings discussed among themselves. None of them had high hopes for Lin Xian. Yu Heng and his brothers were even more nervous. The falling law? They were about to faint from fright. They wondered if young Master Lin could resist it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The falling law? Very well, let me try it out. He was not even afraid of falling into the abyss. Why would he be afraid of the falling law? He formed a seal with his palm. Countless fragments of the fire law formed a golden crow. With his palm, he pushed it out. Boom, the golden crow spread its wings and soared. A sea of fire filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The huge ancient battle platform was completely enveloped. Buzz, this energy directly activated the array formation on the fighting ring. Dao inscriptions appeared and covered the sky, completely enveloping the battle platform. The onlookers outside heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the aftershock of this energy. How dare he take the initiative to attack? Elder Huiyu roared and waved his hand. Immediately, the gray pagoda above his head rapidly descended. There were terrifying runes on the pagoda. Along with the fragments of the falling law, the aura that hung down turned into a shadow of the falling abyss, enveloping Lin Xian. With a boom, he and the golden crow collided. In the next moment, energy filled the sky. Endless fragments of the law surrounded them. After one strike, the two of them stopped. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Opposite him, Elder Huiyu laughed loudly. Good, not bad. You are indeed a top prodigy. In the past 800 years, as a guardian, I have killed many top prodigies. Today, you will not be an exception. He let out a long cry. The gray wings on his back flapped rapidly, leaving behind an afterimage in the sky. In an instant, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and charged over. The gray pagoda above his head was also constantly attacking. The falling law caused the entire battle platform to be in chaos. Fall for me, the falling law not only had a powerful attack, but it could also affect a person's soul, causing them to fall and not want to fight. They would become depressed and eventually become a pile of bones. When the falling law appeared, the martial artists watching from afar shook their heads and sighed. Their hearts were heavy, as if they wanted to commit suicide. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. His soul felt an extremely strong impact, but soon, he snorted coldly. You want to destroy my soul with a mere falling law? You are overestimating yourself. Die for me, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Lin Xian's expression was ferocious. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. Clang, the metal law focused on attacking, and the dragon sword soul could destroy everything. When the two were combined, the power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword sliced apart the gray fog, and even the weakest nomological fragment was sliced apart. The grey pagoda was sent flying by the sword, and kept shaking. So powerful. Seeing this, Elder Grey Robe's pupils shrank. His opponent's sword chi was so sharp that it made his hair stand on end. The next moment, he screamed, because he found that the sword light had become terrifying again. It was like a golden dragon, rushing toward him. At the same time, countless mountains appeared around him, surrounding him. There were also terrifying waves above and below him, about to swallow him. Oh no, 3 laws. Elder Grey Robe was scared out of his wits. He yelled and performed a secret technique. Boom, the attacks of the 3 laws shattered the world and turned it into nothingness. The surrounding half-saints trembled. Prince Emoli and the others were also pale. It was too powerful. They couldn't resist it at all. He wondered if the grey-robed elder would be able to block it. They'd been worried about Lin Xian, but in an instant they found that the situation had taken a shocking turn. Lin Xian was too powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw the scene inside with God's eye of weather. He saw Elder Grey Robe controlling the falling pagoda to block it. It was fixed in the void. Behind him, there was a huge crack, very similar to the falling abyss. That big crack swallowed all the surrounding energy and laws. Was this the illusion of the falling abyss? Had he forcefully performed it? Lin Xian was shocked. It was indeed the law of falling. On the falling star, it was extremely powerful. It was true. If it were anywhere else, Elder Grey Robe would have been killed. But on the falling star, there were falling auras everywhere. And with the falling abyss, Elder Grey Robe had comprehended the law of falling and could perform all the falling auras in the world. He could even use part of the power of the falling abyss. It was blocked. Prince Emoli and the others breathed a sigh of relief. He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others were shocked beyond words. This Elder He Yu was truly too terrifying. No wonder he could become a Dao protector. That was indeed the case. With him here, a normal half-saint couldn't hurt Prince Emoli at all. Not to mention ordinary half-saints, even 3 or 4 half-saints wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, could he really contend against Lin Xian? Lin Xian had injured 7 half-saints with a single stroke of his sword. Lin Xian coldly snorted, turned into a sword shadow, and rushed out. Terrifying laws danced on his body as he instantly arrived in front of Elder Huiyu. His palm was like a dragon's head, grabbing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The grey-robed elder controlled the pagoda above his head to descend and continuously expand. It was as if a huge mountain was standing in front of him. Clang, a terrifying sound rang out. Su Chen's palm landed on the pagoda and directly pierced through it. Then, with a shake of his arm, the pagoda fell and shattered into pieces. It was too powerful. Lin Xian had mastered 6 law fragments. His casual strike had unparalleled power. The falling pagoda couldn't block it at all. Seeing this, Elder Huiyu's scalp went numb. A grey rune flashed between his eyebrows, and the abyss behind him became even more solid. He wanted to escape. However, the next moment, the enormous golden palm grabbed him. With a boom, he was shattered into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Blood flowed down from his upper body, piercing through the air and landing on the ancient battle platform, making thunderous noises. The surrounding spectators were all stupefied. Heavens, could it be that Elder Huiyu had been killed? Prince Emoli's face darkened as well. Lin Xian frowned. Something wasn't right. He opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked around. Then he sneered. He really wasn't dead. The bloody mist in the sky all merged into the falling abyss illusion. That illusory figure was incomparably real. In the next moment, the illusion bloomed with light, and a pair of eyes appeared in the crack. However, there was no body. Instead, there were endless falling auras. Each one was like ribbons of light, wrapping around him. In an instant, Lin Xian was tied up like a dumpling. The power was very strange. It seemed to want to pull him into the falling abyss illusion. Fall into hell forever. An extremely ferocious voice came from the illusion. Child's play. Lin Xian was enveloped by the falling auras, but he wasn't afraid. He roared, and the 9 suns' body bloomed with millions of rays of light. On it, the 9 suns' divine fire burned. Each flame carried a law of fire fragment. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he was like a god of war, punching and kicking. Suddenly, the falling auras on his body shattered. In front of him, there was a muffled groan from the falling abyss illusion. Obviously, the person inside had suffered a backlash. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure slowly condensed in the valley of the falling abyss illusion, overlapping with the pair of eyes. Whoosh! Elder Huiyu's body appeared. His face was a little pale, and his expression was incomparably cold. Around him, countless falling auras carried him, as if he was an emissary of the abyss of hell. Kid, you're very strong, so strong that it's beyond my expectations. I've seen many geniuses, and I've also seen many geniuses from outside the realm. However, no one is as powerful as you. However, you shouldn't have provoked me, and you shouldn't have attacked me. Now, it's all over. Following Elder Huiyu's words, the surrounding falling auras kept surging. Come out, fallen angel, Elder Huiyu's palms kept forming seals. With a loud shout, a grayish-white rune appeared between his eyebrows. It was abnormally strange. At the same time, the half-saint blood in his body flowed out. 1/3 condensed on the left, and 1/3 condensed on the right. As for Elder Huiyu's body, it instantly started to wither. However, there was still 1/3 left. Therefore, he wouldn't die, but his vitality would be greatly damaged. Fallen angel. Condense, Elder Huiyu kept approaching. The falling laws and his half-saint blood quickly condensed. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange sound between heaven and earth. The falling abyss illusion became even more solid. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled, as if some powerful being was about to descend. Not good. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Yu Heng and his brother's teeth chattered. The Sky Water Ant also screamed. Could it be the legend of the falling abyss? The Sky Water Ant hurriedly explained. Rumor had it that the fallen abyss was extremely terrifying. Back then, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. It was even said that immortals had participated in the battle, countless experts had died in that battle. Rumor had it that there was an ancient race called the Fallen Angel race. There had been experts from the Fallen Angel race who had died here. And there was more than one. After they died, their souls fell into a deep slumber in the fallen abyss. Rumor had it that some powerful sacrificial summoning could summon their remnant souls for battle. However, such a method was only in the legends. No one had expected Elder Huiyu to be able to use it. There was such a thing, the surrounding people were even more shocked. Prince Emoli snorted coldly. Let's see how you'll die this time. He had unlimited confidence in Elder Huiyu. Lin Xian frowned. Fallen angel race? He saw that 2 fallen angels had already formed on either side of Elder Huiyu. Those 2 fallen angels were wearing ancient battle armors. Their bodies were grayish-white, and there were fallen wings on their backs that emitted a terrifying light. Go, tear him to shreds. Elder Huiyu snorted coldly, and the 2 fallen angels quickly charged over. Boom, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the laws of sword to contend with them. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Elder Huiyu did not go forward. Instead, he focused on forming hand seals behind him. He had to maintain the 2 fallen angels. In his opinion, once the 2 fallen angels appeared, the other party would definitely die. Boom, Lin Xian's sword hit the fallen angel and sent him flying. However, he was stunned in the next moment. He discovered that the fallen angel had only been sent flying backwards, and she quickly returned. The old battle armor on his body was not broken. What a tough body. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. At the same time, the other fallen angel let out a sharp cry. Countless people's souls were about to be pierced through. They frantically retreated. Lin Xian was also affected by the fallen angel's soul attack. Humph! He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar to fight back. The 2 sound waves collided in the sky. Damn it, he actually blocked it. That's impossible. That's the remnant soul of an ancient fallen angel race expert. How did he block it? In the distance, Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. To think that even this move of his was unable to do anything to the other party. His face was gloomy as he formed another seal with his palms. Damn it. Kill. Tear him to pieces. Of the two fallen angels, one used his powerful physical body to fight Lin Xian in close combat. The other used a strange soul attack to launch a sneak attack. He didn't believe that the other party wouldn't be injured. What a powerful physique. What a terrifying soul attack. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent. You guys are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian raised his head and laughed. Heavenly secret god eyes, open, 9 yang divine body, open, great dragon sword soul, open, Lin Xian roared incessantly. His golden eyes carried a terrifying law. 9 yang's body carried fragments of the law of fire. The great dragon sword soul roared and fused with the law of metal. The law of earth and the law of water continued to swim around him. Lin Xian had countless divine abilities as he continued to fight with the two fallen angels. With a bang, the great dragon sword soul roared and split the fallen angel into 2 halves from the middle. In addition, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the golden eyes. The law of annihilation combined with the eye technique instantly swallowed the remnant soul of the other fallen angel. After more than 100 moves, the 2 fallen angels were destroyed by Lin Xian. What? Even the fallen angels couldn't defeat him? The surrounding people were stunned. He Yuan and the others cried out in alarm. Prince Mo Yuan was scared silly. Elder Huiyu's pupils constricted. Impossible, he screamed like a madman. However, in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's sword slashed him into 2 halves with a splat. Another kick tore his body into pieces. No. Stop it, Elder Huiyu screamed crazily. The phantom behind him that had fallen into the abyss became more and more solid. He disappeared once again, leaving behind only a pair of eyes, which floated up and down in the great crack. I have a phantom that has fallen into the abyss. I don't believe that you can kill me. Elder Huiyu roared crazily. Although he couldn't defeat Lin Xian, it was impossible for Lin Xian to kill him. I can't hurt you. You're too ignorant. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. He had the law of metal in his left hand and the law of water in his right. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the 2 sides of the abyss crack. Then, he tore it apart. Boom. Boom, the heavens fell and the earth split. A terrifying scene occurred. Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he tore the phantom that had fallen into the abyss in half. Following his roar, not only did the phantom that had fallen into the abyss crack, but the entire world was also torn in half. From the crack, 2 halves of a body fell out. It was Elder Huiyu. He quickly healed himself. He was scared out of his wits. Stop. Stop. You win, I'll apologize. Elder Huiyu was truly afraid. He had used so many divine abilities and even summoned the fallen angels. However, he still couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Even the illusion of falling into the abyss that he was so proud of was no longer effective. If they continued fighting, Lin Xian would definitely kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. Apologize? Admit defeat? Do you think that's possible? Lin Xian snorted. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his eyes and nailed Elder Huiyu's body to the sky. The power of annihilation made Elder Huiyu's limbs vanish. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. He had sacrificed 2/3 of his blood to summon the fallen angels. He didn't have much chi left in his body. His strength was also greatly reduced. Now, how could he be Lin Xian's match? Stop. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. I'm willing to accept the punishment of having my arms cut off and a martial sword pierced through my heart. I'll also accept the punishment of the demonically prince. Not only that, I'll offer you a treasure. Please spare my life and that of the demonically prince. Elder Huiyu kept begging for mercy. He could only lower his head and admit his mistake. He took out a treasure to appease Lin Xian's anger. He didn't dare to mention the fallen kingdom, nor did he dare to threaten Lin Xian. If he angered Lin Xian again, he wouldn't be able to survive. Treasure? What treasure do you have that can buy the lives of 2 half-saints? Lin Xian snorted. I do, this treasure can definitely buy the lives of Prince Demonically and me. He didn't care about anything else. He took something out of his storage ring. As soon as he took it out, Lin Xian immediately stopped. The people around were also surprised. What was that? They felt a scorching and monstrous power. It was like a sun. Did Lin Xian get a sun? As soon as Lin Xian caught sight of the item, he immediately set up countless spell formations to surround him and Elder Huiyu. In the next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the sun-like stone in his hand. He was too shocked. This was because he felt that the energy and aura contained within this fist-sized stone was too strange. It was more terrifying than all the divine crystals he had ever seen. Sure enough, in the black earth, when He Tu saw this, he also screamed. Dao stone. He actually had a Dao stone. He Tu, do you know what this is? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Of course I know. This thing is too famous. He Tu hurriedly explained. Dao stones were stones that contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than divine crystals. Because divine crystals contained surging energy. As for Dao stones, not only did they have energy, but they also contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were very suitable for saints to comprehend. This kind of thing was a treasure to saints. Not to mention half-saints, who would have thought that this Dao stone would actually have a Dao stone. And from the looks of it, this was a Sun Dao stone. It contained a powerful fire Dao pattern. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was actually a Dao stone. No wonder he was incomparably shocked when he saw the patterns on the stone. This was a Dao pattern. Compared to runes, it was even more terrifying. Kid, with this thing, you can condense and form a true law and greatly shorten the time. Since he knew that this was a good thing, how could Lin Xian let it go? He grabbed the Sun Dao stone and placed it into the Black Earth ship. At the same time, he looked forward and asked in a deep voice. Where did you get this thing? Elder Huiyu looked at this scene with a pained expression. That was a Dao stone. It was incomparably precious. If it wasn't for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't have taken it out. At this moment, when he heard Lin Xian's question, he sighed. Kid, don't be delusional. I obtained this thing by chance. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Huiyu was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly explained. You also know that there are many stars and suns in our myriad worlds. Rumor has it that after the Golden Crow clan dies, their bodies will turn into suns. This rumor is true. About 1,000 years ago, when I was traveling in the universe, I met a saint-level Golden Crow who had passed away. After he died, he formed a sun. At that time, there were 2 people from the star world fighting for this sun. I got a piece of it. I have kept this piece for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I cultivate the falling law. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago. Then why didn't you take it out to exchange? Lin Xian frowned. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't use this kind of treasure, it would be very easy to exchange it for other treasures. Elder Yu Hua sighed. Bring it back to exchange? What kind of joke was this? This was a Dao stone, something that even saints would be jealous of. If news of this gets out, I might not even be able to keep my life, let alone exchange for items. There will be saints coming after me. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the value of this Dao stone was above his imagination. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Daosher trembled. You won't go back on your word, right? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone that you have the Sun Dao stone. I dare to swear on my lightning tribulation that if I tell anyone that you have the Sun Dao stone, I will be struck by lightning and destroyed in both body and soul. Elder Huiyu hurriedly swore. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath was not made randomly, especially at their level. Every time they advanced and broke through, it would be accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation formed by the heavenly Dao. It was extremely terrifying. If one swore randomly, it would definitely come true. Therefore, since Elder Huiyu dared to make this oath, it meant that he would not tell anyone about this matter. Don't worry, I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Since I said I would let you go, I will definitely let you go. Since you have already made the oath, you can leave. But that unholy prince must suffer the punishment of having his heart pierced by a martial sword. Yes. Thank you, young Master Lin, for showing mercy. Elder Huiyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still had to accept the punishment, at least his life was saved. Lin Xian removed the array. Elder Huiyu hurriedly flew down and came to Emoli Prince's side. Elder, are you alright? Emoli Prince asked hurriedly. But Elder Huiyu snorted coldly. Without another word, his fingers were like a long knife, cutting off Emoli Prince's arms. At the same time, he formed a grayish-white sword and pierced Emoli Prince's heart. Ah! Emoli Prince screamed crazily. His voice was extremely ferocious. Damn it, why did you attack me? Everyone else was stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? Isn't Elder Huiyu the protector of Emoli Prince? Why did he attack? What happened? They did not know. But Emoli Prince snorted coldly. Shut up, do you want to live? Hearing Elder Huiyu's words, Emoli Prince trembled and did not dare to say anything else. Elder Huiyu turned his head and looked at the figure in the sky. He said respectfully, it must be Mr. Lin. Sorry for the offense. We'll take our leave. With that, he grabbed Emoli Prince and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the void. Gone, the Prince of Magic and his protector had actually left. Oh my god, they could not believe it. He Yuan and the others were also extremely shocked. According to normal circumstances, Elder Huiyu should have died without a doubt. But why did Lin Xian let him go? Could it be that it had something to do with the sun-like light that had appeared? They guessed and were very confused. They felt that it must be some kind of treasure. But as for what it was, they did not know. Seeing the discussion below, Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? Who wants to fight? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people trembled and turned to run. Suddenly, only Lin Xian was left on the ancient battle platform. Everyone else had left. Lin Xian's body flashed and he quickly disappeared into the void. Next, he hid his aura carefully and changed his location many times. He was worried that someone would follow him. After all, the Sundao stone was very precious. If word got out, even sages would come after him. He had to be careful. A month later, the dark red dragon woke up from his seclusion. He came out of the black earth and roared to the sky. His strength had also increased. Other than the law of thunder and the law of rain, the dark red dragon had also comprehended the law of yun and the law of wind. The fragments of the four great techniques revolved around him. The dark red dragon breathed out clouds and mist. He was really powerful. Kid, what happened when I was in seclusion? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian began to tell him. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian had obtained a Sundao stone, he was stunned. What? Sundao stone? You really have that? Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Look at the Dao patterns on it. The dark red divine dragon kept praising. Then, he had a bitter look on his face. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend the law of fire among the four law fragments. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so polite. He was drooling. Kid, what are your plans? Are you going to comprehend the Sundao stone directly? If you go into seclusion, I can help you guard. The dark red divine dragon asked. The fire Dao stone contained the Dao pattern of fire. If Lin Xian comprehended it for a few decades, he might really be able to form a true law. Kid, if you're lucky, you can become a sage in 100 years. If you're a little short, it'll be 500 years. Within 500 years, you can become a sage, you're really too young. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited and envious. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Between 100 to 500 years? That was too long. He shook his head. Was there any other way? 500 years was too long to become a sage? The dark red divine dragon's mouth twitched. Go out and ask around. Those half-and-halves, have they existed for 2,000 to 3,000 years and still can't take a step forward? 500 years is already very heaven-defying, okay? And that's the worst-case scenario. With your talent, you can probably do it in 100 to 200 years. It's still too long. Lin Xian shook his head. When he came to the ancient starry sky path, he didn't have the support of a force behind him. Now, he was alone. Beside him were the dark red divine dragon, the little white monkey, and the black earth. If he encountered a peerless expert, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that he had to improve at the fastest speed and try his best to reach the sage realm. After all, he wouldn't forget the fate of the third-generation successor, Yi Guqing. How fast do you plan to go? The dark red divine dragon asked. Become a sage immediately. As soon as these words came out, the dark red divine dragon gasped. At the same time, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, piercing through the array and striking towards Lin Xian. This scene scared the dark red divine dragon. He quickly waved his dragon claws, forming a storm in the sky to resist. Lin Xian let out a roar and threw out a punch. It was like a fiery dragon soaring into the sky, shattering the thunder into pieces. Kid, did you see that? You've angered the heavens. Even he wants to strike you with lightning. The dark red dragon shrunk its neck. There were some things that could not be said carelessly. Indeed, Lin Xian wanted to become a saint. This was too heaven-defying. He knew that only the princes and princesses could become saints on the spot. Such an existence would become a saint the moment he was born. The other party relied on the bloodline of a great emperor. Lin Xian was not an emperor's son, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to become a saint. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Even he couldn't stop me from walking down the path I want to walk. As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the sky. In the sky, countless bolts of thunder appeared once again, forming thunderclouds. However, before they landed, they were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. At this moment, He Tu floated out. It's not impossible for you to become a saint, but it's much more difficult. Moreover, it's very difficult to use it. You might even die. Are you sure you want to do this? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He Tu, do you know a way? I do know a way. Moreover, your idea is very similar to his back then. Him back then? Could it be that you're talking about Senior Yi Guqing? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that Senior Yi Guqing also had such an idea back then? He did have such an idea. He Tu said, so I also know a little about this idea. However, many tens of thousands of years have passed. The things he was looking for back then probably no longer exist. So, you have to look for them again. What are you looking for? Lin Xian asked. Dao stones. Look for 5 Dao stones. Don't you have the laws of the 5 elements? Look for 5 Dao stones. When the time comes, the 5 elements will combine and let you directly condense the laws of the 5 elements. Not the law of dispersion. This way, you can break through and become a sage. The power of the laws you condense will also be much stronger than ordinary sages. Condensing 5 Dao fragments to form 1 law? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The laws of the 5 elements were the most basic and the most ordinary laws. After all, many people cultivated one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth or a few of them. After becoming a sage, they would also master many laws. For example, there were water-fire sages who mastered the laws of water and fire, 2 completely opposite laws. Their power could be said to be very terrifying. However, the laws of the 5 elements that He Tu mentioned were different. The laws of the 5 elements that he mentioned were not 5 types of laws, but 1 type of law. This type of law contained 5 elements. It could be said that it was very difficult to condense it. Once it was successfully condensed, its power would be extremely terrifying. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely excited. Finally, he found a way to quickly break through and become a sage. He had the 5 elements Dao fragments and the Sun Dao stone. If he found the other 4 Dao stones, he would be able to condense the laws of the 5 elements. At that time, he would break through and become a sage. Lin Xian and He Tu became more and more excited as they spoke. However, the dark red divine dragon kept shaking its head. Wait, you seem to be too naive. One had to know that Dao stones were very rare and precious. Even sages might not have them. It would be very difficult for you to find them. Moreover, you still have to find 4 of them. I'm afraid that you will spend a few hundred years to find them. This time is enough for you to become a fire-type sage. Kid, don't neglect the essentials. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian frowned. It was likely that this search would take a long time. After all, a star world might not even have one Dao stone. He had to travel through the starry sky. Don't worry about this. Back then, Yi Guqing had already found a way. He Tu said. What way? Lin Xian quickly asked. Xianxia star, he had never heard of it. What? Xianxia star. Lin Xian was stunned. However, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Could it be the legendary star world? Does it really exist? You actually know about it? Lin Xian was surprised. The dark red divine dragon said. I have the inheritance of dragons, so I have read about it before. However, that was many years ago. I didn't expect it to still exist. What kind of existence was it? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Let me say it. He Tu continued. Xianxia star is a very magical star. Moreover, it is very famous in the 10,000 worlds because it can deduce everything and answer all the questions you want to ask. You can even ask questions about the great emperors. Of course, there is a price to pay for asking them, or a large number of heavenly treasures. Or, help them complete a task. In short, the questions you ask are related to how precious they are. As long as you have enough resources, you can go to Xianxia star and ask about the whereabouts of the other 4 Dao stones. This way, the speed should be greatly increased. However, it would consume a large amount of treasures. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect the Xianxia star to be so magical that he could ask about everything. As long as he could ask about the whereabouts of the 4 Dao stones, he would pay any price. However, the dark red divine dragon continued to frown. Kid, don't get too excited. So what if you found the 5 Dao stones? Those 5 Dao stones also need time to comprehend. It's impossible to complete them in an instant. Moreover, you're not comprehending 5 types of laws. Instead, you're condensing 5 types of laws into one. The difficulty of this has increased by a lot. He Tu, is there a way? He Tu nodded. There is a way. Damn, there's even a way. The dark red divine dragon was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know about this? He Tu said. If it's the fusion of other laws, it might be very difficult, or I don't know. However, as for the fusion of the 5 elements, I do know a method that can quickly fuse them. You just need to find a piece of elemental lodestone. The magnetic stone can fuse the power of the 5 elements together. When the time comes, you can directly absorb it and become a saint, 4 Dao stones and 1 magnetic stone. Lin Xian clenched his fists as a cold light burst out from his eyes. Alright, let's do it this way. This kid is really crazy. The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to use such a risky method. This method seemed very good, but it was incomparably difficult to implement. Who knew how many heavenly treasures the Xianxia star needed to answer their questions? Who knew where the 4 Dao stones were? What if they were in the hands of a saint? The difficulty of this was much more difficult than simply comprehending it. However, once it was completed, Lin Xian might really become a saint in a short period of time. Thinking of this possibility, even the dark red divine dragon's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This is really crazy. However, I like it. The dark red divine dragon was also incomparably excited. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and set off for the Xianxia star. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly set off. They left the fallen star and began to search for the Xianxia star according to the star field map given by He Tuesday. At the same time, the news about the falling star also spread, especially about the falling abyss. It also began to spread to the surrounding star realms at an extremely fast speed. What? The falling abyss ranking had changed. There was a new number 1, Lin Wudi? You mean the one who fought with Patriarch Xuepao? Heavens. That brat became number 1, that kid had scared off Yan Nantian and Lu Mu by himself. He was actually on par with Di Ling, cries of surprise could be heard. Those half-saints were extremely shocked. They did not expect that there would be a peerless genius who could kill the number 1. In an instant, Lin Wudi's name spread far and wide. As for the few existences on the purple name list, they snorted coldly. To think that there would be a newcomer. Don't worry, those are our rankings from hundreds of years ago. So what if the other party kills his way up? In terms of true strength, he's no match for us. A few people snorted coldly. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's domineering ascension to the top really shocked these people. In the starry sky, Yan Nanchan's face was extremely gloomy when he received the news. Damn it, this guy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. To be honest, his limelight had been stolen by the other party. He was the successor of the great emperor and was very powerful. He had also obtained a good result in the test this time. It could be said that his limelight was unparalleled. With such a ranking and his identity, he would definitely be famous in the starry sky. But now, no one was talking about him. Even if someone was talking about him, they would only compare him to Lin Xian. How could a proud person like him tolerate this? Damn this kid. Yan Nantian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. So what if the other party was number one? He did not believe that the other party could really defeat him. However, the last time they fought, he found that it was not easy for him to kill the other party. Humph, no one can surpass me. Lin Xian, just you wait, I will kill you. Yan Nanchan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Aren't you the successor of the 9 sons? Fine, I'll find you a life and death opponent, I don't need to do anything, someone else can kill you. Yan Nanchan's body flickered as he steered the spirit ship through the starry sky. An extremely terrifying planet appeared before him. It was very large and fiery red, like the sun. This planet was called Planet Suzaku. After Yan Nantian arrived at Planet Suzaku, his body flickered as he steered the spirit ship downward. Soon, he landed on Planet Suzaku. However, he did not stop. Instead, he quickly traveled through the starry sky and finally arrived at a deserted area. He was surrounded by lava. These were not ordinary flames. Even a peak 9-star king would be turned to ashes if they were touched by these flames. Even a half-sage would not dare to come here easily. After Yan Nantian arrived, he immediately activated 9 imperial runes and wrapped them around his body. The aura of the imperial runes isolated the heat. Yan Nantian entered the largest volcano and continued to descend. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and frowned. The flames before him were too terrifying. Even though he had the imperial runes, he did not dare to descend any further. With his current strength, he could only unleash the power of the imperial runes. Therefore, he could not descend any further. He formed a seal with his hands and sent a voice transmission to the people below. Wake up, his voice turned into thunder and filled the sea of flames below. His voice rumbled for a long time before disappearing. Yan Nantian shouted 3 times in a row and waited patiently. The endless sea of flames below suddenly soared into the sky as if it had turned into a flaming beast that wanted to devour Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian tried his best to activate the 9 imperial runes. He stood in the air with a serious expression. At the same time, a low voice came from below. Who dares to disturb me? Endless flames formed a pair of eyes that were filled with monstrous fury. Despicable human, I will tear you apart. With a roar, monstrous flames formed in the eyes. They were like 2 flaming dragons that wanted to tear Yan Nantian to pieces. Humph. Yan Nantian coldly snorted. The shadow of a divine beast appeared under his feet. It carried a terrifying law and blocked the monstrous flames. I did not come here to fight you. I have a piece of news to tell you. Yan Nantian coldly said, the successor of the 9 sons has reappeared. Are you going to continue sleeping here? What? The successor of the 9 sons. The fiery red eyes below suddenly erupted with a monstrous light. Are you saying that the successor of the 9 sons has reappeared? That's right. He has appeared a long time ago. Moreover, he has obtained first place on the Abyss leaderboard. Now, he is admired by the world. As for you, you have long been forgotten by the world. Ah. The fiery red eyes erupted with a biting cold light. Then, a flaming face formed around him and let out a ferocious roar. Then, a figure bathed in flames appeared. There were 4 chains on his body that were firmly fastened. His name is Lin Wudi. He should be near the falling star. Go find him. After Yan Nantian finished speaking, he turned around and soared into the sky. A cold smile appeared on his face. Lin Xian, let's see how you're going to die this time. Soon, Yan Nantian disappeared into the flames. Below them, the person bound by the flaming chains, Ying, began to tremble. Lin Wudi, the successor of the 9 sons. I'm going to tear you apart. With a roar, the flames around him were blown away, forming a vacuum. The flames on his body also gradually faded, replaced by a pitch-black color. However, at this moment, the 4 flame chains binding him began to tremble, trying to firmly suppress him. I'm the only one in this world. Open. With a cold shout, monstrous demonic chi broke the 4 flame chains. All the flames were extinguished and replaced by boundless demonic chi. A man with demonic runes all over his body floated in the void. His demonic chi filled the sky, and his eyes were cold. The 9 sons had appeared, and the great demon was about to appear. I'm the great demon. With a roar, demonic chi surged and turned into a pair of demonic wings, instantly tearing the void apart. The falling star fell into the abyss. At this moment, most of the geniuses had already left, but there were still a few figures lingering around. One of them was the patriarch of the Qi clan. The patriarch of the Qi clan was covered in blood and injuries. His face was pale, but he was excited because he had finally received an invitation to the abyss. Great, with this, I can enter the falling star abyss below. The patriarch of the Qi clan was extremely excited. There were also a few half-saints around him. The rat of the Luo clan was also here, but Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already left. The patriarch of the Qi clan's eyes flickered as he stared below. He was waiting. As long as the people inside came out, he could enter. They didn't know that at this moment, outside the falling star, a man covered in black demonic chi was rapidly descending. The astral winds in the sky hit him, making clanging sounds. The demonic chi transformed into demonic dragons, roaring in all directions and tearing all the astral winds apart. Soon, the great demon arrived at the falling star. Buzz. She looked into the distance. Her eyes were red as she flapped her wings and quickly flew toward the abyss. At the same time, a figure rushed up from the bottom of the abyss. When the Qi family patriarch saw this, his lips curled into a smile as he hurriedly handed over the invitation letter. Then, his body swayed, and he fell into the abyss below. As soon as he entered, the Luo family's ancestor and the others frowned. The next moment, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. From afar, a figure could be seen rushing over. The figure flew very quickly. At first, it was still far away, but in the next second, it was right in front of them. It was accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura. So terrifying. Who was this person? The pupils of the Luo family patriarch and the other half-step saints shrank. The aura of the other party was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the monstrous demonic aura made their hair stand on end. After the great demon arrived, he didn't care about the people around him. Instead, he looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name on the first row of the stone tablet. It was Lin Xian's name. He retracted his gaze and coldly asked, "Who knows Lin Wudi? Who knows where he is now?" "Lin Wudi. He's here to look for Lin Wudi." The pupils of the surrounding half-step saints shrank. Lin Wudi was now number 1 on the leaderboard. His strength was so powerful that it made them tremble. Therefore, no one dared to speak rashly. Moreover, they didn't know where Lin Xian was. The Luo family patriarch frowned. "You're looking for Lin Wudi? You know?" The great demon lowered his head and looked at the Luo family patriarch. The Luo family patriarch narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you? Is it suitable to look for Lin Wudi?" Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, he screamed and dodged quickly to the side. A pitch-black demonic hand grabbed at him, instantly grabbing the space he was standing in. "What are you doing? How dare you attack me?" The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would attack him. The great demon revealed a sinister smile. "Since you know Lin Wudi, things will be easy. I'll capture you and collect your soul. Then, I'll naturally know everything I want." The surrounding half-step saints felt their scalps go numb. Who is this person? He's too arrogant. He wants to search my soul just to get some information. Isn't this too overbearing? The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? My big brother is nearby. I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you. You'll be suppressed here forever. Suppress me? The great demon roared. You don't have the right to do that. Moreover, I hate it when people suppress me. He had just come out from the seal. Now that he heard this, how could he not be angry? In the next moment, demonic aura filled the sky and covered the entire sky. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Luo family patriarch gritted his teeth in anger. Terrifying lightning appeared on his body and countless law fragments danced, forming a pair of lightning wings. In an instant, he flew up quickly. A lightning blade appeared in his hand and slashed forward. Die. As the blade slashed down, the void trembled and the mountains and rivers shattered. You overestimate yourself. The great demon punched out, and boundless demonic aura shook. Boom, with a punch, countless voids collapsed and shattered. The Luo family patriarch's body was torn into pieces. Ah! With a scream, a soul floated out and tried to reassemble. However, in the next moment, his body turned into a bloody mist. His soul was grabbed by a pitch-black palm. The great demon's cold voice sounded. Soul search. His eyes were pitch-black like two black suns, emitting a demonic light. The Luo family patriarch's soul screamed crazily. Not long after, the screams disappeared, and the boundless demonic aura in the surroundings also dissipated. The demon stood in the air and grabbed the translucent soul. With a light squeeze, he wiped out the other party's soul. The surrounding half-step saints trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Dead? The Luo family patriarch was killed by the other party with a raise of his hand. Heavens, what kind of person is this? Demon King, this is the real demon. Exterminating one's soul at the slightest disagreement, exterminating one's body and soul. In an instant, many of the half-step saints retreated, wanting to escape. Did I say you could leave? The great demon snorted coldly. 36 demonic pillars appeared around him, connecting heaven and earth, forming a cage that trapped all the half-step saints. When the half-step saints who wanted to escape saw this scene, they immediately increased their speed and tore through the void, wanting to leave this place. How dare mere ants escape from me? The 3 escaping half-saints were pierced through by the 3 demonic swords and nailed to the ground. Then, the great demon grabbed their souls and swallowed them. Plop, plop. The remaining half-saints knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. It was too terrifying. He was simply a demon king. He was a heaven-defying existence. Killing half-saints like them was as easy as blowing off dust. I can give you a chance to live as long as you tell me. Where is Lin Wudi? After swallowing the souls of the 3 half-saints, the great demon said indifferently. We don't know where Lin Wudi is, but we know people related to Lin Wudi. One of the half-step saints answered. The Qi family's patriarch had a good relationship with Lin Wudi. He was currently in the abyss below, participating in a trial. In addition, the White Crane clan and the emperor's successor, Yan Nantian, had a conflict with Lin Xian. We don't know anything else. One of them was down there, participating in a trial? The great demon glanced at the abyss below. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yan Nantian? He snorted coldly. The White Crane clan. He looked up at the sky. The boundless demonic clouds were expanding rapidly. They rushed in all directions. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. They were still on the fallen star. After finding the whereabouts of the White Crane clan, the great demon sneered coldly. Demon swallows the world. The demonic blood in his body surged into the sky, turning into several demons that bit in all directions. Damn it, you went back on your word, you said you would let us go. The surrounding half-saints screamed crazily. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. The great demon sneered. I just woke up and am very weak. I still need to recover. So, you will become my food. The boundless demonic aura swallowed the half-saints. Ah, the half-saints screamed miserably. It was too terrifying. The great demon was too powerful. The half-saints tried their best to resist, but there was nothing they could do. In a single move, they were all killed. His soul had been devoured by the great demonic god, and even his flesh and blood had been sucked dry. Bloody light circled around the great demon's body as the demonic aura around him grew even more monstrous. With a stomp of his foot, he tore through the void and charged towards the people of the White Crane tribe. The people of the White Crane clan had indeed not left the falling star. They were still here because they wanted to join forces with some experts to kill Lin Xian. There was no other way. They had already become enemies with Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was so powerful. More importantly, the other party's talent was too terrifying. The other party was so young, yet he had already reached the top of the rankings. If he was allowed to continue growing, his future would be limitless. At that time, if the other party remembered their White Crane clan would probably be annihilated. They would not allow such a danger to exist. Therefore, the White Crane clan decided to take action in advance. Although the other party was now powerful and ranked first on the rankings, he was not an invincible existence. Although it was troublesome to kill such a person, it was still doable. Originally, they wanted to contact Yan Nantian, but Yan Nantian had already left, and they could not contact him at all. Therefore, they used the teleportation formation to directly summon the half-saints of the clan and bring their magical treasures to assassinate the other party. Buzz, the void shattered, and countless Dao patterns spread out. Two figures walked out of the formation. The aura of these two people was extremely powerful. Among the half-saints, they were also extremely terrifying existences. The surrounding Dao patterns slowly dissipated, and the people of the White Crane clan heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of teleportation formation that could cross worlds was the means of saints. It was carved with Dao patterns, and every time it was activated, it would consume a large amount of resources. Even though the White Crane clan was powerful, it was still very painful for them. However, in order to kill Lin Xian, they could not care less. Two guardians, you are finally here. Seeing the two powerful half-saints, the people of the White Crane clan were extremely excited. Yes. The two guardians of the White Crane clan nodded slightly. They had already heard about the general situation, so this time, they were here to kill. Their bodies were filled with biting cold killing intent. However, in the next moment, the two guardians frowned and looked up at the sky, their expressions extremely solemn. This aura, they were really too shocked. The other White Crane clan geniuses and half-saints also felt it. Immediately, they screamed. Damn it, what a terrifying aura, could it be that Lin Wudi had come to kill them? Damn it, let's fight to the death with him, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. There was no door to hell, but he barged in. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. These people of the White Crane clan revealed sinister smiles, but in the next moment, they were stunned. They realized that it was not Lin Wudi. They had seen Lin Wudi's law divine ability before. It was a biting cold sword intent and terrifying flames. However, the scene in front of them was not. Demonic aura, monstrous demonic aura, rolled over and instantly enveloped the world. They felt that the pressure between heaven and earth was about to crush them. It was not Lin Wudi, but someone else. These people immediately frowned. Who is it? Who actually dares to attack our White Crane clan? Get out here, you really don't know what's good for you. Humph, we have two guardians. No matter who comes, we can kill them. The White Crane clan's genius sneered. At this moment, the left guardian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He reached out with a huge pale hand and grabbed at the void with feathers that filled the sky. In an instant, he smashed a huge hole in the void. Found you, the huge white hand carried the power of laws and could crush everything. Even if it was a half-saint, he was confident that he could seriously injure or even kill him. However, in the next moment, the left guardian of the White Crane clan screamed. His arm was broken, and blood dripped from the half-saint. White feathers drifted down from the sky. Damn it, the left guardian gritted his teeth and used all his strength to stop his wound. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the black hole in the sky. Damn it, who exactly are you? The other White Crane clan's geniuses and experts were also stunned. Heavens, what did they see? The left guardian was actually injured. The left guardian was so powerful that there were very few half-saints who were a match for him. Even Lin Wudi would not be able to defeat their left guardian. but now, the left guardian was actually injured. It was obvious that there was a terrifying enemy in the black hole. In the sky, the black hole rotated and the void shattered. A pitch-black figure walked out. It was the Great Demon. He looked down with a smirk. The White Crane clan, seeing the Great Demon's figure, these people were on guard. The pupils of the two guardians constricted. What a terrifying demonic aura. The other party's aura almost made their blood freeze. Who are you? The two guardians asked coldly. Upon hearing the name Lin Wudi, the people of the White Crane race were stunned. The other party was also here for Lin Wudi. What's your relationship with Lin Wudi? The paragon of the White Crane race shouted coldly. They were naturally here to kill him. The Great Fiend's murderous aura was torrential. That was great. The people of the White Crane race were overjoyed. Lin Wudi, you truly deserve to die. To think that we're not the only ones who want to kill you, there's also such a strong person who wants to kill you. Let's see how you escape this time round. The people of the White Crane race were too excited. That's great. We're also here to kill Lin Wudi. Why don't we join forces? An elder of the White Crane race stood out. In his opinion, they could definitely kill the other party easily if they joined forces. Join forces with you guys? The Great Fiend revealed a look of disdain in his eyes. I'm afraid you guys aren't qualified yet. Tell me where Lin Wudi is and I'll give you guys a quick death. Arrogant. The other party was way too arrogant. The other party wanted to get information from them and even wanted to kill them all. This was simply too much. They were overestimating themselves. The right protector harumphed coldly and stood out. The left protector attacked as well. The auras of the two of them suddenly burst forth and the law fragments turned into tornadoes that swept forward. Behind them, the paragon of the White Crane race sneered. With the two protectors attacking, the other party was definitely dead. Previously, the left protector was injured because of carelessness. Now that they attacked with their full strength, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. How strong were the two protectors? With a punch, they lit up the sky and pierced through the void, shattering the surrounding fiend chi. Since you guys are courting death, I'll fulfill your wishes. The Great Fiend laughed sinisterly. His black hair fluttered and the fiend chi on his body was like a dragon. You guys dare to attack me with just the two of you? With a long roar, the entire place broke apart completely. Terrifying fiend chi was everywhere as though it was the end of the world. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. Poof, the two protectors spat out blood and were sent flying. The broken laws on their bodies dimmed and their eyes were filled with fear. Too strong. The other party was truly too strong. A single move injured the two of them. Just who is this person? Damn it. Let's attack together. Summoning the ancestors? The left and right protectors roared angrily. Their bodies reassembled and rushed into the sky. When the prodigy of the White Crane race heard this, he quickly activated the power of his bloodline. These people were moving freely in the sky. Their palms were constantly forming seals, and their expressions were extremely pious. Ancestors' remnant soul slumbering in the void, please awaken. The bloodline light on their bodies towered into the sky. Above their heads, a terrifying crack appeared. An illusory figure arrived through time and space. That was a white crane. It was too massive, most of it unimaginable. Just a bit of its claw was enough to shatter the void within 1,000,000 li. The surrounding demonic chi was suppressed once again. The great demon raised his head and looked at the phantom in the sky. He narrowed his eyes. A mere remnant soul dared to be arrogant in front of him? Just nice, I'll swallow you alive and recover my strength. The great devil was filled with a devilish aura. He reared his head back and laughed uproariously. After that, his body expanded abruptly, becoming over 1,000,000 feet tall. He stood tall and straight into the clouds, making it impossible for others to see how big he was. In the next moment, he bent down, opened his bloody mouth, and directly bit at the remnant soul. This scene was too terrifying. The void within 1,000,000 li was swallowed by him in one bite. Damn it, who exactly is this person? The prodigies of the White Crane race were all dumbfounded. The younger cultivators were so scared that they wet their pants. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. The left and right protectors were also terrified. Could it be that they thought of a terrifying existence in their hearts. But that shouldn't be the case. Hadn't that existence disappeared in history? Why would he appear here? Roar! In the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dark gales blew in all directions, and these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. The remnant soul of the ancestor above them was swallowed in one bite. Puff, the left and right protectors vomited blood. The bodies of the people around them collapsed, and they looked dispirited. The remnant soul of the ancestor that they summoned was actually eaten by the other party. This was simply like a fantasy story. Stop. Don't hit him anymore, I'll tell you where that kid is. The left and right protectors screamed. This was a ferocious person, someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Do I need you to tell me what I want to know? I'll go get it myself. In the sky, the great demon's voice was heard. Then he raised his foot and stomped down. This stomp was like a million demonic mountains, and it directly crushed the bodies of the half-saints. Even the left and right protectors couldn't resist it. Their souls escaped, wanting to escape, but they were all caught by the great demon and swallowed. Soon, the great demon's body gradually shrank, and he returned to the appearance of a normal person. His eyes shone with cold light. Spiritual Movement Pavilion? His body shook, and he flew into the distance. As soon as he landed in the city, he heard people on the streets talking about the battle between Lin Wudi and the Protector. Fallen Country, Prince Emoli, the Protector, it seemed that he had already left. The great demon didn't stay in Spiritual Movement Pavilion, but turned to look for Prince Emoli. He used his great technique and instantly locked onto Prince Emoli. The group tore through the void again. On the other side, Prince Emoli and the others were pale. They were still in shock from before. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that even their protector was no match for him. The Dao protector, Elder Huiyu, also sighed. He usually hid in the void and followed them silently. At this moment, his old face was filled with pain. He couldn't help it. He had lost his supreme treasure, the Sun Dao Stone, to Lin Xian. And he almost died in Lin Xian's hands. He hoped that he would never meet Lin Xian again in this life. Suddenly, Elder Huiyu's eyes shone with cold light. He revealed himself and looked into the distance. Who was it? Come out. With a roar, he shattered the void there. Prince Emoli and the others also stopped, bewildered. Elder, what's going on? Especially Prince Emoli, who was panicking. Could it be that Lin Wudi had come? He was most afraid of Lin Xian now. If Lin Xian came, there was no way to stop him. The surrounding experts were also on guard. But they said, "Don't worry, Prince, we're already at the border of the Fallen Country. Soon, we'll enter the Fallen Country, and we'll be safe." You're the Protector? Lin Wudi fought with you before, didn't he? A cold voice floated from the sky. Kneel down and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. A large hand grabbed at Elder Huiyu. You're courting death, Elder Huiyu punched out. His fist carried the power of laws, and it hit the black hand with a deafening sound. A large crack tore out, and Elder Huiyu's fist and half of his arm were completely shattered. Not to mention the other party's fist, the other party's body would have been torn apart by his attack. But this time, the other party only lost an arm. He was indeed strong. No wonder he could compete with Lin Wudi. Who are you? Elder Huiyu was shocked. The other party's punch had easily injured him. It was too terrifying. Previously, he thought it was Lin Wudi who had come. But now, it was not him. Who am I? You don't need to know. You only need to know that it's time for you to go to hell, the great demon roared. Demonic chi rushed out of his body and enveloped Elder Huiyu, Prince Emoli, and the rest. Not good. Prince, run. Quickly enter the Fallen Country. Elder Huiyu roared and his aura exploded. Under the protection of a group of people, Prince Emoli turned into a stream of light and tore through the void, trying to escape. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Demon swallows the world, the great demon roared and his demonic chi overflowed. Instantly, everyone was swallowed. Miserable screams were heard. After a gust of wind, everyone was swallowed by the great demon. Elder Huiyu's body was torn apart and his soul was captured by the great demon. The great demon kept his soul and his eyes shone. Sundao Stone, he did not expect such a thing to exist. He waved his hand and shot out 3 streams of demonic qi, piercing through Elder Huiyu's soul. Then, he formed a seal with his palm. Heaven and earth reincarnated and thousands of demons searched for the spirit. Elder Huiyu had come into contact with the Sundao Stone. Now, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It could be said that there was a connection between the two. Therefore, the great demon wanted to use Elder Huiyu as a sacrifice to perform a peerless divine ability to search. Elder Huiyu screamed. His soul was sucked dry and his energy, flesh, and blood exploded. He turned into a blood mist and was absorbed by the peerless divine ability. In the next moment, the great demon's eyes shone. In front of him, Elder Huiyu's soul and flesh had turned into a star map of the universe. On it, there was a light spot that was moving. Seeing this, the great demon's lips curled into a smile. I've finally found you. You can't run away, Buzz. He soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the rest were on their way. They were riding on a spirit ship as they flew rapidly through the universe. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon sat cross-legged and cultivated. He too was in charge of flying. Since he had the space coordinates, he only needed to fly for a short period of time to reach the Xianxia star. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, He too sent news that Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon had opened their eyes. Were they finally arriving at the Xianxia star? They stood up and checked the situation outside. In the distance, there was a blue star emitting a mysterious aura. Even Lin Xian's heavenly fortune god eyes could not see through it. What a mysterious world of stars. Indeed, there were many spirit boats parked around the blue star. Each of them was floating there. There were even spirit vessels flying over from time to time. Clearly, they were all here to inquire about matters. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest did not attract the attention of others. After all, there were too many spirit boats here. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon looked around curiously. Suddenly, a cold shout came from afar. Scram! Immediately after, a huge light beam blasted towards them. Lin Xian felt the spirit boat shake as it was attacked. His face darkened. Buzz, in the next moment, he appeared outside the spirit boat and looked around coldly. Soon, he locked onto a spirit boat on the left. Were you the ones who attacked just now? He asked coldly. Kid, scram. Don't you know there's a queue here? A cold voice came from the spirit boat. The spirit boat was very large and its shape was very strange. It was in the shape of a giant silver wolf and it was hovering in the void. The surrounding people sneered when they saw this scene. Heh, this kid is courting death. He actually offended the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. He was lucky that he was near the Xianxia star. If he was outside, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, his mind and soul would be destroyed. Lin Xian frowned when he heard the surrounding people's discussion. The Terminus Lone Wolf clan, beside him, the Dark Red Divine Dragon also flashed out. I've heard that this is also a powerful clan. It's said that they're a mutated species that has been passed down since ancient times. They're very powerful and are very powerful in the universe. Kid, you're very lucky to be here. If you weren't here, you would have died 100 times in that instant. A cold voice came from the spirit boat in front. At the same time, a silver spirit boat flew over from afar. At the same time, a scream came from inside. Sixth uncle, I'm here. At the sight of this, the experts in the surrounding spirit boats began to discuss among themselves. It seemed to be someone from the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. He seemed to be from the younger generation. The voice in the silver wolf spirit boat in front was elated. You're here? He looked at Lin Xian again. Scram and give up your position. I can spare your life. Lin Xian's face darkened. He came here and was attacked before he could say anything. Now, they were threatening him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? He said coldly, aren't you going too far? Going too far? Haha, you've offended the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. You've committed a capital offense. Besides, so what if I've gone too far? I can kill you. In the universe, strength and fists are the most important thing. A piece of trash like you is only worthy of crawling at our feet. Oh, is that so? Strength and fists are the most important thing here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of strength and fists. At this point, he turned around, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the silver spirit boat behind rushed over, and 3 young men walked out from it. They were very arrogant. Get lost. They shouted coldly at Lin Xian. A gnomological sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand, carrying a golden light and a dragon-shaped aura. He slashed down and directly enveloped the 3 young men who rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you attack us? The 3 paragons who rushed over were stunned. In the next moment, they roared angrily and burst out with intense light. The 3 of them quickly counterattacked, and terrifying gnomological runes soared into the sky. Puff, however, that sword was too powerful. In an instant, the 3 paragons' great abilities were destroyed. Not only that, but their bodies were also sliced into pieces. Ah! Miserable screams were heard. That scene happened too suddenly, so much so that the surrounding people did not react in time. They only came back to their senses now. What? Their bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Oh heavens, who is this kid? How dare he attack the Terminus Lone Wolf clan? You're courting death. In front of them, angry roars could be heard from the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. Someone dared to attack their people. It was an unforgivable crime. A terrifying aura surged out. Silver law fragments danced in the air, forming a giant silver wolf that charged towards Lin Xian. Sensing the other party's attack, Lin Xian sneered coldly and dodged. Then, he waved his hand and countless law fragments formed a palm, grabbing the 3 souls. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's see who dares to attack me." His voice was like 1,000 claps of thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The 3 skyprides of the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan screamed crazily as their souls were captured. "Sixth uncle, save me. Sixth uncle, kill him. He must kill him." Buzz, in front of them, a figure appeared in the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure and a cold face. There were silver wolf stripes on both sides of his face. His eyes had also turned a strange green color. At this moment, those dark green eyes were emitting a terrifying light as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Kid, I advise you to let go. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The others were also stunned. This kid dared to threaten the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan. He was really courting death. "Kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and let us go, then kneel and kowtow. If we're in a good mood, we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead." The 3 souls also roared like they had gone mad. "How dare you threaten me now?" Lin Xian snorted. He raised his finger and instantly destroyed one of the souls. Bang! Ah! The soul let out a shriek and vanished into thin air. "What? You actually killed him?" The surrounding people went crazy. The other 2 souls almost fainted. They no longer dared to be arrogant, the other party really dared to kill them. In front of them, the man called Sixth Uncle's pupils shrank. His green eyes were filled with shock. Killed, the other party actually attacked. How dare the other party attack? Did the other party not know the consequences of offending the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan? "Damn kid, let him go." The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle said coldly. He didn't dare to make a move now because there were still 2 souls in the other party's hands. Lin Xian sneered, "You can let him go. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, slap yourself, and then give me your position. I can consider sparing their lives." "What did you say?" The man in front let out a furious roar as his aura erupted. A silver-white heavenly wolf phantom appeared behind him, emitting a monstrous aura. He was truly enraged. The other party actually dared to raise such a condition. He truly deserved to die 10,000 times over. The experts in the surrounding spirit boats felt their bodies turn cold and their scalps go numb. The scene in front of them had truly stunned them. "Since that's the case, you can go die." The man who was addressed as sixth uncle snorted coldly. He made his move. A palm stretched out, transforming into the silvery white claw of a lone wolf. It covered the sky and covered the earth, like a mountain descending from the sky. The aura on it was simply too terrifying. When the surrounding experts felt this aura, they felt as though they were about to faint. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a piercing cold light. He stretched out a palm, carrying monstrous flames, and charged forward. The palm strike was earth-shattering, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. Boom! Boom, boom. The two large hands collided in the sky, and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, at this moment, the man opposite them made his move again. A silver-white fist blasted over, carrying with it nomological fragments and the heavenly wolf phantom. It was extremely terrifying. This punch was too terrifying. Many people screamed in fear. Heaven ferocious fist. It seemed that the other party was really angry. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He grabbed one of the souls and threw it forward. No, that soul screamed and wanted to escape, but how could it escape Lin Xian's palm? In the next moment, the soul was blasted into pieces by the heaven ferocious fist. What a powerful fist. Lin Xian retreated to the side and sneered. He didn't show any mercy to his own people. Damn it, the man called sixth uncle was so angry that his entire body trembled. One of the souls was destroyed. This made his murderous aura surge. Kid, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. The other party took a step forward, and a terrifying roar sounded. The heaven ferocious lone wolf phantom behind him became more and more solid, as if it was going to cross time and space. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian sneered. He was now powerful and his nomological laws were terrifying. Why would he be afraid of the other party? The surrounding spirit ships all retreated. They could tell that the two of them were powerhouses. The youth in front of them was not simple either. Therefore, the battle between the two would definitely be earth-shattering. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder, and that the battle was about to erupt, a cold shout was heard. Who dared to make a move on the Xianxia star? Could it be that they had forgotten the rules? As soon as this was said, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that a battle would not happen. Sure enough, the man from the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan retracted his aura, and the heavenly wolf phantom also returned to his body. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Two figures flew up from afar. Their feet were stepping on lotus flowers, and countless runes enveloped them. The two of them were not old, about 18 or 19 years old. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, like a pair of immortal children. Each of them held an ancient hexagonal lantern. The clothes they wore were also very ancient, and runes covered them. These two people should be from the Xianxia star. Lin Xian also retracted his aura that filled the sky. He instantly formed a few seals and put away the last soul. Seeing this scene, the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan gnashed their teeth in anger. The man called sixth uncle also had a sullen expression. He ignored Lin Xian and said to the two immortal children of the Xianxia star. Greetings to the two immortal children. It's not that I want to break the rules, but someone really doesn't know what's good for him and dares to challenge my heaven ferocious lone wolf group. I had no choice but to make a move. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Xian. The immortal children in front also turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian, and then asked coldly. This happened because of you, there's a reason for this. If someone didn't go too far, why would I make a move? Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded. I've heard about the insolence of the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan. I think you have a reason for this. I'll let it go this time. Remember the rules of the Xianxia star. You're not allowed to fight here. Alright, you can go in now. The immortal child and jade maiden said softly. In the next moment, the runes on their bodies spread out, and the surrounding spirit boats all trembled and entered the Xianxia star. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon also entered the spirit boat, started the spirit boat, and flew forward. On the other side, the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan's faces were gloomy. Damn it, they actually let the other party in. Although they were very angry, they did not dare to vent their anger on the Xianxia star. Therefore, they could only vent all their anger on Lin Xian. Lin Xian finally arrived at the Langia Star. After entering, they looked down through the spirit boat. The entire Langia Star was divided into countless regions. In each region, there were immortal children and jade maidens who came to receive them. Everyone first said what type of treasure they wanted, and then they were assigned to different regions. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out and put away the spirit boat. At the same time, many figures descended near them. One of them was a man in purple, and even his hair was purple. His body was surrounded by purple light, and he looked mighty and extraordinary. His gaze was as cold as a knife. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing many people to tremble slightly. Many of the surrounding experts' pupils shrank. It was him. Ziyu Hao. He was a top genius and ranked 10th on the Abyss list. His strength could be said to be very terrifying, and even the veteran half-sages did not dare to be enemies with him. Ziyu Hao's appearance attracted the attention of countless people, and they whispered to each other. At this moment, a handsome young man also appeared in front of him. He looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him and smiled. "Brother Yu Hao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I wonder what Brother Yu Hao is trying to ask." Lin Fan thought. "Octopus treasure snake," Ziyu Hao said coldly. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed. Many of them had never heard of this name at all. However, some of the veteran half-sages' pupils shrank. Could it be that kind of thing? In front, the handsome young man also stopped smiling. "Brother Yu Hao, please." He invited the purple-robed man away. Soon, it was Lin Xian's turn. A pair of immortal children asked, wondering what this young master wanted to ask. It was a kind of treasure that belonged to the crystal type. It was more precious and could be said to be very rare. Lin Xian did not directly say that it was a stone, because that would be too obvious a target, and he was afraid that he would be targeted by many people. In front of him, the immortal children nodded, then took out a token and said to Lin Xian, "Go to the 12th region." Lin Xian took the token and flew forward. This was because when he landed from the sky, he saw that the entire Langia Star was divided into many regions. He knew which direction these 12 zones were in. He thought that after he arrived, there would be someone waiting for him. After receiving the tokens, the two of them directly sat on the teleportation array. The array flickered. When he reappeared, he was already in the 12th district. In front of the 12th district, there was also a beautiful woman who asked. "I wonder what young master is asking about." They were similar to crystals. "The 8th palace," the beautiful woman said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian once again headed towards the 8th palace. There were still 3 people in front of him, so Lin Xian waited for a while. When it was his turn, Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked in. The main hall was very spacious, and it was also very simple and unadorned. The surroundings were densely packed with symbols. Clearly, if anyone dared to cause trouble here, they would be suppressed in an instant. After Lin Xian entered, the doors to the 8th hall closed. Following that, a voice rang out. "What does young master want to ask?" There was no one else around. Lin Xian had asked He Tu before, so he could tell him his purpose here. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "I want to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao Stone." Dao Stone, this time, it was the people of the 8th hall who were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to ask about such a precious thing. However, as people of the Langia Star, they had seen all kinds of problems. Therefore, although they were surprised, they quickly calmed down. Buzz, the array in front of them flickered and a middle-aged woman walked out. She was wearing a long robe and had a dignified face. As soon as she appeared, she quickly asked, "Young master, what attribute do you want?" "I want more than 1 Dao stone." "How much information can you provide?" Lin Xian asked. One had to know that he needed 4 Dao stones and 1 origin magnetic stone. If possible, he hoped to ask them all at once. However, the dignified woman in front of him said, "Young master, you can only ask one thing at a time. This is the rule of the Langia Star." N. Lin Xian nodded and said, "What attribute?" The woman in red's eyes flickered. "Yes, our Langia Star has information about what attribute Dao stones. However, the cost. Dao stones were more precious, so the cost was also incomparably precious. A complete sacred artifact or 30 million caddies of divine crystals. Or, help us do one thing. Hearing this price, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his expression changed. Wasn't this too expensive? One had to know that he didn't even have a true sacred artifact in his hands. He only had a few half-step sacred artifacts. There were also fragments of sacred artifacts. However, these couldn't be compared to a true sacred artifact. Moreover, 30 million caddies of divine crystals was such a huge amount of wealth. Moreover, the Xianxia star didn't give him a Dao stone, but only a piece of information. Whether he could obtain it or not was two different things. However, just a piece of information was sold at such a high price. It had to be said that it really shocked Lin Xian. Heavens, this Xianxia star was so rich. Previously, when he heard He Tu say that he didn't have much of a sense. Now that he directly felt it, he was extremely shocked. Moreover, he knew that the Xianxia star was not only rich, but also extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away long ago. Not to mention other things, there were many saints in the various worlds. Any one of them would probably be able to snatch it away. But now, the Xianxia star was doing fine. No one dared to come here and cause trouble. This meant that there was an extremely powerful existence on the Xianxia star. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred artifact, but he could take out 30 million caddies of divine crystals. All these years, he couldn't kill strong enemies, but he had collected countless resources. He could take it out. However, this was already very close to his entire fortune. If he took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals, he probably wouldn't have much left. After all, whether it was formations, spirit boats, or cultivation, they all required divine crystals. As for the third condition, help the Xianxia star do one thing, the first two conditions were so expensive. This matter probably wouldn't be so easy to complete. Moreover, it was Lin Xian's first time here. He also wanted to see if the Xianxia star was as accurate as the rumors said. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of determination. I'm prepared to pay 30 million caddies of divine crystals. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals from the black earth. Those divine crystals appeared in the 8th hall. Fortunately, the 8th hall was incomparably majestic and had countless array formations. There was an unknown amount of space hidden behind it, which was why it could fit them all. In front, the dignified woman's soul swept over and nodded slightly. 30 million caddies, no more, no less. In the next moment, she opened her red lips. There were two pieces of news regarding the wood Dao stone. The first news was that 1,300 years ago, someone had seen the wood Dao stone on the wildwood star. The second news was that 300 years ago, someone had also seen the wood Dao stone in the elven forest of the elven planet. Regarding these two pieces of news, the first was that the wildwood star was a little far from the Xianxia star. It would take about 5 years to fly there with a spirit boat. The second was that the elven planet was closer and would only take about 7 months to reach. However, the elven forest of the elven planet was more dangerous. The two pieces of news were finished in a few short sentences. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and left the 8th hall. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. These two pieces of news had cost him almost all his wealth. It really made his heart ache, the dark red divine dragon said. Kid, be content. This is a Dao stone that even saints might not be able to obtain. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. If he had asked for other information, it probably wouldn't have been so expensive. And from the looks of it, this information was from a few hundred years ago. It was hard to say if he would have it there. It seemed that he needed a certain amount of luck. Lin Xian rubbed his face and soared into the sky, leaving the 8th hall. He decided to head to the elven planet and investigate the elven forest. After all, the wildwood star was too far away. Who knew what would happen during the 5 years? Of course, the dark red divine dragon also suggested that there should be an array formation between the worlds of stars. If he were to activate that kind of teleportation array, the consumption would be very large. With Lin Xian's current wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Soon, Lin Xian left the 8th hall and even left Area 12. When he came out and was about to leave, he met the purple-clothed man from before. The purple-clothed man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head. His gaze was like a purple blade that was abnormally sharp, causing the void to tremble. This person is actually able to withstand my gaze. Interesting. Ziyuhao's lips curled into an evil smile. He took a deep look at Lin Xian, then turned and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. But he could feel the powerful force and terrifying killing intent in the other party's gaze. It seemed that the other party didn't cultivate any righteous cultivation technique and was related to evil. Outside, there were a few spirit boats hidden in the void. An invisible net stretched out and enveloped all the passers-by. It seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, their hearts stirred. Inside the spirit boat, a few men in white exclaimed and came out. Inside their spirit boat, Lin Xian was displayed on the array formation light screen. These people were from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan. Sixth uncle had not returned yet, so he quickly informed him. Then, he would order 2 spirit boats to chase after that brat. He must not let him escape. This time, he was going to destroy both his body and soul. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's experts gritted their teeth. Soon, they sent a message to inform the experts of the Wolf Fang planet. At the same time, the 2 spirit boats concealed their auras and followed silently from afar. After Lin Xian left the Langya star, he took out the spirit boat and entered it with the dark red divine dragon. The 2 of them flew quickly and completely disappeared. After flying for about 2 hours, Lin Xian frowned. When he first came out, he felt like he was being watched by someone. Until now, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He stopped the spirit boat and turned to look. Activating the heavenly secret divine eyes, golden runes flickered, penetrating through everything. Soon, he saw 2 spirit vessels following him silently in the cosmos behind him. At this moment, they also stopped there. The array formations of the 2 spirit boats were activated and concealed everything, but they still could not escape the heavenly secret divine eyes. How dare you follow me? You don't know what death is. Lin Xian sneered. He knew without thinking that they must be from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan. In that case, he could only send them to hell. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His figure flashed and he instantly left the spirit boat. In the 2 spirit boats behind, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan frowned. Why did that brat stop? Could it be that he discovered us? Impossible, we've already activated the array formation. How could he discover us? Perhaps there's something else. Let's wait a little longer. The people in the 2 spirit boats communicated through the array formation. They also stopped and activated the array formation even more brilliantly, hiding it even more deeply. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned because they saw a figure rushing out in front of them. Oh no, it's that brat. Could it be that we've been discovered? They panicked. At this moment, someone shouted, so what if we've been discovered? Fire at him. These people hurriedly injected divine crystals into the spirit boats. Runes flickered, forming 2 pillars of light that reached the sky and blasted forward quickly. The 2 pillars of light were like rainbows, carrying an aura that could destroy everything. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian was so powerful that he did not dodge at all in the face of these 2 earth-shattering attacks. He waved his fist and charged forward with terrifying nomological fragments. Boom, flames surged into the sky as the fist pressed forward. Terrifying power rushed into the sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. The 2 collided, erupting with shocking energy that illuminated the dark universe. That brat actually dared to take it head-on. Is he courting death? Hee, we can kill him without Sixth Uncle's help. That's natural. Previously, it was inconvenient for Sixth Uncle to make a move on the Langya star. Otherwise, how could that brat have survived until now? In the spirit boat, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan sneered. Under this attack, even a half-sage would not be able to survive. That brat was definitely dead, however, their smiles soon froze, and their eyes became filled with fear. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling non-stop. In the energy light in front of them, a figure was like a god of war, rampaging and tearing apart all the light. Then, it turned into an eternal light that quickly charged towards them. Damn it, it's that brat, impossible, how could he still be alive, even a half-sage was dead. What kind of physique did he have? Could it be that he had top-notch battle armor on him? These people screamed in horror. Quickly, fire again, they fired another 4 energy beams that shot towards the other party as if they were about to destroy the world. However, Lin Xian's physique was extremely powerful. Nomological fragments circulated around his body, and his 9-yang divine body was burning like a blazing sun. Lin Xian broke through all the attacks and arrived in front of the 2 spirit boats. Boom, he punched out and blasted forward. With a clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out like 10,000 claps of thunder. The spirit boat trembled non-stop, and a fist mark appeared on it. It was incomparably deep, and it was almost penetrated. Inside the spirit boat, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan were so scared that they trembled all over when they saw this scene. Damn it, who the hell is this person? One had to know that their spirit boat was very sturdy. Even a half-sage could not break it. But now, the other party's punch had almost penetrated it. Could it be that this brat had surpassed a half-sage? Damn it, we can't be so passive. The distance is too close, so it's not easy for the spirit boat to attack. Let's hurry up and attack. We have 8 people on our side. I don't believe that we can't kill him. The young prodigy gritted his teeth. This prodigy was also a half-sage. He said, let's join forces. There were several half-sages in the 2 spirit boats. The others were also close to reaching the half-sage realm. They had all comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Kill, in an instant, these people rushed out. 5 of them quickly combined their formations to form the Heavenly Fiend formation and charged towards Lin Xian. The other 3 were all half-step saints. They had terrifying nomological fragments on them. They were extremely terrifying, like demon kings. Kid, go to hell, the 8 of them attacked together with earth-shattering momentum. They were confident that they could definitely kill a half-step saint in an instant. To be honest, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan was very powerful. With their lineup, not to mention killing a half-step saint. They could even kill 3 half-step saints, but now, unfortunately, they encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian split the sky with his sword and directly shattered all the attacks. At the same time, his left leg swept out with the nomological fragments of the earth. Like an earth dragon, it instantly crushed the void. In front, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were instantly kicked out. Several of them were broken at the waist. Next, various nomological fragments danced in the air. Lin Xian directly defeated these people with his powerful strength. No. Damn it, impossible. How can you be so powerful? These people from the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan went crazy. The other party actually used several nomological fragments. Oh my god, how is this possible? One had to know that most of them only had a single nomological fragment. At most, there were 2 nomological fragments. However, the other party took out 4 or 5 nomological fragments in a row. They were beaten until they vomited blood. Not good, an expert, and a top expert. These people went crazy and hurriedly fled back to the spirit boat. Leave quickly, leave, they wanted to escape, but how could they escape? The annihilation nomological fragment formed a large crack in front of them, and all the power was dissolved. Lin Xian held the nomological swords with both hands. One was a fire nomological sword, and the other was a metal nomological sword. He waved his hands, and sword chi swept out. Soon, these Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were all killed. No, when Lin Xian killed the last Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan member, a crazy roar came from afar. The surrounding void kept shattering, and large cracks of millions of miles appeared, charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a sweep of his long sword, he cut off the cracks. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the distance, a few figures flew over. The person in the lead was extremely powerful. It was the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's 6th uncle. The skinny man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the scene in front of him. 8 geniuses of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf tribe had died at the hands of the other party. Ah! I'll tear you to shreds. He raised his head and roared. His aura was like an avalanche, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, he formed a giant silver wolf and charged towards Lin Xian. This was a type of great bloodline ability, bringing with it heaven-overflowing silver law fragments, covering the sky and covering the earth. Kill, Lin Xian also roared as he brandished his golden nomological sword. It was like a golden dragon dancing in the sky as the two huge shadows clashed in the universe. The resulting scene was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, this was not the astral world, but the cold universe. There were no buildings or people in the surroundings. Otherwise, everything would probably turn into ashes. Damn brat, I want you dead. The man called Sixth Uncle gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the Skyfiend Lone Wolf tribe. You asked for it and had to hunt me down. All of this is what you deserve. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can compete with me? In front of him, the skinny man's expression was ferocious. The power of the bloodline and the silver law fragments on his body were becoming more and more monstrous. At this point, he had completely made up his mind to tear the person in front of him into pieces. He would not hold back. Is that so? I want to see what ability the Skyfiend Lone Wolf tribe has to be so arrogant. Lin Xian said coldly. He had 6 types of law fragments and the dragon sword soul. Why would he be afraid of the other party? You don't know what's good for you. When I catch you later, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll use hellfire to refine your soul for 10,000 years, I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny man turned into a silver flash and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. When he got close to Lin Xian, silver law fragments erupted from the skinny man's body and turned into wolf claws. They were densely packed and covered the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. They wanted to tear him to pieces. Boom, Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the 9-yang divine body. His body shone brightly with mysterious runes on it that flickered with monstrous flames. At this moment, Lin Xian was really like a flaming war god. He relied on his strong physique to resist the skinny man's attack. At the same time, he activated the golden law fragment and formed a golden law sword. He waved it continuously. Not only did it contain the power of the golden law, but it also contained the power of the dragon sword soul. Boom, the demon wolf claws slammed onto Lin Xian's body, emitting a sonorous sound and erupting with thousands of rays of light that illuminated the area. The void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's body trembled and even took a step back. However, his body did not split open. How could his body be so strong? The skinny man's pupils shrank in disbelief. His attack was so powerful that an ordinary half-saint would have been torn apart. Even if they had half-saint armor, they would be injured and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Even their internal organs would be shattered. But now, the other party's body only swayed a little and dissolved his terrifying power. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the kid in front of him was a body tempering expert? He was extremely surprised. At the same time, the law sword in Lin Xian's hand had already slashed down. Buzz, not good. The skinny man called Sixth Uncle quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. The sword shattered all the demon wolf claws that he had sent out. There was even a sword mark on his arm. Blood that had penetrated deep into his bones instantly flowed out. Damn it, the skinny man was extremely shocked. Not only was the other party's physique strong, but his attack was also shocking. He was from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan, an ancient monster. His physique was extremely strong. Even if he did not wear armor, an ordinary half-saint would not be able to hurt him. But now, the other party had injured him with a light sword. The skinny man was in disbelief. His expression was gloomy as the law power in his body quickly circulated, trying to heal the wound. But soon, he frowned. He could not heal it completely, there was a sharp sword intent on the wound that could not be erased in a short time. Damn it, seal, the skinny man used the law fragment to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. The next moment, he raised his head and stared at the other party with a piercing light in his eyes. Skywolf eyes. A pair of green eyes burst out with a piercing light, forming 2 green storms that swept forward. This was a kind of eye technique. Not only could it injure the body, but it could also injure the soul. With one strike, it could destroy one's soul. Buzz, the two green storms passed through the flames on Lin Xian's body and seemed to want to tear Lin Xian's body apart. Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body erupted with incomparable power. He was like a flaming war god, unstoppable. Brat, do you think you can fight against me? Under my heavenly wolf eyes, your body and soul will be destroyed. The skinny man sneered. Lin Xian did not say anything, but he increased the power of his heavenly secret divine eyes. The golden light and the green storm collided, creating a shocking collision. It was as if the entire starry sky was shaking. Puff, the two-eye techniques disappeared in the sky. Is this all you've got? Not good. Lin Xian sneered. Brat, you're courting death. The skinny man roared, but he was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly wolf eye to be blocked by his opponent. It was too unexpected. In the next moment, his eyes turned cold, and the silver light on his body became more solid, as if he had really summoned a demonic beast of heaven and earth. Behind him, the skyfiend lone wolf became excited when he saw the scene. It seemed that their sixth uncle was going to use his trump card. The silhouette of the silver sky wolf became more and more solid. Then, it let out a roar and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, and the nine-yang divine body shone brightly, forming the shadow of the fire god. It stood tall in the sky. With a furious roar, its huge body charged forward. One had a strong physique, and the other had a terrifying bloodline. When the two clashed, it was earth-shattering. Skyfiend wolf howl. At this moment, the skinny man roared again, and the silver wolf tattoo on his face flickered, and a blood-red light appeared on it. Roar, with a roar, a terrifying blood-red sound wave surged forward with a strong murderous aura. The void shattered, and the nine-yang divine body's shadow was suppressed. The sound wave was so terrifying that Lin Xian felt his blood boil, and his soul was about to faint. Azure Dragon Hell, Lin Xian also roared, and the dragon-beating sword spirit in his body roared. The dragon's roar turned into a sword wave, with him as the center, spreading forward. The dragon's roar resounded through the nine heavens. With a strong sword intent, it blocked the heavenly wolf howl. At the same time, the dragon's roar caused the experts of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan to tremble uncontrollably. Not good, bloodline suppression. The voice coming from the other party's body was too shocking. Even the skinny man's expression changed. He could feel that the Sky Wolf projection on his body was being suppressed. Damn it, you can actually let out a dragon's roar. The skinny man was extremely shocked. He frantically urged the silver laws and quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he merged with the heavenly wolf's phantom and slammed into the nine-yang divine body's phantom. Boom, the phantom of the nine-yang divine body was pierced through. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. His strength had increased again. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect this man to be so strong. It seemed that the other party was a veteran half-saint. His bloodline power and law fragment were both extremely powerful. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. 13 green lotus swords. Lin Xian waved the golden light sword in his hand, drawing out 13 sword chi in the sky. These sword chi carried the power of the metal law fragment and the fire law fragment. They quickly condensed in the air, forming a golden lotus. The fire on top of it was jumping. The two law fragments intertwined and flew forward. In an instant, it enveloped the skinny man. The golden flame lotus split open, and the terrifying sword chi completely pierced through the void. The metal law was extremely sharp, and the fire law was extremely violent. These two laws were extremely powerful in terms of attack power. At this moment, the two were mixed together. That power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The skinny man instantly felt threatened. The sword chi hit his body, causing the Sky Wolf projection on his body to tremble violently. In the end, the Sky Wolf projection was pierced through, and a few sword chi slashed towards him. Get lost, the skinny man roared angrily, and a layer of blood light appeared on his body, forming blood-colored patterns that crawled all over his body. As a member of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan, his body was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, and his originally thin and slender body suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant of about 30 meters tall. Silver hair even appeared on his body, and a tail appeared on his back. His claws also became sharp. At this moment, he had become very similar to a human-shaped demon wolf. He wanted to use this demon beast's body to resist the remaining sword chi. When the sword chi hit his body, a dazzling light burst out and forced him to retreat. In the end, 2 streaks of sword chi pierced through his body, leaving 2 bloody holes in his body. The fire law even ignited one of his arms. The skinny man roared wildly, using his bloodline power to suppress the sword chi. In the end, he shattered all the sword chi, and the flames were also extinguished by him. However, he was also injured by this attack. Behind him, the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan members screamed crazily. They did not dare to imagine that their 6th uncle would be injured again. If the first time was because of carelessness, then this time, there was no way to explain. The opponent was very strong, stronger than their 6th uncle. 6th uncle, let's attack together. The experts at the back blurted out. Okay. 6th uncle gritted his teeth and nodded. Now was not the time for him to be stubborn. Although the opponent was younger than him, he was too strong. Moreover, the opponent's skills were so strange that it was impossible for him to guard against them. When the opponent's sword chi hit his body, the wound could not be completely healed. Although it was not fatal, it still affected his combat strength. The 3 figures behind him rushed over. They were also very strong. It seemed that they were going to fight 4 against 1. Ruffian dragon. Lin Xian roared, and the dark red dragon behind him rushed out of the black earth. With a roar, it transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air, and its powerful dragon might suppressed the surroundings. Haha, I can't wait any longer. Come, come, come. I'll teach you how to barbecue skewers today. Lightning surrounded his body, and clouds filled the air. He truly carried boundless divine might. My God, my God. Sitting on his back was a snow-white monkey. At this moment, the snow-white monkey was waving its little paws, seemingly very excited. Dragons. When the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan members saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They did not expect that in addition to the kid in front of them, the other party had a dragon companion. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was not an ordinary dragon. The dragon might and dragon blood on the other party's body were too strong. I didn't expect you to have a helper, but so what? Do you believe that 4 half-sages can't take you down? Indeed, no matter how strong the other party was, there were only 2 half-sages on their side. 2 against 1, they should be able to win, right? Moreover, they were from the same clan, and their bloodlines could resonate, so they could use some of the clan's forbidden skills. Attack. On the other side, the man called 6th Uncle roared, and the 4 half-saints charged over. 6th Uncle and one of the men charged toward Lin Xian, while the other 2 half-saints charged toward the dark red dragon. Go to hell, kid. 6th Uncle and the young half-saint quickly attacked, brandishing their powerful law fragments. These 2 half-saints were not ordinary. For a moment, they suppressed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian soon counterattacked. He had 6 kinds of law fragments and was very powerful. He was not at a disadvantage against the 2 half-saints, and he was gradually suppressing them. This scene shocked 6th Uncle and the young half-saint. Damn it, he's too strong. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength before? Thinking of this, 6th Uncle's face turned gloomy. Kill him. I must kill him. Otherwise, he would be a big disaster. On the other battlefield, the dark red dragon was also very powerful. He kept spewing wind and lightning, and the clouds around him surged. Rain fell from the sky. The 4 half-saints were fighting with 4 kinds of law fragments. For a moment, the scene was shocking. The dark red dragon was not at a disadvantage either. He even beat the 2 half-saints, causing them to scream in pain. Damn it, he's also an expert. He's using all kinds of divine abilities. Moreover, the dragon's physique is stronger than theirs. For a moment, the 4 half-step saints, including the Skyfiend Lone Wolf, roared madly. 6th Uncle's heart sank when he saw this. If this continued, they would not be able to do anything to their opponent. They might even be seriously injured. In the end, someone might die here. You 3, listen to my orders. Form the 4 beasts formation. 6th Uncle roared angrily and bit his finger. The half-saint's blood flowed, forming a strange arc with his hand and the fragment of the precept. It was a mysterious rune with blood-colored power, as if it was summoning some kind of divine ability. The other 3 half-saints did the same. Soon, a blood-colored rune formed in front of him. For a moment, an inexplicable connection was formed between the 4 of them. A huge formation was formed around the 4 of them, which encapsulated Lin Xianhan and the Crimson Godly Dragon. Damn it, ruffian dragon, fight back. They were forming a formation. Lin Xian let out a long howl, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. The sword chi in his hand became even more terrifying. Sword after sword slashed forward. The dark red divine dragon naturally knew that it couldn't possibly allow these people to form a formation. He quickly moved out, using the great divine ability of the dragons to fly forward. However, the 4 half-saints were determined to use this technique. Their speed was incomparably fast. They simply didn't try to fight back. Instead, they quickly dodged. Moreover, as half-saints, their speed at forming seals was extremely fast. Thus, the formation was about to be completed. At this time, the little snow-white monkey made its move, arriving in front of a half-saint in an instant. It reached out its little claws, slapping the other party's face. Bang, he knocked the other party unconscious in an instant. Great! The dark red divine dragon seized the opportunity and swung its dragon claws, tearing the opponent's body apart. Roar, the half-step saint screamed miserably. His body split open, and blood instantly flowed out. As for the formation, it also paused for a moment. It was not complete, and only 1 step was left. Not good. Sixth Uncle's pupils constricted. Damn it, there's something wrong with that monkey too. They were all half-saints, and they were so powerful, but they were knocked unconscious by the other party's slap. There was definitely something wrong with this. The half-step saint's body shattered, and he screamed like a madman. However, he quickly reformed. At his level, although the injury was serious, it was not enough to kill him. After healing, he roared, and the blood light on his body surged into the sky. His body suddenly enlarged, and the robe on his body was torn apart, leaving only a suit of armor on his body. His appearance also changed. Silver-white wolf fur appeared on his body, a tail appeared on his back, and his claws became sharp. His human head also turned into a wolf's head, and his green eyes were emitting a terrifying light. True form. The other party had transformed into his true form. Moreover, the power of his bloodline was fully activated. With a wave of his wolf claws, he tore the void apart. He grabbed the little snow-white monkey. At the same time, his other hand formed the last rune, and suddenly, the formation of 4 beasts was formed. The millions of miles of space where Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were turned completely blood-red. The little snow-white monkey quickly dodged the other party's wolf claws, and made faces in the sky, spitting saliva. However, at this moment, the blood-red light in the void stretched out 4 blood-red arms. There were bright blood-red patterns on each of them. The appearance of the 4 arms was very strange, and as soon as they appeared, they sealed a small space. That small space was where the little snow-white monkey was. Buzz! The 4 arms grabbed the little snow-white monkey. Not good. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed and wanted to rush over, but the other half-step saint cooperated with the formation to resist. In the distance, Lin Xian also frowned. He was also blocked by Sixth Uncle and the other half-step saint. Get lost, Lin Xian knocked the 2 half-step saints back with a sword, but soon, the 2 half-step saints rushed over. Are you trying to kill us? Impossible. This time, the monkey will definitely die. You're courting death. Lin Xian was furious. His eyes shone with a cold light, and powerful sword chi rose from his body. In an instant, he shot out 48,000 sword chi, and the terrifying light shrouded Sixth Uncle and the other half-step saint. In the next moment, the 2 half-step saints screamed. Thousands of cracks appeared on their bodies, and they were densely packed, covering their entire bodies. Their eyes were filled with fear. Sixth Uncle roared, "Damn monkey, go to hell." The 4 arms exerted force, and the blood-red light filled the sky, as if it could tear everything apart. Not good, Lin Xian felt a sense of threat from above. It could definitely tear a half-step saint's body apart. The little snow-white monkey was in danger. It was impossible to rush over now, but he would not give up. His palms formed a seal, and a golden eye appeared in the sky, carrying a powerful and mysterious power. The golden runes spun rapidly, forming a terrifying flame that floated down. Suddenly, the surrounding blood-red mist was all burned. However, even more mist floated out and formed layers upon layers of blood-colored walls, protecting the 4 blood-colored palms. At this moment, the blood-red palms exerted force. With a squelch, the space was completely crushed. No! Whitey, Lin Xian roared, and his eyes turned red. The little snow-white monkey was his companion, and she had helped him find many treasures along the way. But he did not expect that she would be killed by the other party now. His eyes were red. If Whitey dies, I'll bury the entire lonesome wolves with her. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that Sixth Uncle and the other 3 half-step saints trembled. They seemed to have provoked an extremely powerful being. Damn it, on the other side, the dark red divine dragon roared. I won't let you go either. I'll break your necks one by one, then, I'll eat you all. His eyes were red. He and the little snow-white monkey had formed a deep relationship. Just as the 2 of them were in despair, a muffled voice came from the blood-red void in front of them. Then, it turned into a roar. Whitey and Lin Xian exclaimed. The dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. That was great. Sixth Uncle and the others narrowed their eyes. Not dead? How was that possible? Could it be that this monkey was also a half-saint? He could not believe that the 3 of them were all half-saints. Where did they come from? One had to know that the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan could produce so many half-saints because they had a long history and were powerful. Their clan was extremely powerful in the universe. However, they did not know the other party at all. Previously, they thought that the other party was just someone from a small world and would not be able to withstand a single blow. But now, they realized that they were wrong. The other party was too mysterious. The 2 companions beside the other party were also very mysterious. Damn it, how was that possible? The monkey was not dead, the half-saint was also stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. The little white monkey flew out of the blood-red void. Its little face had become a little cold, and its big black eyes were shining with a trace of golden light. In the next moment, there was a shocking change. Buzz, his body abruptly grew in size, with countless bolts of lightning and light revolving around his body. It was as if it had turned into an ape king. Boom, with a punch, it destroyed everything. The half-saint was smashed into pieces. Ah, a miserable voice was heard. The half-step saint was screaming in the void. However, in the next moment, Whitey opened its mouth and directly swallowed the half-saint's soul. This scene was simply too shocking. They did not expect the little white monkey to have such a change. Even the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian were stunned. One had to know that the little white monkey had always been very cute. Although it had a special ability, it was very fast. Its speed was extremely fast and it could knock people unconscious. Moreover, it could also search for treasures. However, other than that, it did not show much in terms of combat strength. Lin Xian did not plan to let the little white monkey fight. The little white monkey's search for treasures was very important to him and he was very happy about it. But now, who would have thought that the snow-white little monkey would suddenly undergo a shocking change? The cute furball had turned into an indomitable ape king. Moreover, that power was extremely terrifying. A single strike had shattered a half-saint, in fact, he had even sucked in his opponent's soul. He had killed a half-saint with just a wave of his hand. Damn it, what is this thing? The other 2 half-saints of the Lonesome Wolf tribe were stunned. Even the 6th uncle was dumbfounded. 6th uncle, what's going on? The other 2 asked crazily. 6th uncle's face was gloomy as he stared at the imposing figure in front of him, his eyes flickering. Damn it, why was it so similar to that thing in the legends? But that was impossible. Wasn't that thing extinct a long time ago? The 6th uncle was deeply shocked. He had a guess in his mind, but he quickly rejected it as soon as it appeared. Impossible, that thing couldn't possibly exist. However, what was going on with the scene before him? Could it be that it was related to that thing, or perhaps, he possessed a trace of the other party's bloodline? Thinking of this possibility, sixth uncle felt that it was very likely. His face turned cold. Damn it, let's go. These people are too strange. Whether it was Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, or the sudden appearance of Little White, they were all beyond their expectations. If they continued to fight, they would probably be in danger. Therefore, the three of them turned around and wanted to leave. Roar! Just as the three of them moved, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them. The four beasts' formation they had formed was instantly torn apart. Not only that, a terrifying white light came toward them. In an instant, a behemoth appeared in front of them. With a wave of its hand, it had the power to sweep away the world. The three of them tried their best to dodge. At this moment, the little white monkey stared at one of the half-saints. Once again, it clawed down and crushed him. It sucked hard and sucked the half-saint's soul. Damn it, run, ignite your bloodline, the sixth uncle screamed crazily. The other party was too strange. He didn't dare to fight against it at all. The two of them used all their strength, and their bodies emitted a blood-red light. Behind them, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. They still hadn't figured out what was going on with Little White. But now, there was no time for them to think about it. They had to kill the Lonesome Wolf clan first, and then slowly interrogate them. The two of them also unleashed their strength, and the laws on their bodies danced. Lin Xian turned into a dragon shadow and turned into a sword light, quickly rushing over. The sixth uncle and the half-saint had already lost the will to fight. Under the attack of the little white monkey, they were scared out of their wits. At this moment, with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they were forced to retreat. The young half-saint was pierced through by the 5 lightning law of the divine dragon. Then, the little white monkey smashed him with a slap and sucked his soul into its stomach. As for the sixth uncle, Lin Xian used the metal law and the great dragon sword soul to slash him apart. His soul was also swallowed by the little white monkey. Everyone was killed. Lin Xian began to collect their spirit boats and storage rings. The dark red divine dragon collected all their flesh and blood. The Lonesome Wolf clan had a rich bloodline and powerful strength. These things were very useful to him. The little snow white monkey continued to roar. Its huge and majestic body slowly shrunk until it turned into a small furry ball. Oh! The little white monkey opened its eyes, and there was a trace of confusion in its black gem-like eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stopped what they were doing and quickly flew over. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked with concern. The dark red divine dragon beside him also said, Little one, did you eat the wrong medicine? The little white monkey was very confused. Then, it waved its little paw, pointed at Lin Xian, and spoke in a childish voice. Lin Xian. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The little snow white monkey could actually speak, it was too shocking. One had to know that he was very shocked before. How could a spiritual beast like the little white monkey not speak, but he had not seen the little white monkey speak all this time. Now, the little white monkey could finally speak. This made Lin Xian very happy. The dark red divine dragon also hurriedly asked, Little one, what about me? Do you know me, big bad dragon? The dark red divine dragon was extremely displeased with this form of address. Kid, you should be calling me the Dragon Emperor of the 8 barren lands, the one and only sword comes from the west. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at the dark red divine dragon, and then looked at the little white monkey. What happened just now? Can you transform? What race are you? The snow-white little monkey shook its head, still very confused. Forget it, Lin Xian didn't ask further. He knew that the snow-white little monkey was a mutant of heaven and earth, so it should be normal for it to have mysterious divine abilities. In any case, the other party would become stronger and stronger in the future. Moreover, the other party didn't encounter any danger, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Next, he put away all the storage rings and spirit boats of the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan. Then, the two of them returned to the spirit boat and flew quickly. They flew towards the elven planet. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan had several half-sages, and the resources in their storage rings were very rich. Hence, Lin Xian obtained a lot of things from this killing operation, including many divine crystals. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had spent almost all his divine crystals to inquire about the Tao Stone. Originally, he had a headache, but now, the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan had given him so many divine crystals. It was enough for him to cultivate for this period of time. Next, Lin Xian and the others entered seclusion. With He Tu controlling the spirit boat, they flew in the universe. In another place, in the pitch-black universe, a man who looked like a demon was riding a dragon boat. In front of him, there was a light screen with a light spot that was moving quickly. The great demon looked at the moving light spot on the light screen and snorted coldly. "I want to see where you can escape to." Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others opened their eyes. They were almost at their destination. After flying for another 2 months, a green planet finally appeared in front of them. The green planet was too strange and was very different from other worlds. Green light surrounded it and emitted a dense vitality. What a powerful wood power! Lin Xian was shocked. He also had a fragment of the wood law, so he could naturally feel the powerful vitality of the world below. This should be the elven planet, right? These green lights were all forests. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was also shocked. He had never seen a world with such a vast forest that occupied more than 90% of the entire world. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and sped up the spirit ship. They entered the elven planet. Half a day later, Lin Xian and company walked out of the spirit boat. He put away the spirit boat with the little white monkey sitting on his shoulder. The dark red divine dragon followed beside him, and the three of them looked around. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast and boundless primeval forest with luxuriant foliage. All kinds of rare and precious beasts were running and roaring within. The vitality here was very strong. Where was the elf forest? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although most of this place was a primeval forest, it should be divided into many regions. That's easy. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and turned into a phantom as it rushed down. Soon, he flew up with a demonic beast in his hand. This was a 9-star demon king. Originally, it was an overlord-level existence in the forest. However, in front of the dark red divine dragon, he was trembling. "Spare me." This 9-star demon king was trembling uncontrollably. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. "If you want to live, tell us where the elf forest is." "So the three of you want to go to the elf forest?" "That's easy. I'll take you there." The demon king's body trembled. Soon, the dark red divine dragon released its claws, and the 9-star demon king's body transformed into a flying demonic beast that was tens of thousands of meters long. He said, "Come on up, I'll take you there now." Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the little white monkey got on the back of the flying demonic beast, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. After flying for about another day, the demonic beast stopped. He said, "Below us is the elf forest. The elf forest is very large, but the dark green ahead is the depths of the elf forest. It's very dangerous inside." At this point, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Clearly, this place was also a forbidden area for them. "Alright, you can go." Lin Xian waved his hand and didn't kill them. The demon king was so excited that he was about to cry. He turned into a gust of demonic wind and quickly fled. Was this the elf forest? The dark red divine dragon looked around in surprise. He looked at the little white monkey to see if there were any treasures below. "Yeah, I feel that there are a lot of good things." Little White waved its little claws, its big gem-like eyes emitting light. "There should be a lot of natural treasures and rare fruits below. Let's go down and take a look." Since they had come to the elf forest, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He would collect some resources first. In the next moment, the three of them flew down. This elf forest was indeed terrifying. There were groups of demonic beasts, and just the outside was already very dangerous. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were extremely powerful. The two of them worked together and easily killed everything. Countless demon kings prostrated on the ground, not daring to resist. Under the lead of the little white monkey, they obtained a lot of good things. These were all spirit herbs and spirit fruits that contained extremely strong energy. And most of them were recovery type. As expected of the elven planet, the vitality of the forest here was so exuberant. That was indeed the case. Lin Xian keenly observed that the life forms of the plants and monsters around him were much stronger than those of the monsters from other worlds. This should be a wood-type star, and the power of wood on it was very dense. That was why such a scene was created. I wonder where the wood Dao stone is. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. Her soul spread out in all directions like a tide. Soon, it covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Nothing, he frowned slightly. He had the Sun Dao stone in his hand, so he could naturally sense the aura of the other Dao stones. The aura of the Dao stones was extremely mysterious. The Dao runes contained on them were very special. If there was, he should have been able to sense it immediately. It seemed that there was nothing outside. It should be in the depths. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. His eyes erupted with a piercing golden light as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. They transformed into two mysterious runes that pierced through the void and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through everything and soon saw the depths of the elven forest. But in the next moment, he frowned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he had indeed sensed a mysterious power. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he realized that that place was covered by a mysterious aura. Even so, he couldn't see through it. Lin Xian retracted his gaze. The dark red divine dragon beside him asked, "Kid, what did you see? Is there a wood-type Dao stone? I didn't see it." The depths of the elven forest are indeed not ordinary. There is a mysterious aura that blocks my observation. However, I did feel an extremely strong life force. Perhaps it should be a Dao stone. Moreover, with the news of the Xianxia star, it shouldn't be wrong. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and Snow White little Marquis walked towards the depths of the elven forest. At the same time, another group of people landed on the elven planet. It was a man in purple. He had a handsome face and a trace of evil in his eyes. Behind him were two followers, but they were also very powerful and had comprehended a level close to the Dao. "Master, this is the elven planet." A servant beside him hurriedly took out a scroll and opened it. The sky flickered and a map of the elven planet appeared. The servant pointed at a forest above and said, "This was the elven forest." "Elven forest? The octatic treasure snake should be inside. Let's go." The purple-robed man's figure swayed and flew forward. The two servants behind him quickly followed. On the other side, in the forest, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were very fast. They shuttled through and finally arrived at the depths of the elven forest. This was a forbidden area, so ordinary people wouldn't come here. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon didn't even encounter a single person along the way other than beasts. However, after arriving at the depths of the forest, there were fewer beasts around. But thinking about it, there should still be some. Moreover, although there were fewer beasts, their strength would probably increase by several times. Not long after the two of them entered, they were attacked. There was a tree demon around them with terrifying strength. The vines that filled the sky were extremely powerful as they pierced towards Su Chen and the dark red divine dragon at high speed. At the same time, the two of them felt the blood in their bodies churning as if they were about to be sucked dry. Boom, the dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out thunder in all directions. Thunder wood. Instantly, the vines of these plants were sent flying. On Lin Xian's side, he also executed the law of metal, forming a terrifying sword light that slashed forward. With a slash of his sword, a vacuum was formed in front of him. Soon, they left the range of the tree demon. But not long after, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon also snorted coldly as a cold light erupted from its eyes. "Aya, I'm a little dizzy." Little White sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and shook its head as if it was drunk. "Little guy, be careful, this flower is poisonous." Lin Xian looked at Little White and injected some energy into its body. "Humph." He snorted coldly, and countless sword chi rose up, completely enveloping them. There must be a very poisonous flower in the surroundings that affected them. However, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword spirit and could destroy everything. Even if there were poisonous flowers, they were not afraid. After the sword chi enveloped them, it quickly isolated them from the poison. Lin Xian's group continued onward. During this period, they encountered all kinds of demonic beasts. Some of them had even reached the half-saint level. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were powerful. They relied on various magical powers to safely pass through. Otherwise, if it were other half-sages, they would have fallen here. No wonder no one dared to come here. This was indeed a very dangerous place. However, it wasn't as if Lin Xian and the others didn't return empty-handed. Although this place was dangerous, other martialists rarely came here. This also meant that the treasures here were very old. Lin Xian found a few 9,000-year-old king herbs. He even found a small tree that was very old and had an extremely strong power. According to the dark red divine dragon's speculation, it should be more than 10,000 years old. Lin Xian was extremely tempted. He plucked the spiritual fruits on it and gave them to the dark red divine dragon and Little White. He put away the rest. He even plucked some leaves. It was an unexpected harvest. After doing this, they walked forward even faster. These could only be considered unexpected surprises. His main goal was the wood attribute Dao stone. Gradually, a gray fog appeared in front of them, enveloping the entire area. Poisonous gas. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the path ahead would become even more dangerous. He used his sword qi even more bitingly cold, almost forming a sword-shaped small world. Their group was extremely powerful and had the power to destroy everything. The group walked into the poisonous gas. This time, they were attacked even more. Other than these tree demons, there were also all kinds of demonic beasts. It was impossible to guard against them. Suddenly, they stopped because there were a few corpses in front of them. These corpses no longer had flesh and blood, only bones were left. However, those bones were extremely unusual. Although they were broken and scattered on the ground, there was a light flowing on them. They carried a terrifying power. Obviously, these were the bones of a powerhouse. It seemed that this person was at least a half-saint powerhouse. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claw and grabbed the bones to look at them closely. Lin Xian also frowned. He found that although these bones were flowing with a mysterious aura, there were also many black spots on them. It was obvious that they had died from poison. It seemed that there were at least 3 half-saint corpses here. He didn't know if they were companions or if they had been attacked. However, it was obvious that they hadn't killed each other. Instead, they had been killed by the terrifying existence here. Be careful. They took a deep breath and continued to walk forward. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with a cold light. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed. There was someone. There was indeed someone ahead. However, the aura was very weak. Lin Xian and the others sped up and flashed over. There was a small stream in front of them, and beside the stream, there was a figure lying there. That person's armor was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. There was a huge crack on his body that had been forcefully torn open. The crack that the person couldn't heal was black and carried an extremely strong poison. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air in front of them, the person by the river raised his head with difficulty, revealing a pale face. Lin Xian could see that this was a young warrior, and by the looks of it, he should be a genius. He was very powerful and had reached the half-saint realm. However, he was now seriously injured. Not only his body, but his soul seemed to have been severely injured. Save me quickly. Seeing that someone was coming, the man hurriedly asked for help. However, as soon as he spoke, he spat out a large amount of blood that pierced through the void. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. However, he still struck out a beam of the law of wood and poured it into the man's body. Immediately, the man felt a vitality enveloping him. What's going on? Who attacked you? Is there a terrifying existence ahead? The dark red divine dragon also flew over and asked with a frown. He gave the man a few more pills, and the man breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life. I can't thank you enough. However, I advise you to leave quickly. There is a terrifying existence ahead. It's too terrifying. We can't kill him at all. However, he can easily kill us. 5 half-saints. When Lin Xian and the dark red dragon heard this, their expressions turned solemn. The joint forces of 5 half-saints was already an extremely terrifying force, but now, 4 of them had been killed, and 1 was seriously injured. It was unbelievable. What kind of existence was that? How could it be so terrifying? The dark red dragon asked. The young half-saint shook his head. His eyes were filled with fear. We don't know. He doesn't seem to have a physique and can transform into many forms. He can even split up. His body seems to be immortal. No matter how serious his injuries are, they can heal quickly. He calls himself an immortal. He's the one and only immortal. What? An immortal? When he said that, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. If he was really an immortal, then they were in danger. Even a great emperor couldn't become an immortal. They knew how terrifying an immortal was. But soon, the dark red dragon shook its head. Impossible. There couldn't be an immortal here. A great emperor could rule thousands of worlds and sweep through the universe, let alone an immortal. If the other party was really an immortal, he would have gone out and ruled thousands of worlds. Why would he hide in a forest? Lin Xian nodded and quieted down. The little white monkey on his shoulder was holding a spirit fruit and gnawing on it. Its big black eyes were filled with curiosity. It said, I seem to feel a strange energy in front of me, but it doesn't seem to be an edible fruit. Strange energy. Could it be a Dao stone? Lin Xian was shocked. His eyes lit up. He and the dark red dragon looked at each other and took a deep breath. No matter how dangerous it was, they still had to take a look. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The pale face of the young half-saint in front of him suddenly became ferocious. His eyes also turned green, and his body emitted a gloomy aura. In the next moment, he roared crazily and instantly attacked Lin Xian. The attack was unexpected. The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. At this distance, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. Boom! When the attack landed on him, it immediately tore apart the sword light on his body and landed on his body. Lin Xian was sent flying. Fortunately, his divine body was strong enough to block the attack. However, Lin Xian's blood was still boiling. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon roared and swung its tail. Like a raging wave crashing against the shore, it sent the injured half-saint flying. Damn it, we saved you out of kindness, but you actually dare to bite the hand that feeds you. He roared as if he had gone mad. The snow-white little monkey was also panting with rage, waving its little paws. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he stood up and suppressed his surging blood and qi. No, something was wrong with him. He raised his head and looked ahead. As expected, the injured half-saint had been sent flying. He crashed into a tree branch in the distance and fell to the ground. His expression was hideous and pained. Kill me, I beg you, kill me. He's here. He's inside me. What the hell? The dark red divine dragon was startled. It seemed that there was something in the injured half-saint's body that was controlling him. It's him. It's that undying thing. One of his clones has entered my body. Kill me quickly. Give me a quick death. The injured half-saint screamed crazily. In the next moment, he completely lost his mind. His face was shrouded in green light. It was extremely distorted. The blood on his body was no longer flowing. He emitted a cold aura and his killing intent exploded. He roared and charged towards Lin Xian. The surrounding ancient trees and plants were all mobilized by him. They formed countless attacks and suppressed Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if he was facing the North Demon. The blood in his body was boiling as if it was about to be sucked away. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and destroyed the terrifying power. Buzz, at this moment, the injured half-saint had already charged over. Terrifying fragments of laws rose from his body and formed a light palm that grabbed towards Lin Xian's head. This light palm could tear everything apart. It was extremely terrifying. Sword come, Lin Xian roared as he waved the countless fragments of the nomological laws of metal in his hand to form a golden sword of light. The sharp aura of the dragon sword's soul flickered on it. Buzz, the sword slashed out. The power of laws, accompanied by the power of the great dragon sword's soul, slashed forward. With a poochie sound, the sword split the opponent apart. The half-saint's soul floated in the void. Lin Xian could clearly see that there was a green ghost face on the half-saint's soul. It was extremely ferocious. It must be this green ghost face that controlled the half-saint. Kill me. The half-saint's soul said weakly. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He knew that the half-saint would not survive. Thinking of this, he waved his sword again. A terrifying sword intent released a terrifying power and slashed forward. Feeling the power of the sword, the half-saint's green ghost face screamed and dodged instantly. However, how could he dodge Lin Xian's sword chi? The sword chi turned into a green lotus that directly enveloped the half-saint and quickly destroyed him. However, not only did this attack destroy the half-saint's green ghost face, but the half-saint's soul also dissipated. In the end, the half-saint's soul that was becoming fainter and fainter smiled. He stared at Lin Xian and seemed to be relieved. Thank you. Whoosh, the half-saint's soul dissipated. He had completely fallen. Lin Xian's heart was a little heavy. What was this ghost face? It was too terrifying. It could actually control a half-saint. Moreover, looking at the half-saint's terrified expression, it seemed that he had no strength to fight back at all. It seemed that there was indeed great danger ahead. Kid, let's go and take a look. I want to see what the hell is that thing that dares to call itself an immortal. They quickly overtook the enemy and charged forward. At this moment, another group of people came to the elf forest. It was the purple-robed young man and his two servants. The purple-robed young man looked at the forest below. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A biting cold light appeared in his eyes. I can feel it. I can feel the aura of the octatic treasure snake. As long as I can obtain the octatic treasure snake, I can guarantee that my strength will increase again. Perhaps I can use it to break through and become a true half-saint. This purple-robed young man was the young man that Lin Xian had met on the Langia Star. His name was Ziyuhao. He was ranked 10th on the Abyss list. He was a powerful young genius who was also a half-saint. The target he was looking for was a strange beast called the octatic treasure snake. It was already extinct and only very few worlds had it. There was one in the elf forest. It seemed that he had come for it. Ziyuhao led the two servants into the elf forest, and soon they encountered danger. However, Ziyuhao sneered. He was a powerful young genius, and his strength was terrifying. He did not even need to make a move as the two servants beside him could deal with it. Just like that, they passed through. Outside the elf forest. If they continued forward, they would reach the depths of the elf forest. The aura ahead made Ziyuhao put away his smile and his expression became a little serious. The two servants beside him were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Soon, they entered the depths of the elf forest. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of the servants suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was pierced by a tree branch, and the tree branch carried a terrifying power that sucked his blood dry. Master, save me! The servant abandoned his physical body, and his soul floated out, screaming in the sky. Not good. The other servant's pupils constricted. It was too terrifying. He also opened up his domain and covered his body. The armor on his body shone with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, he was sent flying and vomited blood. He was attacked as well. Ziyuhao sneered. A mere tree demon dares to be arrogant in front of me. He took out a short knife and waved it out. The purple short knife swayed, carrying a terrifying law fragment. With a slash of the knife, all the surrounding branches were cut into pieces. With more than 10 slashes, the terrifying tree demon was sent running away. The two servants heaved a sigh of relief. The soul in the sky entered the physical body, absorbed the power of heaven and earth, and recovered again. Thank you, Master, for helping. The servant knelt on the ground and was very respectful. The other servant was also full of admiration. Master's strength was so strong that he could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A mere elf forest could not do anything to him. Ziyuhao snorted. Of course, let's go. He strode forward, and the two servants followed closely behind. After walking for about an hour, Ziyuhao frowned. He felt as if he was being stared at by a mysterious pair of eyes. With a snort, countless blade lights rushed out from his body, carrying a terrifying law phantom, and slashed in all directions. Even the void was torn apart. "Master, there is a corpse in front." One of the servants pointed at the bones in front and exclaimed. Ziyuhao frowned as well. Half-saints' corpses. Half-saints had fallen here, and there was more than one. Just as they were about to step forward to investigate, the servant on the left suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His expression became incomparably strange as he frantically attacked. "Humph," Ziyuhao snorted coldly. His body shook, and the purple light on his body formed a barrier. Does he not know what happened to his servant? But how could a mere power that was close to the Tao resist? He really overestimated himself. However, in the next moment, he made a light sound. That was because he discovered that his servant's attack had actually pierced through the light he had shot out. Get lost, this was no longer a power that was close to the Tao, and it was enough to threaten him. Ziyuhao shouted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy blasted out along with a storm. It was as if it could tear the entire world apart. Pung, the servant was sent flying. His body was torn apart, but he soon reassembled. His face turned incomparably green, and his body emitted a green light. Damn it, what's going on? Ziyuhao tightly frowned. However, at that moment, the other servant beside him also became incomparably strange. Both of them underwent a strange change and attacked him. A purple short blade appeared in Ziyuhao's hand. He slashed out, and the two servants were cut in half. However, the state of the two servants at that moment was very strange. They seemed to have endless vitality. Although their bodies were shattered, they reassembled and quickly charged forward. Damn it, Ziyuhao roared angrily and fought with them. In the end, although he killed the two servants, his expression was very ugly. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle because the other party was too difficult to kill. In the end, he discovered a green ghost face on the souls of the two servants, which made his heart beat wildly. What was that thing? He did not know, but he knew that there should be a terrifying existence inside. Damn it, I don't want to provoke that thing. I have to quickly find the octatic treasure snake and leave quickly. He was no longer as calm as when he came. Before he came, he thought that he was a top heavenly sect, a young half-step saint who could suppress everything. A mere elf forest was nothing in his eyes. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This place was really terrifying. He reckoned that he was no match for it at all. Fortunately, he did not encounter the other party's main body. He only exchanged blows with the other party from a distance. Thinking of this, Ziyuhao turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the forest. In the forest, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon continued on their way. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword spirit. His sword chi was abnormally sharp and could destroy everything. That was why he could easily kill that monster. Otherwise, if it was another half-step saint, it might be very troublesome, or even lose their lives. Suddenly, the aura in front of them became cold, and the surrounding plants also turned dark green. Most of them were poisonous. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were especially careful. However, at this moment, Whitey cheered. Yeah, I seem to have sensed something delicious. Oh, a natural treasure? Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eye and looked in all directions. Soon, he was stunned. Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw a cold pond tens of thousands of miles away. That cold pond was emitting a terrifying cold aura. However, Lin Xian's attention was not on the cold pond, but around it. There was a plant. It shone brilliantly, and there was a fruit on it. It was like a dancing snake. It was a serpent fruit, and from the looks of it, it should be a 10,000-year-old serpent fruit. Lin Xian hurriedly told what he saw. The dark red divine dragon took a deep breath after hearing it. The snow-white little monkey squinted its big eyes into crescents. It was indeed delicious. This little guy is really a foodie. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. They quickly rushed over. Lin Xian had never seen a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb before. However, he saw one in the elf forest this time. He did not expect to see another one now. How could he give up? He must get the serpent fruit. Soon, they crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived near the cold pond. Their eyes were all fixed on the serpent fruit. Whitey ran to the front and stretched out its furry little paw, wanting to pluck the serpent fruit. However, at this moment, there was a change in the cold pond. An extremely cold light with terrifying power pierced through the void and headed for the snow-white little monkey. Whitey turned into a white light and dodged quickly. However, at the same time, it did not have the chance to pluck the serpent fruit. "Aya, I'm so angry." Whitey was fuming. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he shifted his gaze from the 10,000-year snake spirit fruit to the cold pond beside him. The dark red divine dragon looked over and said, "Kid, I sense an aura. It seems that there's a demonic beast inside." "Is there a demonic beast?" Lin Xian frowned. Then, he sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of sword energies rushed in. Instantly, the cold pond was pierced through and an angry roar came from inside. Then, countless cold pond water danced, turning into water pillars that pierced through the void. They were like waves crashing in all directions. From the water pillars that filled the sky, a huge creature rushed out. This was a huge snake. It was very huge, at least 1,000 feet long. Its body carried a monstrous cold baleful aura. Its huge head emitted a cold light. Not only that, what was even stranger was that on the snake's body, there were 8 eyes that flickered. What demonic beast is this? It was so strange. Lin Xian looked at the 8 strange eyes and frowned. Those 8 eyes were incomparably blood-red and looked very strange. With a glance, it was as if they could pierce through one's soul. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Sword light soared from his body, severing this terrifying connection. At the side, the dark red divine dragon screamed. "Octatic treasure snake, there's actually an octatic treasure snake here." "Octatic treasure snake, what is that?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said. Ancient mutated beasts were extremely terrifying. It was just that he didn't expect to encounter one here. One had to know that the octatic treasure snake had been extinct for a long time. Some worlds basically didn't have it. He didn't expect that there would actually be one in this elf forest. What a pleasant surprise. "Kid, this octatic treasure snake is useful to me. I will definitely kill him." The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. He waved his hand and the terrifying fragments of the law of water returned. Instantly, the surrounding cold pond was controlled and the power of the law rushed into the void. In an instant, the surrounding pond water transformed into chains that rushed over, instantly enveloping the huge body of the octatic treasure snake. Roar! The octatic treasure snake roared towards the sky. "Damn human, you actually dare to attack me? You really deserve to die." He opened his mouth and spat out a blue aura. It was like a wave but also like lightning. It instantly streaked past and attacked Lin Xian. Boom! Seeing the other party charging at him, Lin Xian raised his fist and punched out. At this moment, he was like the god of fire. His fist carried a terrifying flame energy as he rushed out. In an instant, the blue aura was shattered. Lin Xian roared and soared into the sky. "Despicable human, you actually dare to disturb my rest. Go to hell." The octatic treasure snake roared angrily, its enormous body swaying. The chains formed by the frigid pond's water were instantly shattered. He let out a roar as his figure was teleported toward Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian kicked out and collided with his opponent's attack. In the next moment, Lin Xian was sent flying. The octatic treasure snake was also sent flying, its massive body crashing into the ground, crushing a large area of the forest. 1,000,000 miles of cracks appeared on the ground. "Damn it!" The octatic treasure snake faced the sky and roared. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a strong physique. It wasn't damaged at all. At the same time, he was surprised. His opponent's strength was also very strong. He was actually able to send him flying? "Kid, be careful. The octatic treasure snake isn't simple. At the side, the dark red divine dragon reminded him and also flew over. Seeing the dark red divine dragon, a cold smile appeared in the octatic treasure snake's huge eyes. Damn snake, you actually dare to attack your ancestor, Tui, F***CKU. You snake. The dark red divine dragon was enraged. With a roar, its body grew larger. Divine light bloomed, clouds drifted, and lightning surrounded it. He transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. On the other side, the octatic treasure snake was impacted. Its body trembled, but it was quickly controlled by him. Its huge eyes shone with a terrifying light. Dragons, you're actually a dragon. She was truly shocked, but soon, she laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, looks like my luck is really good. I actually encountered a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon with mediocre strength. That's fine too. After eating you, I might be able to evolve again. Its huge body swayed, and its huge body charged toward the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws, bringing with it a storm of thunder to resist. The two huge creatures began to fight. The forest within 1,000,000 miles continuously collapsed. The void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. The commotion here attracted a figure in the distance. In the distant forest, Ziyuhao's expression was grave. After searching for so long, he still hadn't seen the octatic treasure snake. This made him a bit angry. Could it be that the news was wrong? But that shouldn't be. How could the news from the Langus star be wrong? It should be in this forest. It was just that this forest was too huge. It covered the entire world. He couldn't find it at all. And he didn't want to stay in the depths of this forest for too long. After all, the things that had happened before had left him with lingering fear. However, just as he was feeling anxious, a violent tremor suddenly came from the distance. There was even a terrifying roar. That roar caused the blood in his body to boil. What a terrifying aura. Could it be the octatic treasure snake? Thinking of this, Ziyuhao was incomparably excited. He turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and quickly flew in the direction of the sound. He flew all the way and finally saw a huge creature with 8 blood-red eyes on its back that flickered with a demonic light. Octatic treasure snake, that's right, it was indeed the octatic treasure snake. This was great, he had finally found it. Ziyuhao was incomparably excited. But soon, he frowned because the octatic treasure snake was fighting, and it seemed that the other party was also very powerful. He looked to the other side and his pupils constricted. He was extremely shocked. It was actually a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It soared through the clouds and spewed out thunder that filled the sky as if it was a heavenly tribulation. Could it be a dragon? He didn't know if it was a native dragon of the elven planet or a foreign dragon powerhouse that had descended here. Could it be that his target was also the octatic treasure snake? Ziyuhao furrowed his brows. This was not good news for him. His expression was cold as he looked around again. Soon, he was stunned again. He noticed that there was a figure standing next to the two behemoths. It was a handsome man in a red robe. On his shoulder was a white monkey that looked like a fur ball. It was him, Ziyuhao quickly exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized it. He had seen this man in red before. He had seen him twice on the Xianxia planet. He didn't expect that the other party would also come here. Could it be that the other party was in cahoots with this dragon? The other party's target was also the octatic treasure snake? Thinking of this possibility, Ziyuhao's face turned cold. The octatic treasure snake was very important to him and was even the key to him becoming a saint. He had to obtain it. He would hide first and sneak attack the red-clothed youth below. Then, he would hide at the side and watch the battle. When the two beasts were both injured, he would make his move. This way, not only would he be able to obtain the octatic treasure snake, but if he was lucky, he would also be able to kill a dragon. Ziyuhao's body became fainter and fainter before completely merging into the void and disappearing. At the same time, he pulled out his purple dagger in the dark. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew downwards like a ghost. As a half-step saint, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived below, behind the red-clothed youth. The dagger in his hand carried the power of law as he stabbed forward. Below, Lin Xian stood at the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle. All of his attention was on the battlefield in front of him. Because he was really curious about the octatic treasure snake. He didn't know what the 8 eyes on his back were for. Up until now, the magical powers and laws that the octatic treasure snake used had nothing to do with the 8 eyes. Just as he was thinking, a terrifying force suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed towards him. Damn it! Someone was here. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he was sent flying by this huge force. Haha, kid, you definitely won't survive after being hit by me. Ziyuhao transformed into his human form and sneered. He was a top genius ranked 10th on the Abyss list. His strength was extremely powerful. Even a veteran half-step saint was not his match, let alone his current strength. With a surprise attack, the other party would definitely be killed with a single slash. Damn it, it's actually you. You actually dare to attack me? In front of him, a cold voice came. Immediately after, a red-robed figure walked over. The other party's red robe was shattered, but it quickly recovered. Lin Xian's red robe was condensed from power, so he wasn't afraid of it being shattered at all. How was this possible? He wasn't injured, seeing that Lin Xian's aura was strong and there wasn't a single drop of blood. Ziyuhao was stunned. Could it be that the other party was wearing a half-step saint artifact battle armor? His expression was ugly. But it shouldn't be. Even if he was wearing battle armor, this attack could cause the other party to suffer internal injuries. It seemed that the other party should have forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a top-grade artifact protecting you. You're really lucky, but unfortunately, you met me. Now obediently accept your death, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. Ziyuhao snorted coldly as an extremely cold aura emanated from his body. Even though he didn't die from this attack, so what? Even if he were to fight his opponent head-on, he would still be able to kill his opponent. The sneak attack just now was just to kill him in one blow and not cause any unnecessary trouble. To tell you the truth, I'm ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard, Ziyuhao. You should have heard of my name, right? Kneel down and accept your death, Ziyuhao shouted, announcing his name and identity in order to intimidate the other party. After all, with the Abyss ranking and purple names, which one of them wasn't a world-shaking peerless powerhouse? If the other party heard this, he would be scared witless. 10th on the Abyss leaderboard? When Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. Seeing Lin Xian's strange expression, Ziyuhao sneered. Brat, are you afraid? If you are, then obediently accept your death. In his opinion, no one would not be afraid of him unless they were ranked higher than him. However, there were only a few people ranked higher than him, and he knew most of them. What's more, the aura of those ranked higher than him was terrifying. He could probably recognize them at a glance. Even Lu Mu and Yan Nantian had to retreat in front of me, let alone you. Lin Xian snorted coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What, heard this? Ziyuhao, who was in front of him, was stunned. He knew Lu Mu and Yan Nantian. He knew Lu Mu, who was ranked one place higher than him, ranked 9th. Although he had never seen Yan Nantian, he had heard that the other party was the successor of a great emperor, and his strength and talent were very strong. And it was said that he was ranked 4th this time. He had completely surpassed him. In fact, if he calculated it this way, his ranking should not be 10th, but 11th. Lu Mu and Yan Nantian were both relatively powerful existences, but what did the other party say? These two people retreated in front of the other party? What a joke, brat, you really know how to talk big. If it were an ordinary person, they might really be scared by you. But if you want to lie to me, there is no possibility at all. Who do you think you are to be able to beat Lu Mu and Yan Nantian? What a joke. Ziyuhao did not believe it at all. You don't believe it, right? It doesn't matter. I will beat you until you believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly rushed to the left. Damn brat, I was careless just now. Now I will take it seriously. You are definitely no match for me. Ziyuhao snorted and took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly burst out, and a terrifying power filled the entire space. At this moment, he seemed to have really turned into a peerless god of war. The short knife in his hand slashed out crazily again. However, this time, Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably dignified. He raised a palm and moved it forward. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This palm was like the palm of a deity. It covered the entire space, and the purple aura was crushed continuously. Ziyuhao's attack was also quickly split apart under this palm. Not good, Ziyuhao's expression changed greatly. He felt that the other party's palm was like a five-fingered mountain with a terrifying power that could suppress him. If it were an ordinary sage to be, he would probably dodge quickly. But he was ranked 10th on the ranking list. How could he dodge? His glory did not allow him to dodge. With a roar, Ziyuhao held the short knife and faced the attack. The entire space collapsed quickly. Purple aura surged and a terrifying knife light soared into the sky again. It was as if the knife god was roaring. Lin Xian's palm fell mercilessly, carrying the law of fire fragment and mysterious runes. Boom, the entire space shook violently. Ziyuhao was enveloped by this palm. The short knife in his hand was sent flying. Not only that, but his body was also directly slapped to the ground by this palm. Boom, boom. Boom, the ground continued to shatter and a huge abyss appeared. Ziyuhao's body fell into the ground. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was ranked 10th in the abyss? In front of him, he was still sent flying by a palm. Damn it, how could this guy be so terrifying? In the distance, the 8-treasure snake, who was fighting with the dark red dragon, felt the power of this palm and its expression changed. It could feel that not only was the power of the law of fire fragment powerful, but this palm was more of the power of the physical body. This guy's physique was actually so strong. He was simply a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. The 8-treasure snake frowned. If Lin Xian attacked and joined forces with the dark red dragon, then he would really be in danger. Thinking of this, he roared and attacked like a madman. Boom, on the other side of the ground, a human figure rushed out. It was Ziyuhao. At this moment, Ziyuhao's entire body was charred black. He was in an abnormally sorry state. To be honest, until now, he was still dumbfounded because he did not dare to believe that the other party could actually suppress him with a slap. How was this possible? Who was the other party? How could his strength be so much stronger than his? Damn it. Careless, I must have been careless. Ziyuhao's expression was incomparably ugly. Purple demon heaven shaking steps, Ziyuhao roared angrily. The aura on his body erupted as he took a step forward. Immediately, a mysterious power appeared in the void, causing the entire world to shake. Lin Xian instantly felt that he was enveloped by a mysterious power. His body trembled slightly. The most frightening thing was that his heart was trembling violently as if this step was going to crush his heart. Not only him, the dark red divine dragon and the 8-treasure snake who were fighting at the side also felt it. However, the two of them only felt the aftermath of the energy. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of it. Kid, be careful. This guy is very strange. The dark red divine dragon who was fighting at the side in the distance quickly reminded. The 8-treasure snake was also shocked. Damn it, another human expert had come. However, from the looks of it, these two human experts were fighting at this moment. It would be best if both of them were injured and died together. And he only needed to kill the dragon in front of him. Kid, your physique is strong, but what about your internal organs? I don't believe that you can withstand my steps. Ziyuhao's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He was really angry. So this time, he would not let the other party off. He took a few more steps. Immediately, Lin Xian's heart rang like a bell. The corners of Ziyuhao's mouth curled up into a smile. This was a kind of great divine ability. Coupled with his law fragments, its power was boundless. His steps could shatter the other party's heart from a distance. The other party's physique was strong, but the other party's heart would definitely not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian also frowned. What a strange divine ability. It could actually affect his heartbeat. Indeed, if it was other half-saints, their hearts would probably have been split open under these steps. They would have vomited blood and died. However, he was different. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia drove the great dragon sword soul within his body, and a surge of sword intent tore apart the fearsome attack. Lin Xian's heart calmed down again. I have to say, your divine art is very unique, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on me. Lin Xian was expressionless. Damn it, how is this possible? Ziyuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Even a veteran half-saint would be injured by his footwork. A weaker half-saint would directly explode and die. But what about the other party? The other party was completely fine. This was simply too unbelievable. Who the hell was this kid? While he was puzzled, Lin Xian understood. Since you've used up your sacred art, then you should have a taste of my sacred art. He stomped his foot and charged forward like a god of war. He formed a seal with his palm, and the image of a mountain appeared. It was a giant flaming mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall and covered in terrifying laws and flames. As the palm fell, a mountain of flames descended from the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the other party into a bloody mist. Not good, what a terrifying power. Ziyuhao's expression became extremely ugly. He could only wave the short knife in his hand to block. However, after 10 moves, Ziyuhao's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The half-saint blood filled the air and pierced through the void. Soon, his body reassembled. His face was extremely pale, but as soon as he reassembled, he was split apart by a sword. At this moment, his entire body was numb. The sword chi that split him was too cold. His body could not completely heal. Although it was reassembled, if one looked carefully, they would find cracks and a vacuum. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Ziyuhao screamed crazily. He was about to despair. The other party was too powerful and had completely surpassed him. Suddenly, he remembered what the other party had said before. Lumu and Yan Nantian had to retreat when they saw him. Damn it, could it be that this guy is also a top expert on the ranking list? Who are you? Could it be that you are Zhao Wuliang? He screamed crazily. No, Zhao Wuliang was about the same as Yan Nantian. He couldn't go down Yan Nantian. Could it be that you are Long Zhaotian? Long Zhaotian was ranked second. If it was really him, then it might make sense. Moreover, it was rumored that Long Zhaotian was also related to dragons. The kid in front of him had a dragon by his side, so he was more and more convinced that the other party was Long Zhaotian. Heavens, he actually provoked the other party. Long Zhaotian was ranked second on the ranking list, second only to Di Ling. Thinking of this, Ziyuhao trembled for a while. What Long Zhaotian? I am Lin Wudi. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes bursting with a biting cold light. Not Long Zhaotian, Ziyuhao was stunned. Why was the name Lin Wudi so unfamiliar? No, he seemed to have heard of it. Where had he heard of it? Ziyuhao's brain was working very fast. Suddenly, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. It was his Lin Wudi. Recently, on the ancient Starry Sky Road, a piece of news swept like a storm. There was a new change in the Abyss ranking list. A newcomer had climbed to the top and was ranked first, tied with Di Ling. Ziyuhao remembered that person's name. It seemed to be Lin Wudi. Ziyuhao's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He actually provoked the number 1 Abyss ranking, and he was still arrogant in front of the other party. He wished he could slap himself to death. So it's young Master Lin. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young Master Lin can forgive me. How about this? I don't want the octatic treasure snake anymore. When I fought with young Master Lin before, I will also take out a certain amount of heaven and earth treasures as compensation. Please spare my life, young Master Lin. Ziyuhao hurriedly begged for mercy. He had no choice but to lower his head. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, it would be very easy to kill him. When the octatic treasure snake sensed this scene, it was extremely shocked. Its huge eyes flickered with a trace of shock. What was going on? One of the humans was begging for mercy. That was impossible. He sensed that the purple-clothed youth who came later was very terrifying and had a monstrous aura. However, such a person was actually begging for mercy. Could it be that this red-clothed youth was even more terrifying? Thinking of this, his face became incomparably gloomy. Damn it, when did such a terrifying existence come to their elven forest? Could it be that he was here specifically for it? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything, but in the next moment, his expression changed. The sword chi on his body soared into the sky and instantly enveloped him. At the same time, he said, "Ruffian dragon, retreat quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky collapsed. A green light streaked across, and countless ghost faces charged toward them. The dark red dragon instantly roared, and its dragon blood surged. Lightning was the bane of evil beings. It should be able to block the ghost face. Sure enough, when the green ghost face landed on Lin Xian's sword chi and the dark red dragon's lightning, it emitted a sizzling sound. It was ruthlessly destroyed and pierced through. On the other side, the octadic treasure snake also spat out a terrifying poison to resist. Ziyu Hao also tried to block, but he was still a step too slow. Among the 4 people present, his strength was the weakest. In an instant, he was enveloped by the ghost face. In an instant, the green face entered his body. Ziyu Hao struggled, his expression becoming ferocious. The light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a wisp of green light. Ziyu Hao was controlled, becoming a puppet. "Damn it, it's you," the octadic treasure snake screamed crazily, its voice piercing through the clouds. It was that thing again. Lin Xian had seen it before. However, at the same time, they were even more shocked. Could it be that the octadic treasure snake knew him? Humph. Seeing this immortal descend, "You still don't kneel to pay your respects," an ethereal voice sounded from the void. It was from Ziyu Hao's mouth. At this moment, Ziyu Hao's entire body was surrounded by green light. He was no longer the young prodigy from before. Very clearly, he had been possessed by something. "Damn it, you still haven't given up." The octadic treasure snake was as if facing a great enemy. Its body was surrounded by laws. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon frowned. The dark red dragon even snorted coldly. What a mortal! In this world, there was no such thing as an immortal. Indeed, even great emperors could not become immortals, so how could there be true immortals? It was only a legend and a wish of people. Ignorant ant, how could you know of this immortal's existence? The mutated Ziyu Hao snorted coldly. Green light appeared in his eyes. It streaked across the dark red dragon's body, and then stared at the octadic treasure snake. "Have you thought about what I said?" The octadic treasure snake's expression was gloomy. "Humph, you dare to threaten me with just a clone? You want me to be your clone? Dream on, it seems that you really don't know life from death. If it wasn't for the eye of time maturing, do you think you would have lived until now?" What was the eye of time? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red dragon god's pupils shrank. Could it be that the legend was true? He stared at the octadic treasure snake, his face full of shock. The octadic treasure snake's expression was gloomy and cold. "If it was your true body that came, perhaps you might have succeeded. However, you are just a mere clone. Do you think you can do anything to me? Don't even think about getting my eye of time in this lifetime. As for your main body, you probably won't be able to come out for the rest of your life." What a mortal! He was just a body of energy trapped by someone else. What was going on? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Before the dark red divine dragon could speak, the mutated Ziyu Hao's gaze shrouded the 2 of them. "And 2 more ants? Fine, I'll kill the 2 of them first, then I'll slowly play with you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a monstrous light transformed into a storm that swept toward Lin Xian and the dark red divine tornado. "Ruffian Long Long, you continue fighting the octadic treasure snake. Leave this fellow to me." Lin Xian soared into the sky. Sword light revolved around his body, making him look like a sword immortal. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon turned its head and stared at the octadic treasure snake. A trace of disdain appeared in the octadic treasure snake's eyes. What an idiot boy. He actually dared to fight against such an existence. To be honest, he didn't dare to fight against the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's main body couldn't come out, he probably would have run away long ago. Now, Lin Xian actually wanted to fight against such an existence. In his opinion, he would probably be instantly killed. The mutated Ziyu Hao sneered in disdain. "A mere human ant dares to be arrogant in front of me?" With a wave of his hand, a green seal appeared, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Ziyuhao coldly snorted. An ant had been dealt with. Next was the other one. He blocked the dark red divine dragon. Just as he was about to move, a voice came from below. Is this all you have? Is this all you have? You dare to call yourself an immortal? You didn't die. The mutated Ziyuhao turned his head, revealing a trace of surprise. Below, Lin Xian flew over. His robes fluttered, but he was unscathed. Interesting. It seems that your physique isn't bad. You're relatively strong even among half-step saints. You can actually block my attack and come out unscathed. However, do you think that you can contend against me like this? You really don't know the meaning of death. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Immediately, 3 seals covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The metal law formed a sword of light and slashed down. With a pucci, the 3 seals were split apart. Not only that, the sword of law was split apart by the other party's body. Great, it was split apart. Lin Xian revealed a smile. However, the broken body on the other side quickly reassembled and reappeared in front of him. I'm an existence that can't be killed. I'm a high and mighty immortal. You're not my match at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian instantly slashed out 10,000 rays of sword qi, turning the other party into a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist quickly reassembled. The other party looked down condescendingly, sneering at the scene. Just like that, the other party's body was broken more than 10 times. However, each time, it quickly reassembled. This made Lin Xian frown. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed. This was impossible. Even a half-step saint would be injured if his body was continuously broken. Wouldn't his vitality be greatly damaged? How could the other party be unscathed? Ha 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 ha, I've said it before. I'm an immortal existence. The mutated Ziyuhao didn't attack at all. He floated there, allowing Lin Xian to attack him. Every time he was broken, his body would reassemble. This scene made one feel despair. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. An immortal existence? How could this be? How could there be an immortal in this world? Even a great emperor couldn't survive the passage of time. However, the other party's current appearance was indeed surprising. Could it be that the other party had an immortal bloodline? He knew that there were many miraculous physiques in the universe. For example, he and the sage physique both had strong physiques and powerful strength. There was also the Dao physique, which was born with the Dao and could use the laws to great effect. There was also the spirit physique, which could instantly increase one's cultivation. Of course, there was also an immortal body, which was the other party's amazing recovery ability. No matter how serious the injury, it could instantly recover. Lin Xian guessed that the other party might have such a physique. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the other party's recovery ability was extremely strong. It wasn't because of the bloodline, but because of the laws. For example, the North Demon had the wood laws. His recovery ability was extremely shocking and terrifying. Now, he also had the wood laws fragment. Coupled with the longevity art, his recovery ability was also extremely strong. Lin Xian guessed countless possibilities in his heart. Although he didn't know which one it was, it all showed that the other party wasn't an immortal. Since he knew this, he was fearless. Was the other party's recovery ability strong? Then he would beat the other party until he couldn't recover. A cold look appeared in his eyes. The dragon sword soul in his body instantly roared and circulated. He possessed the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian once again condensed the sword of law and poured the power of the great dragon sword spirit into it. On the opposite side, when the mutated Ziyuhao saw that Lin Xian still wanted to attack, he suddenly sneered. It's useless. Even if you do it 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, you can't hurt me. His actions towards Lin Xian. He was extremely disdainful. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He discovered that this time around, his shattered body was actually unable to heal. Between his body and his body, there were small cracks that separated Yi's body from the rest of his body. How was this possible? Unable to heal? The mutated Ziyuhao was stunned. Green light burst out from his eyes as he stared at his own body. At the same time, green light blossomed from his body, completely enveloping him. Whoosh, finally, he forcefully suppressed those cracks, and his body healed once again. However, his expression had become somewhat unsightly. At the next moment, he screamed. He saw the other party's sword slashing at him, and his body was shattered again. Each piece carried a terrifying sword will, causing him to be unable to heal for a while. Damn it, this is impossible. Who are you? What kind of sword energy is this? How could it be so strange? The mutated Ziyuhao screamed like a madman. He realized that if he wanted to heal his body again, it would be very difficult. He had to erase the sword chi on the cracks, but the sword chi was very strange and difficult to erase. Thus, when he healed the second time, his complexion had already turned pale, and the green light on his body had also become much dimmer. You're just SOSO. What a mortal. In my opinion, you're just a little stronger in terms of regenerative abilities. Other than that, there was nothing special. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this. His sword chi earlier contained the power of the dragon sword spirit, which was why his opponent's body couldn't heal. If this was a real immortal, this bit of power would have been incapable of doing anything to him. At present, however, this immortal was clearly having a very difficult time reassembling himself. This meant that the other party was not an immortal at all. Perhaps he was not even a saint, the other party was at most a half-saint, and only had a vigorous life force. Other than that, there shouldn't be anything else. If it had been any other half-saint, they might not have been able to do anything to Xianxia. However, Lin Xian was indeed his nemesis. Damned brat. The mutated Ziyuhao's face was ashen. As for the octatic treasure snake, it was extremely shocked. How could this be? He found it hard to believe that the other party was able to restrain the monster. One must know that when he faced that monster, he was only able to suppress it with his overwhelming power. Even so, he was only able to suppress its clone. Furthermore, even if he were to destroy the clone, it would likely not affect the main body that was hidden in the depths. Thus, the octatic treasure snake was not willing to contend against such a monster. In its opinion, no one could truly restrain it. But now, a human kid seemed to have done it. Damn it, kid, go to hell, the mutated Ziyuhao seemed to have thought of this as well. His opponent's sword chi was very strange and was a threat to him. He would not allow such a person to exist in this world. Thus, he had to kill him. A sharp cry sounded out as terrifying rays of light shot towards Lin Xian from all directions. They were densely packed and contained terrifying power. Get lost, Lin Xian coldly shouted. Sword chi erupted from his body, directly piercing through those green ghost faces. Those ghost faces shrieked in the air. As for the mutated Ziyuhao, his expression was extremely ugly. He was unable to get close to his opponent. It seemed that his opponent's sword chi could be released in large quantities. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Since he was unable to attack, he could only attack from afar. Ah! He let out a sharp cry. The countless green ghost faces in the air also let out sharp cries. This was a soul attack. He wanted to use soul attacks to directly destroy his opponent's soul from a distance. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He continued to wave a great dragon sword soul. Terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi swept out in all directions, destroying those soul attacks. Damn it, how was this possible? It could actually destroy soul attacks. The mutated Ziyuhao was extremely shocked. To tell the truth, there were very few things in this world that could restrain him. Furthermore, from his point of view, those things had most likely been lost in the ancient era. How could they exist now? But the current situation made his hair stand on end. Could it be that something had truly appeared that could restrain him? Damn it, eternal annihilation. Ziyuhao did not continue to attack Lin Xian. Instead, he let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Energy rapidly surged from his body. The terrifying energy grew larger and larger, enveloping a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Not good. Seeing this scene, the octatic treasure snake was frightened out of its wits. It hurriedly fled back into the cold pond. Lin Xian also frowned. The dark red dragon cried out in alarm. Damn it, this fellow wanted to self-destruct. Did he not want to live anymore? Lin Xian's expression was grave. This should only be a clone. Even if it died, the main body would not be able to cause much damage. However, the power of this self-destruction was too terrifying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not plan on letting his opponent self-destruct. He had to stop him. With a loud bang, the great dragon sword soul within his body roared crazily. Lin Xian condensed a sword of light in his hand. All sorts of laws gathered on it, and he slashed forward. At the same time, the ball of green energy above him exploded, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of miles. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The dark red dragon also screamed. This was already equivalent to a half-saint self-destructing. Moreover, it had absorbed enough energy to self-destruct. The power was too terrifying. The sword of light in Lin Xian's hand instantly transformed into the shape of a dragon. He roared, "Ruffian dragon, hurry up and help me pour energy into it." The dark red dragon poured all its energy into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian let out a long roar and poured all his energy into the great dragon sword soul. Then, he slashed forward. Boom, everything within tens of millions of miles was completely destroyed. Countless forests collapsed, and the void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. Lin Xian and the others were crazily swallowed by this energy. After a very long time, the terrifying energy gradually faded and disappeared. Two figures fell from the void, and they spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, this energy was too terrifying. Why did it feel like a half-saint self-destructing? The dark red dragon's body was charred black. Dragon blood dripped down, and it grimaced in pain. Many cracks also appeared on Lin Xian's body. He circulated the law of wood and the longevity secret art. At the same time, he swallowed heavenly treasures. The cracks on his body were quickly healing. With the strength of the 9-yang divine body, he survived. At the same time, his eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he had used the great dragon sword soul to split open the most important energy. Otherwise, that ball of energy would have definitely been a threat to him. No half-saint would have been able to survive. Damn it, what the hell was that thing? The other party's clone was already so powerful. Why was his life force so strong? The dark red divine dragon looked around. Endless primal chaos had already appeared in the surroundings, and the cold pool had long disappeared. The octatic treasure snake couldn't have been blasted into a bloody mist, right? Could it be that there was no residue left? The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Then, it cursed loudly. Damn it, that's my favorite prey. Forget it, there are many treasures in this elf forest. At most, we'll look for other natural treasures. Lin Xian originally wanted to comfort the dark red divine dragon, but he still glanced around. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and stared below. There was originally a terrifying 10,000-year-old cold pool there. However, at this moment, the cold pool had long been reduced to ashes under that energy. In the endless pit, there was a huge monster. It was the octatic treasure snake. At this moment, the octatic treasure snake was torn into pieces. Blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. It couldn't be more dead. Even its soul was destroyed by this energy. This shocked Lin Xian again. It seemed that it was really dangerous. Those below the saint realm probably couldn't survive at all. In fact, even saints would be injured in this energy. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul to cut through everything. But soon, Lin Xian was stunned again. What was this? He saw a shocking scene. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, an endless storm rushed out and wiped out the primal chaos below. Then, the corpse of the octatic treasure snake was revealed. The dark red divine dragon also saw it. He cried out in surprise. Great, I finally found it. He wanted to put away the corpse of the octatic treasure snake, but in the next moment, he was also stunned. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Below, the corpse of the octatic treasure snake was torn into pieces. On the corpse, there was a scarlet eye that slowly rotated. Extremely terrifying patterns appeared in that eye. They were incomparably mysterious. With Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's current understanding, they couldn't see them clearly at all. However, although they couldn't understand those patterns, they saw a shocking scene. The octatic treasure snake's originally broken body quickly reassembled. In the next moment, his body trembled, and a piercing light erupted from his eyes. The aura on his body also suddenly erupted. What's going on? It's alive? How is this possible? Didn't he die before? That's not right. Lin Xian clearly sensed that the other party's soul had already been destroyed. One had to know that if one's physical body was destroyed, one could still be reborn from a drop of blood. If one's soul was injured, one could also use a remnant soul to recover. However, if one's soul was completely destroyed, one would be dead beyond words. In such a situation, even a saint would not be able to revive. But why would this octatic treasure snake come back to life? Could it be related to the red eyes? He stared at the 8 eyes on the octatic treasure snake's back. One of the eyes slowly closed. It was the eye with the mysterious runes flowing around it earlier. It was already completely closed. Now, only the 7 eyes were shining. It was still scarlet like a ruby. What was going on? The dark red divine dragon looked as if it had seen a ghost. Damn it, could it be that the legends were true? Impossible. Was there really such a divine ability? Ruffian dragon, what do you know? Lin Xian asked. He felt that the dark red divine dragon should know something about the situation. The dark red dragon took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The Eye of Time. The Eye of Time. What was that? Lin Xian was curious. This was not the first time he heard about it. The green monster from before seemed to be targeting the Eye of Time. Could it be? Was it the 8 eyes on the octatic treasure snake's back? The octatic treasure snake was an ancient beast. It was rumored that the 8 eyes on its back contained the mysterious power of time. The power of time. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Time was the most mysterious thing. Ordinary people could not control it. Even great emperors might not be able to control this power. However, the octatic treasure snake actually had such strange eyes. Could it control this power? Time was indeed the most mysterious thing. As an ancient beast, the octatic treasure snake's 8 eyes were known as the Eye of Time. They could reverse time and return to the past. However, each of the 8 eyes could only be used once. For example, although the octatic treasure snake was already dead, he could use the Eye of Time to reverse time to when it was still alive. In this way, it was equivalent to him being reborn. As for the eye on its back, once it used this power, it would be permanently healed. It would never be able to open again. Even if it was dead, it could still live. This was equivalent to having one more life. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The octatic treasure snake had 8 eyes on its back. This was equivalent to having 8 more lives. This was too monstrous, right? This was simply an immortal existence. That's right, it was indeed equivalent to having 8 lives. But this power also attracted the attention of powerhouses. Countless years ago, the octatic treasure snake was hunted down by a peerless powerhouse and was finally destroyed. In the myriad worlds, there was no longer an octatic treasure snake. He did not expect to be able to see one here. It seemed that his luck was really good to the extreme to be able to encounter the octatic treasure snake. Could it be that you had the idea of getting the Eye of Time before? Was that Z? You how the same as before? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. No, I had the idea of getting the octatic treasure snake because of its bloodline. I think that Zi Yuhao was the same. The Eye of Time was too strange. It only existed in legends. In ancient times, the octatic treasure snake had already disappeared. Therefore, no one thought that the things that were passed down were true. Just like immortals, it was just a legend. Therefore, no one would specially look for the octatic treasure snake for the Eye of Time, right? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that you really have the Eye of Time and can control the power of time. Humph, it seems that you know quite a lot. At this moment, the octatic treasure snake below completely recovered. He raised his huge head and snorted coldly. His cold eyes stared at the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian. Since you know that I have the Eye of Time, then hurry up and get lost. It's impossible for you to kill me. Indeed, the other party still had 7 eyes of time, which was equivalent to having 7 lives. He was indeed an immortal existence. Boy, do you want to make a move? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He was definitely going to make a move. Obtaining the Eye of Time was equivalent to obtaining 7 more lives. This was definitely a huge temptation, not to mention him, those saints would probably go crazy. Even the great emperors would definitely disregard everything and come to kill the octatic treasure snake when they heard this news. Damn it, when the octatic treasure snake heard this, it was instantly enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out poisonous gas that filled the sky. Its entire body turned into a ray of light and instantly tore through the void, heading into the distance. Damn it, don't think about running, the dark red divine dragon slashed out thunder that filled the sky, shattering the poisonous gas. At the same time, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it flew out. He transmitted his voice. Ruffian dragon, don't kill him. You have to capture him alive. Otherwise, if he uses up the Eye of Time, it'll be useless for us to capture him. I know. But brat, what do you want to do? Even if we trap him, if he goes crazy and destroys the Eye of Time, we won't be able to obtain it. I naturally know. Not only do we have to capture him alive, but we can't let him resist at all. Because if he resists, he'll be able to activate the Eye of Time. Of course, we can't let him die. Because if that happens, the Eye of Time will be activated. Are you saying that if we don't kill him, we'll let his soul live without consciousness? The dark red dragon exclaimed. Could it be that you want to use an eye technique? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. He took a deep breath. Little White, I'll leave it to you later. Yeah, no problem. Just leave it to me. Little White nodded, looking very confident. Lin Xian and the others increased their speed. The dark red dragon directly controlled the laws of clouds and wind, mobilizing the space within a few million miles. A cage was formed around them, blocking their path. The octatic treasure snake went crazy, attacking recklessly. However, it was still blocked for a moment. During this period of time, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon caught up. Little White, go. Before the octatic treasure snake could react, Little White transformed into a streak of light and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the octatic treasure snake. Its furry claws slapped the octatic treasure snake's huge head. Bzzz, the octatic treasure snake fainted. It only lasted for 3 seconds, but this was enough for Lin Xian. He could activate his eye technique thousands of times. He formed hand seals, and the heavenly secret divine eye was activated. A pair of golden eyes appeared above his head. They were incomparably cold, like a god. The octatic treasure snake couldn't resist the little white monkey's dizziness. The heavenly secret divine eye was mysterious and strange. Under Lin Xian's full power, the octatic treasure snake couldn't resist the eye technique at all. Hence, the octatic treasure snake directly entered an illusion. Lin Xian didn't directly plant a slave imprint. He was afraid that the octatic treasure snake would resist and cause some uncontrollable situation. He let the octatic treasure snake be in the illusion and then slowly guided it, so that he would automatically treat Lin Xian as his master. This process was very slow, but Lin Xian didn't care. Anyway, the other party was in an illusion, and the time inside was not the same as outside. Lin Xian could adjust the environment at will. Next, he got the dark red dragon to set up a few array formations to completely envelop the other party. Then, they were sent into the black earth. Now that time was tight, Lin Xian had no way to set it up. Once things settled down, he could set up an illusion array and place the octatic treasure snake inside. Or, periodically, he would use his eye technique on the octatic treasure snake. In short, as long as the octatic treasure snake continued to sleep like this, Lin Xian released the octatic treasure snake for the time being and took a deep breath. Kid, where are we going next? The dark red divine dragon asked. To find the mysterious green monster. You want to find that guy? No way, that was too risky. Weren't we going to look for the wood Dao stone? That's right, it was in that guy's hands. Previously, when Lin Xian used his eye technique on the octatic treasure snake, he had discovered some information from the other party's soul. Among them, it was related to the mysterious green monster. After all, that monster was too terrifying. Even the octadic treasure snake was afraid of it. Therefore, the information about the green monster in the other party's soul was very obvious. Lin Xian instantly captured it. From the information, he learned that the green monster had a wood dao stone in its hands. In addition, the other party's origin was mysterious. That was why it had such a vigorous life force and was almost immortal. Since he knew that the wood dao stone was in the other party's hands, Lin Xian had no reason not to go. Moreover, although the other party was powerful, his great dragon sword spirit could restrain the other party. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the other party at all. The wood dao stone was actually in the other party's hands. When the dark red divine dragon heard this, it was also extremely surprised. Since that was the case, what were they waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. Lin Xian and the others quickly flew deeper into the forest. 3 days later, the three of them stopped. Lin Xian frowned. He looked around with his heavenly secret god eyes. It was right ahead. Lin Xian said. The dark red divine dragon held its breath, and Whitey also quieted down for a rare moment. Who was it? Lin Xian and the others had already arrived in front of them. They let out a low and hoarse voice. Instantly, countless terrifying rays of light appeared around them. The surrounding trees seemed to have come to life and attacked Lin Xian and the others. With a boom, the dark red divine dragon's body swayed. Endless thunder pierced through all the tree demons, forming a vacuum. The ground was charred black. Lin Xian walked forward. There was no forest blocking the way ahead. There was a ball of green light floating in the air, constantly changing into various forms. Damn it, it's you. You're actually not dead. In front of them, the ball of green light let out a sharp roar. It was too shocking. Impossible. The self-destruction of his clone was enough to destroy any half-saint below the saint realm. How could the other party survive? It seems that you don't know everything. There are some things that you can't know at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party didn't even know why he was alive. It couldn't be. He ignored the other party and looked around. Because of the conversation between the octadic treasure snake and the other party, he knew that the other party's main body seemed to be unable to come out. It could only be in the depths. What was the reason? He had to figure it out. Soon, he narrowed his eyes because he seemed to have seen through it. The dark red divine dragon also said that there was a peerless formation around them that suppressed everything. It was probably specially targeted at the other party. We can come in, but the other party probably can't get out at all. Lin Xian nodded and raised his head to look at the green ball of light that was still shrieking in shock in front of him. Hand over the Dao Stone of Wood, and I can spare your life. What? You're here for the Dao Stone of Wood? The green ball of light was stunned. Then, it screamed. Damn brat, how dare you have designs on me? How despicable. The green light kept changing. Then, it turned into a green-robed man. The green-robed man's face was pale, and his eyes were cold. They were like the eyes of a venomous snake as he stared at Lin Xian. After he appeared, he gave off a powerful aura. Go to hell. The palm emitted a terrifying aura and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian, wanting to suppress him. Lin Xian sneered. Sword chi surged on his body and poured into the power of the great dragon sword soul. He slashed out and immediately split the other party's palm. It's useless. I can restrain you. Your attack can't pose any threat to me at all. In fact, if I want to kill you, it won't be difficult. Lin Xian's voice caused the green-robed man's expression to turn incomparably cold. Brat, do you think I'm so easy to kill? You don't understand my methods at all, ignorant ant. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. End of chapter 3258. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.